The world entered the post-apocalyptic era, with zombies spreading terror everywhere. The male protagonist, Jiang originally had brothers who would go through life and death with him. Unfortunately, his honest nature turned him into easy prey. He fell into a cruel trap set by the treacherous, adulterous couple Jiang and Li Shuxiang. As a result, his comrades in arms all died tragic deaths, and he himself was devoured by a horde of zombies until his bones were no longer intact. In that sacred moment of life and death, Jiang harbored deep resentment and swore a solemn oath that if given a chance to start over, those two scoundrels would surely taste the misery of hell. As if the Almighty understood that resentful cry, Jiang suddenly opened his eyes, shocked to find his body brimming with vitality, without a single scar left. The first sight that struck his eyes was a pair of slender, smooth legs, completely devoid of the post-apocalyptic grime. Jiang, what on earth are you doing? Why is my name still not on the property deed? Do you actually love me? Jiang startled. This tone, this face, and even this figure, was it not that wench Jiang? Could it be that I have truly reincarnated, returning to the time before the world plunged into the apocalypse? Recalling his past life, he was led by the nose by Jiang. She squeezed every last penny from the inheritance his parents left behind, driving him out to become a homeless drifter on the streets. Then came the cataclysmic apocalypse, with humans transforming into bloodthirsty demons, frantically hunting down survivors and plunging the globe into absolute darkness. Jiang and his sworn brothers from his humble days stood shoulder to shoulder, building a safe haven to cling to life amidst the chaos. Yet his obsession with women remained completely uncured. After a while, Jiang smoothly played the role of a miserable wretch begging for shelter, gradually regaining his trust. Bitterly, she was actually just a pawn sent by their enemies to sabotage the safe zone. Waiting for a moment when no one was on guard, Jiang secretly opened the main gates wide to let the zombies swarm in, reenacting the bloody tragedy he had just experienced before his reincarnation. I'm telling you, the bridal gift must be a full 400,000, not a single penny less. Back in reality, Jiang's shrill nagging made Jiang feel sick to his stomach. Having seen through this woman's dark heart, he found her as repulsive as a king cobra. No matter how smooth her looks or curves were, they could not make up for her rotten character inside. However, he knew he had to keep a cool head. His goal was to make Jiang and the parasites of his past life pay for their sins slowly, tasting ultimate despair. Are you deaf? Did you hear what I said? I'm giving you exactly 7 days if you can't get enough money by then. Before Jiang could even finish her sentence, Jiang dragged her out and threw her straight into the hallway. Fine, I got it. Take care on your way out. The apartment door slammed shut, leaving Jiang standing frozen in shock. She racked her brain, but could not understand why her dog-like, love-struck fool had suddenly taken the wrong medicine today, becoming so unyielding out of nowhere. Having rid himself of the jinx, Jiang's living space finally regained some peace. He glanced over to check the desk calendar. The countdown to the disaster was a mere 30 days. The #1 priority now was to plan for survival, rather than wasting his breath on that piece of female scum. And the familiar trope appeared. Just like other chosen ones, Jiang officially activated a supernatural system. He realized its existence as soon as the opening quest notification popped up. Objective: prepare for the end of the world. Requirement: own a plot of land and stockpile enough food to last a whole year. Reward: 1 shop point to spend in the system's mysterious store. Though he was not yet sure how powerful this system was, just hearing about points to exchange for rewards made Jiang's heart leap with joy. He immediately tapped on the shop interface. Currently, the shelves displayed 3 items: a physical enhancement potion priced at 20 points, an apocalyptic farmer's aid package for 2 points, and an exclusive protagonist's supply chest worth 10 points. If he wanted to refresh the selection, it would cost a refresh fee of 2 points. Unfortunately, Jiang was penniless in points, so he had to focus on grinding for points first. While he was absorbed in his calculations, his stomach suddenly rumbled in loud protest. Jiang Yang had almost forgotten this painful truth. In his past life, around this very time, in order to gather enough bridal gift money to present to Qi Jing, he had starved himself and cut back on expenses to the point where his body was as skinny as a walking skeleton. Now blessed with a second life, he swore to pamper himself to the absolute limit. In the blink of an eye, the world would be swallowed by zombies. Taking advantage of the peaceful society while it lasted, Jiang Yang had to stuff himself with delicacies. Splurging big, he picked up the phone and ordered a feast from a prestigious 3-star Michelin restaurant. Just a single serving of braised pork belly cost him 300 yuan. Jiang Yang leisurely picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Oh, the explosive flavor danced across every single taste bud, leaving him in absolute bliss. He then swept through the feast with the speed of a starving ghost, clearing everything without leaving a single trace. While still chewing and before he could even swallow, Jiang Yang's phone suddenly rang incessantly. The caller was Wen Shuya, Qi Jing's best friend. He immediately read her play. Surely that scheming wench had cried and made up stories to her bestie again. As soon as he pressed the answer button, his eardrums were nearly shattered by a lion's roar from the other end. Jiang Yang, have you lost your mind? When have you ever dared to show such attitude to Qi Jing before? She only wanted to test how deep your sincerity is. Use your brain and think. You're stingy even about transferring your family property to Qi Jing, yet you keep saying you love her. When Shuya fired words like a machine gun, leaving Jiang Yang unable to catch his breath. She even aggressively issued an ultimatum, demanding he hand over the property deed along with 1 million yuan in cash and kneel to apologize as soon as possible. Only then would she speak up for him in front of Qi Jing. Otherwise, they would part ways. Jiang Yang had planned to play along a bit longer to watch the drama unfold, but being pushed and barked at to this extent made him lose interest in acting. Do you two think you're queens? What right do you have to judge my feelings? Get lost. Being cursed right to her face, when Shuya was tongue-tied and speechless. Jiang Yang did not even bother giving her time to recover, hanging up immediately to save himself the trouble. By now, his entire mind was focused on the task assigned by the system. The urgent matter was to buy a plot of land. However, he could not just grab any random empty lot just to complete the task. Jiang Yang planned ahead, wanting to use the terrain to build an impregnable fortress that was easy to defend and advantageous for counterattacks. The mandatory criteria were proximity to a natural water source and coverage by woods. With the plan decided and dinner finished, Jiang Yang headed straight to the real estate transaction center. The employee in charge of receiving him was a girl named Zio Ning, who had an extremely polite manner. Before Jiang Yang could even explain his need to buy land, a burly man suddenly appeared from behind Zio Ning. Hearing her call him Director Zhou, he guessed this was the sales department's big boss. Zio Ning, go to the back and move those cardboard boxes blocking the way, Director Zhou ordered with a chin tilt. But I'm busy receiving a client, boss, Zio Ning replied, flustered. Zio Ning, did you throw all the skills I trained you in out the window? With such poor eyesight in the real world, you'll be starving soon. Look at his shabby, penniless appearance. I bet he can't even scrape up enough money for a toilet. Why welcome this kind of trash and waste space? Director Zhou deliberately raised his voice, making sure Jiang Yang heard every single word. This arrogant attitude really made one want to throw a punch. What is that old guy barking about? What a waste of eyes, he snapped back in annoyance immediately. It seemed that since the day he was born, this was the first time Director Zhou had been scolded so bluntly in such a vulgar manner. He sneered, firmly holding on to his prejudice that Jiang Yang was just a broke kid. Zhou even boldly declared that if this brat could gather enough money to buy even a toilet, he would gladly live-stream himself eating feces. Fine, you said it yourself. Wait right there, I will personally fetch you a steaming bowl of feces. After saying that, Jiang Yang confidently tossed a powerful black card onto the table, which contained all the funds he had planned to spend on his wedding with Qi Jing. He tilted his chin and told Zio Ning that his purpose here today was neither to buy a house nor rent an apartment, but to spend big money buying land. As soon as those words were uttered, the entire staff and customers stood dumbfounded, because in this day and age, investing in land was an incredibly expensive move. Some people lived half their lives without ever witnessing someone closing a land deal. After freezing for a few seconds, Xiao Ning hurriedly gathered her documents and invited Jiang Yang to another area for a proper discussion. As for Director Zhou, he still kept his rude, irritable mouth shut, firmly believing that this kid was just putting on a show and would definitely run away when it came time to pay. Jiang Yang laid out specific criteria, asking Xiao Ning to find an area surrounded by mountains and rivers with flowing water, convenient roads, and ideally, a pre-existing large structure or building on the land. Coincidentally, there was a plot of land in Dongcheng district that perfectly matched his wishes, and the person who provided this information was none other than Director Zhou. Hearing this, Xiao Ning was terrified because that suburban plot currently had an unfinished factory, and since the legal issues had not been resolved, it was not supposed to be sold to clients. "What's selling?" Zhou roared straight at Xiao Ning's face. "This broke brat is making up impossible demands. There's no way he's here to buy land. He's just here to make trouble because he has nothing better to do." "So does that plot in Dongcheng district really meet my conditions?" Jiang Yang raised his eyebrows curiously. Xiao Ning secretly nodded in confirmation. Based on what he wanted, that piece of land was indeed made for him. The only catch was that the unfinished factory was in a ruined, dilapidated state, and even the contractor had vanished without a trace. Jiang Yang flipped through the land files himself and felt extremely pleased. Thanks to that abandoned factory, the surrounding perimeter was already fenced with thick barbed wire, creating an excellent defensive and offensive position. The half-built factory accidentally saved him a lot of money and effort in constructing a fortress. "I'll take this plot," Jiang Yang decided, tapping the table. "Can we swipe the card for the deposit and get the contract signed right now?" Xiao Ning's eyes widened, and she stutteringly asked over and over if he really wanted to take over that burden with the abandoned factory. "Yes, 100%. Process it quickly, girl, so I can go see someone waiting with an open mouth to eat waste." By this point, Director Zhou finally began to break a cold sweat. The moment he saw Jiang Yang's successful transaction receipt with his own eyes, his mind completely collapsed. This brat had swiped for a deposit of 300,000 yuan in a flash, while the total value of that piece of land ran into millions of dollars. He could not believe in his wildest dreams that someone would spend billions to buy a ruined structure. Even more bitter was that his trash talk from earlier now turned into a stinging slap right to his own face. "Hey boss, I have completed my financial obligations. Now is the time for you to show off your live-streamed feces-eating performance to amaze everyone, isn't it? If you chew enthusiastically, I won't hesitate to gift you a virtual rocket." Jiang Yang sneered, patted Director Zhou on the shoulder, and walked away, leaving him frozen in the lobby, becoming a laughingstock for everyone to point at. With the land acquisition neatly settled, Jiang Yang began racking his brain for ways to make money to stockpile food and supplies. The moment he stepped out of the brokerage agency, Jiang Yang unluckily bumped into Li Shuxiang. He didn't care about him, but Li Shuxiang's eyes had already locked onto him. After eavesdropping on the reason why Jiang Yang was hanging around there, he immediately pulled out his phone to report the shocking news to Jiang that he had just closed a deal on a plot of land. Jiang heard this, was utterly shocked, and jumped up, slamming her hand on the table. "What on earth? Jiang Yang bought land? Where did he dig up the money to play so big? The deposit he swiped was 300,000 yuan. I bet everything that was the savings he intended to use as your bridal gift." Upon hearing this, Jiang's blood boiled, her shamelessness reaching its peak as she shrieked, "What? That bastard, he dared to go and waste my money. What a shameless, impudent woman, acting as if the money in Jiang Yang's pocket was her own." Li Shuxiang advised her to calm down and urged her to go investigate what on earth that kid was up to. At the same time, Jiang Yang had arrived safely home and was racking his brain to plan the gathering of food and supplies. Before long, a series of urgent, loud knocks came from the door. Jiang Yang grimaced as he opened the door, only to find the two furious, murderous faces of Jiang and Wen Shuya standing right at the entrance. "Jiang Yang, are you trying to rebel? Who gave you the nerve to touch my money?" Jing screamed in confrontation. Dozens of question marks flew over Jiang Yang's head. Was this woman on drugs, talking so crazily? Stop playing dumb. I know you stole my bridal gift money to buy land. I'm warning you, that money is my property. Since you used it to buy land, that plot must also be in my name. She was indeed so money-grubbing that she had lost her mind. In Jiang Yang's eyes now, Jing was as repulsive as a mentally unstable person. He pulled out a thick stack of bills and threw them right at Jing, declaring loudly, "Listen up, I may be incredibly rich, but from this moment on, I won't spare a single cent for a woman like you. Don't think I'm blind and don't know you and that guy Li Shuxiang are having a sneaky affair behind my back." Exposed directly to her face, Jing turned pale with guilt. She was completely clueless as to how he had found out about this secret. Seeing the tense situation, Wen Shuya quickly stepped in to smooth things over, baselessly arguing that minor misunderstandings between couples were normal. "Misunderstanding my foot. She and I broke off long ago, there's no love left. She and Li Shuxiang are the real perfect match. Both of you get out of my sight, just looking at your faces gives me a headache." Having kicked out the two jinxes, Jiang Yang slammed the door shut. Jing still stood there dazed, wondering why Jiang Yang had suddenly become so smart. But the ship had sailed, and speaking further was useless, so she reluctantly left with Wen Shuya in anger. On the way back, Wen Shuya herself began questioning her friend, as Jing had never uttered a single word about her affair with that old, wealthy man Li Shuxiang. "This situation is bad. Let's just make a quiet retreat and plan a counterattack later." Wen Shuya held her forehead in frustration, but for the sake of their friendship, she still closed her eyes to her best friend's mistakes. Yet as soon as Jing's back disappeared, a sinister smile bloomed on Wen Shuya's lips. Jing, oh Jing," she plotted secretly, "since you have ruined your own relationship with Jiang Yang, I don't need to be polite to you anymore. Who told us to be best friends? Ha ha ha." As soon as the sun rose the next day, Jiang Yang hurriedly brought a construction contractor team straight to his newly bought plot, determined to turn that ruined factory into a proper fortress. Foreman Li was an experienced leader, guiding the team of workers under Pai Lu Construction Group. After glancing through his long list of requirements, ranging from reinforcing the perimeter walls and erecting guard towers to installing Texas standard steel mesh fencing, explosion-proof steel doors, and bulletproof glass windows, the uncle could not help but stare at Jiang Yang with deep suspicion. "Little brother, let me ask you a small question. Did you offend the mafia? Stop snooping around. People often say ignorance is bliss. Just give me an honest quote and tell me how long it will take to do all this within a month." Foreman Li's heart skipped another beat upon hearing this, because with such an enormous workload, forcing the schedule into 1 month was an impossible task. "Stop nagging. Aren't you from Pai Lu Group?" "My lord, the brothers at Pai Lu are only human. We don't have 3 heads and 6 arms." Although the old foreman acted as if it was difficult, Jiang Yang knew all too well his trick of demanding extra compensation. And he did not mind throwing money out the window in exchange for his future safety and peace of mind. The price quoted by Foreman Li went up to 20 million yuan, requiring a solid down payment of 5 million first. Jiang Yang nodded in agreement, promising to deliver the money personally within a week. If he missed the deadline, he was ready to hand the plot of land over to Foreman Li. Securing this guaranteed deal, the old man happily urged his subordinates to work head down and speed up the progress. "Brother Yang," Jiang Yang was racking his brain to find ways to squeeze out more money when he suddenly heard a sweet, syrupy voice behind him. Turning around, it turned out to be that wench Wen Shuya showing up. Before he could process what was happening, she proactively rushed forward to cling tightly to his arm, changing her face faster than flipping a pancake compared to her aggressive attitude yesterday when causing trouble with Jing. Jiang Yang had not yet figured out what tricks she was playing, but he knew the goosebumps all over his body were throwing a massive protest. Wen Shuya clung to him like a leech, constantly referring to him as brother, which gave Jiang Yang a massive headache. Calculating his past life grudges, this green tea wench was the very strategist who advised Jing to strip him of all his assets. If so, In this life he swore to make her taste double the karma. "So what on earth are you showing your face here for?" He gritted his teeth and asked. "Brother Yang, did you just buy this land? The scenery here is drop-dead gorgeous. Are you planning to build a holiday villa?" "Whatever I build has absolutely nothing to do with you." Jiang Ziyang's patience wore thin, and he flatly shoved Wen Shuya's grip away. She felt both embarrassed and furious, but had to grit her teeth and swallow her anger. Normally, Jiang Ziyang was a lustful fool, except for Qi Jing, just a light touch of Wen Shuya's hand would make his face flush red. How on earth did he remain as cold as a log today when she deliberately put on a show? Jiang Ziyang ignored her and continued turning his back to supervise and direct the construction. Wen Shuya refused to give up, because in her eyes, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity since Qi Jing had officially fallen out with him. She naively believed that if she stepped in and pushed Qi Jing out now, this massive property would surely fall into her hands automatically. Leaving the construction site to return home, Jiang Ziyang decisively mortgaged his current apartment to the bank to borrow 3 million yuan. This pocket change was still nothing compared to the early-stage costs of the project. He had to hunt for more cash. And then, in a flash of inspiration, a crazy idea crossed Jiang Ziyang's mind. Since the apocalypse was near, money would be nothing but scrap paper to humanity anyway, so it wouldn't matter how many people he sold this apartment to. When the disaster struck, who would have the time to go online and expose him as a fraud or come with a knife to collect debts? As soon as Jiang Ziyang decided to go with that plan, loud knocking echoed from outside again. This time, his hearing instantly recognized the troublemaker. It turned out to be Lao Li, the downstairs neighbor, a genuinely wealthy man. He had bought out the first and second floors of this building and was even aiming to swallow up his third-floor unit. Unluckily for him, Jiang Ziyang had previously intended to use this place as his bridal suite, so he firmly refused. Resentful of the refusal, this old man started making trouble every day with excuses, sometimes splashing paint on the door, other times bringing trash to dump, and even putting funeral wreaths. He was indeed a toxic and troublesome old man. As soon as the door opened slightly, Lao Li cursed right at Jiang Ziyang's face. "Were you jumping around on my head again last night, brat? Are you paranoid? Last night I was already snoring before 10 o'clock. What jumping? Or did a ghost jump for you to see?" Lao Li was determined to fight, raising his neck aggressively. "I don't care. I clearly heard the jumping sound up here. Don't lie to deny it." Jiang Ziyang did not bother arguing with this stubborn old man. Knowing he was deliberately provoking him, he decided to play along. "Just stop it. I know your tricks all too well. You just want to take over this apartment, don't you? You've annoyed me enough. I'll just sell it to you and end this." Lao Li froze for 5 seconds, not expecting to hit the jackpot today by forcing Jiang Ziyang to give up the apartment. However, he also made a demand, forcing Lao Li to put down a 5 million yuan hot deposit immediately so he could settle the loan for another house. Plus a clause stating he would only move out in half a year, using the excuse of waiting for the construction team to finish his new home. At first, Lao Li hesitated to calculate, but as soon as he saw Jiang Ziyang about to slam the door, he quickly agreed in a flash and even forced him to draft a black-and-white contract immediately to prevent him from changing his mind. Looking at Lao Li's back leaving excitedly after getting what he wanted, the corners of Jiang Ziyang's mouth curled into a smug smile. Reincarnated in this life with full memories, it was yet to be seen who would be the hunter and who would be the prey. Lao Li transferred the money at lightning speed. That very night, 5 million yuan was sent straight to Jiang Ziyang's account, which, combined with the 3 million bank mortgage, gave him a total of 8 million yuan in hand. However, before spending the money, Jiang Ziyang had to complete the system's task to receive the reward. So he launched into a campaign to sweep up enough supplies to last a whole year. At the supermarket, customers passing by looked at his pile of shopping carts and thought this guy had a loose screw. The reason was that Jiang Ziyang monopolized dozens of fully loaded shopping carts in one go, yet he ignored all the murmuring and whispering. Because the key was that the quest already showed as completed, and Jiang Ziyang had also pocketed the reward. Entering the apocalyptic era, upgrading physical stats was the ultimate life-saving amulet, and the protagonist's aid package in the shop happened to be priced at exactly 10 points. Jiang didn't even bother to hesitate. He tapped to select the protagonist's supply chest from the shelves. His intuition was accurate to the millimeter. First-time purchases were always top-tier items. The first treasure Yang unboxed from the protagonist's aid chest was a level 1 spatial ring, containing a space of 500 square meters inside, where the laws of time were completely frozen. Meaning that even if he threw fresh food inside, taking it out 1,000 years later would still leave it completely unspoiled. Just as he pushed his carts to the checkout counter, ready to pull out his wallet to pay, the supermarket manager hurriedly ran out, shouting loudly. Yang looked up. The world was indeed small, as he ran right into an acquaintance. It was Yang Dao, his immature middle school classmate. Since his school days, this guy had willingly acted as a lackey for a petty thug named Zhang Shengji, an expert at bullying the weak, but cowering before the strong. In the past, Yang Dao often used Yang as a scapegoat, accumulating grudges since middle school, only to cross paths as enemies in this narrow alley today. Spotting Yang bringing 6 or 7 shopping carts stacked like mountains, Yang Dao smugly thought he was here to cause trouble. The cashier broke into a cold sweat scanning barcodes for a whole hour before finalizing. The total bill was as long as a scroll, reaching 56,884 yuan and 3 cents. Yang Dao tilted his chin and held the card reader in front of Yang. Unexpectedly, this brat swiped the card smoothly without a single hitch. He felt embarrassed and humiliated. Knowing he had made a fool of himself, he stealthily tried to shut his mouth and turn around to leave. But this life's version of Yang was not so gentle as to let people step on his head like that. He immediately called out to stop Yang Dao. "What was with your rotten attitude earlier when serving a customer like me? Apologize properly. Otherwise, I'll return this entire pile of goods." Yang's purchase was worth over 50,000 yuan. If it were all returned, it would indeed be a huge trouble. However, Yang Dao, accustomed to bullying him, could not willingly apologize. "Don't push your luck. You came here on purpose to cause trouble for me, didn't you?" Yang found it hilarious, but before he could speak, the disgruntled crowd around them jumped in to criticize him. They scolded Yang Dao right to his face for being an arrogant bully with his eyes on his forehead, clearly having been rude to the customer first, but now trying to frame the victim. They even threatened to report Yang Dao to the management, call for a boycott of the supermarket, and upload recorded clips online. "Open your mouth and apologize. As long as your apology is sincere enough, I will spend money to buy 10 times this amount of goods." Yang added. "Cut the crap, brat," Yang Dao bristled back. "Crap, if you're so good, throw the card reader over here and let me see how much balance you have in your account to boast so loudly." Yang confidently inserted his card into the reader. The displayed balance leaped past the 7 million mark. "Apologize quickly. I will only continue buying once I receive an apology. If I am lying, I am willing to be your grandson." Yang continued to apply pressure. Although Yang Dao was screaming in refusal inside, he finally had to humble himself, bowing 90 degrees and loudly delivering an apology to Yang. He even endured being patted on the head like a puppy, without daring to utter a single word of protest. Yang Dao turned his face instantly, changing his tone to flatter him, trying to pry into why Yang was gathering so many goods, but he did not bother to give a detailed answer, flatly stating it was for business. "If you don't want to say, then so be it, but this current supermarket probably doesn't have enough warehouse stock for you to sweep anyway." Yang Dao had been in the supply industry long enough to naturally hold countless other business contacts. He then lured Yang to a familiar destination, which turned out to be the headquarters of Zhang Shengji, who was currently operating a distribution company. Yang remained silent without objecting, tacitly agreeing, so Yang Dao frantically pulled out his phone to dial. Yang could easily guess what was happening. Yang Dao was definitely Zhang's lackey, Who knew how much black money these two had colluded to siphon from this Hua-Run-Fa supermarket? A short while later, Yang Dao personally drove his car to escort Jiang Yang right to the warehouse gates. After waiting a while, Zhang Shengji also slowly appeared. The Yang lackey did his best to flatter and introduce him as his old middle school classmate. After staring for a long time, Zhang Shengji finally vaguely remembered him. But his thug nature of bullying classmates was bred in the bone, so even if Jiang Yang was a high-tier partner at this moment, he showed no respect whatsoever, even deliberately blowing cigarette smoke straight into his face. "Oh, I remember now, isn't this that stubborn brat?" Having said that, Zhang Shengji stepped closer, scanning Jiang Yang from head to toe like a piece of merchandise, his attitude identical to Yang Dao's before seeing his bank balance. Seeing Jiang Yang wearing cheap, worn-out clothes, Zhang Shengji was convinced he was just a broke guy trying to act rich. He secretly cursed Yang Dao as a blind fool, who not only failed to find a wealthy client, but also wasted his precious time. "Brother Ji, he is a big client," Yang Dao tried hard to explain. "Big my foot. I've been in the underworld for so many years, one glance is more than enough to know who is loaded and who is empty-pocketed." Jiang Yang burst out laughing. It seemed his aura was so weak that even an uneducated thug looked down on him. Hit right in his sore spot of being uneducated, Zhang Shengji flew into a rage and aggressively rushed over to grab his collar. "What did you just howl?" "I said you have dog eyes that can't recognize people," Jiang Yang loudly repeated word for word, accompanied by a smug, irritating smile that drove the other guy even crazier. Caught in the middle, Yang Dao cried silently. Zhang Shengji was indeed uneducated, but suffered from an extreme ego. With Jiang Yang rubbing salt into his ignorance like this, Yang Dao was completely speechless, not knowing how to defend him. "A big client. If you don't haul a truckload of goods out of here today, then both of you better prepare to crawl back," Zhang Shengji threatened through gritted teeth. Jiang Yang advised him that instead of wasting energy grabbing his collar and pulling him back and forth, he should just spit out his account number so he could transfer the money quickly. No sooner said than done, he swiped his hand to transfer 1 million yuan straight to Zhang Shengji, leaving the thug dazed and speechless for quite a while. Yet that was only a casual deposit. Jiang Yang decided to purchase up to 5 million yuan worth of supplies. The reason was that he had just received the next secret order from the system, requiring him to gather another massive mountain of food. Jiang Yang's standards for Zhang Shengji were also extremely casual. What he aimed for was firewood, rice, sauce, salt, snacks, and beverages. In short, anything edible that had not spoiled yet, just bring it all out. "Follow me," Zhang Shengji jerked his chin, his lips curling into a sly smile. He was thrilled to have suddenly landed a windfall of cash just when he was stressing over a batch of food that was about to expire. He even acted generous, boldly declaring that if Jiang Yang settled the payment in one lump sum, he would generously offer a 10% discount off the original wholesale price. But Jiang Yang was no fool. After examining the shipment closely, his sharp eyes noticed that beneath the flashy packaging, everything inside was about to expire. "Zhang Shengji, oh Zhang Shengji, what kind of calculation is that, my clever brother?" Zhang Shengji felt extremely embarrassed, not expecting a seemingly clueless kid like Jiang Yang to be so experienced. But since he had to clear out that stagnant stock, Zhang Shengji had to back down and lay his cards on the table. He agreed that if Jiang Yang took the entire batch of near-expired goods, he would slash the price by 50%. "No thanks, my 5 million yuan is only meant to get the highest quality, premium items." Jiang Yang waved his hand in flat refusal. Seeing Zhang Shengji break into a cold sweat without knowing what to do, he added, "However, regarding this near-expired shipment of yours, I do have a plan to clear it out." The merchant's cunning eyes lit up again. Jiang Yang agreed to take the entire slow-moving inventory at half price, but with a crucial catch. The goods must be delivered first, and the payment would only be made exactly 1 month later. Zhang Shengji was highly skeptical and insisted on a security deposit, fearing he would be stood up next month. Jiang Yang had to use his old threat, warning that if the man failed to deliver, he would simply come to seize assets. "Hey, knowing the food is about to expire, why are you still hoarding it? Care to share a bit about your distribution channel?" Jiang Shengji asked, his face still full of doubt. "What distribution channel? I am the channel, understand." Of course, he absolutely could not reveal to the other party that in just a few days, when the apocalypse arrived, this seemingly useless pile of food would turn into priceless treasures. Right at this critical moment, Jiang Yang received a phone call. It turned out that someone had come forward to inquire about buying his old house, which he had previously listed for sale. Jiang Yang then threw the delivery address to Jiang Shengji and turned to walk away. Staring at his departing figure, Zhang's eyes turned bloodshot with jealousy, even though he had just made a great deal. Heaven was so unfair. This kid obviously came from a poor background, so how could he have suddenly become so rich and prosperous now? The customer who wanted to buy Jiang Yang's house was an elderly man with a kind face. Upon arrival, the old man had brought along a deposit of 4 million yuan. He still insisted on the old condition that the ownership transfer would only take place in a few months. The old man barely seemed to inspect the house, quickly presenting the money and eagerly demanding to sign the contract as if fearing someone else would snatch it. Seeing how genuine and honest he appeared, Jiang Yang asked, "Elder uncle, do you really need to be in such a burning rush?" "Not going to hide it from you, my granddaughter is about to transfer schools, so I urgently need a decent place to settle down. I have wandered around here a few times, and only your house has a for sale sign. So, Mr. Jiang, please do not go back on your word." "Elder uncle, you are far too honest. Telling me everything upon our very first meeting, are you not afraid I will use this as an excuse to raise the price to the sky?" As soon as Jiang Yang finished speaking, the elderly man's face turned pale with panic. He flusteredly explained that this money was the entire life savings of 2 generations in his family. Seeing the gentle old man with a weathered and weary look, Jiang Yang patted his chest and assured him that he would never let him regret this transaction. Afterward, both sides quickly signed the sale contract. At the same time, he also cleverly extracted the old man's current address, intending to save the grandfather and granddaughter once the apocalypse broke out. Pocketing a tidy sum of money from the house sale, Jiang Yang headed back to the construction site. The construction progress was nearly 80% complete. Indeed, with the power of money, everything went as smoothly as clockwork. After paying the second deposit to the construction team, Jiang Yang picked up the phone to urge Jiang Shengji to transport the goods over. Next, he called workers to sort the goods into the warehouse, and even generously gave each of them a bonus of 2,000 yuan for their hard work. As for the fresh produce and fragile vegetables and fruits, they were moved to a special preservation area to prevent spoilage. As night fell, looking around the spacious warehouse now overflowing with goods, Jiang Yang nodded with great satisfaction. The 10-year comfort mission was easily completed, bringing him 20 valuable points. At the same time, a brand new chest called the Ability Awakening Supply Box popped up in the system shop for 10 points. Jiang Yang bought it immediately. Obtaining an ability before the apocalypse even knocked on the door was truly a jackpot. The ability that Jiang Yang had to grit his teeth and spend 10 points to get was the Mind's Eye, a supreme skill that helped him peer into hearts, clearly distinguishing friend from foe. This was praised as one of the ultimate items for the early days of the apocalypse because you can draw a tiger's skin but not its bones, and you can know a person's face but not their heart, especially during hard times. In his past life, it was because he put his trust in the wrong place that he met a bitter end. In this life, he absolutely would not repeat that mistake. The system quickly dropped another new mission in Jiang Yang's face, titled Armed to the Teeth. The requirement was that he must actively arm himself, with a reward of 10 points and a random gift. By coincidence, this was also the exact move Jiang Yang had just planned. Unfortunately, the world was still peaceful and clear, making the acquisition of weapons as difficult as climbing to heaven. Having no other choice, Jiang Yang had to sneak out to the black market in the dead of night. This place was full of taboo things that the sunlight could not reach. He intended to wander around to see if any toys caught his eye and how much they cost. Unexpectedly, the small world brought him face to face with an acquaintance in this very place. "Lower it a bit, boss. 300 yuan, will you sell it?" Hearing that familiar, shrill voice, Jiang Yang turned his head. Well, it turned out to be Li Shuxiang. What a small world. The man was eyeing a jade bracelet with a price tag of 2,000 yuan, yet he somehow managed to ruthlessly haggle it down to 300, truly shamelessly beyond cure. Even more miraculously, the stall owner reluctantly let it go after some grimacing, proving that the bracelet was definitely cheap costume jewelry. Even with his eyes closed, Jiang Yang knew this rascal planned to use the fake item to fool Qi Jing. In this world, probably only that money-grubbing yet ignorant woman would fall for it so easily. Putting Li out of his mind, Jiang Yang had found what he had been searching for, a weapon stall mostly cluttered with various daggers. After inspecting them for a long time, he still shook his head, not liking any of them. But since this was the only place selling steel items around here, he had to linger and bargain with the owner for a few words. Jiang Yang hinted that he wanted a tougher toy, but the shopkeeper thought he was there to cause trouble, so he threw him a whetstone and mockingly told him to take it home and rub whatever hard thing he liked against it to satisfy himself. Jiang Yang just smiled and shrugged it off. Then he calmly pulled out his phone, scanned the payment code pasted on the edge of the stall, and transferred 200,000 yuan. The weapon seller's eyes went wide, his mouth agape like a stranded fish, speechless for a long time. "Calm down, this is just a little token of sincerity as a greeting. If you can dig up some real top-tier stuff, this number will keep climbing. They say what cannot be bought with money can be bought with a lot of money." As soon as he transferred the funds, the owner's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. He quickly called over a young man named Jiang to watch the stall for him. And he personally ushered Jiang Yang into a more secluded and discreet corner. There he eagerly showed off a homemade pistol, boasting that the bullets were cheap and a single shot could take down a chicken. Unfortunately, future zombies would not be as docile and weak as farm-raised chickens, so Jiang Yang refused immediately. "Brother, I paid you 200,000 yuan up front, and you bring out this children's toy to trick me. That does not seem very reasonable, does it?" "Up front what?" the shopkeeper stammered hesitantly. "It is a 10% deposit. I want to throw in 2 million yuan to sweep your entire arsenal." At first, the owner hesitated and seemed to want to turn down the deal, fearing Jiang Yang was an undercover reporter hunting for stories. But upon closer inspection, the boy's attitude was resolute, and his gaze carried the cold aura of a real gangster, causing the man to gradually lower his guard and adopt a different attitude. He locked the entrance door tightly. Then he looked around in all directions through the window. Once he was sure it was quiet outside, he pulled the curtains shut. "You have found the right person." He leaned close to Jiang Yang's ear and whispered, "I can handle this. Just write down the list of things you want on paper, and I will send you the address later. At exactly 12 noon the day after tomorrow, just drive there, and we will do a cash-on-delivery exchange. Oh, and remember to bring cash." Looking at the other's sweating, anxious state, Jiang Yang could temporarily rest easy, believing that the man would bring him some decent gear. Both sides quickly finalized the agreement, and then the weapon shop owner personally bowed and escorted Jiang Yang out. But as soon as he stepped out of the doorway, fate forced him to run into Li Shuxiang again. "Oh, is this not Jiang Yang?" His voice was loud, mocking yet curious. "Who would have thought I would bump into you in this corner? I am a bit curious. Why are you spending so much money lately and even dare to ignore our Jing? Seems like your ancestors' grave caught fire. Did you find some family heirloom?" Just glancing at the man's face made Jiang Yang's stomach turn, and hearing him call Qi Jing's name so sweetly, they really were a shameless pair of thick-skinned people. But on second thought, the presence of these two thorns in his side was a golden opportunity to test his newly acquired ability. Jiang Yang channeled his energy and activated the mind's eye. In an instant, the attitudes of Li Shuxiang and the weapon merchant toward him were clearly revealed. A bright green smiley face symbol popped up above the stall owner's head, while that Li guy showed his true colors with a dark purple angry face symbol. Well, is Boss Lee hunting for a gift for Jiang? Makes sense, probably only that woman would blindly take these fake, trashy items home. After all, she is just my leftovers, so using this kind of stuff is perfectly fitting for her. Jiang Ziyang's biting words were like a direct slap to Li Shuxing's face, telling him he was chewing on leftovers, making him so angry he wanted to vomit blood and itched to fight, yet he remained utterly helpless. The weapon shop owner, who had been watching their verbal battle, could not resist leaning in to ask, "Boss Jiang, is he an acquaintance of yours?" "HMPH, an acquaintance. It is more accurate to call him my sworn enemy." As an experienced street veteran, the stall owner was smart enough to get the hint. He winked and told Jiang Ziyang to go ahead, and he would handle the rest, helping him teach that Li kid an unforgettable lesson. His lackeys, who were nowhere to be seen earlier, suddenly swarmed like ants upon hearing about a fight. Li Shuxing, who had been talking big earlier, broke into a cold sweat as he saw the pack of wolves surrounding him, stepping back with trembling legs. But even if he had wings, he could not escape being beaten black and blue. As scheduled 2 days later, Jiang Ziyang drove to the designated meeting point without missing a beat. The shop owner had gathered an impressive haul for him, successfully closing the armed-to-the-teeth mission. Jiang Ziyang pocketed another 10 points, bringing his total assets to a clean 20 points. The random reward also surfaced, turning out to be 2 physical enhancement syringes. Jiang Ziyang was naturally a coward when it came to pain, but he closed his eyes and plunged the needle into his flesh. Immediately, his physical stat jumped by 2 points. If an average adult male had a baseline score of 5, his additional 2 points meant he was 40% above normal. Riding the wave of success, Jiang Ziyang felt he might as well push his limits to the maximum and decided to use the second syringe. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain once more, he was now 60% stronger than the average male. Feeling restless, Jiang Ziyang was eager to find a test subject to try out his strength, and his eyes locked onto a nearby iron pole. If it were the old Jiang Ziyang, only a brainless fool would randomly punch or kick such a hard object. But in his current version, he was doing just that, and a kick as light as a feather bent the iron pole, while he did not feel any scratch or pain at all. Jiang Ziyang was extremely thrilled with this result. It seemed that in the early stages of the apocalypse, crushing those petty zombies would no longer be a concern to worry about. As for the pile of weapons, they probably would not take up much space, so sweeping them all into his spatial ring for peace of mind was the best course of action. Time flew by rapidly. The day after tomorrow was the first milestone when zombies would emerge to greet the world. Jiang Ziyang carefully racked his brain, reviewing everything one by one to see if there were any loopholes he had not patched yet. And then he suddenly remembered the old man who had saved 4 million yuan as a deposit to buy the old house. Originally, Jiang Ziyang did not like meddling in other people's business, but the old man truly exuded a heart-wrenching, miserable hardship, and he was also raising a young granddaughter as they relied on each other. In his past life, he had to drag himself through the end times with trash like Jiang and Li Shuxing, so why should he turn a blind eye to the cries of these miserable souls in this life? So he resolved to secretly deliver some food and essential supplies to them first. How long they would survive the rest of the apocalypse would be left to fate, and he would consider this a gesture of thanks to the benefactor who had funded his grand enterprise. When Jiang Ziyang rode his bicycle to the place, he sadly confirmed that the old man was indeed not part of the wealthy class. For his shelter was not only a cheap, run-down boarding house, but also located all the way up in the attic. It seemed that to save up that much money for a house, the grandfather and granddaughter had to go through immense struggles. Jiang Ziyang originally intended to knock on the door, but suddenly paused. Then he quietly released the supplies from his space first. If he met the old man later and magically pulled a mountain of items from his ring, it would look incredibly bizarre. After doing so, he calmly knocked on the door 3 times. The old man rushed out of the house. At first, his face was pale, thinking the landlord had come to collect rent, so he hurriedly apologized and begged. Only when he composed himself did he realize that Jiang Yang had arrived. Before he could recover from the unexpected guest's arrival, the old man almost fell backward with shock upon seeing the towering cardboard boxes stacked like a mountain around them. It is a long story, I will explain later, but for now, please help me carry these into the house. Let us not invite prying eyes from the neighbors. Though his mind was clouded with confusion, the old man's hands and feet still quickly and cluelessly followed his instructions. After moving the items, Jiang Yang carefully strolled around the room to inspect it. This small apartment seemed usable, and the doors could barely be considered sturdy. Temporarily, this would be a mini fortress for the grandfather and granddaughter to take refuge in when the storm hit. Jiang Yang was just about to open his mouth to warn the old man about the impending apocalyptic disaster. But his eyes suddenly caught a photo of the grandfather and granddaughter placed neatly on the table. With just one glance, Jiang Yang immediately recognized a familiar face. The girl in the photo was none other than Meng Shan, one of his comrades who had fought alongside him through life and death in his past life, who had been set up by that woman Jiang to her death. "Where is your granddaughter right now?" Jiang Yang's voice suddenly turned sharp and freezing cold. "She is currently at her school in our hometown. We plan to wait for you to move out of that apartment, and then we would process her transfer papers to come here. The paperwork is almost complete." Jiang Yang suddenly recalled a memory from his past life. On the first day he met Meng Shan, she had tearfully told him that her grandfather, in an effort to save her, had risked his life to charge into a high school crawling with zombies. Meng Shan survived, but her grandfather remained there forever. At that very moment, Jiang Yang made a bold decision. His help would no longer stop at a few boxes of instant noodles for the grandfather and granddaughter. He wanted to personally wipe away all of Meng Shan's pain and regrets from her past life. Thus, Jiang Yang poured out his heart, revealing the terrifying truth to the old man that tomorrow the earth would turn into a slaughterhouse. At this stage, a new apartment or your granddaughter's grades are nothing but smoke. Pack your things quickly and come with me to her school to pick up San. After that, I will arrange a proper place for the two of you. Jiang Yang let out a torrent of words, but received only a dazed, confused blink from the other party. "Mr. Jiang, what tune are you singing? Why can I not understand a single word of it?" Jiang Yang sighed inwardly. The elderly were often stubborn. Even if he ran out of breath talking, the other party could hardly believe and digest this crazy scenario, while he was struggling to find a way to make the old man understand. Jiang Yang suddenly had an idea. "Elder uncle, have you ever heard of a famine?" "I know," the other party nodded repeatedly. Then imagine the scene of human life being miserable and trampling on each other for survival during those dark years. The old man continued to nod repeatedly, but deep down he was still skeptical. In this civilized, peaceful, and prosperous era, how could there be such an absurd famine? With no other choice, Jiang Yang had to go big, gently turning the ring on his hand to activate the spatial storage. In the blink of an eye, the items in the house were completely sucked into nothingness. Witnessing that scene, the old man's soul almost left his body in sheer terror. But this was exactly the visual effect Jiang Yang wanted to create. He had to prove to the other party that he possessed a real ability. Moreover, he also had the gift of prophecy to see through the future. In the end, to preserve his beloved granddaughter's life. The elder uncle cast aside all doubts, fully believing Jiang Yang's words. The two stepped on the gas and sped recklessly toward her school. At this very moment, Meng Shan was being cornered and disciplined by a female bully at school. The reason was simply because her crush, Zhang Chen, was head over heels for Meng Shan. She was slapped hard enough to see stars, but being weak and outnumbered, she could not fight back. The girl could only explain in frustration that she and that Jiang guy were completely innocent, and it was entirely his one-sided affection. Immediately afterward, Meng Shan took a heavy kick straight to the stomach. The bully did not bother to listen to any explanation, blindly accusing Meng Shan of acting innocent while throwing dirt at Zhang Chen, framing him as a vile stalker. Just then, her grandfather and Jiang Yang rushed over in a panic. Seeing the guardians arrive, those rowdy girls not only showed no fear, but also loudly insulted the old man as a useless old geezer in an extremely ill-mannered way. "What are you rascals doing to our San? Let go of her right now." The old man, seeing his beloved granddaughter's hair pulled and her face slapped, felt his heart ache and rushed forward in a panic. But before he could even reach her, he was blocked by a group of colorful-haired thugs. They brandished sharp knives, clearly up to no good. "Back off, old man, this is the kid's business. What does a senile old geezer like you have to do with this?" Meng Shanshan's grandfather did not care that they were a bunch of robust youths with weapons. Since they dared to touch his treasure, he was ready to fight them to the bitter end, seeing the old man rushing over aggressively. One of them brandishing a baseball bat, intended to land a fatal blow straight to his head. Unfortunately for him, that dirty attempt was caught and stopped by Jiang Yang in an instant. As girls, instead of studying, you prefer to act like street thugs. Held firmly by Jiang Yang, the bat-wielding guy struggled and growled in anger. Meanwhile, the others standing around snickered. They stared at Jiang Yang's ordinary appearance and mocked him as a poor devil who had crawled out of nowhere. "You little brat Meng Shanshan, I have never heard of you having a biological older brother." Jiang Yang did not waste his breath. He delivered a thunderous kick straight to the chest of the arrogant brat in front of him. The overwhelming force of the kick sent him flying several meters away, his entire body slamming hard onto the cold ground, groaning as he crawled in pain. Witnessing Jiang Yang strike like lightning, the young thugs stopped laughing. Instead, they resorted to dirty tactics, calling on the crowd to gang up on him. But Jiang Yang, who had spent his points to enhance his physical strength to a monstrous level, was more than capable of crushing them. He was no longer on the same level as these wet-behind-the-ears punks. Even though they brandished weapons, his dodging speed was incredibly superb. It was not easy to even touch his clothes. After dodging a treacherous strike, Jiang Yang was as quick as a flash, grabbing the opponent's collar and slamming him down onto the road with thunderous force. The thug did not even have time to realize what happened, before his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. The remaining blonde guy with the knife, seeing things take a turn for the worse, quickly rushed to help. But his swinging speed, in Jiang Yang's eyes, suddenly seemed like a slow-motion video. In the blink of an eye, he easily disarmed the dangerous weapon from his hand and delivered a sharp kick to the back of his knee. The inevitable result was that this kid also ended up sharing the same fate as his companion. Jiang Yang took less than 30 seconds to completely clean up the two robust young men. This violent sight instantly terrified the fake female bullies who had just yelled at Meng Shanshan. Originally, Jiang Yang's unspoken rule was to avoid hitting women. But Meng Shanshan was a comrade who had fought by his side and even sacrificed her life for him in his past life. Although they were still strangers now, he longed to protect her. Thus, after clearing out those three annoying eyesores, Jiang Yang coldly turned his focus to the two girls who had teamed up to bully Meng Shanshan. He started with a crisp slap to the face for the girl with the ponytail. Next, he reached out and grabbed the other girl's hair tightly, exactly the way they had just tormented Meng Shanshan earlier. Jiang Yang pressed the ice-cold blade right against the long-haired girl's neck, terrifying her so much that she forgot to breathe. Of course, he was not crazy enough to take this girl's life. The knife in Jiang Yang's hand traced a graceful arc in the air. With a slice, the long, flowing hair of the bully was instantly shaved off. The girl burst into tears, sobbing while continuously cursing Jiang Yang as a miserable bastard. "You dare cut my hair, you scumbag, I swear I will skin you alive one day." Jiang Yang casually let go, letting the messy locks slip onto the dusty ground. "Long hair will only get in your way. Who knows, in a few days, this buzz cut might save your worthless life." Jiang Yang left behind a cryptic remark, not bothering to explain another word to make that airhead understand. Having said that, he turned toward Meng Shan Shan and her grandfather, urging them to quickly leave this troublesome place with him. Meng Shan Shan was still dazed by Jiang Zhao Yang's movie-like action sequence. But seeing her grandfather hurriedly follow him, she reluctantly followed behind. Once settled in the car, Meng Shan Shan's grandfather softly told her that she would not need to go to school anymore because the apocalypse was on the horizon. Meng Shan Shan looked from her grandfather to Jiang Zhao Yang, who was steering the wheel steadily. With a stranger present, she should not have argued with him, but she could not hold it in under these circumstances. "Grandpa, oh grandpa, how many times have I whispered in your ear not to listen to those smooth-talking scammers? Who called you this time and drained how much money from you?" The grandfather and granddaughter began bickering loudly in the back seat. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Zhao Yang caught every vivid expression of Meng Shan Shan. The corners of his lips curled into a warm smile, promising himself that in this life he would protect the two of them completely, no matter what. "Your grandfather was not fooled by anyone. I was the one who delivered that shocking news myself." "You," Meng Shan Shan stared at him with wide eyes as if he were an alien. "Exactly, my name is Jiang Zhao Yang. Just call me Brother Zhao Yang to be friendly." Only then did Meng Shan Shan realize she still owed her benefactor a thank you for the fight earlier, so she hurriedly said, "Brother Zhao Yang, thank you so much for helping me vent my anger just now." "Oh, you do not need to worry about those trivial matters. Anyway, those scum will not survive past a few days." Seeing Jiang Zhao Yang speak with such absolute certainty, Meng Shan Shan's skepticism gradually turned into a shiver down her spine, slowly believing that the apocalyptic scenario was real, as fear slowly manifested on her face. Jiang Zhao Yang calculated the time, estimating that the gates of hell were about to open. He told Meng Shan Shan to pull out her phone and check for trending news on social media. Just browsing through a few clips and short news updates would make it obvious to distinguish truth from fiction. Meng Shan Shan obediently followed Jiang Zhao Yang's instructions. Sure enough, as soon as she opened the app, videos spreading like wildfire caught her attention. In the clip, a man with a face as pale as a corpse was going mad, biting randomly, while two large security guards struggled to drag him away. Even more terrifyingly, this was not an isolated incident of someone going mad and biting people. A series of other videos also recorded dense fog rolling in, carrying a bizarre stench that made anyone who inhaled it struggle, their bodies completely exhausted and extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Zhao Yang nodded with satisfaction. Every event was playing out exactly like the puzzle pieces of his past life, without a single error. Tomorrow would mark the beginning of the apocalypse. A toxic cloud would overshadow several provinces, including Province B, where they were currently located. This bizarre fog would invade living organisms, turning them into bloodthirsty zombies. Anyone without antibodies who was unlucky enough to be bitten would immediately be assimilated into their ranks. And right now, based on the breaking news, the first warning signs of the end times had already loomed. Meng Shan Shan, after all, belonged to the younger generation, and had binged plenty of thrilling apocalyptic movies. So she understood well enough what zombies were. Unfortunately, applying movie scenarios to real life was still too hard of a shock to believe, even though Jiang Zhao Yang's attitude did not seem like he was lying. He understood that panic all too well, so he only told her and her grandfather to quiet their minds and get some rest. When they woke up tomorrow morning, the exact answer would reveal itself. Jiang Zhao Yang felt extremely anxious, wanting nothing more than to step on the gas and rush straight back to his headquarters. Unexpectedly, he got caught in a terrible traffic jam on the way, with even the emergency lane completely blocked. Seeing this, Meng Shan Shan's grandfather broke into a cold sweat. "Mr. Jiang, we are completely stuck here. What if those zombies you mentioned catch up to us now?" "Calm down, uncle. We haven't reached that critical moment yet," Jiang Zhao Yang comforted him, but his own heart was racing. Although he knew the zombie outbreak wouldn't spiral out of control for a few more days, it would be a disaster if a small-scale outbreak triggered right here in this crowd. Suddenly, a sleek luxury car aggressively pulled up in the priority lane. Then, ignoring the tiny gap between the two vehicles, it cut in recklessly. Unfortunately, the car behind it was Jiang Yang's, and the front bumper scraped with a loud bang. Meng Shan and her grandfather, sitting in the back seat, couldn't react in time and lurched forward. Jiang Yang was so furious, he just wanted to curse out loud. He immediately turned the steering wheel and nudged his car forward a bit, just in time to fill the gap between his car and the one ahead, determined not to let that luxury car squeeze into the lane. Every time the car ahead moved an inch, he tailgated it closely. Seeing that he was stubbornly refusing to give way, the luxury car driver rolled down his window and started shouting curses. But Jiang Yang remained completely unfazed, not even bothering to roll down his window to look at him. "Mr. Jiang, that guy looks rich and powerful. We should avoid trouble to keep things peaceful," Meng Shan's grandfather advised anxiously. "Don't worry, grandfather. If he dares to step out and cause trouble, I don't mind sending him to an early grave." After struggling for a whole hour, they finally escaped the traffic gridlock. Jiang Yang immediately stepped on the gas and accelerated. Just then, Meng Shan noticed with panic that the luxury car from earlier was tailgating them aggressively, swerving close as if trying to run them off the road. Jiang Yang was furious. In the past, he might have swallowed his pride and endured it. But tomorrow's dawn would bring the end of the world, and he swore he would never tolerate this kind of scum for another second. So, utilizing his excellent driving skills, Jiang Yang not only swerved to press back against his opponent, but also delivered a powerful crash into the side of that fancy car, sending it spinning like a top before crashing into the roadside. The violent collision left the expensive car's hood smoking heavily. Its owner crawled out of the vehicle, his face distorted with dizziness and utter rage. Fuming, he pulled out his phone to call his lackeys, demanding they pull all traffic camera footage to track down the license plate of the car that had caused his misery. "Get the traffic police over here right now," he growled, spitting in rage. "I'll teach that bastard a lesson. There are some people in this world you just don't mess with." Leaving the incident behind, Jiang Yang finally managed to bring the grandfather and granddaughter, Meng Shan safely to his headquarters as dusk fell. The moment they stepped out of the car, the two of them stared in wide-mouthed awe at the sheer scale of the fortress. Having driven all day, Jiang Yang was exhausted. He didn't bother with long explanations, simply telling them to wash up and rest early because starting tomorrow dawn, the world would turn upside down and become far harsher. The next morning, Jiang Yang woke up at the crack of dawn. Meng Shan, on the other hand, slept in late before finally stretching, yawning, and stepping out of her room. Once the old man finished his morning routine, Jiang Yang led them on a tour around his newly completed steel fortress. The surrounding walls were made of extremely sturdy reinforced concrete, and the main gate, which operated automatically via remote control, was cast from solid steel 3 centimeters thick. Whether it was humans or scratching zombies, it was useless against it, unless they brought heavy weaponry to tear it down. "Remember this, unless I give the nod, no one other than the 3 of us is allowed to pass through this gate," Jiang Yang instructed in a serious tone, determined never to let a tragedy like the one involving Jing happen again. "But what if survivors come knocking on our door? Do we just ignore them and not help?" Meng Shan asked timidly. Jiang Yang fully understood why she was asking this. After all, in this lifetime, Meng Shan was still an innocent soul who hadn't witnessed the grim reality of the apocalypse, nor had she measured how dark and deep human nature could be. Once societal laws collapsed, the darkness of human nature would be magnified 1,000 times. A naive, overly merciful heart at that point would be no different from a sharp blade turning against oneself. Jiang Yang silently led the two to another area within the compound that was built completely separate from the main fortress. The rooms here looked decent. He explained that this section could serve as a temporary shelter for refugees who might drift here seeking help. However, in his absence, Meng Shan and her grandfather were strictly forbidden from letting sympathy guide them to allow anyone deeper into the core of the fortress. Otherwise, letting a wolf into the house would only bring ruin upon themselves. Continuing the tour, Jiang took them to the logistics warehouse. The main purpose was to point out which corner held the food supplies reserved for refugees outside. Taking this opportunity, he secretly activated the Eye of the Soul to inspect their intentions. A green smiley face icon lit up above both of their heads simultaneously. Although this was the first time he had seen this indicator in real life, he could easily tell they harbored absolutely no hostility. To put it more accurately, they had placed their complete trust in him. Having secured their absolute trust, Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and revealed the most critical asset for these chaotic times for them to see. It was none other than a massive armory. Touching the cold metal, the two of them could not hide their shock, as this was the first time in their lives they had ever laid hands on real weapons. Jiang strictly instructed them to keep their self-defense gear safe and close. They nodded obediently like chickens pecking at grain, not daring to utter a single complaint. The system announced good news. The Coconut Partner mission had officially launched thanks to his reunion with Meng Shan. The next target was to rescue Zhang Zhai, his comrade from his past life, with a generous reward of 20 credit points. Jiang's face remained expressionless, but he was secretly rejoicing. He had been struggling to figure out how to gather his old squad. Who would have thought the system would kindly provide GPS navigation directly to the spot? Coincidentally, he had also just finished explaining all the survival rules to Meng Shan's family. So he immediately stepped on the gas and drove off. At this moment, Zhang Zhai was still naively clinking glasses, completely unaware that the apocalypse was right around the corner. He was singing his throat raw with his college friends at a nearby karaoke bar. When he stepped out of the restroom, tipsy from the alcohol, Zhang Zhai lost his footing. One of his friends accidentally bumped into a hot blonde girl. They apologized repeatedly until their tongues were tired, but she kept a sour face. The thug accompanying her seized the chance to show off his manhood, kicking Zhang Zhai right in the stomach to please the beauty. Zhang Zhai, skinny as a rail, took the full force of the kick and flew backward. He slammed into the wall, his face twisting in intense pain. The chubby friend with Zhang Zhai glared and growled, "Hey mister, why do you have to get physical right away? Oh, someone actually dares to challenge me today." The thug rolled up his sleeves, looking excited to get a workout. He was incredibly strong. Even Zhang Zhai's big-framed friend was easily lifted by his collar. Fearing trouble in public, Zhang Zhai quickly apologized profusely, hoping the man would show some mercy. He was on the verge of kneeling on the floor, yet the guy remained aggressive and refused to let it go. A janitor nearby noticed the commotion and rushed over to intervene, so the thug easily switched his target to the unfortunate employee. He barked rapidly, "Open your eyes and see who I am. Even your boss has to bow and serve me water. Get your manager out here right now. If you ruin my mood, this place will shut down soon." The waiter, though choking, tried to wave his hand, signaling Zhang Zhai's group to get out quickly to keep the peace. The group immediately seized the golden opportunity and scrambled back to their karaoke room. Everyone thought the storm had blown over. Little did they know, before they could even sit down, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Leading the gang was still that same thug from earlier, still holding the kind employee by his collar. Seeing his swollen face, it was obvious the young man had just taken a severe beating. He had also brought an entire gang along to intimidate them. Every single one of them looked ferocious and mean, and they were holding weapons in their hands. Glancing around, they locked onto their target, Zhang Zhai's room. They rushed in and immediately started a brawl. The boss grabbed an unopened bottle of imported liquor and smashed it right on the head of Chen Chong, Zhang Zhai's friend. Blood immediately gushed out. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Zhang Zhai turned pale. But it seemed he was still quite lucky, because Jiang's car had just screeched to a halt right in front of the karaoke bar. Chen Chong took a devastating blow and collapsed to the floor, bleeding into a horrifying pool. Yet the thug didn't even flinch, acting as if nothing had happened. As if beating people up was just a daily routine, he turned to flatter the blonde girl. "Did that calm you down, babe? That wasn't even the guy who bumped into you." She whined, and he immediately got the signal. She wanted him to beat up the exact guy who had bumped her, Jiang Zhai. The thug pointed the broken bottle at Jiang Zhai, forcing him to back away, swallowing hard in tension. But Chen Cheng was a fighter. Even with his head covered in blood, he tried to crawl up and grabbed an ashtray to fight back. But unfortunately, he was tightly held down by the lackeys. Captured before he could take revenge, his desperate attempt only angered the leader even more. And so, Chen Cheng was treated to another glass bottle smashed to his head. This time he was completely knocked out, lying completely motionless. Seeing his brother humiliated repeatedly, Jiang Zhai finally abandoned his gentle nature and cursed. Then he lunged forward, wanting a life-and-death struggle with the thug. The two sides became entangled in a chaotic brawl inside the room. Usually a gentle student, Jiang Zhai was now punching and kicking wildly, putting all his energy into a desperate fight with the thugs. The thugs were ruthless as well, delivering potentially fatal blows, wishing nothing more than to send these students to their graves. Amidst the intense fighting, no one paid attention to the spine-chilling transformation of the waiter lying in the corner of the room. He was gradually turning into a zombie, right on schedule. Unfortunately, no one at this point had any concept of a zombie. Only when the waiter went mad and lunged forward, biting the thug's neck in a deadly grip, did everyone freeze in shock. At first, the gang thought the waiter was playing dirty to protect Jiang Zhai's group. Two thugs rushed in to pull him off, but how could ordinary human strength match the bite force of a true monster? After tearing at the neck, the monster turned to bite the arm of the guy standing next to him. The once gentle waiter was now growling and snapping like an unleashed rabid dog. The large-statured thug gang was now completely helpless. Right at the critical moment, Jiang Zhao appeared like a savior. He grabbed the back of the neck of the bloodthirsty monster, easily lifting it into the air. Then without a word, he slammed its entire body hard against the glass door. A loud shattering sound echoed, causing everyone in the room to freeze and look. Jiang Zhao's dramatic entrance successfully forced both sides into a temporary truce. Seeing Jiang Zhao overpower the strong monster with just one hand, the thugs grew terrified and dared not make a move. Only the leader, still clueless, barked, "What crazy bastard came out of nowhere to ruin my business?" Jiang Zhao ignored him, turning quickly to ask Jiang Zhai if he had been bit. Jiang Zhai was confused about who this savior was, but still shook his head quickly to confirm he was unharmed. Jiang Zhao let out a sigh of relief for arriving just in time and gestured for him to follow. Jiang Zhai had no desire to stay in this troublesome place and quickly followed. Before he could take 2 steps, the leader blocked him. "Hey, I'm not done with you yet." Before Jiang Zhai could respond, the bitten henchman suddenly clutched his head, trembling. "Boss, my head suddenly hurts so much." The boss frowned. "What's wrong? Did you catch some bad wind?" "I don't know, I was only sniffling a bit earlier." Only Jiang Zhao knew exactly what these symptoms would lead to. He squinted his eyes at the puncture wound on the back of the man's neck and spoke up. "You got bitten on the shoulder by that guy, right?" "Yeah, so what?" The guy nodded in confusion. Jiang Zhao clicked his tongue in pity, putting the pieces together. Already carrying the toxic fog virus in incubation, now with a bite wound so close to the central nervous system. The virus would seize control of his brain in a heartbeat. This guy was about to mutate completely. He casually dragged the struggling waiter and threw him into the restroom, then locked the door from the outside. Scratching and wild howling echoed from within. Thoughtfully, the first-generation zombies were still quite stupid and didn't know how to turn a doorknob. This was the perfect opportunity to impress his future comrade. Jiang Zhao clapped his hands to dust them off, gesturing toward Jiang Zhai with his chin. "Speak up, Jiang Zhai, which one of them do you want me to beat up?" Jiang Zhai gasped in surprise. "Wait, do you and I know each other?" Before he could answer, the leader swung his fist and lunged straight at Jiang Yang. Provoked by the arrogant words, he intended to teach him an unforgettable lesson. But the outcome was predictable. Before he could even touch a single hair on Jiang Yang's head, he was countered and beaten to a pulp. Jiang Yang flipped his hand and slammed the giant man's body onto the table, shattering the glass top completely. It was a bone-shattering sight. Seeing their boss defeated, the henchmen rushed in. But none of them was anywhere near his level. The thug with the neck injury collapsed onto the floor after receiving just a light punch from Jiang Yang. His limbs began to twitch violently as if having a seizure. The gang crowded around in panic. "What's wrong with you? Are you kidding? Knocked out by just one punch?" Ignoring the guy who was about to turn into a zombie, Jiang Yang clenched his fists to intimidate them. "Anyone else want a taste of my fists? Step right up." Witnessing Jiang Yang's overwhelming strength, the thugs were completely silenced and did not dare to say a word. He gestured for Jiang to carry his friend outside to wait first. Jiang was still utterly confused by this mysterious benefactor who had dropped out of the sky. But he figured it was safer to just obey. The heavily bruised thugs also helped each other up, preparing to slip away. But Jiang Yang stood tall, blocking the exit. "What the hell do you want now?" The leader gritted his teeth and glared. "Downing a few drinks makes you think you own the place. My brother almost died because of you." Jiang Yang's gaze was sharp as a knife, determined not to let them off easy. He pushed the leader with tremendous force, sending him falling backward onto the floor. Jiang Yang quickly slammed the door shut and locked it from the outside, trapping the entire gang inside with the guy who was about to mutate. Just as expected, the moment he turned around, the guy completed his transformation. His eyes turned blood red, and with a mouth full of saliva, he lunged to bite his own companions. Standing outside, Jiang Yang could clearly hear the piercing screams, the violent banging on the door, and the chilling sound of tearing flesh. The flimsy restroom door broke open, and the first monster also joined the bloodbath. Even with closed eyes, one could easily picture the living hell inside. The tremendous noise attracted another employee. Jiang Yang seriously warned him to add extra locks and absolutely forbidden anyone from opening the door, then told him to call the police and an ambulance because someone had gone rabid. The employee sounded skeptical about the rabies story. But seeing Jiang Yang sweating in tension and not looking like he was joking, he quickly complied. The private room's door was thoroughly locked. Ignoring the gruesome sounds continuing inside, Jiang Yang dusted off his hands and directly escorted Jiang's group away. Just as they disappeared, another waiter approached the private room. The screams inside were so horrific they feared there was a murder. A few staff members gathered in the security room to check the security cameras. Less than 3 seconds in, their faces turned pale. One of them almost fainted on the spot. No one inside was human anymore. They were all madmen tearing at each other's limbs. Guts splattered across the screen as the trembling staff desperately dialed the police. At the same time, Jiang Yang had successfully loaded Jiang's group into the car safely. Jiang finally recovered his senses, thanking him profusely and timidly asking about this savior's background. Jiang Yang made up an action movie scenario, claiming he was a mercenary hired to protect them, and that his client's identity was a national secret. Hearing this, Jiang kept quiet. The chubby friend sitting next to him chimed in curiously, "Boss, is that rabies thing real? Didn't social media debunk it as a rumor? Is it a hallucination?" Jiang Yang glared at him, shutting the chubby guy up. "So, is there any medicine to cure this?" the chubby guy asked in a trembling voice, hoping for a sliver of hope. Jiang Yang shook his head, exposing the harsh truth that the world was coming to an end. It wouldn't disappear, but would only breed even more terrifying things. Just as he finished speaking, a piercing scream echoed outside the car window. Yet another mutated person was biting someone on the street. But Jiang Yang had no time, nor did he have spare resources to save the whole world. The epidemic was just beginning, and most of the population was still in the incubation stage. In just a few days, it would blow up globally. He had to hurry and bring Zhang Zhai's group to the shelter. If you want to stay alive, don't argue, Jiang Zhao Yang concluded. Yes, brother Zhao Yang, they all chimed in unison. Jiang Zhao Yang had just dragged them out of death's clutches and seemed to know everything about this chaos, so none of them dared to talk back. Having gathered Zhang Zhai, the system mission was successfully completed. Pocketing another 20 points, Jiang Zhao Yang immediately opened the system shop to see what good items were available for purchase. Compared to his first visit, the farmer's supply box was still lying there. He calculated that if he wanted to change it, he either had to buy it directly or spend 2 points to refresh for new items. The items below looked more appealing, with the highest price capped at only 5 points. He planned to buy everything once he returned to his base. But right now, Jiang Zhao Yang was still troubled by a major concern. He glanced at Zhang Zhai, then closely observed the 3 roommates sitting in the back seat. They were all close buddies, sharing the same dorm. Yet in his past life, because of one ungrateful traitor, the entire group had been killed. Only Zhang Zhai was lucky enough to barely survive. The worst part was, Jiang Zhao Yang was still completely clueless about who that traitor was. Meanwhile, at Qi Jing's hideout, after her dirty schemes had been exposed, she had to rely completely on Li Shuxiang. With the outside world in chaos, Qi Jing was too terrified to even step out to the supermarket. She could only hide in her room, waiting for her sponsor to deliver relief supplies. While she was on the phone, a rapid knocking sounded on the door as if a debt collector had arrived. Qi Jing crept over. Looking through the peephole, she finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Wen Shuya. She exhaled and opened the door to let her close friend in. As soon as Wen Shuya slipped in, she delivered bad news. The neighbor downstairs had been hauled away in chains this morning. Ambulances and police cars were flashing their lights everywhere. The situation looked extremely bad. Hey, that rabid flu thing is definitely not a rumor. Has that old man Li promised to send you supplies yet? Not a sign, Qi Jing replied, looking despondent. Wen Shuya cursed, starting her usual rant about unfaithful men. She advised Qi Jing to swallow her pride and call Jiang Zhao Yang for help, as he was hoarding a massive amount of food, acting like a true tycoon of the apocalypse. How do you know so much? Qi Jing glared at her suspiciously. Wen Shuya panicked, not daring to admit she had been stalking him, so she made up a story about sending a spy to watch Jiang Zhao Yang. She claimed she saw trucks of supplies continuously driving into the abandoned factory he had just bought. Qi Jing was furious upon hearing this, convinced that Jiang Zhao Yang knew about the apocalypse beforehand but kept it to himself without warning her, gritting her teeth in hatred. Stop overthinking it, Wen Shuya reminded her gently. Hurry up and call Jiang Zhao Yang, and old Li too. Whatever you can get out of them, remember to share a good portion with me. Back to Jiang Zhao Yang, his car sped through the night, the screeching brakes indicating they had arrived. As the car came to a complete stop, each of them stumbled out. Looking at the estate before him, Zhang Zhai gasped in amazement. Wow, this is awesome, it's built like a military fortress. Hearing that sincere compliment, Jiang Zhao Yang smiled slightly. Indeed, everyone had a different reaction. Just then Uncle Sheng ran out from the warehouse to greet them. Zhao Yang, you're back. Meng Shanshan followed closely behind, asking anxiously, are you unhurt? Zhao Yang nodded to reassure them and smiled. I'm perfectly fine. Uncle Sheng, San, come over here, let me introduce the new members to you. He patted each of them on the shoulder. This is Zhang Zhai and his college friends. From now on, they are in the same boat as us. Then he turned to his friends, and this is Uncle Sheng and San. San waved with a bright smile. Any friend of brother Zhao Yang is family. Welcome, everyone. Zhao Yang turned to instruct, Uncle, please show these guys around and make sure they understand the rules. The old man nodded, leave it to me. Zhao Jia, who had been observing all this time, muttered, coming in here feels exactly like going to Myanmar for forced labor, doesn't it? Suddenly, a hand was raised timidly from behind. Lu Yiming pointed to himself and bargained, Could you distribute some weapons to us? We also want to help with guard duty." Hearing those words, Xiao Yang's face hardened, and he glared at him sharply. Seeing the atmosphere tense up, Xiao Jia hurriedly pulled his friend's arm. "Are you crazy, Yiming? We've barely arrived. We need to work hard to build trust before asking for weapons." Xiao Yang's expression relaxed, and he promised, "Calm down. In a few days, I will naturally distribute them to everyone." Then he pointed toward the boy being helped up. "By the way, his injuries look severe. Take him to the medical room to get treated." A while later, after everything was settled, Zhang Zhai's group took a shower. Drying his hair, Xiao Jia said happily, "That felt so satisfying." Lu Yiming asked in irritation, "Why did you stop me earlier?" Xiao Jia was confused. "Stop you from what?" Lu Yiming gritted his teeth and hissed, "If you hadn't interrupted, he might have already handed guns to us." He pointed out the door and argued heatedly, "It sounds nice when he calls it protection, but to put it bluntly, he is keeping us under house arrest in this godforsaken place." Xiao Jia frowned and shot back, "Don't be so ungrateful. He just saved you from the brink of death." Lu Yiming stubbornly insisted, "Are we sure? He claimed someone hired him, but who knows if that's true or just a lie." His brow furrowed darkly. "Look at how he locked Chang up. The barriers are worse than a prison. We might get our kidneys harvested if we go in there." Lu Yiming imagined all sorts of gory scenarios, and the more he thought about it, the more creeped out he became. "That's why we need to strike first to be safe." Shocked, Xiao Jia tried to dissuade him, "But what if we are wrong? We would be ungrateful backstabbers." Lu Yiming brushed it off. "I'd rather betray others than let them betray me. If he really has bad intentions, we can just take over this fortress and rule this place ourselves." His tone grew increasingly heartless. "Besides Xiao Yang, there's only an old man and a young girl here. We can wait until he is away and take them hostage. That girl looks pretty hot too. We can easily." At this point, seeing his two friends staring at him like he was a strange creature, the air went cold. Lu Yiming quickly tried to laugh it off. "Just kidding, guys. Don't take it so seriously." Zhang Zhai rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. "Stop joking. The apocalypse hasn't even fully arrived, and you already want to be a bandit." Xiao Jia agreed. "If he wanted to harvest our kidneys, he would have shot us and tied us up long ago. Why go through all this trouble?" The sound of trickling water eventually stopped completely. Lu Yiming stared at their backs, sneering to himself. "Cowards. In chaotic times you have to be ruthless. Once I take charge, I'll make you two work like beasts of burden forever." The scene shifted to the office, where Uncle Sheng and San San were discussing with Xiao Yang. Uncle Sheng reported, "Zhang Zhai's group has settled in. That boy, Chen Chang, is severely injured, so I locked him safely in the clinic and sealed the doors as you instructed." Xiao Yang stood up and stretched. "Thank you, Uncle. You two should sleep early. I expect trouble to knock on our door tomorrow." As he was walking away, he suddenly paused and turned around. "Oh, by the way, except for Chen Chang, you must keep a very close eye on Zhang Zhai's other friends. I smell a traitor among them." Once they left, he slipped into a dark room packed with miscellaneous items. Xiao Yang opened the system interface and pulled out his reward chests. He smacked his hand down on a chest. A blinding light flashed. Level 1 farmer supply box opened successfully, deducting 2 points, 18 points remaining. Level 1 daily necessities supply box opened, deducting 5 points, 13 points remaining. Level 1 heavy weapon box opened, deducting 5 points, 8 points remaining. The system continuously dropped items. The farmer box dropped 50 corn seeds. The daily necessities box scattered 200 kilograms of sausages, 100 kilograms of cured meat, dried vegetables, 50 boxes of instant noodles, and pickled cabbage. The weapon box yielded 500 rounds of 9mm ammunition. The supplies were piled high like a mountain. Awesome! I didn't waste money like in my past life. In this apocalypse, this is more than enough to rule like a king. Xiao Yang rubbed his hands in satisfaction. It was broad daylight. A few roaring cars appeared on the empty road, speeding toward them. They screeched to a halt in front of the fortress gate, and a guy poked his head out, shouting, "These are the correct coordinates, the GPS is right." The armed thugs stood around waiting for their boss to finish his phone call. "Okay, once we're done, let's head back for some drinks." He hung up and ordered with a tilt of his chin, "This is the place, level it for me." The henchmen gathered and hammered on the steel gate with sledgehammers. One of them, dripping with sweat, turned back crying, "Boss, this gate is 3 inches thick. Trying to smash it by hand is completely useless." The boss turned out to be none other than the reckless driver who didn't use turn signals on the highway the other day. He gritted his teeth and cursed. What kind of decent person would use a bunker door like this? He waved his hand for their gear. "Bring the toys over here." The lackeys eagerly opened a crate and pulled out homemade Molotov cocktails. They lit them and threw them over the perimeter wall. The Molotovs landed in the yard, exploding and starting scattered fires. Soon the fire caught on and burned fiercely, lighting up a corner in bright red. The homemade bombs kept raining in. San and Jiang's group frantically carried buckets and sprayed fire extinguishers, screaming, "Fire! Put out the fire, quick!" The girl exerted all her strength to splash water, panting heavily. Brother Jiang was right. We haven't even seen zombies yet, but thugs are already here causing trouble. Jiang and Uncle Sheng stepped out from the bunker, holding guns. "Come with me to the watchtower, Uncle. Let's see who is tired of living." The two climbed swiftly to the top and looked down. Uncle Sheng squinted. "These guys look familiar, driving a whole fleet of cars." After studying them for a moment, he slapped his thigh. "It's that arrogant driver who cursed at us on the highway." One sharp-eared henchman noticed the noise on the watchtower. "Boss, they showed their faces." The turn signal-less guy looked up, gritting his teeth in hatred. "It really is that damn face." He pointed skyward and cursed. "You bastard, drag yourself down here, or I'll roast you guys alive like pigs." Jiang remained expressionless, replying coldly, "I'll give you 5 minutes to drag your pathetic bodies out of here." The lackeys jumped up cursing, "You arrogant brat, are you blind? Don't you know our boss's power? Bring 2 more crates of Molotovs to burn him down." The system chimed to announce an emergency mission. Uncle Sheng broke into a cold sweat and asked, "What should we do, Jiang? Fire a few warning shots." Jiang ignored the question and accepted the mission. Target: eliminate the threat attacking the fortress as quickly as possible. Reward: 10 points. He locked and loaded with a click, his voice cold as ice. Why warn them? This scum didn't even wait for societal order to collapse before committing arson and attempted murder. They lit those fires without any regard for human life. Uncle Sheng swallowed hard as he watched him look through the scope. Letting these people survive the apocalypse will only bring suffering to innocent folk, not to mention they are an eyesore to us. Bang! A bullet tore through the air and struck below. The severed arm of the turn signal-less boss dropped heavily to the ground. He collapsed, clutching his bleeding shoulder stump, screaming like a slaughtered pig, "My arm." Jiang curled his lip in disappointment. "Such bad shooting. I haven't practiced in so long that I missed my target." The henchman below finally realized in panic what he was holding. "Run, he has a military rifle." The boss, pale as a ghost, crawled and screamed, "Retreat! Cover me, I will remember this grudge." Jiang clicked his tongue lazily, aiming the rifle again. "Never put off till tomorrow what you can do today. I hate wasting time." The moment he finished speaking, he pulled the trigger, releasing a hail of bullets, clearing them out one by one. The lucky few helped each other scramble into the cars. The boss, crying as he kicked the seat, urged the driver, "Step on the gas, hurry up." Uncle Sheng pointed in panic. "They are trying to slip away, kid." Jiang replied indifferently, "What are you worried about, Uncle? Automatic weapons were born to finish the job." Then he sprayed a magazine, shredding the vehicle that was tearing down the road to escape. His movements of ejecting the magazine, reloading, and chambering a round were as smooth as an unfeeling killing machine. Witnessing that sight, Uncle Sheng broke into a cold sweat, utterly shocked in his heart. That skill of unleashing fire and smoothly swapping magazines was just like a veteran soldier like him when he first enlisted. Where on earth did this young man crawl out from? When the harsh gunfire ceased, beneath the deep blue sky, only the sound of a passing aircraft and a few faint groans remained. Right before the fortress was a scene of devastation, with people lying scattered where they fell next to the wreckage of the vehicle that had tried to escape. Xiao Yang leisurely turned around to go downstairs, instructing, "Uncle Sheng, go wake up Zhang Zhai and the others. Let's go out and do some cleanup together." But then he paused and blinked. A sudden spark flashed in his mind. The disaster has only just begun. Wouldn't it be much better to let those people mutate into zombies and then use them as punching bags for Zhang Zhai and Shan Shan to practice their moves? Deciding on this plan, he went back on his word immediately. "Actually, never mind Uncle Sheng. Let's just stay calm, no need to rush." His sudden, sharp U-turn left the old man bewildered. "So we are just going to leave those people scattered on the road?" The young man smiled suggestively. "Just let them lie out there and catch the breeze, Uncle. I have a much better use for those statues." A moment later, on that same deserted road, two cars were speeding forward with their engines roaring. Li Shuxing peered out the window and called out to the back, "Are we there yet, babes?" Sitting in the back seat were Wen Shuya and Qi Jing. Putting on a delicate, feminine act, she replied sweetly, "Just turn left at the next intersection and we'll be there, sweetie." Seeing that coquettish act, Qi Jing was irritated and scoffed inwardly. Acting like a delicate lady whenever she saw Li Shuxing, did she really think I didn't know what her true intentions were? Driving a bit further, the car slowly pulled over. Li Shuxing winked at Qi Jing. "I'll park here and catch some fresh air. You go on inside and text me, babe." Hearing this, she jumped out of the car, reaching in to call the other inside. "Zioya, let's take a walk." Being called out, when Shuya pouted, "What, do I have to go on this pilgrimage with you too?" Knowing her friend wanted to back out, Qi Jing glared, "Aren't you something? If you don't come, how am I supposed to know which corner that factory is tucked away in?" When Shuya kept making excuses, "Just close your eyes and walk straight, you can't miss it. Besides, I'm wearing high heels. Walking 2 blocks will ruin my precious legs." Qi Jing refused to let her off, grabbing her friend's hand and dragging her out. "Who told you to wear stilts? Cut the excuses and hurry up." When Shuya struggled, "Wait, my phone is still in the car." But this trick couldn't fool Qi Jing. "Forget it, I've got my brick phone in my bag, we won't lose contact." After some pushing and pulling, the two beauties finally dragged themselves forward on foot. As soon as they were out of sight, Li Shuxing picked up his phone and made a call. "Hello, warm up guys, get ready to move." While he was busy giving orders, another car quietly pulled up behind. "As soon as my car revs up, you guys just storm in." Sitting comfortably inside, that other car were his loyal lackeys. The leader of the small group held the walkie-talkie, nodding, "Understood, boss. Message received." Back to the two girls on foot, when Shuya started complaining. "Qi Jing, oh Qi Jing, why do you have to drag me along to be a third wheel like this?" Deep down, they despised each other's fake attitudes, but outwardly, Wen Shuya still giggled and jabbed. "You're being unfair to me. I dressed up so glamorously just to make it easier to bait Jiang Xiao Yang. After all, he knows very well that you cheated on him with Li Shuxing." While they were absorbed in their bickering, their expressions suddenly changed. "What kind of show is going on up ahead?" When Shuya, walking behind, asked in confusion. A tragic scene caught Wen Shuya's eyes, making her widen her eyes and gasp. "Oh my God, what on earth is this? Did some gangs just have a shootout?" She quickly shrank back, huddling close to her best friend and stammering, Qi Jing, these people are all dead. Should we just turn back?" Qi Jing glanced at the bodies on the ground and analyzed like a detective. Judging by how fresh the blood is, they must have just kicked the bucket. Could two gangs have clashed with weapons, fighting over Jiang Xiao Yang as their prey? The two girls tiptoed past the dead driver, shivering and whispering as they walked, that Jiang Xiao Yang is probably in deep trouble. Nobody would weep for him if he died. We're only worried about whether those canned goods are still in his hands. While they were busy gossiping, the driver's corpse suddenly twitched, her heart skipping a beat when Shuya suggested, "I have a bad feeling about this, maybe we should back off and let Li Shuxing check it out." Qi Jing glared at her friend and hissed, "Keep your voice down, let me creep over and see if the factory gate is locked first." And so, the two beauties kept advancing carelessly, completely unaware that the dead driver's eyes had already clouded over in a gruesome transformation. When Shuya and Qi Jing crept closer, reaching the edge of Xiao Yang's steel fortress. When Shuya knocked on the thick gate, marveling, "My God, what kind of door is this? It's like a safe, how could anyone pry it open?" At this rate, Jiang Yang might still be alive and kicking. Right then, a voice called out from above, startling both of them. Shan Shan stood high up on the watchtower, questioning them loudly. "Are you too lost or something? How did you manage to get all the way in here?" When Shuya immediately slicked her way through, "Hey girl, we're drinking buddies of Jiang Yang." Qi Jing, not to be outdone, cheekily claimed, "And I'm Jiang Yang's beloved girlfriend." Taking in this information, Shan Shan turned inside to report, "Brother Yang, there are 2 girls at the door, and one boldly claims to be your girlfriend." Down below, Qi Jing gritted her teeth in irritation. No wonder Jiang Yang has been changing his attitude like flipping pancakes lately. Turns out he's keeping a side chick at home. Seeing her friend get unreasonably jealous, when Shuya gently warned, "Qi Jing, tone down your attitude. We're in a tight spot, that girl is holding a huge crossbow. Can Li Shuxing even handle this?" Qi Jing was annoyed but still nodded to reassure her, "Just chill out, he's packing heat. As soon as they open the door, he'll turn Jiang Yang into a sieve." On the watchtower, the young man suddenly appeared, waving in greeting. "Well, look who it is, Qi Jing and Wen Shuya. What brings such distinguished guests to my humble abode?" As soon as he spoke, he activated his mental eye to peer into the true intentions of his 2 special guests. Thanks to that, he caught them smiling on the outside while cursing him in their minds. When Shuya played her coquettish role, Yang, you're so mean. Can't close friends drop by to visit? The world is in chaos, we've been losing sleep worrying about you. Don't you feel bad for us?" Hearing that sugary tone, he chuckled mockingly. "Oh, worrying about me, are we? Let me guess, Li Shuxing must be hiding in the bushes nearby, right? How many of his boys did he bring along, and are they fully packed with swords, spears, and guns?" The razor-sharp words made the 2 girls below turn pale, their mouths gaping like fish out of water, thinking to themselves, was he born with X-ray vision to guess so accurately? Without letting them stammer another word, the person upstairs generously sprayed a burst of bullets onto the ground. Frightened out of their wits, they jumped around and yelled in protest, "Jiang Yang, are you crazy? Why are you suddenly shooting at us?" When Shuya frantically pulled her friend's arm, "Qi Jing, he has a gun, watch your mouth. If you tick him off, you'll eat laid." Qi Jing still stubbornly put her hands on her hips. "What is there to fear? I bet he wouldn't dare send me to meet my maker." Hearing the challenge, he laughed heartily. "Oh, I wouldn't dare send you off. Then I guess things are going to turn out exactly as you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of eerie growls and dragging footsteps slowly rose behind the 2 girls. Qi Jing turned around, her face completely pale. What on earth is that? Don't tell me those people caught the rabies virus." When Shuya stammered, her legs shaking, "What kind of rabies virus turns dead people into walking corpses with their teeth bared like that?" Looking at the approaching horde of zombies, Yang's eyes flashed with coldness mixed with a creepy sense of humor. "I hope you 2 have an intimate feast inside their bellies." Instantly, the zombies shrieked chillingly, rushing like moths to a flame toward the 2 fresh preys. By some stroke of luck, thanks to their petite figures, the 2 girls managed to dodge the first bite. They ran for their lives, screaming as they fled, "Li Shuxing, Li Shuxing." Sitting in the car and hearing his name called, he poked his head out to look. What caught his eye was when Shuya and Qi Jing running for dear life, chased by a horde of monsters. "Li Shuxing, save me." Seeing the terrifying scene, his lungs squeezed and he shrieked, "Oh my God, where did all these rabid madmen come from?" So he quickly pulled his head back into the car, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Turn around! Turn around now, guys! They've got rabies, get out of here!" Seeing her lover about to abandon ship, Qi Jing was furious and cursed, "Li Shuxing, you cowardly scoundrel, you really have no heart." With the zombies panting right behind her neck, she desperately raised her designer handbag. "I don't want to log out of this world so soon." Immediately, she made a sensational throw, hurling the handbag straight at the back of Wen Shuya, who was running ahead, cursing, "Stop and take the hit." Without missing, the handbag strap flew in a graceful arc and wrapped tightly around her best friend's ankle. Tripped up unexpectedly, Wen Shuya lost her balance and took a painful faceplant onto the road. Thanks to that dirty betrayal, the horde of zombies caught up and pounced right onto the poor girl. Terrified, she reached out her hand to beg, "Wait please, guys." But time waits for no one, and when Shu officially became a sidewalk buffet for the zombies to tear apart. Despite her body being ripped apart and covered in blood, she still tried to lift her head in resentment. Jiang, you wretched piece of trash, you are utterly ungrateful. Before being swallowed by the monsters, she used her last breath to curse, You will get what's coming to you." Meanwhile, Jiang covered her ears and ran like mad, muttering to herself, "It's just your bad luck, you have to bear it, you have to bear it." At the same time, while Shan covered her face in terror and trembled, Yang stood calmly catching the breeze, listening to the pleasant chiming from his system. Minor intimidation task completed, plus 10 points. Current account balance, 18 points. New event triggered, street cleaner. Requirement, clear the mutated brothers outside the gate. Progress, 0%. Reward, 10 points. After a moment of silence, Shan recovered her wits and stammered, "Brother, do those people turn into zombies just by breathing the air?" He leisurely opened his survival class. "Welcome to the apocalypse. The air is now thick with pathogens from another dimension. Dead bodies left outside get a one-way ticket to zombiehood instantly. Even weak, injured people can easily join the mutant club." The girl nodded as if swallowing every word. "So that's how the script goes." After sharing the knowledge, he clapped his hands. "All right, go call the others. We're holding an emergency meeting." Before long, the core group of brothers gathered in the main hall. Yang spoke clearly, "Listen up. For the next 2 days, whoever has nothing to do should just stay in bed, lock all the doors, and let your bodies adapt to the airborne virus. Doing so will drop the rate of turning into zombies to rock bottom." Hearing the big boss's words, Jiang frowned with worry. "What about brother Chen Xing? How is he?" Right at this moment, in the isolation ward, Chen Xing lay silently on the sickbed. The skin on his hands began to turn gray, with blue veins bulging in a twisted, root-like pattern. Without stopping, the malicious virus was gradually creeping up his face. Chen Chunyan was drenched in sweat, gritting her teeth to withstand the pain. At the same time, the city center had officially become a chaotic, roaring furnace. Jiang Shengji peered through the curtains, breaking into a cold sweat. "It's total chaos out there." He muttered to himself and then turned to instruct his wife and child. "Tonight I have to sneak out to the warehouse to bring back the rest of the goods to be safe. Zio Li, you hold Shua and stay inside. Cover your ears no matter who calls, only open the door when you hear my voice, got it?" As soon as he finished his instructions, a rapid pounding erupted at the door as if trying to smash it open. He was extremely tense, his eyes locked onto the violently shaking door. Without time to think, he gestured for them to stay quiet and hide well behind him. Holding a golf club tightly, he crept toward the door. Right then, a familiar voice called out, "Brother Shengji, are you home?" Hearing the familiar tone, he let out a sigh of relief. So it's Yang Dao. So he let his guard down and unlocked the door with a click. As soon as the door cracked open, a merciless kick slammed right into his stomach. Knocked flat on his back, Jiang Shengji was instantly pinned down by several strangers who rushed in. He glared at the person behind them and yelled, "Let me go right now." He angrily scolded the ungrateful traitor. "Yang Dao, you backstabbing bastard, what are you playing at? I've treated you well, haven't I?" Hearing this lecture on gratitude, he sneered and pointed at his own face with a cold laugh. "Treated me well? How hilarious. In your eyes, was I ever anything more than a dog to order around?" Jiang Shengji ignored him and kept yelling, "Have you thrown your conscience to the rats? If I hadn't supported you, where would you have gotten the money for your house down payment?" Hit where it hurt, Yang Dao snapped back fiercely. "Sure, I saved up a little down payment, but how many properties did you rake in the cash to buy? Cut the drama and hand over the warehouse keys and map right now." He gritted his teeth, keeping his mouth shut and refusing to say a word. Seeing this, Yang Dao sneered and strolled toward his wife and child, his voice chillingly cold. "Oh, quite a tough bone to crack, aren't we?" He grabbed Zio Li's hair and yanked it back, making her scream, "Sweetheart, come over here and have a chat with me." Seeing his mother being bullied, young Shua rushed forward like a wild little beast, screaming, Let go of my mom, I'll beat you to death. The boy bit hard into Yang Dao's hand, making him yell in pain. You little brat, how dare you bite me? He ruthlessly slapped the boy hard. Get out of here. Seeing his wife and child assaulted, Zhang Shengji went wild with rage, roaring, You bastard, if you're so tough, come at me. Let them go. Yang Dao turned around and raised his eyebrows triumphantly. Just calm down. As long as you cooperate and show us the way, your wife and child will be safe. Now lead the way. Where is the warehouse? A moment later, the loud, grating screech of a metal rolling shutter being pulled up echoed. Backed into a corner, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and lead them right to the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, seeing the completely empty space, he frowned in confusion. Why are there only a few boxes left? He replied bluntly. Because your big customer came and cleared it out. Even the expired stuff was wiped clean, leaving nothing behind. Hearing the familiar description, Yang Dao stroked his chin as a name flashed through his mind, Jiang Yang. Instantly, a sly smile spread across his face as he thought to himself, if we can swipe the goods in Jiang Yang's warehouse, we'll live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Seeing that devious look, Zhang Shengji gave a sincere warning, I advise you not to dream of the impossible. I met him when I made the delivery, and that guy is bad news. He must have gotten wind of the storm beforehand to hoard so much stock. Yang Dao shrugged, replying with a profound remark, Well, that difficult task will be your job then. His mind went blank, unable to process it. What do you mean by that? He calmly laid out his terms. You help me swipe Yang's stuff, and in exchange, your wife and kids survive. A very reasonable quid pro quo, isn't it? Cornered, he had to bite his tongue and grin through his teeth, holding back his boiling rage. The camera cut back to Yang's headquarters, where a bone-chilling shriek ripped through the air. Deep inside the medical wing of the fortress, the group gathered around the bed, wincing as they watched the figure thrashing and roaring in madness upon it. From his limbs to his neck, Chen Xing was bound tightly with straps to prevent him from accidentally biting and spreading the virus to his companions. Zhang Zhai's team members stood frozen, each with a different expression, helplessly watching their teammate transform into a monster. Right then, Yiming spoke up coldly, Let's just put him out of his misery. Hearing those cold-blooded words, Yang raised an eyebrow and glanced over, quietly sizing the guy up. Zhang Zhai couldn't stand the words and snapped back, What the hell did you just say? Yiming babbled on with excuses, He's beyond saving. If we don't deal with this cleanly and he gets loose, we'll all end up meeting the Grim Reaper. Xiao Jia cried out in frustration, He's our brother who went through life and death with us. How can you throw him away as easily as an old shirt? Yang raised his hand to clap and cut them off. He has a point. Once the pathogen develops, there's no cure. Xiao Jia broke down, whimpering, Brother Yang. Without wasting words, he immediately pulled out the dagger strapped to his waist. He offered the hilt of the knife to Yiming, gesturing with his chin, Take it. Seeing this, the man flinched and backed away. What do you mean? He uttered coldly, Release him from this life. Despite talking big, when faced with an actual weapon, Yiming chickened out in fear. Seeing the guy shaking, he stepped closer and whispered in his ear, Weren't you clamoring for a toy? Here's the weapon. Take it and show me your resolve. Just as the atmosphere grew suffocating, another hand reached out and grabbed the knife hilt. Zhang Zhai, his face pale, gripped the dagger and called softly, Brother Yang. Though his hands trembled slightly, he still gritted his teeth and volunteered, Let me do the cleanup. Zhang Zhai was gentle by nature, and now, having to summon all his courage to hold a deadly weapon, his face clearly showed a fierce internal struggle. Yang still lightly held the blade, reminding him, Have you thought this through? What if everything I babbled about earlier was just a hoax? Once this strike goes down, you're officially wearing a death row uniform. Though his stomach was in knots, Zhang Zhai looked straight into his eyes, resolute. I'm betting my trust on you, Yang. Hearing the reply, he smiled in satisfaction and waved his hand. All right, show me what you got. Zhang Zhai crept closer to the bed, knife in hand, while Chen Xing, now fully transformed into a thrashing monster, shook the bed so violently it seemed about to collapse. The young man squeezed his eyes shut, tears streaming down, tensing his arm to deliver the mercy blow. At the same time, Chen Xing roared maniacally, his body turning a deep purple. The tip of the knife was only millimeters away from his throat. Zhang Zhai gritted his teeth and burst into tears, but suddenly, Xiao Yang reached out and caught his hand as if by magic. This U-turn left Zhang Zhai stunned, brother Xiao Yang. In response, he merely gazed calmly into the empty space of the system panel, waving his hand. Everyone out. This is a rare case, keeping him around for the collection might be fun. The virtual screen flashed, beep, detected a rare, authentic mutant specimen. After the group filed out, clattering and crashing sounds continuously echoed from the medical room. Now alone in the room, he crossed his arms and watched Chen Xing thrashing around like a fish caught in a net. As if the virus hadn't completely eaten his brain yet, he called out softly, "Chen Xing, you can still hear me, right?" He leaned close to the patient's ear and whispered, "I have a big business deal I want to hand over to you." Miraculously, the monster seemed to pick up the signal, and his thrashing subsided significantly. The camera panned outside, where white clouds still drifted lazily across the city sky. Down on the street, a luxury car was swerving and drifting as if its brakes had failed. Finally, it slammed dead-on into a roadside utility pole at breakneck speed. The impact crushed the front of the car, with thick black smoke billowing out. Zhang Shengji crawled out, holding his swollen head and cursing, "Oh my God, did I step out on the wrong foot today? This is so unlucky." As he stood up, staggering and muttering, "I've got to slip away quickly," he had no idea that an uninvited guest was dragging its feet right behind him. The zombie lunged forward and shrieked right in his ear, nearly making his heart jump out of his chest. "What the hell is that?" Before he could react, the monster sank its teeth into his arm, making Zhang Shengji scream in agony. Driven by survival instinct, he shoved with all his might, throwing the zombie several meters back. Seizing the golden opportunity, he clutched his bleeding arm and bolted toward the wrecked car. Seeing a rusty iron rod lying on the driver's seat, he grabbed it as if grabbing a lifesaver. In a fit of extreme rage, he swung the rod straight at the monster's face, yelling, "Go to hell, you piece of trash!" The powerful swing knocked the zombie back, sending a tooth flying through the air as a bonus. Before his anger was fully vented, he followed up with a continuous barrage of kicks without missing a beat, taking all his frustration out on his enemy's head. After a grueling workout, Zhang Shengji leaned on his rod, panting heavily, drenched in sweat as he looked at the messy pulp on the ground. "Staying here will turn me into dinner." He threw the rod aside, clutched his bleeding arm, and sullenly looked for an escape route. The frame cut back to Xiao Yang's fortress. A group of zombies was wandering aimlessly in front of the main gate. He gently pushed open the side door and slipped out, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, looking as relaxed as if he were taking a stroll in a park. Following on his heels was a sharp-looking squad, each clutching tools ranging from sledgehammers and baseball bats to firearms, walking cautiously and quietly. Shan Shan, wearing a bulky protective suit, wriggled and complained, "Brother Xiao Yang, wearing this heavy junk is so awkward and annoying." He patiently got her head in the game. "Thoughtless folks out there don't feel pain, they fight like tanks. Rookies like you going out there all exposed could easily get eaten alive, so you have to wear armor for safety. Once you've leveled up enough, it won't be too late to shed it." He continued to lead the way to Scout, spotting a lone, rotting piece of flesh standing in the distance. He raised his hand in a signal, giving a quiet reminder, "Cock your weapons, guys, it's about to catch our scent." Everyone nodded to indicate they were fully charged. Xiao Yang finalized, "Let's serve it up." Right on cue, the monster caught the signal, turned its hideous face around and came rushing over. Xiao Yang shouted, "First course, let's fight, guys." He didn't forget to remind them of the lesson, remember the theory. Support each other, keep a safe distance. The zombie lunged at Xiao Yang but caught only air, as he stepped aside with a textbook dodge. Ignoring the monster panting in his ear, he continued to direct the action like a martial arts choreographer. When it leaps, that's its blind spot, aim straight for the temple and the back of the neck and strike. Xiao Jia charged forward with high spirits, swinging a sword with both hands in a rainbow arc. chopping straight down on the zombie's skull. A dull clang echoed, and its steel-like head didn't even have a scratch. In return, the young man's hands vibrated violently, and he cried out in pain, "Ouch, my hands are totally numb." Standing behind, Xiao Yang analyzed the action. The top of its head is like reinforced concrete. Striking there will only ruin your sword and break your hands. Xiao Kai's reaction is a living example of what not to do. Before he could learn his lesson, the monster lunged forward and grabbed his sword. It went wild, biting the blade with a loud crunch. Unable to win the tug-of-war, the boy turned around to cry for help. "Oh God, Jiang Zhai, come save me quickly." Xiao Yang leisurely watched the show to train his troops. "Very good, the defense lesson has passed the test. Jiang Zhai, your turn to enter the fray." Receiving the order, Jiang Zhai pulled out his baseball bat and charged into the battlefield. He delivered a spectacular swing aimed right at the back of the monster's neck, making it stagger. Xiao Yang stood with his arms crossed, grading the move, textbook execution, but the power is still too weak. Keep fighting, everyone. While he was busy lecturing, he had no idea another one had crept up behind his back. After neatly finishing off the prey, Jiang Zhai turned around and raised his chin smugly. "How about that, Boss Xiao Yang? Our skills aren't too bad, right?" He smiled and nodded, "Perfectly fine." At that exact moment, the monster behind opened its foul-smelling mouth, preparing to bite into his shoulder. Seeing this, Jiang Zhai screamed at the top of his lungs, "Behind you, brother Xiao Yang." The distance from teeth to flesh was down to mere millimeters. With superhuman reflexes, he reached out and squeezed its skull as easily as a feather. He casually picked up the monster by its head, holding it while giving a lecture. "What did I teach you? Under no circumstances must you ever forget the 360-degree radar observation lesson." The whole squad stood gaping at the jaw-dropping performance. Back to Zhang Shengji, he had slowly managed to drag himself to the vicinity of Xiao Yang's fortress. Hiding behind a massive concrete slab, he muttered in annoyance, "What kind of place is this, filled with madmen? Did that brat Jiang Xiao Yang kick the bucket already?" From afar, Xiao Yang's preaching voice echoed, "Teammates are calling, watch your surroundings." He pricked up his ears to listen, muttering, "This annoying voice sounds familiar." He crept closer to an abandoned car, muttering as he walked, "It's definitely Jiang Xiao Yang." Hiding behind the trunk, he poked his head out to investigate. "Ah, so those people are hunting down the rabid ones." While busy playing spy, he had no idea a monster was lying in wait under the car. Catching the scent of fresh flesh, its eyes lit up like headlights. It turned out this zombie was the ill-fated Wen Shuya. Her once beautiful face was now ruined, her skin festered and tattered in a pitiful state. Suddenly, her claw-like hand grabbed the cuff of his pants. He was startled out of his wits, tumbling to the ground, kicking wildly and shrieking. Facing that horrific face, his brain froze, and his entire body went rigid for a few seconds. When Shuya was now nothing more than a flesh-chewing machine, letting out choked growls, her cloudy eyes staring as she opened her bloody mouth, ready to feast on her prey. Pinned down by a zombie, he screamed in despair, "Oh my God, save me." Bang, a sharp gunshot rang out, and a bloom of blood erupted, mingling with his panicked scream. The savior holding the smoking gun was none other than Jiang Xiao Yang. His life saved, he hurriedly shoved the rotting corpse aside. Xiao Yang frowned in interrogation. "Zhang Shengji, what did you come all this way for?" He crawled forward, weeping. "Brother Xiao Yang, oh brother Xiao Yang, I must be incredibly blessed to have survived to see you." Right at that moment, the boy's gaze swept down to his arm. And there was a bleeding bite mark clearly visible on it. Instantly, the dark barrel was pointed straight at his head. "You've been bitten." Seeing the Grim Reaper beckon, he frantically waved his hands. "Brother Xiao Yang, calm down, don't pull the trigger yet. Let me say my last words." He still kept the weapon aimed, his voice cold. "Stay right there and talk, don't take another step." Zhang Shengji trembled and whimpered. "Brother Xiao Yang, I know I'm beyond saving. I'll turn into a monster in a moment, but—" He cried out in bitter resentment, "But that animal Yang Dao has put my wife and kid under house arrest. He forced me to come here to trick you so they can take over this warehouse." Then he lowered his voice in supplication. I know I'm no saint, but I've never done anything heinous. My wife and child are innocent. Weeping bitter tears, he begged, thoughtless thugs will abuse my wife and child. Brother Xiao Yang, I beg of you, for the sake of the deliveries I did for you, please take them in. Hearing the tragic story, Xiao Yang stroked his chin, considering. After all, although the man had worked himself to the bone before solely for money, he had indeed helped him gather enough goods. He turned his head to look back at the base. Recalculating the numbers, the fortress still had spare rooms, and the number of males far outnumbered the females, leaving the balance of yin and yang somewhat uneven. Just then, the familiar system chime rang out, making him smile, another sweet deal served up directly by the system. The virtual screen popped up, unlocked new quest, family entrustment, requirement, rescue Zhang Shengji's family, progress 0%, reward 25 points. Street cleaner quest is still running, progress 70%, reward 10 points. Seeing the profitable deal, he nodded readily. All right, rest in peace, I'll take care of your wife and child. His final words made the man overjoyed. Really, Brother Xiao Yang. He knelt on the ground and bowed in gratitude. Brother Xiao Yang, this debt of gratitude is something my Jiang family cannot fully repay in this lifetime. In the next life, I will gladly serve as your horse and ox to repay you. Having said his last words, he closed his eyes peacefully and said, Brother Xiao Yang, please send me off. Hearing the request, he raised an eyebrow. How should I send you off? He replied calmly. End it for me, I don't want to turn into a monster and bite my own family later on. He fell silent, gazing at him thoughtfully for a moment. Then abruptly he turned and ordered, San, run to the warehouse, grab the bicycle, and hand it over to him quick. This bizarre order left the young girl dazed, prompting her to blurt out, a bicycle. Too lazy to give her a long-winded explanation, Jiang Xiao Yang turned his face to instruct Zhang Shengji, get out of here quick. Run as far from this area as possible, and just head for some remote, desolate place to hide. Hearing this, he curiously asked why, to which he replied curtly, curb your curiosity. The countdown between life and death has already started. You'd better run for your life now. Seemingly catching a vague hint of his meaning, he sighed deeply and nodded. So be it, I got it. Thank you so much, Brother Yang. A moment later, he hopped onto the iron steed he was given, stomping on the pedals and speeding away with all his might. At this very moment, his body was slowly turning into a zombie, yet his mind was still aching for his family, muttering the names of his wife and his little son. Half of his face was already stained with the terrifying look of a zombie, while the other half was wet with bitter tears of endless longing for his wife and child. Back at the fortress, Jiang Xiao Yang rolled up his sleeves to clean up with the group, gathering the zombie corpses into a massive pile. Next, they drenched that chaotic pile with gasoline, then gently struck a match. The final step was to turn the rotting pile into ashes. Right then, a groaning voice whined, Goodness me, this whole day has worn me out to my very bones. At that exact moment, Jiang Xiao Yang quietly evaluated the team's overall level. With their current skills and experience, having 2 or 3 people carry cold weapons to hunt isolated zombies while keeping themselves completely unscathed was a walk in the park. Meanwhile, the system chimed to announce that the street cleanup mission had been completed, rewarding him with 10 points, bringing his current total to 28 points. Suddenly, he glanced over to observe Uncle Sheng and Meng Shan. Then he shifted his gaze to Zhang Kai's group, silently assessing that if they were unfortunate enough to run into a small pack of zombies or face a horde of the living dead, they would absolutely be wiped out. Spontaneously, he turned on his heel to leave, yet still looked back to wave the group over, saying, Follow me. Jiang Xiao Yang led the entire group into a warehouse. He suddenly called out Uncle Sheng. Seeing him call, the old man hurriedly replied, What's the matter, our Xiao Yang? He pressed a ring of keys into his hand and carefully advised, This warehouse is stocked with combat gear. Tonight, I have to make a trip into the city. I entrust the safety of this fortress entirely to you, Uncle. Taking the keys, he frowned with worry. The city is in utter chaos right now. Do you really plan to charge in there all by yourself? The duo of Jiang Kai and Xiao Jia eagerly requested to tag along with Jiang Xiao Yang. Brother Yang, the three of us will go with you to keep you company. In stark contrast to that passionate atmosphere, Lu Yiming shrank back, keeping as quiet as a church mouse. Faced with their fiery enthusiasm, Jiang Xiao Yang immediately poured cold water on them. No, thanks. With your current skill levels, going out there is just suicide. If you tag along, you will only get in my way. Uncle Sheng, I rely on you for everything. Seeing him solemnly entrust the task, Uncle Sheng thumped his chest and accepted, while carefully reminding him, just rest assured and leave it to me, Xiao Yang. Remember to keep yourself safe out there. A moment later, Jiang Xiao Yang was sitting comfortably in the driver's seat. He, of course, did not forget to bring his self-defense gear. At this moment, a line of text popped up from the system. The system store is currently empty. If you wish to refresh manually, please deduct 2 points. Looking at the notification displayed in front of him, he curled his lip in disdain. This store's restocking is as slow as a snail. As his hand pressed the refresh button, he muttered to himself, "This trip is going to be tough, no joke. To ensure my little life, I'll just have to suck it up and spend points to refresh manually." As soon as the button was pressed, the system slapped him with a list of new items. Refresh successful, 2 points deducted, current balance is 26 points. Tier 1 Dark Technology Supply Box, 20 points. Tier 1 Medical Supply Box, 5 points. Tier 1 Lethal Weapon Supply Box, 5 points. Next manual refresh price rises to 4 points. Looking at the exorbitant prices he had to bear, Jiang Xiao Yang was speechless, complaining in his head. This manual refresh thing jumped from 2 to 4 after just one use. Looks like I'll have to tighten my belt from now on to survive. Without a second thought, he immediately placed an order for a supply box, thinking to himself that burning points for a box made him look like a big shot, and luckily his wallet still had enough points to pay. Instantly, the system reported, Tier 1 Dark Technology Supply Box successfully purchased, 20 points deducted, remaining poor balance is 6 points. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted inside his car. The system chimed again, Tier 1 Dark Technology Box opened. Reward, Physical Stimulant Potion plus 5. Sitting in the car, Jiang Xiao Yang was extremely annoyed by this flashy effect, grumbling, "What kind of trick is this? Did I just take a flashbang directly to the face?" Suddenly a vial of solution appeared clearly in his hand, making his jaw drop as he cried out, "Good Lord, this potion grants a whole 5 points of physical attribute." Without further ado, he injected the syringe straight into himself, using it on the spot while it was hot. Instantly, he cried out from the stinging pain, followed by another explosion of brilliant light. The system swiftly displayed his status board. Attribute level reached 13, surpassing ordinary humans by 260%, unlocking Mind's Eye and Spatial Eye. At the same time, inside Zhang Shengji's home. Deep inside a room cluttered with children's toys. Xiao Li held her little son tightly in her arms, gently soothing him, "Shui, don't panic. Your father will definitely come back to us." At that critical moment, 2 of Yang Dao's lackeys rudely kicked the door open and barged straight in. As soon as she saw their faces, Xiao Li shrieked in terror, "What are you trying to do?" One guy rushed forward to pin her down, smirking lewdly, "Silly question. Of course, we're here to relieve some tension." With that, they ganged up to tear at Xiao Li's clothes, making her sob and cry out in panic, "No, let me go." Xiao Li screamed and struggled violently, trying to escape the filthy clutches of Yang Dao's lackeys. "Spare me, I beg you." At that exact moment, a figure loomed into the room, cutting short their beastly act. Brother Li, with an irritated look on his face, scolded, "What kind of drama are you guys acting out? Why all this deafening racket?" Upon seeing him, Yang Dao's henchman excitedly invited, "Brother Li, join us for some fun." However, he ruthlessly brushed him off and barked, "Damn it, our major business isn't done yet. Do your job properly first. Let her go immediately." His scolding made the lackey pout and argue back, "What's the big deal, boss? We're already so used to doing this." Seeing the brat dare to talk back, his anger flared as he shouted, "Go ahead and touch his wife and child then. What if this woman bites her tongue and commits suicide? When that guy has nothing left to lose and turns back to drag us down with him, we'll all be screwed. Do you even have a brain?" After venting his anger, he lowered his voice to soothe them. "Just wait until that guy is sent to his grave, then it won't be too late for us to take our time and enjoy her. She won't be able to escape even if she grows wings." Yang Dao's minor pawn could only swallow his pride and reluctantly comply. "Damn it, fine, we'll do as you say. What a mood killer." Before dragging himself out the door, he didn't forget to cast a rogue, teasing look at Xiao Li. "Make sure to wash up and wait for me." The situation of the mother and son was utterly tragic. They could only curl up and hold each other, sobbing. In another development, on a road crawling with the living dead. As Jiang Yang turned the steering wheel, he calculated in his head, 13 physical points means double the strength. Even my evasion speed and balance are far more domineering. His cornering skills were now unbelievably smooth, weaving through obstacles effortlessly. This smoothness made him thrilled, and he cheered, "This is what pure ecstasy feels like." On the pitch-black road, a crowd of zombies was still wandering aimlessly back and forth. Jiang Yang pulled the car over and leaped onto the ground. The reason he abandoned the car was because the city center lay ahead. Driving straight in would be too conspicuous, so traveling on foot was a safer bet. Just then, a series of wheezing sounds echoed near the back of his neck. It turned out to be two suicidal, decaying corpses rushing straight at him, with mouths wide open. Without even blinking, he gently tilted his body and dodged them in a flash. Right after that, he threw a hook over the shoulder of that zombie. Then, as light as a feather, he pinned it flat on its back on the ground. Using that momentum, he picked up the zombie and threw it straight into the face of the remaining one. Next, Jiang Yang pulled out a gleaming blade. He gripped the hilt tightly, casting a cold gaze at the pair of rotting corpses. Then he dashed forward like lightning toward them. With two swift slashes, the heads of the two overconfident zombies tumbled onto the ground. After wrapping up his display, he clicked his tongue in admiration. "Now, whether in strength or agility, I can easily overpower these zombies. Is this the power of doubled physical attributes?" Along with his strength, he realized his senses had become far sharper. Right then, a scream piercing the night reached his ears. "Damn it, we are completely surrounded." Judging by the volume of the scream, he roughly calculated the distance to be around 800 meters. At that very moment, the system rang to signal, "Sudden challenge successfully triggered. Mission name, a chance encounter." At the same time, inside a department store surrounded by a dense crowd of zombies, a trembling voice filled with horror drifted out. "We're finished. We're surrounded with no way out." Li Hongli roared instructions. "Move your legs. Carry all the heavy things here to block the door, quick." The young boy Zai Xuan was tearful and crying, "Dad, are we going to die here?" Lao Song offered a stiff, awkward consolation. "It's fine, that trash can't get in. And even if they do, so what? At worst, the two of us will just join your mother in the afterlife." Needless to say, the father's terrible attempt at comfort not only failed to soothe the kid, but made him cry even more hysterically. Seeing this, Li Hongli turned and grumbled, "Cut it out, Lao Song. Can you please hold your tongue? You're only disrupting our morale." Getting scolded, the old man argued back, "Talking big, are we? If I had a silver tongue, I would have been promoted to manager of that apartment building ages ago." With his back against the wall, Li Hongli had no choice but to grind his teeth and curse in his head. "Damn it, am I really going to lose my life in this corner today?" While the living dead were still roaring outside. Suddenly a strange sound echoed from outside, making the group inside startle and ask in unison, "What's happening?" Suddenly, the body of a zombie slammed heavily against the glass door. That sudden shock scared Zai Xuan and Lao Song so much that they tumbled backward. Immediately after, the zombie slid down, leaving a broad, bloody red streak on the glass. At this moment, the outside of the department store became eerily quiet, with no sound left except for the horrifying blood stain on the door. Li Hongli panted, out of breath, and hurriedly directed, "Lao Song, you and Zai Xuan move these weights somewhere else." He didn't forget to remind them, "Use the elevator, keep it gentle, and don't make any noise." Lao Song hastily nodded, Yeah. A moment later, the group warily pushed the door open slightly. Sticking their heads out, they were met with a street littered with zombie corpses. Lao Song gaped, what sacred force pulled this off? Suddenly Zai Xuan shouted, it's a mutant monster, 100% a mutant superhero. Hearing his son's babbling, Lao Song asked with a blank look, what on earth is a mutant or variation? The boy explained tremblingly, it's a VIP version of a regular zombie, much tougher and faster at dodging. That's how they draw them in the comic books and games I play. After listening to his dear son's explanation, the old man scolded furiously, comics and games. All day long you bury your head in that junk, no wonder your grades are always at the bottom. Seeing the critical situation while his old friend was still casually lecturing his child, Li Hongli barked, Lao Song, has your EQ dropped to negative? What kind of time is this to talk about schoolwork? Move your butt and follow me, keep your eyes peeled. If some mutant monster leaps out, we're done for. He walked bravely at the front of the line, constantly reminding everyone to check their blind spots as they crept step by step toward the rendezvous point. At a corner, he halted and raised his hand to signal an emergency stop. Seeing this, the group whispered in panic, is there trouble? What's that figure over there? It turned out he had spotted Jiang Yang standing dazed, staring at a virtual system board. Encounter and rescue challenge completed, 5 points credited. Current total balance is 11 points. Spotting his shadow, Zai Xuan nodded with certainty. Look, a mutant superhero. It's definitely a mutant monster. On the contrary, Li Hongli had a more practical thought. He looks more like an ordinary refugee to me. Having overheard all of Zai Xuan's remarks, Jiang Yang teased, a mutant monster? Your imagination sure flies high and far, kid. Where would you find a monster wandering the streets for you to see right now? Seeing him speak so normally, Li Hongli eagerly approached with a smile. Indeed, a fellow survivor. Then the man warmly invited, wandering outside all by yourself like this is a quick way to get killed. In these chaotic times, we must band together to survive. Come join our group. Seeing him look around anxiously like a hen searching for a nest, Jiang Yang blurted out, which hole did you guys crawl out of? Is this tiny group all you have? The man quickly explained, our squad is out scavenging for food. There are still a bunch of people camping at Rongxiang Yuan. Hearing that name, he immediately took the bait. Rongxiang Yuan. I vaguely recall there's a place called Jin Yufu right next to it, right? Lao Song stepped forward eagerly to answer, absolutely right next to it, just a short walk around the corner. The old man also followed Li Hongli's friendly manner to coax him. Brother, just join our squad so we have strength in numbers. Captain Li here also has firearms. If we run into those decaying corpses, we have plenty of experience to protect you. Seeing their warm invitation, Jiang Yang nodded and agreed, that would be convenient. Thank you guys. The entire group huddled in the middle of the road, their eyes dimmed cautiously in all directions. Lao Song approached again to pry, kid, are you digging for info on Jin Yufu because you're planning to rescue some important figure? He gave a gentle grunt in agreement. The old man didn't stop there and pried further, family or a girlfriend. Then suddenly the old man patted his shoulder knowingly. It's the end of the world now. Whoever you are searching for, there's a high chance they are long gone. You should prepare yourself for that reality. Suddenly Li Hongli chimed in, grinding his teeth. Exactly. Even if they are lucky enough not to be torn apart by those monsters, they'll inevitably fall into the hands of those scumbags. Curious Jiang Yang asked, which scumbags? Li Hongli resentfully brought up the past. A gang of thugs stationed in the Bai Kui mountain villa area in the east. For a bite of food, they wouldn't hesitate to send other refugees to their graves. Our team was unfortunate enough to run into them once, and several of our brothers lost their lives to those bastards. Reaching this point, he turned and warned, anyway, let's not dwell on it. The bottom line is, if you run into other survivors on the road, you must stay highly vigilant. Unfortunately, because he was too busy looking back, he didn't notice a zombie looming right in front of him, causing Zai Xuan to startle and scream, Uncle Li, watch out. Instantly, he jumped in fright and turned around to see a zombie lunging straight at him. Bang, bang, 2 bullets pierced its skull, sending the decaying corpse to the afterlife. With a mix of irritation and relief after surviving, he ground his teeth and cursed, "Miserable thing, gave me a heart attack." At that very second, another pack of zombies caught the scent of prey, causing Zai Xuan to shout in pure terror. The gunshots have attracted the whole horde here. Seeing the kid in utter panic, Li Hongli hurriedly scanned the surroundings for an escape route, muttering to reassure himself, "We're in trouble. I must keep a cool head." Right then, he spotted a bus parked right in the middle of the intersection, and his mind instantly sparked. Great. So he frantically waved his squad to quickly take cover inside that bus. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziyao stood looking around, silently analyzing. Running blindly will only attract the whole horde, and hiding in that bus is like entering a bunker. It's good for defending, but the downside is that if we get surrounded, we're trapped. Still, I'm quite pleased with Li Hongli's move. I'd give his quick wit in this critical moment a score of 70. Looking back to see him still lingering behind, Li Hongli, who had already slipped onto the bus, frantically urged, "Hey kid, hurry up and get on the bus." Just as he managed to leap onto the bus floor, he immediately slammed the door shut and hurriedly ordered, "Kid, check every single seat to see if any monster is hiding in here." Zai Xuan pressed his face against the glass window, reporting tremulously, "They are like leeches, still swarming here in massive numbers." Li Hongli himself saw the hordes of zombies surging forward like a disturbed beehive, his face turning pale as he muttered, "So unlucky, we still weren't fast enough in the end." The zombies banged violently against the sides of the bus, as if they wanted to devour the people inside raw. They struggled to climb up, while the people inside strained to block them, pushing back and angrily cursing the pests. Li Hongli used all his strength to block the door tightly, crying out, "Good God, my limbs are going completely numb." Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere and pressed firmly against the glass pane. Jiang Ziyao merely leaned against it slightly, and the bus door shut with a loud bang, sealed tight. This spectacular display left Li Hongli wide-eyed and speechless, silently marveling, "Holy cow, what monstrous strength." Without much thought, Jiang Ziyao gestured and told him, "Leave this door to me, they won't be able to pry it open. Go tell the others to break the glass and fight them back." The man stammered, nodding repeatedly as he quickly ran to help his teammates clear the zombies. Yeah, I got it." Suddenly, with a loud crash, several glass panes shattered into pieces. Catching the gap, the zombies scrambled to squeeze inside through the broken window frames. But before its feet could touch the floor, one of them took a bullet straight through its skull. Lao Song swung his tool, driving it straight into the skulls of the rotting corpses, hissing with hatred, "Go swim in the underworld, you pests." Hovering behind were Zai Xuan and another person, gritting their teeth as they held tightly to the old man's belt to prevent him from tumbling out and becoming zombie food. On this side, Li Hongli was breaking a sweat looking at his empty magazine. With monsters as thick as ants, a few cheap bullets won't do a thing. Just then a flat voice spoke up, "Use this toy." His eyes widened as he stared at the massive crossbow in Jiang Ziyao hands, muttering, "Where did you find such a fancy crossbow?" He just gave a casual answer to brush it off and tossed the crossbow into his hands. "I had some free time earlier, so I just picked it up." A while later, thanks to that divine crossbow, he had harvested countless zombie heads. Beside him, Lao Song was also fighting, the two of them smashing monsters while shouting abuse, "Die, you bastards." After a tense, chaotic battle, the group finally wiped out the horde of the living dead and stepped proudly down from the battered bus. Zai Xuan's adrenaline was pumping as he declared proudly, "Escaping death twice in a row can't be just luck. We are definitely the chosen ones of this apocalypse." At that exact moment of complacency, Jiang Ziyao splashed cold water on him. "Stop daydreaming. Keep your eyes open and defend. Don't make those stupid, careless mistakes again." His heart was still weighed down with worry for the people back at the base, silently praying that everything would go smoothly for young Ziyao. On the other side, Lu Yiming, who was walking along the hallway with the rest, suddenly volunteered, "Well, you guys go to sleep tonight. Let me take the watch duty." Seeing his unusual behavior, Ziyao teased, "Impressive. Did the sun rise from the west today for you to be so unusually enthusiastic?" At just a light teasing, the guy bristled and barked, "Nonsense! When have I ever not been enthusiastic? You'd better look after yourself." Seeing him jump like he'd been stung, he was too lazy to argue, merely scratching his head in confusion. What's wrong with him? Why so tense? Uncle Sheng didn't think too deeply about Lu Yiming's sudden enthusiasm, simply nodding, "That works. Since Yiming has volunteered, the rest of you go back to your rooms and get some sleep. Yiming, remember to keep a close watch. If there is any movement, wake us up immediately." He hastily replied, "You can sleep soundly, uncle." Night fell over the watchtower. Lu Yiming stared into the pitch-black darkness outside, muttering, "At this hour, the whole group must be fast asleep." He sprang up like a coiled spring, telling himself, "A golden opportunity not to be missed. I must settle this quietly before that brat Jiang brings his corpse back." Peeking stealthily into Uncle Sheng's room, he saw the old man snoring away. Right next to his headboard was the master key ring that Jiang had just entrusted to him. Suddenly, the room door cracked open softly. The figure lingering outside the door was none other than Lu Yiming. Tiptoeing, he crept step by step toward Uncle Sheng's bed. His clammy hand slowly reached out toward the keys. Suddenly, the old man snapped his eyes open and woke up. He sat up abruptly, shouting, "What are you trying to do?" Caught red-handed, Lu Yiming turned pale as a sheet, screaming in his head, "I'm screwed." Cornered, he closed his eyes and landed a punch right on Uncle Sheng, making the old man shriek in pain. Taking advantage of the chaos, he snatched the key ring and bolted, leaving the old man holding his face, roaring in anger, "Lu Yiming, you brat, what kind of treason are you pulling? Bring those keys back." The old man's roar woke up the entire hallway. People cautiously opened their doors to look, and Meng Shanshan asked in a daze, "What is all this noise about?" Clutching his swollen face, Uncle Sheng stammered, "Lu Yiming, that bastard Lu Yiming has stolen the keys to the armory. Chase him down and catch him, quick." Hearing about the armory, the other three panicked and dashed after the traitor. Uncle Sheng stood by the door, scolding hoarsely, "What kind of dirty trick are you pulling?" Jiang Kai ran at full speed after Lu Yiming, shouting, "Stop right there." Seeing them hot on his heels, Lu Yiming played dirty by knocking over furniture and items to block their path. The messy obstacle course slowed the group down, making it impossible to catch up. Jiang Kai cursed in frustration, "Damn it, that stubborn brat." Just then, Lu Yiming darted past the medical room. He narrowed his eyes with a cunning smile and muttered, "Since I've already ridden the tiger, I might as well ride it to the end." So he pushed the door open, crept inside, and went straight to the bed where Chen Xing was tightly bound. He slowly reached his hand toward the knots of the ropes. Suddenly, Chen Xing thrashed about, trying to break free and lunged to bite him, but he quickly leaped back, spitting harsh words. Seeing Chen Xing struggling with one free arm, he frowned and complained, "How is this side of the rope so loose? Did they not tie it tightly?" Suddenly, a sinister idea crossed his mind. "Perfect, saves me the trouble of risking my life to untie this thing." A moment later, Jiang Kai's group arrived, panting heavily. Suddenly, he caught sight of something that froze him on the spot. It turned out that right before him was the soulless corpse of Chen Xing standing still. With just a glance, he guessed the culprit was that traitor Lu Yiming who dared to let Chen Xing loose. Did he plan to send this entire base to the grave? Uncle Sheng's face was also red with rage. "I can't believe that brat is such an ungrateful wretch. I was blind to trust him." Meng Shanshan in utter panic babbled, "What do we do now, uncle? All our weapons are locked in the warehouse." The old man ordered decisively, "Even if the sky falls, our priority is to work together and herd this freak back into the medical room." Without hesitation, he instructed Jiang Kai and Xiao Jia to split up. "Just apply the same tactics Xiao Yang taught us. Keep a safe distance. If it bites you, it's over." Instantly, the four of them crept forward inch by inch, closing in on the target. Timing the perfect moment, Uncle Sheng shouted, "Now seize the chance." Immediately, the trio of young people rushed forward. Jiang Kai pinned Chen Xing's head down tightly, while the two girls, Xiao Jia and Meng Shanshan, locked down both arms. Seeing the situation secured, Jiang Kai reported, "It's done." Uncle Sheng hurriedly warned, "Watch out for its teeth, quickly drag it back into the medical room." So the team chanted the count 3, 2, 1, and pushed together, throwing Chen Xing back into the clinic room on the final count. Jiang Kai hurriedly slammed the door shut. Uncle Sheng watched Chen Xing wandering aimlessly inside the room, panting with exhaustion. Suddenly, the three young people whispered among themselves, "Am I delusional, or did taking him down feel incredibly easy? Hey, I was thinking the exact same thing." Uncle Sheng suddenly remembered and slapped his thigh. "Blast it! We wasted so much time here, that traitor might have looted the entire armory by now." As if summoned, Lu Yiming stepped out from a dark corner, sneering mockingly, "Oh, who are you guys calling a beast?" He grumbled resentfully, "So infuriating. I have no idea where that brat Jiang Yang hid the ammunition. I tore the place apart and only found this one lousy gun." Then he pointed the muzzle of the gun at their faces and threatened, "But this is more than enough to send you guys on your way. Once I deal with this trash, it won't be too late to keep searching. Now obediently line up and march back to the room behind." Seeing him turn coat faster than a spinning wheel, Jiang Kai roared in anger, "Lu Yiming, what are you doing? Brother Yang saved your miserable life from death's door." Exposing his traitorous nature, he replied shamelessly, "Great favor is repaid with great enmity. Look at his arrogant face every single day. Just because he saved us once, does he expect us to serve him like slaves for the rest of our lives?" Uncle Sheng felt his blood boil. What an ungrateful snake. Jia, with tears welling up in her eyes, pleaded, "Lu Yiming, please don't go down this wrong path." Seeing them preach, Lu Yiming barked irritably, "Shut your mouths and follow my orders." While the group was distracted, Chen Xing stared outside with his eerie, blood-red eyes. His hand tightly gripped a strange object as he slowly dragged himself toward the door, while Lu Yiming was still screaming madly, "Move your butts, hurry up." Returning to Rongxiang Yuan, Li Hongli had escorted Jiang Yang to the location, and before they parted, he carefully advised, "Walk through one more intersection to reach Jinyu Fu. The streets in that apartment complex are winding, making it easy for monsters to ambush you. Brother, remember to leave yourself an escape route." He also kindly gave directions to their camp. "Once you get who you need, rush back to Rongxiang Yuan with us. Just head up to the 8th floor. Remember to sneak through the side door, don't be foolish enough to use the main gate. Keep that engraved in your mind." Jiang Yang nodded, noting it down, "I'll remember. I owe you one." Ao Song watched his receding figure and said glumly, "Aren't we going to back the boy up? Technically, he saved our miserable lives." Li Hongli frowned, analyzing, "We have no idea how deep the danger in that Jinyu Fu den runs. If we clumsily run into a zombie horde, we'll surely kick the bucket." That harsh answer made the old man even more depressed. Isn't that the same as letting the kid throw himself into a death trap? Hearing this, he could only shake his head and sigh deeply. "I've already warned him about everything. It's just a waste of a young man with such formidable combat skills." Night fell over Jinyu Fu, where zombies crowded the pathways. Echoing in the air were miserable groans. The power was completely out, and mobile signals were entirely dead. A lackey of Yang Dao's faction scratched his head in annoyance and grumbled, not knowing how that brat Zhang Shengji was doing, completely silent without a trace. The guy next to him huffed and declared flatly, "I don't give a damn. Tonight I have to vent this anger, or else I'll choke to death." Several other guys heard this and chimed in, "You bet. That brat Zhang Shengji was all on his own. Maybe he got bitten to shreds on the road ages ago. Later, after you guys vent your bad luck, remember to tie that broad up tight, just don't give her a chance to commit suicide." Cowering in the dark room, Li listened as those filthy words reached her ears, her entire body trembling like a leaf. "That's right, who knows when we'll kick the bucket out there tomorrow. Let's just enjoy ourselves first, then we can die happy." Brother Li was too lazy to stop his lackeys now, only clicking his tongue and reminding them, "All right, have your fun but know your limits. Don't let those two, mother and son, stop breathing." Hearing their boss green-light it, the subordinates eagerly responded, and one even asked casually, "Boss, do you want to have the first turn?" Without wasting his breath on the henchman, his eyes suddenly widened as he saw something unusual outside. Meanwhile, the lackey was still babbling in his ear, "If you're not interested, boss, then leave her to us brothers." As it turned out, what caught his eye was a pile of zombie corpses lying scattered in the lobby, making him frown in suspicion. Strange. Why are all those rotting corpses down there dead like that? A subordinate scurried over to turn the door handle. He stared down the pitch-black staircase, muttering to himself, could reinforcements have arrived? Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past, startling him so badly his heart nearly skipped a beat. A cold gleam from a blade swept across his throat, finishing the subordinate off before he could even understand what was happening. The severed head fell from the neck, thudding onto the floor. Inside the children's room at that moment, a crowd of thugs barged in, causing Xiao Li to shriek in terror. "You guys, all of you get the hell out." Seeing her weak resistance, a rogue smirked. "Come on, beautiful, you've played hard to get long enough." Suddenly, a thug grabbed Shua Shui by his collar and lifted him off the ground, making Xiao Li scream frantically. "What are you going to do to my son? Let him go right now." Seeing the woman dare to scream in his face, one annoyed thug swung his hand and slapped her, making her see stars. Next, they tossed the boy out into the hallway and Chin gestured, "Our main dish tonight is you." Seeing his mother being bullied, the young Shua Shui gnashed his teeth in rage. "I'll fight you to the death." But with the tiny strength of a child, the boy was easily kicked out the door by Yang Dao's lackeys. They slammed the door shut, ignoring the boys crying and roaring, "You bastards, let my mother go. When my dad comes back, he'll beat you to a pulp." At that very moment, the front door was suddenly flung open, and a lifeless corpse collapsed onto the floor. Hearing the loud noise, Shua Shui turned his head, and the bloody scene before his eyes made the boy turn pale with fear. From outside the door, a voice suddenly spoke to ask the boy, startling Shua Shui, who retreated in panic and asked, "Who are you?" Jiang Yang walked slowly into the house and said, "Your old man is named Jiang Shengji, right?" The boy Shua Shui, still frightened, stammered softly yes. On the other hand, in the bedroom, Xiao Li could only helplessly curl up and hug herself. A furious thug landed another slap and roared, wailing so loud, "Are you afraid that little brat won't hear? Scream louder, let's see. You being completely quiet like this completely ruins my mood." Another guy with a lecherous face sneaked over, grabbed Xiao Li's hair, pulled it back, and sneered, "Rejecting us? Then let me have a taste first." At that very moment, the bedroom door was suddenly kicked open, causing one of them to curse. "Is that little brat really this strong?" While he was still rambling nonsense, a sharp blade swept across his throat, his mouth muttering, "Damn strong," kicking the door wide open. A lackey, seeing his companion standing there blankly, impatiently urged, "Are you just going to stare? Toss that brat out right away, what are you waiting for?" As soon as those words were uttered, the other guy tumbled to the ground, his head severed from his neck. This bloody scene stunned them, not understanding what on earth was happening. Immediately, a hand out of nowhere grabbed him straight by the head. Jiang Yang squeezed ruthlessly and threw him backward. This tyrannical throwing force made the guy slam his back onto the ground, spitting blood. The only remaining thug asked trembling, Who the hell are you?" Instead of wasting his breath explaining, Jiang Yang delivered a kick that left a footprint on his face. Back at the base, Lu Yiming was still aiming his gun at the threatened crowd. "I'm warning you for the last time. Are you going to scram, or should I pull the trigger and send you on your way?" Like fish on a cutting board, Uncle Sheng quickly backed down and told everyone to just do what he said and go to the other room. Meng Shanshan still stubbornly intended to argue back, but the old man waved his hand, interrupting, "He's holding a weapon. Just bear with it, and do as he says so I can figure out a way for us to escape." Catching those words, Lu Yiming grinned sinisterly. "What plans are you talking about, old man? Seems like if I don't take a few lives today, you guys won't know who to fear." Saying that, he aimed his gun barrel straight at Uncle Sheng's head, preparing to finish him off. "You miserable old fool, go meet the king of hell first." Seeing him about to act ruthlessly, Meng Shanshan cried out in terror, "Grandpa." Zhang Kai was also shocked and shouted to stop him, "Stop, Lu Yiming." But suddenly, a series of strange sounds came from the medical room, making Lu Yiming pause in confusion. What kind of ghostly sound is that? He stared at the door latch, wondering, what the hell is this? I clearly locked the medical room door tight. Suddenly, the doorknob slowly turned, sending a chill down his spine as he stammered, "Who is hiding in there?" The door slowly opened wide, and the swaying shadow of Chen Xing was already standing tall at the threshold. The crowd looked at the lock in shock and whispered among themselves, "A key. Did Chen Xing insert the key and open it himself? No way, he has turned into a mindless corpse. How could he know how to use a lock?" At that very moment, Chen Chang's gaze locked onto Lu Yiming, who was trembling with terror. In his eyes, a raging fire of immense anger burned. Recovering his composure, Lu Yiming immediately pointed his gun straight at his opponent, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Damn it! You turned into a zombie, and yet you still know how to use a key to open the door. There is absolutely no way I can let you live." With that, he ruthlessly pulled the trigger. However, the gun malfunctioned and jammed, startling him as he muttered clumsily, "What the hell is this? Talk about bad luck." Seizing the golden opportunity, Chen Xing pounced on him like a wild beast, causing him to scream at the top of his lungs in terror. No way, how can this be? In a tragic end, he could only scream in despair, "Help, someone save me," while being torn apart by Chen Chang. After dealing with the enemy, he coldly stood upright. Then he slowly dragged Lu Yiming's lifeless corpse straight into the medical room. Witnessing that bizarre scene, Uncle Sheng stared wide-eyed and asked, "Good Lord, what on earth is going on here?" Jiang Zhai, standing nearby, was also extremely bewildered. He was clearly so gentle earlier. Suddenly, Chen Xing let out a sigh. His feet stopped, standing completely still. Without warning, he reached out and snatched the key plugged into the lock. Then casually threw it hard behind his back. The metal object dropped onto the floor right in front of the stunned crowd. Right after that, he nonchalantly slammed the door shut, making a loud, harsh bang, leaving the people outside staring at each other in utter confusion and shock. Jiang Yang stood frozen in place, quietly observing the mother and son hugging each other tightly, trembling. He lowered his gaze and called out, "Kid, come over here." Shuai raised his head, his face showing clear hesitation and unfamiliarity. Zhao Li, the widow of the ill-fated Jiang Shengji, was cautious, so she hugged Shuai even tighter, frowning uncomfortably as she questioned, "What is your purpose in calling the boy?" Keeping his cold tone, he repeated, "Walk over here." Realizing this man had no ill intent, the boy freed himself from his mother's protective embrace, smiling to reassure her, "Don't worry, Mom, I'm fine." At that moment he held out a sharp knife toward the kid, his voice low, "Hold it tight." Hearing this, the boy was stunned, staring wide-eyed at his savior. Shuai trembled as he took the weapon. At the same time, Zhao Yang waved his hand and pointed straight at Yang Dao's bound gang, coldly ordering, "Finish off those scumbags." Hearing this, the thugs turned pale with horror, sweat pouring down like rain as they wailed miserably, "Please show mercy, spare our lives, big brother." Zhao Li, standing nearby, was also terrified, hurriedly intervening, "Brother, he's barely grown, he's still a child." He cast his eyes down at the boy clutching the knife amidst a mess of chaotic emotions, replying nonchalantly, "Starting from this very moment, he is no longer a child." Next, Zhao Yang solemnly encouraged Shuai's spirit, "Kid, from now on, you are the only pillar of support protecting your mother. Muster up all your courage and send these beasts in human clothing who bullied your mother to the Yellow Springs." Tightly gripping the blade, the scene of his father being harmed and the two of them being trampled replayed in his mind, and the boy's face instantly shifted to one of absolute resentment. His eyes widened, burning with the fire of hatred and strong will. Without further hesitation, the boy held the weapon with both hands, tears streaming down his face as he let out a loud cry and rushed at Yang Dao and his gang. Foul splatters of blood sprayed across the floor, blending with the painful screams of the thugs. Shuai stood towering before the scattered corpses of Yang Dao and his gang, his chest heaving as he panted heavily from exhaustion. Witnessing her little son covered in blood, Zhao Li was so confused and panicked that she stammered his name, Zhao Shua. The boy turned to look up at Zhao Yang with sorrowful eyes, asking sadly, "Uncle, did my father also lose his life at the hands of these evil people?" He nodded directly, "Exactly." Upon hearing the answer, the boy let his hand go slack, letting the knife drop clattering onto the ground. Then he burst into tears, crying bitterly as he rushed into his mother's arms. She was also deeply pained, biting her lip to suppress the tears. Having completed the request from Sheng, he was about to leave when the widow knelt and begged, "Savior, please take the boy with you. I am willing to trade everything." Shua, hearing this, flatly refused. "No, I'm not going with him. I have to stay to protect Mom." Seeing the mother and son relying on each other so heartbreakingly, Xiao Yang sighed and made a decision. "All right, both of you come with me. I promised Jiang Shengji that I would keep his family safe." Saying that, he walked ahead to clear the way, letting the mother and son follow behind. Everyone held their weapons tightly, stepping over the piles of zombie corpses scattered on the ground. Walking past the series of defeated zombies, Shua couldn't help but gasp in shock. Wow, what kind of terrifying strength is this, to destroy a whole pile of monsters like this? The boy then turned to look at him with shining eyes full of admiration. Xiao Yang's face remained cold as he corrected him, "Call me uncle." As the boy opened his mouth to speak further, he quickly raised his hand to stop him, gesturing to the two of them, "Wait, stop." Seemingly catching a suspicious sound nearby, he immediately narrowed his eyes, focusing all his attention. Listening for a beat, he turned to ask the woman, sister-in-law, "Do you know the location of building number 8 in the Jiang Yuan area?" Xiao Li, holding her sword ready, quickly replied, Building 8 of Jiang Yuan is right in the direction you are looking. Is something wrong?" The scene shifts to building 8 of Jiang Yuan. At this moment, a group of armed-to-the-teeth thugs was standing huddled in front of the lobby, shouting threats. "Just be obedient. Your food will be shared fairly by us. Additionally, hand over all women and girls under 40 to come with us." At the same time, on the third-floor area, the team of the security guard named Lei was extremely flustered. Liu Kao suggested tremblingly, "It's really over. Should we brothers just raise a white flag and surrender?" Captain Li furrowed his brows, resolutely brushing it aside. "Keep dreaming. Those scumbags have no concept of keeping promises. If we give in, except for you, Mai Ran and He Fang, all of us will go meet the King of Hell." From the courtyard below, the shouting rang out loudly again, "I give you 10 minutes. If you remain stubborn, I'll send you all to meet your ancestors." Hearing this, a woman in the group was scared out of her wits, whimpering, "Should the two of us sisters go turn ourselves in and beg them to spare your lives?" The young girl wearing a black suit standing next to her immediately screamed, "I won't agree. I'd rather die than be a plaything for those beasts." Noticing that morale was wavering, Captain Li quickly put a finger to his lips, gesturing, "Calm down. We brothers will fight to the death and never bow our heads. Just hold this hallway, they won't easily swallow us." In the lobby, a lackey from Bai Kui Mountain frowned and grumbled to the leader, "Boss, our gear is good, but their leader has weapons. They are hiding like turtles in shells, so it's quite tough for us to make a move." The boss toyed with his gun while sneering cunningly, "Humph, who needs force? You guys go around and cut the water mains for the ground floor apartments. I want to see how many days they can survive without water." At that very moment, around this area, Jiang Xiao Yang and the mother and son were hiding behind the opposite wall. Shua looked up timidly and asked, "Uncle Xiao Yang, those people are bad too, right?" He stared at the gang of thugs, his voice sharp and cold, "That's right." As soon as the words were spoken, he walked out of hiding alone, his gaze locked on his prey, casually adding, "They are just the same trash as the beasts who trampled you and your mother." Upstairs, thanks to the gun in his hand, Captain Li volunteered to scout. He warned strictly, "Brothers, stick to the stairs, do not expose yourselves. I will sneak down to see what tricks those guys down there are playing." Those left behind quickly said, "Take care, Brother Li." The captain crept silently toward the window sill, trying not to make even the slightest sound. Then he carefully peeked half his head down to check the situation, immediately cursing, "Damn it. A whole gang of 7 guys all armed, and 3 of them are holding firearms. What a nightmare." Suddenly, a flash from an explosion shone brightly, blinding his eyes. The deafening sound made security guard Li pull his head back in terror, covering his ears, turning pale as he gasped, "Oh God, that was scary." This sudden incident gave his team members a fright, their hearts pounding and legs trembling. On the side of the Bai Kui thugs, a henchman met a sudden death as a bullet pierced straight through his skull. The whole group panicked extremely, screaming in chaos, "What the hell just happened?" Seeing their companion drop dead on the ground, the remaining guys were scared out of their wits, everyone fleeing in chaos. The leader roared furiously, "Which bastard dared to ambush me?" Sitting on the third floor, Li Hongli looked down, catching sight of a familiar figure strolling forward, and was stunned. "Wait, isn't that?" Straining his eyes to look closely, it turned out to be the young man they had encountered just last night. Jiang strode forward boldly while pulling the trigger to rain down bullets, forcing the Baikui Mountain scumbags to crawl around looking for cover. A guy clutching a pistol didn't even have time to chamber a round before he was gifted a precise shot right between his eyebrows, red blood spurting out. The one crouching in hiding nearby saw his comrade fall and broke into a cold sweat, only able to stealthily peek with half an eye to observe the surroundings very cautiously. Instantly, two thugs suddenly pounced up, frantically spraying bullets in a counterattack while howling loudly. Their shooting skills, however, were so terrible that they missed completely. He just walked casually, gracefully dodging bullets like a true dancer. He smirked arrogantly, letting out a mocking remark, "Amateurs." The ringleader was furious, shrinking his neck behind an iron drum while panting heavily, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it, which hole did this lunatic crawl out of?" Without hesitation, Yang fired a barrage of bullets into the iron shield, making him shrink back in terror, holding his head and cursing, "Motherfucker." Then he screamed at his remaining forces, "Are you guys just watching? While that dog is pinning me down, hurry up and shoot his brains out." Receiving the order, a henchman poked his face out, roaring loudly to draw Yang's attention in another direction. "Damn it." Instantly, his razor-sharp gaze swept over, quickly locking onto the new prey. His hand swiftly swung the gun barrel straight toward the one who had just foolishly poked his head out to take a bullet. With just two neat shots, he pinned him right in the middle of the forehead and the right chest, so fast that the henchman didn't even have time to touch the trigger. Ignoring his subordinate falling over, the leader laughed gleefully, smugly saying, "Out of ammo, right, kid? You're dead meat." Thinking he had the upper hand, he rushed out of hiding, pointed his gun straight at him, and roared excitedly, "Go to hell." At this time he still stood like a statue, casually throwing the axe down at his feet, ignoring the gun pointing at his face, only staring back with his sharp eyes. He frantically pulled the trigger at Yang, his mouth shouting constantly, "Die." But he only needed to tilt his head slightly to easily dodge the bullet's path. Seizing the opportunity, he disarmed the scumbag boss of his gun while breaking his elbow joint. Yang coldly pressed the hot barrel under his chin, making the tyrant turn pale with fear. Without letting the opponent say any last words, he pulled the trigger decisively. A streak of red blood splattered from the enemy's head onto the surroundings. The lifeless corpse collapsed onto the cement floor, his head bleeding heavily to form a wide pool of blood. After a few seconds of standing and looking at his work, Yang bent down to search the corpse's pockets for loot. Having dealt with the outside, he arrogantly kicked the door open and burst into the lobby. Here, several lackeys clutching weapons had already set up an ambush behind the wall. But with his keen senses, he knew all too well that rats were lying in wait, so he glanced vigilantly to check for movement. Instantly, from the left corner, someone swung an axe and lunged, and from the right corner, two guys also rushed in frantically with piercing screams. In the blink of an eye, a few of his basic moves had sent the rabble sprawling on the ground. He raised his head and roared, echoing through the building, "If you're brave enough, all of you get out here." Only then did the people upstairs dare to creep down. Shuai looked at his savior with starry eyes, exclaiming, "Uncle Yang, you fought so incredibly cool just now." The system screen suddenly flashed before him. New mission, expand manpower. Requirement, recruit and win over survivors in Jiang Yuan. Limit, not exceeding 5 people. Reward, 25 accumulated points. Only then did Yang gesture toward the scattered corpses, asking the security guard, "Old Li, what is the background of this group?" The old man knitted his brows and glared at them with resentment. "They are the scumbags rooted in the villa area of Baikui Mountain, on the south side of the city." Upon hearing this, he showed surprise, Baikui Mountain. Then Old Li waved his hand and called the two young men in yellow shirts standing hesitantly nearby. Liu Kao, Chen Jai, come here. The two boys ran over in a hurry, answering in unison, "We're here. What does the boss need?" The old man then instructed, "You two are originally from the south side. Explain clearly the background of the Bai Kui mountain group for young Xiao Yang to hear." So the two guys scrambled to speak, telling the whole story. As it turned out, they were originally a notorious gang, monopolizing lots of supplies and firearms stationed at the Bai Kui villa area. Nearly all the survivors around the south side had been gathered up by them. Xiao Yang closed his eyes, piecing together the facts in his mind. The area where Li Shuxing and Kui Jing were hiding was also on the south side of the city. Could it be such a coincidence that they were the same group? Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open and cross-examined, so that means the Bai Kui base is the only territory on the south side. Chen Jai quickly explained, "No way, brother. It's just that their firepower is too strong. Other small bases just get swept away whenever they carry guns over, so they have to surrender since they have nothing to fight back with." Whenever mentioning the thugs, the two guys gnashed their teeth in resentment. Liu Kao indignantly added, "Those dogs are extremely cruel, brother. Each time they raid a base, they will slaughter half the population to show off their power. As for the rest, they pick out the good-looking girls and those willing to bow and scrape to bring back to the base as lackeys." Connecting all the information, he slapped his thigh, thinking to himself, "So that's it, it fits perfectly." Seeing his thoughtful face, security guard Li curiously probed, "Is there some hidden issue, young man?" Xiao Yang ignored the question, walking slowly toward the three bodies from earlier, chin gesturing, "Old Li, collect all their guns and store them carefully. Make the effort to strip them, you'll definitely salvage some more ammunition." Casually, he handed his rifle over to the old man, instructing, "I'm passing this one to you guys for self-defense too, along with 5 magazines." Old Li tremblingly accepted the heavy weapon, stammering speechlessly, "This is really for me." Then he cast a gaze burning with hatred toward Bai Kui Mountain, his voice low, "Those Bai Kui bastards will definitely return for revenge. With this gear in your hands, a dozen lackeys won't give you trouble. Try to hold out here for a few days. I'll go back to touch up my squad and then personally level their nest." Liu Kao turned pale at the mention of raiding the lair, waving his hands to stop him. "Good heavens, you are going to Bai Kui Mountain all alone. You're crazy, how can you compete with them? They are as numerous as ants, easily dozens of them, and maybe they have expanded even larger by now." Even old Li was shocked and advised him, "The kid has a point, brother. You don't need to risk your life for us old guys. At worst, we can find a way to slip away to another area. This city is huge, kilometers apart. Even with godlike abilities, they can't flip the map upside down to find us." But he just turned and walked away casually, replying flatly, "You guys are worrying over nothing. There is still a blood debt between me and those people that has yet to be settled. By the way, in a few days I will drive a truck over to pick up all of you brothers and relocate to the East District." The old man asked in surprise to make sure the East District. He turned and lingered to explain further near the old Chayi factory, "I just set up a base out there, but we are short on manpower." Hearing about that remote but safe area, the old man nodded repeatedly, "Ah, I see, that's great, that's great." He waved goodbye to Li's group, taking Shua and his mother to leave, not forgetting to call back, "Brothers, remember to stay highly vigilant. Sister-in-law, kid, let's hit the road." From the hallway, old Li also waved back reluctantly, "Have a safe trip, young man." The scene shifts to the south side of the city. Outside the steel mesh fence, a blood-soaked human head was impaled on an iron bar, looking extremely sickening. The guards outside were also fully armed, patrolling very strictly. Right in front of the main building, 3 mutilated bodies, 2 males and 1 female, hung dangling, swaying in the wind. Deep inside a large room, 4 men sat majestically around a round table. Jiang Qingwen took a long drag of his cigarette, frowning as he spoke, "Damn, why haven't we cleared out the supplies at the Jin Yu entertainment area yet?" Li Shuxing hastily pointed toward the door, forcing a flattering smile, reporting to Brother Wen, "Our boys left long ago, calculating the time they should be carrying the stuff back any moment now." Right then Lin Guangkai cut in, mockingly teasing Brother Wen that Jinyu Den is full of juicy girls. We can't just focus on sweeping up food, we must bring them back to serve us, right, Uncle Li? Shuxing swallowed his anger, forced to grin. Brother Kai worries too much, great minds think alike. I have instructed the soldiers thoroughly, whoever is still breathing, drag them all back here. Qing Wen took another drag of his cigarette, puffing out white smoke and snapping. It's not that I want to find fault with you, Skinny Li, but from the beginning till now, every task assigned to you has ended up in a total mess. He broke into a cold sweat, trying to maintain a calm defense, although his guts were in a knot. Brother Wen can rest easy. I swear I will handle this mission smoothly from A to Z. Seeing his rival being cornered, Guang Kai sitting next to him smirked smugly. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, sighing heavily. The lackey guarding the door saw this and rushed over to ask, Boss Li, are you all right? Venting his frustration, he snapped angrily, has that group of 7 guys I sent shown their faces yet? The subordinate trembled, stammering a report, Boss. About an hour ago I sent someone to scout. It seems something went wrong. Hearing the shocking news, Shuxing roared madly, what the fuck? All of them were wiped out. How the hell do those peasants in Jiang Xiang Yuan have that kind of ability? They carried 3 firearms and still couldn't take out a few weaklings. Anger rushing to his brain, he gritted his teeth and issued an urgent order. Go find Dao Zai immediately. Tell him to gather everyone with shooting skills and meet me here. This time I will personally lead, absolutely no mistakes. Back at Jiang Zio Yang's base. In the pitch-black night, his car slowly turned into the yard, accompanied by a beep-beep honking to signal. Catching the familiar sound, San San cheerfully shouted, it's Brother Zio Yang's car, he's back. Uncle Sheng and Zhang Zhai also quickly ran to the door to look out. At the same time, the system screen flashed again to announce, safe escort mission completed. Reward, plus 25 points. Current accumulated points, 36 points. Seeing his car park in the yard, the whole crowd rushed out to warmly wave and welcome him. He calmly pushed the car door open and stepped down. As soon as San San saw her savior, she bloomed a radiant smile and chirped, Brother Zio Yang, I've been waiting for you, you're finally home. He scanned the crowd to check attendance, realizing exactly one person was missing, and laughed heartily, haha, just as expected, only Lu Yiming's face is missing. Hearing this, she was startled and asked wide-eyed, goodness, did you see through his heart ages ago? Leaving her question unanswered, he pointed toward the mother and son and instructed Zhang Zhai, you arrange a resting place for the 2 of them first, then when you're done, head over to the medical room to meet with us. Zhang Zhai scratched his head and replied quickly, yes, I'll do it right away. About 15 minutes later, the group of 4 along with Zio Yang gathered in front of the medical clinic. Old Sheng, still astonished, clicked his tongue and asked, according to what you said earlier, it turns out you caught on to the dark intentions of that brat Yiming long ago. He casually bent down to pick up the gun from the ground and slowly explained, actually, I wouldn't dare guarantee 100% that he did it. But there is one thing I would bet on. Hearing this part, Zhang Zhai and Zio Jia lowered their eyes, clearly showing sorrow and deep disappointment over the broken friendship. But the memory of Zhang Zhai crying his eyes out because he was stabbed in the back by his own childhood friend rushed back, making Zio Yang grit his teeth and growl each word in anger. There is definitely a beast blending in our ranks. Zhang Zhai stood in a daze, unconsciously tightening his grip on the gun, as if having just woken up to a shocking truth. A moment later, he examined the ammunition box in his hand and cried out in shock, holy crap, rubber bullets. Old Sheng peeked into the medical room, speaking timidly, what about the kid lying in there? Suddenly, the memory of the moment Chen Xing turned into a zombie flashed in his mind, and he reported to the group, what was that boy's name again? Ah, Chen Xing, right. He is no ordinary zombie, but a rare mutated type. Turning back into the room, he walked close to the bed where Chen Xing lay, bending down to whisper, if your mind can still comprehend human speech, blink 3 times in a row for me. At first the young guy was stiff as a log, but upon hearing the command, his eyelids blinked, his mouth making some low growling sounds in his throat. He nodded in approval, well done. Let's continue, what is 2 times 3? Use the number of blinks to give me the answer. Good boy. Only then did he excitedly share zombie knowledge with the crowd. When the apocalypse broke out, those infected with pathogens from the outer world had an extremely small chance of evolving into a special mutated form. These guys are 10,000 times smarter and stronger than regular zombies, and they even retain some memories of their human lives. Xiao Yang casually pushed the door open and walked in without any guard, while inside, Chen Xing was just scrambling to his feet. It was a stroke of absolute luck that the lad belonged to a rare and hard-to-find species. Chen Xing's heel stepped heavily right on Lu Yiming's skull, making the crowd watching from outside turn pale with horror. Suddenly, he snapped his gray face, covered in bulging blue veins, around, his mouth growling with deadly sounds. Yet right after that, he raised his hand and waved to the crowd in an extremely friendly manner. He also nodded and signaled, "You can stop stomping now, clean up this mess." As if catching the signal, the lad immediately grabbed Lu Yiming's collar, dragging the corpse along the floor. Jiang Kai was the boldest, stepping forward first and said with teary eyes, "Xing, you really haven't forgotten us." The familiar call made the zombie's steps halt mid-stride. Chen Xing turned his head, forcing a wide but chilling grin, his throat making eerie gurgling and growling sounds. Witnessing that scene, Jiang Kai stood dumbfounded for a long time, but deep down, his heart was filled with joy because his sworn brother was still here. Suddenly, the zombie reached out and snatched straight for Jiang Kai's crotch. Fortunately, the guy leaped backward to dodge quickly, shouting, "Damn it, playing dirty like that." Chen Xing grinned with delight, while Jiang Kai, thoroughly spooked, clutched his chest and cursed loudly. "Damn it, so you still remember your old tricks. Even after turning into a zombie, you still haven't cured your mischievous hands." Jiang Xiao Yang returned to his room, lying down with his arm over his forehead to relax. The virtual screen popped up with the text, "Hidden achievement, successfully recruited a mutant teammate. Status, completed, reward plus 10 points. Current accumulated points, 46. His eyes widened in delight. Well, I didn't expect to accidentally farm a hidden achievement. What a jackpot. Let's browse the shop to see if there are any high-tier toys. Instantly, a new catalog window opened. Level 1 Medical Survival Supply Box, 5 points. Level 1 Deterrent Weapon Supply Box, 5 points. Level 2 Future Technology Supply Box, 50 points. Manual Refresh Pack, 4 points. Scanning the list, he was so excited that he sprang straight up and cheered. Unbelievable, there's actually a level 2 chest. It's my first time even laying eyes on one. But then he quickly rubbed his chin in contemplation. So pricey, it costs 50 points. Oh well, let's grab those 2 cheap chests first, lest they reset tomorrow and go to waste. 2 chests immediately materialized along with a confirmation message. Successfully redeemed level 1 Medical Survival Supply Box, -5 points. Remaining accumulated points, 41. Successfully redeemed level 1 Deterrent Weapon Supply Box, -5 points. Remaining accumulated points, 36. He reached out and touched both boxes. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth, illuminating the entire room. The system's monotonous voice sounded, "Open Level 1 Medical Survival Box. Item received, Otherworldly Pathogen Vaccine. Effect, a certain probability of preventing the spread of the otherworldly virus if bitten, but ineffective against those who have completed the mutation process. Open Level 1 Deterrent Weapon Box. Item received, 1 Barrett M82 Sniper Rifle with 10 12.7.50 BMG armor-piercing rounds." He happily flopped back onto the mattress, clicking his tongue in admiration. Incredible! A Level 1 box is already this top tier. At Level 2 or 3, they might throw in an entire tank. And this vaccine vial, does it mean it's more than enough to save the life of someone who was just bitten before they turn into a monster? Xiao Yang swiped his finger to select the job progress panel. Current quest, expand manpower. Objective, recruit survivors at Jiang Xiang Yuan. Limit, under 5 people. Reward, 25 points. After completing the steps, he rubbed his hands in anticipation. I'm dying to open that level 2 chest. Tomorrow morning, I must get moving and grind to finish this quest. Night fell and everyone slept soundly, except for Chen Xing, who was still diligently dragging Lu Yiming's mangled corpse to throw it out of the base's barricade. Dawn broke, and he summoned all members to the common yard, declaring solemnly, "Starting from today." His voice resounded with authority. "Everyone must squeeze out at least 1 hour a day to train their shooting skills for me." The 5-member squad lined up horizontally, shooting bang-bang at some empty mineral water bottles set up in the distance to practice their aim. Xiao Yang walked over, gently tapping Uncle Sheng's shoulder to instruct him. "Uncle Sheng, in a bit, please tell Kai to clean up some empty rooms. There are still survivors over at Jiang Yuan, so I will drive over to bring them back here today." The old man nodded quickly. "Ah, understood, you can rest assured and leave it to me." After handing over the tasks, he turned and called out the zombie guy's name. "Chen Xing." He turned his head in confusion, uttering a groaning sound. He chin-gestured, "Get moving and follow me." A few hours passed. On the wide highway, a truck lay stranded in the middle of the road due to an accident, surrounded by countless scattered corpses. While Xiao Yang and Chen Xing were standing and observing the scene, a zombie with a knife driven through its skull collapsed to the ground. No need to guess, it was his masterpiece. Stuck in the driver's seat, the driver, who had turned into a zombie but was tightly bound by the seatbelt, could only bear his fangs and claws, screaming helplessly. In the blink of an eye, this monster was ripped away from the steering wheel by Chen Xing and tossed onto the road to bite the dust. Jiang Xiaoyang held out a small key toward his zombie friend, gesturing, "Here's yours." Chen Xing clumsily took the tiny object, holding it as gently as possible. Seeing that the other had received the item, he turned to walk away, leaving a sentence. "Feel free to take it off. When it's just the two of us, you don't need to force yourself to wear that damn thing." The lad happily unlocked and took off the confining mask. Xiao Yang did not forget to gently remind him, "But when we go over to Jiang Yuan in a bit, make sure to cover yourself up. Don't show that face of yours and scare the citizens to death." Back at the southern sector lair, Li Shuxing's henchmen were gathering around the back of the vehicle, and the boss grumbled, "Damn it, we've been gathering people for so long, why are we still short?" Just then, a man and a woman ran over in a hurry, and the lackeys cheered happily. "We have a full squad now, let's hit the road, Boss Li." The boss threw away his half-smoked cigarette and cursed bitterly. "Damn it, if I can't flatten that Jiang Yuan nest with this much firepower, I'll be your son." As the cigarette butt hit the ground, the convoy revved its engines and sped past the base gates, carrying the wild shouts of the bloodthirsty thugs. A group of people dressed in pitch-black clothes stood in a circle, surrounding a man kneeling on the ground. Sensing an impending disaster, one of them suddenly widened his eyes, staring blankly ahead. Unexpectedly, a car sped toward them like an arrow, ramming straight into the crowd and sending them flying into the air. The car swerved wildly, causing the traffic on the road to scatter in a panic to avoid it. Inside a skyscraper apartment building, a group of people were gathering in a circle, sharing their meager food. The roar of a car engine from outside immediately drew the attention of the entire room. Lu Yiming suddenly spoke. "It's brother Xiao Yang, I'm sure he's back to pick us up." Li Hongli quickly gestured for silence. "SHH, better safe than sorry, don't show your faces yet, let me check out the situation first." With that, he crept to the windowsill, peering down at the street to grasp the truth. From afar, voices echoed, calling out to each other. "Which building are we hitting?" "Building 8, that block in the back." Li Shuxing's loud voice commanded, "Move forward, deploy the formation." Catching the scene below, Hong Li gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, what Xiao Yang? It's those bastards from Bai Kui Mountain coming to cause trouble." Hearing this, the man sitting next to him chambered a round with a click, burning with murderous intent. "These bastards won't shed tears until they see their coffins. Let them come. We have plenty of guns now, why should we hesitate to send them to their graves?" Hong Li quickly poured cold water on his comrade's excitement. "Stop acting foolish, never underestimate the enemy. This time, they have brought a massive force, completely outnumbering us. Every single one of them is armed. Scatter and ambush them at the agreed spots while I climb to the rooftop to cover you." The group calculated the distance together, nodding in agreement. "This line of sight is perfect. One step further, and we'll fall right into those bandits' line of fire." In the yard, Li Shuxing's gang was already brandishing their weapons, ready to launch the sweep. Just then, the two sentries upstairs shouted in panic. "They're rushing in, everyone be careful and find cover." A hail of bullets from below tore through the air, shattering the window panes into pieces. Thousands of glass shards flew straight at the man, making him wail, "Oh my God." Shuxing ordered testily, "Throw the megaphone over here, you guys lock your targets on those windows. The moment a head pops out, pull the trigger immediately." He brought the megaphone to his mouth, clearing his throat to test the sound. "Hello, hello, read me." Before he could finish, a loud bang rang out, and a bullet struck the forehead of the lackey standing right next to him, blood gushing out. The gang turned pale with shock, screaming in panic, "It's rifle fire." Right after, another bullet pierced the thigh of a second man, making him collapse and clutch his leg, wailing miserably, "Ah, my leg." In utter panic, they trampled over each other and shouted, "Disperse quickly, find cover now." From his high position, it was Hong Li who was mercilessly unleashing bullets. The henchmen below raised the alarm frantically. "Take cover, they're using automatic rifles." Shuxing squeezed his body into a corner, cursing angrily. "Damn it, who reported that they only had one pistol, even counting the loot taken from those 7 idiots the other day, at most they'd have 4. Where on earth did that damn automatic rifle come from?" A low-ranking soldier, pale as a ghost, whimpered, "Boss Lee, how do we handle this?" he snapped. "Handle what? Get the hell out of here." Hearing the order, the lackeys threw away their pride and ran for their lives. Shuxing cursed furiously, "Stop, you idiots, wait for me to give the order to retreat together, damn it." A henchman who had just turned to run was riddled with bullets in his back, collapsing onto the road and drawing his last breath. Looking at his subordinate's corpse, Shuxing spat bitterly, "Serves you right, idiot. Everyone listen to my count, 3, 2, 1, run." The moment the shout of "run" went out, the entire gang retreated without looking back. The corner of Shuxing's mouth curled into a cunning, scheming smile. But the cowards fleeing headfirst became live target practice, falling one after another under the rain of bullets. While running for his life, he shouted loudly to read his opponent's moves. "He's out of ammo, he has to reload now." Sure enough, on the rooftop, Hong Li was busy reloading a new magazine. Seizing the golden opportunity, the remnants rushed straight onto the vehicles, shouting urgently, "Hit the gas, start the engine and go." An unlucky fellow was left behind, crawling and running after the back of the car, crying, "Wait for me, I haven't even climbed on yet." But his fate was sealed by a bullet driven deep into his skull. Sharp bullets continued to tear through the wind, clanging against the outer shell of the fleeing vehicle. The screen shifted, showing a blue car speeding along the highway, forcing several other vehicles to swerve sharply and overturn. The driver was none other than Jiang. He cleared his throat, ignoring the curses drifting from outside. What lunatic drives like that? He casually stepped on the gas, muttering, "No time to worry about that, grinding to finish the quest and get some accumulated points is the way to go." A moment later, the car screeched to a halt before the combat zone. Xiao Yang and Chen Xing leisurely opened the door and stepped down to survey the ruins of the battlefield. He clicked his tongue. "Well, it seems the rifle I handed over to the guys has already shown its power. That car swerving and fleeing for dear life earlier must have belonged to the bandits who got beat up and ran away." Standing beside him, Chen Xing kept twisting and waving his limbs, his mouth stammering out strange sounds. Cuck. Xiao Yang turned to pat his shoulder, inquiring, "What's wrong, boss? Hungry again?" Despite his questions, Zombie Xing kept groaning and growling continuously. He had no choice but to smile and yield. "Fine, go have a feast. It's better to let you fill your stomach than to leave them as food for those random zombies out there. Go enjoy." The moment he finished his sentence, the zombie grinned, showing his teeth in a spine-chilling smile. He rushed frantically toward the pile of scattered corpses. Xiao Yang called after him with instructions. "After your meal, drag yourself to the lobby of Building 8 and wait for me." Having given the instructions, he turned and walked toward the apartment block, leaving Zombie Xing tearing flesh and greedily devouring the bloody corpses. He contentedly swallowed his horrific meal. Xiao Yang walked, glancing at the spoils scattered everywhere, inwardly praising, Well, brother Li Hongli is no pushover either, he caught quite a big fish. Right then, from the shattered window, someone poked his head out, looked around, and screamed in joy. It's brother Xiao Yang, it's definitely him, everyone. The crowd upstairs waved their hands frantically, calling out, Brother Xiao Yang. A few minutes later, they all hurried down to the lobby to greet him. A guy from Yang Dao's faction quickly spoke up first, prompting Xiao Yang to ask in surprise, Don't tell me all these corpses are your doing. The guy patted his chest, boasting proudly of his achievement. Who else do you think it is? It's all thanks to the weapon you gave me. Believe it or not, before I was discharged, I was a crack sniper. Suddenly, strange groans came from behind, causing the group to startle and turn around on high alert. What the hell is that noise? A dark figure was dragging heavy steps, approaching the crowd. It was clearly a human, who had completely mutated into a zombie. The soldier from Yang Dao's faction immediately raised his rifle, aiming precisely and shouting, Everyone back off, a zombie has appeared. Jiang Xiao Yang quickly raised his hand to block the barrel, calmly saying, Lower your weapon, he's one of us. The young man's jaw dropped in disbelief, his eyes wide. What, one of us? Xiao Yang pointed with his chin toward a lone corpse at the corner of the street, ordering the monster, There's still prey in that corner, go enjoy it. The zombie, wearing a waiter's uniform, obediently dragged his steps toward the designated direction. The soldier from Yang Dao's faction rubbed his eyes several times, still unable to believe his eyes, and inquired curiously, My God, what is this? Does brother Xiao Yang know how to speak zombie language? Xiao Yang shrugged with a mysterious smile, explaining that this guy was no ordinary, mindless zombie, but explaining it right now would take too long. Everyone should get in the car first, and he would tell them along the way. Turning to the zombie, he did not forget to add another instruction. Make sure to eat quickly, and once the meal is done, obediently return to the car to find us. Just a moment after filling his stomach, he obediently muzzled himself. This entire smooth sequence of actions fell right into the astonished eyes of the people waiting in the car. Zai Chuan widened his eyes as big as bowls, exclaiming in shock to the point of almost swearing, Oh my God, he even knows how to muzzle himself. Jiang Xiao Yang softly reminded him, It's a muzzle, keep your voice down or he might hear you and punch you. Zai Chuan flinched, quickly recovering with a flattering tone, I have to admit, he looks pretty cool, doesn't he? Jiang Xiao Yang burst out laughing in agreement. You can say that compliment out loud for him to hear. The seemingly friendly zombie loomed toward the car, the moment he lifted a foot to step in. His entire massive weight pressed down, causing the car to tilt completely to one side, swaying violently. Yang Dao's lackeys started, asking each other in confusion, did our car just tilt a bit? The zombie clumsily held out a ring of keys in front of Jiang Xiao Yang, struggling to squeeze out each raspy sound, keys. It was his turn to widen his eyes in surprise. You even know how to talk. The zombie remained stiff, stammering out disjointed words, talk. Jiang Xiao Yang remained silent, his mind calculating carefully. Having devoured 6 corpses in a row, Chen Chang, although a zombie, had certainly entered a new stage of evolution. I must return quickly to exchange accumulated points for strength, setting up the maximum combat defense line for the base. The driver cleared his throat to remind everyone to hold on tight. We are heading home. Jiang Xiao Yang was still deep in thought, inwardly assessing that he was definitely no ordinary zombie. The scene shifted to a luxurious meeting room, where Lin Guangkai was fuming and cursing his subordinates. How many times did I instruct you? Useless fools, you couldn't even handle such a minor task. Li Shuxing shrank his neck, trying to explain, Boss Lin, please calm down, this really wasn't my fault. They were equipped with automatic rifles. Zhang Qingwen curled his lip in disdain, not believing a single word. Are you telling jokes? Where would a wet behind-the-ears cop get automatic rifles? Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Li Shuxing's face contorted as he tried to explain, I'm being wrongly accused. What I said is 100% true. If you don't believe me, just send someone there to check, and it will be clear immediately. Throwing a tantrum, Lin Guangkai kicked the fat guy, sending him rolling onto the floor and shouted, Get the hell out of my sight. Li Shuxing scrambled up, secretly throwing a resentful, hateful glare at the group. Waiting for his figure to disappear behind the door, Lin Guangkai, still angry, muttered, "I've been sick of this useless piece of trash for a long time. We might as well." Taking advantage of the time when his faction is falling apart, we can just. He smirked, gesturing suggestively. Dongsu sneered, exposing his dark thoughts. "You're still eyeing that loose woman of his, aren't you?" Lin Guangkai grinned broadly. "Boss Dong really knows me inside out." He laughed triumphantly, his voice echoing through the room. "Blessings are meant to be shared, so of course I'll share with the brothers." Zhang Qingwen waved his hand to advise him. "Kai, calm down, haste makes waste. Let me arrange a perfect opportunity first." On the other side of the door, Li Shuxing had been holding his breath, pressing his ear to the wall, catching every single dirty word of theirs. His teeth gritted together, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Returning to Li Shuxing's private villa. Fuming with rage, he knocked everything off the table onto the floor with a loud crash, uttering bitter curses. Seeing this, his wife quickly ran over, her face filled with anxiety. "Honey, what's making you so angry?" She intended to use her familiar seductive body to cool him down, coaxing him in a gentle voice. But this trick backfired today, making Li Shuxing even more irritated. "Gather our important things immediately, we must leave this place right now." She was dazed and couldn't keep up. "Move where?" He didn't bother to explain in detail, his eyes flashing with extreme tension. "This place is no longer safe, we must slip away before disaster strikes." He strained his neck and shouted, "Qing Zai, where is Qing Zai?" The lackey rushed in within a split second, asking respectfully, "Boss Li, did you call me for something important?" Li Shuxing quickly ordered, "Gather the remaining trusted brothers immediately, get ready to follow me this morning." He rattled off all sorts of confidential instructions, leaving his wife standing nearby frowning in confusion, not understanding a thing. Turning eyes toward Jiang Ziyang's vehicle, all members had now safely arrived. Only Zai Xuan, upon hitting the ground, cheered excitedly, "This is incredible, it's like an invincible fortress." The system notification board flashed, signaling that Zhao Yang's recruitment quest had reached 8 out of 5 people. The bonus reward was 30 accumulated points, raising his total assets to 65 points. Jiang Zhao Yang blinked in surprise. "Oh, exceeding the quota actually yields a bonus reward." He patted Zombie Chen Xing's shoulder and instructed him, "Prepare yourself to head to the South City with me tomorrow night." It was unclear what grunt sound he made in his throat, but he just took it as a nod of agreement. Yang Dao's subordinates scratched their heads in curiosity. "Why are we going all the way to the South City, brother?" Zhao Yang let out a cold smile. "Between me and those scum at the Bai Kui Mountain Villa, there is still a blood debt to settle." Dispersing the crowd, he threw himself onto the soft mattress and opened the system interface. Before his eyes was the Level 2 Dark Technology Sacrifice chest worth 50 points, plus 4 points to refresh the catalog. Jiang Zhao Yang did not hesitate, tapping his finger on the glowing chest icon to proceed with the transaction. The account balance dropped by 50 points, replaced by a great expectation shining in his eyes. "My first Level 2 supply box, you better yield some good loot for me." The lid of the Level 2 Dark Technology Sacrifice chest popped open, bringing an extremely valuable reward of 20 vials of physical enhancement solution. He burst with joy as he held the precious vials. What a masterpiece! Level 2 items are indeed different. The quality is beyond question. A series of agonizing screams echoed within the 4 walls, once the enhancement process ended. Jiang Zhao Yang felt refreshed to the limit, his physical stats jumping to 33 points, comprehensively strengthening him to 6 times that of an ordinary human. This feeling of overflowing power was truly no joke. An annoying buzzing sound of a mosquito hovered right next to his ear. Without even looking, Jiang Zhao Yang lightly flicked his hand and caught the tiny insect with just 2 fingers. The tiny creature lay in his hand, facing his terrifyingly friendly smile, so frightened that it went completely silent, not daring to flap its wings. Getting bored, he opened his hand to release it, and the mosquito immediately flew away at top speed. Dusk fell, painting the sky with a beautiful picture of dreamy purple, blended with brilliant red and gold. Passing through the area where the brothers were guarding outside, Jiang Yang strolled leisurely. Yang Dao's lackeys turned their heads, inquiring curiously, "Brother Zhao Yang, we heard you plan to march to the South City." Zhao Yang nodded in confirmation, "Correct. By the way, Brother Li," he got straight to the point without beating around the bush, "your marksmanship is the sharpest in this base. Please open a class to train the brothers." The other blinked and quickly asked if he had any further instructions. Brother Li patted his chest and laughed, promising, "This training stuff is my specialty, just leave it to me, rest assured." With the arrangements made, Jiang Yang called out for departure. "Chen Xing, get ready to set off." The car growled and spat smoke, speeding away in the silent night. Darkness enveloped everything, yielding to tens of thousands of stars twinkling overhead. Li Shuxing's voice rumbled in the dark, "Qingzai, how is the situation over there?" The lackey replied confidently, "Boss Li, rest assured, the brothers have already set up our positions." Seeing this, Li Shuxing decisively waved his hand to order the departure. Two henchmen led the way to scout, while Li Shuxing followed behind with a grim, murderous face. Suddenly, a truck parked right ahead turned on all its bright headlights at once. The blinding light shone straight into their faces, forcing Li Shuxing and his lackeys to hurriedly raise their hands to shield their blinded eyes. As their eyes adjusted, what met his gaze was a group of fierce-looking men, and the leader was none other than Dong Su. Glimpsing behind the car window, he could clearly see the faces of Zhang Qingwen, Lin Guangkai, and even that woman Qi Jing. Li Shuxing's henchmen looked at each other in confusion. What the hell is going on? Dong Su brandished the gun in his hand, casting a disdainful look and asking, in the dead of night, "Where are you gentlemen planning to stroll?" At this very moment, Li Shuxing also broke into a cold sweat upon identifying the man blocking his path as Dong Su. He hastily squeezed out a flattering smile to make an excuse. "Oh, Boss Dong, we only plan to take advantage of the dark to slip into Rongxiang Yuan and try our luck." Dong Su burst out laughing, but his eyes were sharp as knives. "Oh, taking a stroll in Rongxiang Yuan, is it?" Right then, his subordinate dragged a battered body out from the dark corner. He directly tossed Qingzai's corpse, which lay sprawled right at Li Shuxing's feet. A lackey nearby, seeing his brother die with his eyes open, was terrified to the limit, screaming in panic, "Qingzai!" Li Shuxing was furious, swinging his fist straight into the lackey's face, growling, "Open your eyes and look, this guy isn't Qingzai." He went back on his word instantly, scratching his head and laughing obsequiously to Dong Su, "Boss Dong, I really don't know who this corpse is." Dong Su was too lazy to waste words. He and his subordinates chambered their weapons and aimed straight at Li Shuxing, coldly ordering, "Do it." A barrage of gunshots tore through the night, followed by miserable groans and painful screams. Li Shuxing was scared out of his wits, squatting down and clutching his head, his entire body trembling like a leaf. He slowly turned his head to look behind him. All of his trusted lackeys had been shot down, lying in pools of blood. Li Shuxing stammered in panic, I really didn't know him. Boss Dong, what are you doing?" Dong Su pointed toward the back seat of the car, laughing with delight. Well, you really have a tongue on you. Open your eyes and look closely at who this honored guest in the car is." Right at this moment, the blinding headlights were lowered to their dimmest. Upon recognizing the face inside, Li Shuxing's eyes almost popped out in shock, followed by the sound of his teeth grinding in resentment. He bitterly witnessed Qi Jing coquettishly snuggling into Lin Guangkai's lap, while Boss Jiang was present in the back seat. They exchanged smug smiles, causing Li Shuxing to roar in fury, "Qi Jing." Lin Guangkai casually cut in, denying it is useless. "My friend, little Jing already spilled every detail of your rebellion plot to us long ago." Li Shuxing was spitting mad and about to rush forward to fight them, but he was immediately pinned down, left with nothing but to scream helplessly, "You loose woman, you dare to bite back at me." Lin Guangkai gestured with his chin to ask the person in the back seat, "Boss Jiang, how do you plan to handle this?" Zhang Qingwen did not say a word. He merely smirked and drew a finger across his throat like a death sentence. The very next second, a rough noose tightly wrapped around Li Shuxing's throat. Dong Su's henchman pulled Li Shuxing up into the air, leaving him to struggle wildly to cling to his fragile life. But his obese body became the death sentence that accelerated the process. Severely deprived of oxygen, he spat out his final bubbles. And the brutal end was exactly as expected. Li Shuxing was hanged to death right on his own gate. Only at this moment did Jiang Ziyang's vehicle convoy quietly enter the scene. He gestured for Chen Xing to quietly follow the target, closing in on the area of Li Shuxing's mansion. What met their eyes was the fat man's corpse swaying in the air. Jiang lightly waved his hand to tell Chen Xing to halt for now. Looking up at the dangling corpse, he clicked his tongue. Yes, the punishment fits the crime, but not sending you off personally makes me feel a bit disappointed. With that, Jiang Ziyang flicked his finger, sending a sharp pebble slicing through the wind. The stone hit its mark, cutting right through the tough rope. Li Shuxing's body fell in freefall, landing face first onto the hard ground. He walked over slowly, grabbing the hair of the bruised, wide-eyed head. You piece of trash, considering how pathetic your death was, I will reclaim this blood debt for you. In another development, not far away, suggestive moans mixed with playful laughter echoed from a closed room. Qi Jing was clad in a sheer piece of cloth, her cheeks flushed with shyness despite being locked to the bed, pouting coquettishly, "You guys are so mean. I did such a great service, yet you treat me with such violence. Quickly unlock the handcuffs for me." Zhang Qingwen leaned in close to her face and smirked. "Don't you find this gift wonderful? I am here to serve you." Qi Jing immediately let out soft moans beneath him. MGH. Lin Guangkai, busy undoing his belt and ready to join, suddenly froze at a strange sound coming from the glass. Is there some noise outside? As his eyes scanned outside the transparent glass, Lin Guangkai's face immediately fell, revealing utter panic. Right in that quiet courtyard lay the scattered corpses of the guarding henchmen. Before he could recover, the main door was pounded with earth-shattering blows. While he and Qingwen were still staring blankly at the door, a familiar figure leaped through the open window. "Oh, what are you all so busy with?" Jiang Ziyang stood there, casting a freezing gaze filled with sky-high murderous intent at the hostile enemies before him. Without a single second of hesitation, his razor-sharp blade rested right against Lin Guangkai's carotid artery, freezing him in sheer terror. With a decisive and skillful slash, his blood vessel burst open, putting an end to the life of the man surnamed Lin. As his body collapsed to the floor, Ziyang quickly and lightly stepped into the room. Seeing his companion take his last breath, Qingwen lost his composure and screamed, "Akai, you bastard, what hole did you crawl out of?" Qi Jing, who was lying on the bed, suddenly widened her eyes in recognition. Ziyang. Ignoring the shock of the man and woman, he casually threw the knife in his hand straight ahead. The blade flew like a flash of lightning, piercing through Qingwen's throat and pinning him firmly to the wall. Witnessing the man on top of her collapse dead with her own eyes, Qi Jing shrieked in absolute terror. She twisted her neck, timidly following his every step, and asked while trembling, How did you end up here? What are you trying to do?" He glanced sideways at the ridiculous state of the woman whose limbs were tightly chained, sneering mockingly. Well, you people have some pretty wild tastes, don't you?" He leisurely strolled to the main door, lightly placing his hand on the doorknob, and spoke with bitter sarcasm. "I bet you can't guess what kind of wonderful expression that piece of trash Shu Xing would have if he could witness this scene." Hearing that familiar name, her face contorted in horror, and tears began to stream down rapidly. Shu Xing. Before she could close her mouth, he turned the latch and flung the door open, releasing the zombie in the form of Li Shuxing to rush straight inside. Witnessing the cold hands of her ex-husband clawing and approaching, she sobbed in utter despair. Bloody teeth bit straight into her flesh, making Qi Jing scream and grit her teeth, begging Ziyang, "I was wrong, please spare my life, keep him away from me." However, the only response to that desperate plea for help was a cold silence. Now, the room was left with only the couple tearing each other apart. Ziyang calmly pulled the door shut, locking the ear-piercing screams inside. Having settled all grudges, he strode down to the yard to instruct Chen Chang. "Hey Chen Chang, clean up this mess. This food is your reward." The zombie nodded heavily, stammering with difficulty in response, "Can only swallow one person at most." While his subordinate was obediently enjoying his dinner, Jiang Yang suddenly sensed an abnormality. Immediately, Yang activated his superhuman hearing to scan for any tiny sounds within a close radius. Not very far away, in an abandoned house, all the windows were tightly boarded up with crisscrossing wooden planks. At this moment, a fat chef was waddling up the stairs toward the crowd. He was the diabolical butcher of the Bai Shui villa, clutching a cleaver in his hand as his eyes scanned to choose a prey. The lackey beside him hurriedly dragged a tiny girl over to present her. "Look at this, boss. This one is young and tender. The quality is unquestionable." The butcher glanced at the skinny little girl, frowned, and waved his hand. "Forget it. She's just skin and bones, chewing on that would hurt my teeth." He rolled his eyes and pointed his disgusting finger directly at a cute little boy, ignoring the mother's heartbreaking screams. "Get that kid from me." The butcher brutally grabbed the child's arm and dragged him away. "This brat has plenty of meat." Disregarding the danger, the mother lunged forward to hug his leg. "Let go of my child, give him back to me." But the heartless chef kicked the poor woman away, shouting, "Get lost, crazy woman." Seeing his mother collapse, the boy burst into tears and struggled, "Mom, save me." The miserable mother crawled on the ground, clasping her hands and begging desperately, "Please, I beg you, spare my child's life, I beg you." In despair, she turned her eyes for help to the people cowering in fear in the corner. "Please save my son, have some mercy and help us." Suddenly, a deafening blast exploded, bringing all the actions of the evil thugs to an abrupt halt. Their eyes widened as they stared at the thick wooden door, now riddled with holes, as the chef's shrill voice demanded, "Who's out there?" The butcher gripped his knife tightly, sweating as he guessed, "That's the sound of a shotgun. Is someone in our gang carrying one?" The lackeys shook their heads frantically and replied, "No way in this entire area, only the boss owns this kind of toy." Seizing the chaotic moment, the mother and son fortunately embraced each other and sobbed, "Good baby, don't be afraid, Mom is here." The atmosphere in the room turned suffocatingly tense as a gap in the door was slowly pushed open. The chef gestured to the lackey who had grabbed the little girl earlier to go out and scout. "You go and take a look." Being pushed forward as a meat shield, the guy stammered, "Me." The butcher growled threateningly, "Stop babbling, drag your ass over there quickly." After hesitating and stalling for a moment, the subordinate finally had to tiptoe close to the edge of the door. Right at the moment, he stuck his head out. A monstrously deformed hand suddenly thrust inside from the outside. With extreme accuracy and speed, that arm grabbed the lackey's neck and dragged him out into the darkness. The remaining thugs were scared out of their wits, screaming in panic, "Zombie monster, blow its head off quick." A shower of deafening bullets fired frantically toward the door, but in response, there was only empty, silent space. The gunfire paused briefly as they investigated, and they immediately caught a glimpse of an afterimage darting past the window. The gun barrels instantly swung toward the new target. "It slipped over to that side, be careful." Capitalizing on the moment they were reloading, Chen Xing delivered a thunderous kick to the door, bursting straight into their lair. The biggest prey he targeted was none other than the chef of the Bai Shui villa. Even though the thug's mouth was still agape in shock, Chen Xing reached out his deadly claws. With a beautiful midair spin, Chen Xing snapped the villain's neck in an instant. The moment his toes touched the floor again, Chen Xing turned back into a killing machine, charging into the crowd like a moth to a flame. In the thick darkness, only agonizing screams echoed through the building, "Monster! It's aiming for me, save me, brothers." The brief slaughter came to an end, and the innocent victims opened their eyes wide, looking at Chen Chang who stood motionless, doubt rising in their hearts. Wasn't this monster going to tear them apart? What kind of creature was this strange zombie after all? His body was riddled with bullets, yet not a single drop of blood leaked out as he stood majestically in place. Just then, Jiang Yang walked up and nodded in approval. "Not bad, Chen Chang. Even with both hands chained and a muzzle on, your agility is still incredibly sharp." Receiving praise from his master, he excitedly raised his hands to pose as if to show off. Now this looks cool. The civilians watching this scene were so bewildered their jaws dropped, exclaiming in fear, "Oh my God, a zombie can actually speak human language." In the terrified eyes of the crowd, Chen Chang's manifestation was no different from a brutal demon stepping out of hell. The little girl who was almost slaughtered earlier cried out in fear when she saw him, burying herself deep in her mother's embrace to hide. Seeing everyone's terrified expressions, Jiang Yang spoke gently to comfort them. "Everyone please calm down, don't panic. My subordinate will absolutely not harm civilians." Tears streaming down her face, the little girl choked out a reply. "You're lying, he's a mutated demon who eats humans without blinking." Hearing those words, a trace of surprise flashed across Yang's face. He slowly walked over to the little girl, squatted down to eye level, and asked gently, "Did you and your mother encounter a creature similar to my subordinate before?" The mother nodded rapidly. Jiang Yang narrowed his eyes and pressed further. "Where did you two happen to encounter it?" "In the Decoration City area bordering East City," the woman reported in a trembling voice. He clicked his tongue and muttered, "Is the evolutionary process happening this fast? I thought it would take at least 1 to 2 more months." And lingering around the Decoration City area, which is right next to our Lao Cha Yi. Chen Chang stood behind listening, confused, and chimed in with a booming voice. "What are you investigating?" Jiang Yang casually gave the answer, "A mutated individual just like you." He patiently explained further, "Depending on each person's constitution, evolved creatures will retain a certain amount of memory and distinct clarity. This very factor makes your hunting skills far superior to those mindless zombies. However, due to an incomplete mutated genome, the vast majority of your kind possess a bloodthirsty nature, making them extremely dangerous." Upon hearing this, Chen Chang's face instantly showed anxiety and worry as he stammered, "Then, what about me?" Jiang Yang tapped him firmly on the shoulder to reassure him, putting all doubts to rest. "Rest assured, you are an extremely lucky case. Besides, with me backing you up here, I won't let you turn into a brainless monster." Putting this matter aside, Yang swept his eyes over the crowd and asked loudly, "There must still be other victims imprisoned in this Bai Shui area, right?" A middle-aged man hastily reported, "Right in the real estate transaction office area, there are still quite a few people locked up, sir." The woman next to him also hurriedly added, "I heard rumors that there are still people barely breathing in the underground basement." Realizing they could not afford to delay for another second, Yang hurriedly led the group straight down toward the dark underground basement. He carefully pushed the heavy steel door open slightly. The moment they faced the hellish scene inside, everyone following was scared breathless, absolutely terrified. Yang furrowed his brows and asked, "What is going on here?" Lying scattered across the room were the mutilated corpses of countless innocent people, a barbaric masterpiece of inhuman executioners. Staring at this living hell, he analyzed in a low voice. "It turns out these beasts established a slaughterhouse, hunting refugees in the outskirts every day to bring back here for butchering." Yang frowned and hypothesized, "This is probably the reason why not a single decent refugee base could spring up here in South City, right?" But there was one detail he was still curious about regarding this massive consumption. He muttered, "With this assembly line killing, could a small group even consume that much meat?" The man standing behind shivered slightly and explained, "They have a fixed schedule for moving goods. Honestly, we are also completely in the dark about the total size of these villains' membership." Turning his eyes to the corpses scattered on the ground, Jiang Yang pieced together the information he had just heard. "I have a rough idea of their numbers, but this amount of meat is beyond imagination. Could these lunatics be setting up a zombie breeding farm?" After a moment of contemplation, he patted the man's shoulder and requested, "Earlier you mentioned the transaction office area, explain it to me in detail." The man immediately reported clearly, "That building is right next to the south gate, about a kilometer from this basement. Newly captured prisoners will be detained over there first. The weak or the girls, after being thoroughly abused, will then be escorted over here to be put on the chopping block." Hearing this, Jiang Yang's face flashed with absolute astonishment. Right at this moment, the system control panel flashed, displaying a new notification. The Utopia System Anson version officially initiates the territory expansion mission. Mandatory content: strive to increase collective evaluation points. Initial milestone evaluation points: 2. Victory reward: 20 accumulation points. Currently available balance: 36 points. At the shabby real estate office area, the stealthy figures of 2 guards loomed in the corridor. One of them swung his baseball bat and complained. Earlier I vaguely heard a burst of gunfire echoing from the north gate direction. The older man behind him clicked his tongue and sneered. Shoo, why care? They're probably just using those peasants as target practice for entertainment again. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a mutated creature silently landed behind them without making a single sound. Immediately following were mournful screams tearing through the quiet air. Zombie monster, ah! And the destined end for the 2 unfortunate souls was a gruesome death. Deep inside the holding room, a few pitiful girls were still huddled together. They were all victims trapped in the Bai Shui area, their bodies shivering in thin, revealing clothes amidst the bone-chilling cold of winter. Suddenly, a rapid knocking on the door sounded from outside, causing the group of women to jump in absolute panic. One girl asked in a low, bewildered voice, "What is happening outside?" The girl next to her trembled and shook her head repeatedly. "Let those villains do whatever they want, just please don't let them come in here, I beg you." The cold door latch was finally turned open. The short-haired girl lost control, screaming through tears, "Go away, please spare me, don't come in here." But fate smiled upon them. The person appearing at the doorway was not those demons, but their savior, Jiang. Discovering that the survivors were safe, he immediately gestured, "Everyone, help each other out right now." Hastily wiping away their tears, the girls quietly formed a line and obediently followed behind Jiang. The girl from earlier, still half-believing, timidly asked, "Are you really willing to protect us?" He nodded decisively, "Absolutely correct." But Jiang cleared his throat slightly to add a small condition. "However, my rule is that you must work to eat. Absolutely no one gets a free ride." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and nodded eagerly. "That's easy, don't worry. With our healthy limbs, we can handle any task." The entire group hurriedly left that wretched devil's den. Jiang urged, "The night is long, so we must set sail and leave immediately." Very soon after, the rescue vehicle, packed with people, began to speed up, cutting through the wind. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle was parked at a safe location, and everyone was ordered to get down. Zhang Kai and Meng Shanshan, standing guard on high, cheered happily. "Oh look, brother Yang is back, let me run down to open the gate." But Zhang Kai quickly pulled her arm to stop her. "Wait a minute, he's purposely parking outside. Let's wait and see what he intends to handle first." Outside the base, Yang frankly informed the crowd, "That sturdy fortress over there is our group's camp, but for now, I cannot grant all of you special permission to enter." One person smiled understandingly. "In chaotic times, we must remain highly vigilant. We completely understand." Immediately, another timid voice spoke up. "Then, where will we stay tonight, Savior?" He pointed toward the adjacent area and explained, "Right next to the fortress, there is a prefabricated housing area enclosed by an electric fence system. Although the safety factor cannot compare to the headquarters, the facilities there far surpass those dilapidated refugee camps out there." Yang outlined future plans. "The land around this Lao Chayi area still has plenty of unexploited abandoned houses. If we work together step by step to renovate and rebuild, I guarantee everyone's standard of living will be significantly upgraded." Hearing this, the crowd choked back tears, clasped their hands, and bowed deeply in gratitude. "We will forever engrave this sky-high kindness in our hearts. Thank you, Savior, for saving our lives." The morning light of a new day broke. A large armored truck was rumbling along the road. Li Xingrui sat with her legs crossed in the cabin, her face grim as she grumbled continuously. "My hand is tired from calling, yet not a single soul is picking up. What kind of trick is that crazy Zhang Qing when trying to play now?" But highly perceptive, she frowned as she sensed something unusual. "This is bad, my intuition tells me something is wrong." Arriving at the meeting place, Li Xingrui flung the truck door open and stepped down. The moment she laid eyes on the ruined scene inside, she was so furious she felt like bursting into flames. Swarming all over the spacious room were dozens of hungry zombies wandering around waiting for prey. Catching the scent of fresh flesh, a zombie growled and screeched in delight. Instantly, the entire swarm of zombies rushed toward Xingrui like a disturbed hornet's nest, aiming to tear the delicious prey apart. But this woman was no pushover. Her face was icy as she delivered a lightning-fast kick, sending the largest zombie flying and crashing into the wall. Next, Li Xingrui drew the cleaver tucked at her waist to completely wipe out the brainless lackeys. Having cleaned up the battlefield, she leisurely pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the foul blood stains off the sharp blade. The subordinate following behind asked timidly, "Boss, that guy Jiang Qingwen has kicked the bucket, so what are we going to do about the future meat supply?" She smirked, turned her head, and threw back a decisive reply, "If we run out of partners, we'll take over the business ourselves. But for now, the most important thing is to deal with the one who dared to break our business rules." Li Xingrui growled each word. Xingrui toyed with the blood-stained dagger, her cold eyes scanning the piles of corpses scattered all over the wide yard. The lackey ran out of the house in a hurry to report, "Sister Xingrui, they've all been wiped out, not a single soul left." She nodded, raising her eyebrows to question, "Then what about the load of meat?" The subordinate swallowed and replied, The meat has vanished without a trace." Xingrui glared at him and yelled, "Hurry and back the truck in here, sweep up everything that can be used." Immediately, a large heavy-duty truck rumbled backward into the middle of the yard. The subordinates hurriedly carried and threw all the gathered spoils into the truck bed, while Xingrui stood back in a corner with her arms crossed to easily inspect the overall scene. Suddenly, her sharp, hawk-like eyes widened as she discovered a strange track. Seeing his boss staring intently at the ground, the subordinate asked curiously, "Boss, did you find some clue?" Xingrui squatted down, touching the tire tracks deeply imprinted in the dirt, and smirked wickedly. "Let's see who has the guts to pluck the tiger's whiskers." Returning to Yang, he was leaning back in an armchair, analyzing the holographic three-dimensional mission panel. The system requirement was to make every effort to increase the community evaluation points, with the starting progress at 2. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he muttered, "What should I do to grind this faction point? I'm certain the population size within the base will play a key role." Sitting perched on the high observation deck, Yang narrowed his eyes and remarked, "The land for construction is vast and boundless. Well, this is also thanks to the contribution of that bad neighbor the other day." Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had struck gold. "Of course. How could I forget that extremely rare mutated beast?" The heavy iron gate of the camp slid open, and Yang's trio proudly stepped into the hall. All the residents living inside rushed out to surround him, greeting him excitedly. "Oh, our savior lord has arrived." A short-haired middle-aged woman rushed forward excitedly, about to kneel and bow in gratitude, but Yang quickly supported and stopped her. "Auntie, please don't do that. There's no need for such formalities." Scanning the room for the mother of the little girl who had escaped from the Bai Shui area, he asked seriously, "Tell me clearly, exactly at what coordinates is that super beast located?" The woman wiped her sweat, trying to recall. "It reigns right at the Hua Run Fa supermarket on the edge of the decoration city. Last time, my refugee group planned to sneak in there to scavenge, but we unfortunately ran straight into it." Her eyes welled up with tears from the horrific memory. In just a blink of an eye, several people were torn apart by it. The situation was extremely chaotic back then, with everyone running for their lives, so our whole group got separated. My child and I ran blindly to escape, only to unfortunately stumble into the Bai Shui gang. At first, I was overjoyed thinking we had met our saviors, but who would have thought they were actually a bunch of demonic beasts? Having gathered the information, Yang's brows knitted together as he muttered that deadly location once more. Hua Run Fa. Standing behind, Meng Shanshan anxiously advised, "Brother Yang, our food depot is still very abundant. Why risk going into the tiger's den to provoke it?" But Jiang Kai stood from an opposing perspective, countering, "Even a mountain of gold will crumble if we just sit idly." In times like these, the more supplies we hoard for self-defense, the more secure our lives will be. Jiang spun on his heel to look at the two ladies and spoke in a low voice, pointing out the core issue. The core problem here is that the Decoration City territory is less than 2 kilometers away from our lair. I absolutely will not allow such an imminent threat to exist freely, endangering the survival of our base. The plastic laundry basin in the woman's hands slipped and fell with a clatter onto the ground. She frantically held his hand to stop him. "Savior, please abandon that idea. That beast is a demon in disguise." He smiled calmly, gently removing her hand. "Rest assured, I only launch an attack when I am certain of victory." With that, Jiang tilted his head and gestured to the muscular figure standing behind Zhang Kai. "Let's go, Chen Chong. It's time to meet your brother." In another development, in the main lobby of a high-rise building, a group of armed people was stealthily approaching the entrance. One man raised his nose smugly. "See, I told you so. My memory clearly tells me there's a huge shopping mall around here." A guy wearing a turtleneck coldly poured cold water on his enthusiasm. "Stop dreaming. For all we know, people might have cleared out everything inside already." The girl named Wan, leading the way, turned her head to encourage. "Don't jinx it. The last few times we raided tons of supermarkets, we still managed to scavenge plenty of good stuff, didn't we?" The rest of the group nodded in agreement, their spirits rising high again. Wan is absolutely right. In this apocalyptic era, those who possess the talent and boldness to roam everywhere like our group can be counted on one hand. The entire group filed in a long line deep into the belly of the building, welcomed only by a suffocatingly thick, pitch-black night. Shining their flashlights across the empty shelves and the messy goods scattered on the floor, a voice cheered. "It's been looted once, but thank God it's not completely cleared out yet." A daring fellow swung a metal pot, banging it loudly against the building's fire alarm system to create a series of clanging sounds. All members simultaneously chambered their weapons, clutching them tightly. Wan took a deep breath and shouted shrilly, "Is there any living thing here?" Her brows knitted tightly, her hands gripping the iron pan as her eyes locked onto the black void before her. Right at the corridor turn, a few staggering figures of zombies began to wobble toward the group. Wan brandished her weapon, shouting passionately, "Prey has appeared, guys. Prepare the battle formation, be careful not to get bitten." Instantly, a series of heavy thuds, tearing flesh and crushing bones echoed chaotically in the cramped space. Just a moment later, those staggering zombies were laid out flat as a pile of minced meat on the floor. One guy in the group leaned on his knees, panting and laughing mockingly. "Child's play, easy as pie." The man in the turtleneck stroked his chin and concluded, "There were zombies, but only a few. Most likely, the previous group of looters cleared out the majority of the monster's nest." The fat guy behind cheered excitedly. "Wow, so we hit the jackpot today, brothers." The guy in the turtleneck frowned, staring into the darkness ahead, and spoke in a firm tone, "Don't get ahead of yourselves. Everyone keep your guard up. We will push deeper inside to see." But how could he have known that, hidden deep in a dark corner, a bizarre dark figure was casting a hungry gaze, closely monitoring their every move? The evolved zombie snapped open its glowing blood-red eyes, the corner of its mouth curling into a hair-raising smile. "Excellent. Nothing but fresh pieces of meat." Finally, Wan's gang encountered the real treasure with shelves packed with daily necessities. They jumped up, cheering loudly, "We hit the jackpot, guys. Pack everything up for me. This place is enough for us to stuff our faces for years." Wan squinted her eyes with delight upon discovering something cool. She pointed frantically in the distance. "Everyone, look over there quickly." She screamed in pure delight, "Soft mattresses over there." Throwing all caution to the wind, she rushed straight toward them and threw herself onto a soft mattress. "I don't care about you guys. Tonight I'm going to get some sleep in this cozy spot." The rest of the people also eagerly huddled together to plan. "Actually, choosing this place as our headquarters is quite ideal, isn't it?" The man in the suit reached into his pocket. "I need to puff on a cigarette to relax first." The guy in the turtleneck chin gestured and smiled. "Come on, let's go have a smoke together." The lid of the Zippo lighter flipped open with a crisp click, a faint yellow flame lighting up a small corner. The turtleneck guy puffed out smoke, looking at his companion beside him, and asked, "Have you thought it through? Are we really settling down to build a base in this place?" The man in the suit frowned, analyzing the pros and cons. This supermarket has entrances open all over, making it extremely difficult to set up defensive lines. On top of that, with such a juicy stash of supplies, it will sooner or later become prime prey for other gangs to tear apart. However, when we first approached this area, I noticed a two-story building opposite that is quite. Before he could even finish his sentence, a razor-sharp claw from behind pierced straight through his chest. The turtleneck guy backed away in horror, his pupils nearly bursting as he couldn't believe the tragedy unfolding right in front of his face. The evolved beast curled its torn lips to reveal a disgusting smile, wheezing in evaluation, "Thin skin, tender meat. The taste will definitely be extremely exciting once chewed." The turtleneck guy got goosebumps and ran for his life, his throat screaming raw, "Help! Save my life, there's a monster." The other members, who were still immersed in the joy of victory, were completely clueless about the situation, turning their heads and asking blankly, "What's all the noise about?" But before the unfortunate turtleneck guy could even flee a few steps, his entire body was pierced like a honeycomb by a series of razor-sharp claws. The mutated beast used its giant hands to lift the man high into the air. Immediately after, it used its strength to tear his body into two halves in a horrific manner. Wan was frozen with fear, her voice trembling uncontrollably as she stammered, "What on earth is that thing?" Amidst the chaos, a frantic voice urged, "Run, quickly withdraw from here." The girl's legs seemed to move on their own as she ran at breakneck speed, fleeing forward blindly. Right behind them, the evolved monster was still laughing chillingly, hot on their heels at terrifying speed. "Where are you running? Not a single one of you can escape." A girl running a step slower behind, unfortunately, became the demon's next meal. The young man falling right behind Wan screamed in agony as he ran blindly, "Stop! I don't want to die yet." But the claws of the evil corpse had already gripped him tightly. Now only Wan was left, squeezing out the last of her strength to rush toward the door of hope in front of her. She stared ahead, whispering to comfort herself, "There's the exit, hang in there, almost there." Suddenly, a sorrowful cry echoed throughout the entire space. Wan tripped and stumbled, her entire body collapsing onto the cold ground. She bit her lip tightly, slowly raising her head with teary eyes, absolutely terrified as she saw a giant dark shadow looming over her. A piercing scream tore through the silent air. Wan's face was deathly pale, tears streaming down as her entire body curled up in fear. Facing the figure in the form of a zombie that had suddenly appeared, she frantically covered her face with both hands, sobbing and crying out loud, "Spare me, I don't want to die yet." However, the zombie completely ignored her, walking past indifferently. Wan looked back in confusion at his retreating figure. Suddenly, a deep, warm voice echoed near her ear, making her heart skip a beat, "Don't panic." Wan looked up, and what met her eyes was the towering figures of Jiang and Jiang standing there. She stammered, "You are." The customer who once bought a house from her offered a gentle smile, extending his hand in front of her. While gently pulling her up, Jiang asked curiously, "Oh, aren't you the real estate agent girl?" He reached up to scratch his cheek, trying to search his memory. "Let's see, it seems your name is Ning Wan, right?" Right then, hair-raising sounds echoed throughout the space once more. She tightly hugged her head in fear, screaming in panic, "Ghost, there's a monster in this shopping mall. Let's run." Jiang calmly smiled and replied, "Just stay calm, that monster has been blocked." Wan was filled with dread, timidly turning her head to look behind her. Her eyes widened to their absolute limit as she witnessed an unbelievable scene right before her eyes. The arm of the mutated beast was being blocked by a certain force. He smirked, looking at Chunjia and asking, "So, are you planning to keep it all to yourself?" From afar, Jiang called out loudly, "Chunjia, can you handle this on your own?" He kept his eyes locked on the enemy, replying coldly, "We will see." With that, he swung his arm and sent the mutant corpse flying far away. The mutant stuck out his long tongue, looking at him with excitement. "Well, it feels great to encounter one of my own kind for the first time." With that, the monster kicked off and rushed toward Chun Jia at high speed. He swung a powerful fist straight at where he was standing, but Chun Jia swiftly leaned back to dodge the blow. The mutant corpse laughed maniacally while unleashing a flurry of attacks. I wonder if eating my own kind makes me evolve faster. While he was smugly gloating, a powerful fist was already right in front of his face. Chun Jia delivered a fierce blow, slamming the enemy's head hard into the ground. The monster's face bulged with blue veins from anger. Damn it, I did not expect a brat to actually have some power. While he was still muttering in anger, Chun Jia had already swung his leg high up in the air above him. He delivered a crushing kick to the floor, shattering the tiles into a cloud of flying debris. Chun Jia frowned, scanning the surroundings alertly to search for the enemy that had just vanished. Looking up, he saw the creature crawling and clinging tightly to the ceiling. The mutant corpse let out an ear-splitting roar. The power I have worked so hard to accumulate finally has a place to be put to use. Chun Jia stood on the ground, his bright eyes locked onto the bizarre creature that had just emerged. In the blink of an eye, the mutant corpse with a crazed smile pounced right at him. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle, chasing each other at dizzying speeds right in the middle of the main hall. Jiang stood watching from the sidelines, his eyes wide in panic. Brother Jiang, Chun Jia seems to be at a disadvantage. Why is that monster so strong? His expression remained unusually calm. This trip has not been in vain. If we let it roam and hunt any longer, I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with in the future. After speaking, he pulled out a gun. Wan, standing behind him, gasped in shock. Oh, how magical! Where did that gun come from? Yang raised his gun, taking precise aim. Chun Jia, if you cannot pin him down for even a second, do not blame me for teasing you later. The enemy's arms were pinned tightly by Chun Jia, driving him mad as he roared. You bastard, let me go. At that very moment, Yang's gun fired, unleashing a bullet straight at the target. The bullet sliced through the air, planting itself precisely into the mutant monster's forehead. His entire body stumbled, taking unsteady steps as he fell far back. The mutant corpse had to use all his strength to dig his feet into the floor to regain his balance. A deep hole was clearly visible right in the middle of his forehead. He raised his face and laughed crazily at him. That hurts, you little brat. I did not expect you to actually injure me. I will crush you, tear you into 100 pieces. Jiang widened his eyes, stammering in horror. Oh my God, his skull is pierced, yet he is still so full of energy. Yang did not bother to reply, his hand still squeezing the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the enemy. Countless bullets tore into the monster's body, yet it stood unaffected, opening its mouth to laugh wildly. Ha ha ha. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the mutant corpse now lay flat on the floor, its body completely mangled, yet its mouth was still wide open with a grin. Jiang timidly asked, Has it kicked the bucket yet, brother? Yang turned to look at his companion. Chun Jia, why don't you try tasting this monster? He nodded slightly and growled. A notification panel suddenly popped up, Utopia Ants Inversion. Community Development Mission Details, devote all efforts to raise the rating. Progress, danger completely eliminated. Community points +1. Current points 3. Reward 10 points. Total points 46. Yang looked at the text on the virtual screen, thinking to himself, well, this counts as a contribution too. Then he smiled and looked around. Since we are already here, we cannot go back empty-handed. Let me sweep this entire supermarket clean. Wan, startled behind him, asked with her mouth wide open, You are taking everything. He simply waved his hand gently, and all the goods on the shelves were instantly sucked into the ring on his finger. Jiang looked up in confusion. How magical, what kind of sorcery is this? Yang glanced at the piles of corpses scattered on the ground. Instead of leaving them here to turn into zombies, Chun Jia, you are not full yet, right? On the road surrounding the refugee camp, a car was speeding along when someone suddenly shouted, Stop the squad here. Xing Rui sat with her legs crossed in the car, frowning at the henchman next to her. What is the matter? Through his binoculars, The silhouette of San standing guard on the observation tower was clearly visible. Then he scanned the ground below, where many figures were moving back and forth busily. The henchman turned to report. Crowded population, poor weapons and equipment. The only advantage is that the factory is surrounded by a fairly solid wall. The driver in the front seat curiously looked back. How on earth did they manage to wipe out Jiang Qingwen and Lin Guangkai's group? Xingrui sneered contemptuously. Obviously they played dirty, probably sending zombies to ambush them. I warned those old guys, staying in that villa area would get them killed sooner or later. She leaned back in her seat, laughing mockingly. Heaven pitied our hardships and threw us a fat flock of sheep along with a nice house. The henchman flattered. Spot on, this harvest is so good it makes me feel almost embarrassed. The driver glanced back to ask for orders. What now? Should we charge in right away? Xingrui waved her hand. No rush, let us go back and gather our forces first. We will get more weapons and men before coming back to sweep them out. With that, the car made a skillful turn, its tires screeching against the road and leaving behind a thick cloud of gray smoke. Meanwhile, the green car of Jiang Yang's group was tearing forward. In the car, Wan's eyes lit up with excitement. Is that really true? Jiang Kai, sitting next to her, replied with a smile. Of course it is 100% true. Not only are there soft mattresses and warm blankets, but there is also hot water to take a shower. She squealed with delight. Jiang Yang, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly lifted his head and stared straight ahead. He interrupted their lively conversation. Focus, there is a target ahead, load your weapons. Jiang Kai immediately obeyed the order, pulling out his gun and preparing for combat. In the next lane, a pure white car accelerated and drove right alongside them. Jiang Yang cast a cold, sharp look at the people in the opposite car. From the back seat of the white car, Xingrui also stared back at him with a provocative look. Suddenly, the system flashed to signal that a new objective had appeared. On the virtual screen in front of Jiang Yang, it showed, New Mission Nemesis of the Wicked Part 1. Requirement, repel the invasion. Reward, 50 points. His eyes fixed on the phrase, repel the invasion. He frowned slightly, remembering Xingrui's face from earlier, thinking to himself, so it is those people. Finally, the group's car parked safely inside the refuge compound. The observation tower area was dead silent at this moment. Jiang Yang looked up at San, who was holding her gun on guard duty, and asked, were there any strangers hanging around here earlier? She turned around, pointing into the far distance. For some reason, a car was lingering around earlier, but it did not turn in here. At first, I thought it was you guys returning. What is wrong, brother Jiang Yang? Is there a problem? He turned and gave her a firm order. Go call Uncle Sheng and Old Li to gather everyone here right now. I have an important matter to announce. At the same time, at the abandoned factory in the southern suburbs, the walkie-talkie kept emitting static and muffled noises. After a moment of annoying static, a weak, broken voice came through. To any lucky survivors, please head to the abandoned factory in the southern suburbs. We are setting up camp here and are in dire need of manpower. A man in a light yellow shirt walking with his group looked around. It should be around here, right? He turned around, spotted a white car driving toward them and waved his hands excitedly. A car with survivors, what luck. The car slowly braked right in front of the crowd. Xingrui opened the door and stepped out calmly. You heard the radio and came to join us, right? The man in yellow nodded repeatedly. Yes, that is right. The men's eyes gleamed with lust as they watched her figure approach. Xingrui's stunning curves drew closer and closer to the group of crude men. She glanced at them, saying flirtatiously, You guys arrived at just the right time. Follow me. The man in yellow, completely captivated, swallowed hard and muttered, Yes, thank you all so much. Xingrui pointed ahead. It is just around here. There is not enough room in the car, so please walk. The man in yellow turned and gave his companions a meaningful wink, quickly replying, Sure. And so, the crowd followed her in a single file into a warehouse. The yellow-shirted man's friends gasped, looking at the spacious area. Wow, this place is pretty big. This is great. We finally have a place to rest. Suddenly, the man in yellow grimaced. I I suddenly need to use the restroom. Let me go handle it outside and I will be right back. Xing Rui looked at him and smiled faintly. No need, there is a restroom inside. Follow me. Hearing this, he looked delighted and nodded instantly. Okay, okay. A stream of water flushed loudly down the toilet bowl. The man in yellow stood there, turning his neck to look back with a wicked smirk on his lips. Xing Rui was leaning against the door with her arms crossed, her cold gaze fixed on his lower body. Zipping up his pants, he squinted with a greasy grin. Well, well, gorgeous. I know exactly what you want. Come here, don't be shy, I am very strong in bed. But before he could finish his sentence, the only sound that followed was a muffled, choked gurgle in his throat. Without a change in expression, Xing Rui drove her dagger deep into the man's neck. His muscular body collapsed to the floor as dark red liquid gushed out, staining the white tiles. She glanced at the corpse with contempt. I thought I got a premium specimen, but turns out he was only worth this much. Outside, the driver saw Xing Rui walk out calmly and asked, Boss, did you finish cleaning up? She glanced at him and ordered, Yeah, drag that corpse out. Looking at the pile of bodies scattered on the ground, she added, While you are at it, call Lao and Sanjia over here. Back at Jiang Yang's base, everyone had gathered in a room. Li Hongli frowned in confusion and asked first, You mean someone has their eyes on us? Who is it? Jiang Yang looked at him and replied seriously, I do not have clear information on them yet, but from now on, we must be prepared to face an invasion at any moment. He laid out the plan. Zhang Kai, Chun Jia, stay close to me later. We are going to clear the abandoned building to the southeast, so the refugees outside can temporarily move in there. If we do not move them, they will become human shields when we get attacked. San eagerly raised her hand to volunteer. Brother Jiang Yang, let me come along. Jia, peeking from behind her, also said, I want to go too. Liu Kao and Chen Jai, refusing to be left behind, shouted in unison, Count the two of us in as well. The little boy Shua also raised his tiny arm in the air. Then I want to go too. Zhao Li bent down in panic to look at the boy. You silly child, what is a kid trying to join in for? Wan, standing nearby, also glanced down at him. Swept up in the passionate atmosphere, she timidly raised her hand. Can I join as well? Jiang Yang scanned the room and finalized. There probably are not many traps there. Uncle Sheng and Old Li can stay to defend the base, while the rest can head out with me. A group of fully armed survivors marched out under his leadership. One by one, they entered the abandoned high-rise building complex to the southeast. Jiang Yang took the lead, his movements highly practiced as he raised his sniper rifle and shot down a zombie blocking their path. The other members also fought enthusiastically, using the weapons in their hands to battle the surrounding zombies. After a long time of clearing out the living dead, he turned back to check on everyone. Is anyone hurt? Check yourselves. Catching their breath, they shook their heads. No. Jiang Yang walked to the window and instructed firmly, In the next few days, someone will definitely attack us. For now, you should stay here for safety. A woman in the group stepped forward with high spirits. We are also capable of fighting. The man next to her chimed in. That is right, we want to pitch in too. He lowered his head, stroking his chin in thought for a moment before nodding. That makes sense. Finally, he concluded the plan. Clean up this area. I will provide some guns and ammunition shortly. If the enemy attacks, we will communicate via radio. Remember, you must follow my orders absolutely. The man immediately replied. Understood, no problem. On the other side, Xing Rui's henchmen were taking turns unloading supplies from the car. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. How is the situation, boss? Sanjia walked over with the mutant, asking, How is it? Is everything smooth sailing? The monster following him kept muttering repeatedly, Human flesh, eat human flesh. Xing Rui stood with her hands on her hips, grumbling with a long face. Smooth sailing, my ass. The entire Bishui mountain stronghold has been wiped out. From now on, we must fend for ourselves. Sanjia stared in shock. Who dared to do that? The mutant suddenly roared. Human flesh, no human flesh to chew, so boring. She frowned and explained. A group in the eastern suburbs. They have quite a lot of men. Tomorrow morning, Lao and I will take our forces to sweep them and turn them into minced meat. The night sky gradually fell, and darkness swallowed up the area. From a dimly lit room, a whisper could be heard. 46 points accumulated. Let us see if the system has any new chests today. The virtual shop interface opened. Level 2 Awakening Chest minus 25 points. Level 2 Doomsday Sentinel Chest minus 15 points. Level 1 Protein and Sugar Energy Chest minus 5 points. Manual Refresh minus 2 points. Yang grinned, pointing in the air. Well, new items have finally appeared. He squinted at the list, muttering, "Oh, there are 2 level 2 chests this time. That will cost 40 points. Let us try my luck and see if I can get something good." Suddenly steam rose from Yang's entire body. The system announced, Level 1 Physical Burst activated. All attributes increased by 25%. Warning, once the effect ends, you will enter a weakened state. He thought excitedly, "Oh, a 25% boost. I currently have 33 physical points, which will exceed 40 when added up. That is equivalent to unleashing 8 times the strength of an ordinary person." Then he clenched his fist to feel the surge of power, smirking. "My hands are itching. I want to try this new ability right now." On the main road, cars roared past like mad, leaving behind trails of thick white smoke. A convoy of 3 cars and 3 motorcycles was speeding down the road at a terrifying pace. In the leading car, the henchman holding the walkie-talkie turned to the woman beside him. "Sister Xing Rui, please give the orders." Xing Rui crossed her arms and replied coldly, "Inform the whole squad about the strategy. First, just run over those refugees on the outer perimeter for me." The henchman listened carefully to her instructions. As soon as Lao began breaking down the door, the whole team would use modified trucks as cover, firing heavy suppressive fire to clear the way. The mutant sitting nearby cheered excitedly. "Great! I am so hungry, I will tear them apart and eat them alive." The convoy, like wild beasts, sped straight into the woods ahead. The atmosphere inside the factory base remained peaceful as usual. Standing on the rooftop, Li Hongli looked down and remarked, "I must admit this place is well hidden, but the field of view is worse than the observation tower. There are too many blind spots along the walls." Yang smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I did not station you here for the view." Li Hongli scratched his head in confusion, glancing at him. "Then for what purpose?" Yang did not answer immediately but asked back, "If I remember correctly, you once boasted about being a sniper for a few years, right?" The guy scratched his head awkwardly and corrected him. You remembered wrong. Not a few years, just a few months. That little talent of mine was just to make up the numbers back then." Yang probed further. "How about a distance of 1 to 200 meters? Can you aim accurately?" Li Hongli puffed out his chest confidently, pointing at himself. "Hey, you underestimate me. As long as the wind is not too strong, within 500 meters, I can hit whatever I point at." Yang smirked and nodded. "That is good enough then." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Brother Yang, the stuff is here." The person who had just shown up gasped for air while grumbling. "Good Lord, why is this thing as heavy as an anchor?" Zhang Kai bent over to catch his breath after dropping the wooden box on the ground. Yang squatted down to pop open the lid. Li Hongli leaned over curiously. What is this?" As soon as he saw the cold weapon inside, the guy let out a sharp cry. "Oh my God, a Barrett rifle." He asked frantically, "Good heavens, Yang, not just anyone can own this kind of toy. Where did you get it?" Yang reminded him calmly, "We only have 2 magazines, a total of 10 rounds. Use them sparingly." Li Hongli stared blankly at the gun in his hands, his mouth stammering, "I understand. I get it. Oh my God." Yang turned his head toward Zhang Kai. "Is everyone else ready?" Zhang Kai replied seriously. "They are in position." He ordered firmly. "Good. Tell everyone to stay on high alert. The enemy could show up at any moment." At the observation tower, San gently tapped her earpiece. Hello, radar has detected an anomaly." A firm reply came from the other side. "Copy that." Li Hongli rested the gun on the railing, already in position. "I have also locked onto the targets. The enemy is coming. Everyone, get ready." Xing Rui's lackeys were still sitting in the car. The henchman lowered his binoculars, muttering, "Strange, where did all the refugees on the outer perimeter disappear to? Could they have been wiped out already?" The driver turned to ask, "Should we stop the car and check it out?" Xingrui leaned forward from the back seat and dismissed it. "No, charge straight in, we are close enough. If we let them spot us, attacking won't be easy." The driver nodded, "Yes, ma'am." The car rushed toward the wall while she roared into the radio to the other vehicles. "Everyone charge, get close to the wall and find cover." San, standing on the observation tower, immediately shouted her orders. "The prey is in sight, fire." Instantly, the shooters on Jiang Yang's side squeezed their triggers repeatedly, pouring a rain of bullets down. Xingrui's convoy took a heavy barrage of bullets slamming into them. 2 fatal bullets shattered the windshield, embedding themselves into the unfortunate driver's chest. The car he was driving lost its brakes, veering out of control and sliding to the side. Next was an earth-shattering explosion as the car burst into flames and blew up into pieces. Panic filled Xingrui's earpiece. "We are in trouble, we are exposed." She grit her teeth and swore, "Damn it, how did we get exposed?" The vehicles swerved and veered wildly to dodge the lethal bullets. A lackey asked frantically, "What do we do now?" She screamed, urging them to keep stepping on the gas. "Charge, run straight under the wall for cover." After struggling, the remaining 3 cars managed to drag themselves to the wall, escaping the line of fire of the snipers above. A massive foot stomped hard onto the ground, and a silhouette stepped out of the car. The mutant carried a giant chainsaw, roaring like a wild beast, "Finish them." He swung his muscular arms, hacking the chainsaw blade repeatedly into the iron gate in front of him. San saw this from the watchtower and panicked. "It is bad, there is a monster hacking at the gate." She hurriedly raised her gun, shouting to the others, "Shoot, fire to stop it." Xingrui's henchman on the ground peeked out from behind the cars. She commanded her pack, "Pour down the fire, use suppressive fire to support Lao. San and the defenders on the observation tower were also grazed by bullets due to a careless moment. Jia was hit by a bullet in the shoulder, crying out in pain. Zhang Kai turned around in panic. Jia. While helping the wounded boy back into cover, he grit his teeth. "These bastards also have automatic guns. Their firepower is just as intense as ours." A man in the team turned back and roared to boost morale. "Do not be afraid. Hold your ground, we have plenty of ammunition." The situation at the main gate was extremely tense. Uncle Sheng stared at the sparks flying across the iron gate, shouting, "They are cutting through the gate." The young man standing behind him broke into a cold sweat. "If the gate gives way, we will immediately be on the defensive." Meanwhile, Jiang Yang spoke through his earpiece without a hint of panic. "Stay calm, everything is still within my calculations." Having waited patiently in the room all this time, he now calmly pushed the door open and stepped out. Immediately after, he dashed forward at extraordinary speed. On the battlefield, the henchman whimpered and reported to Xingrui. "We have used half our ammo, sister." She grit her teeth, looking ahead and roaring. "Has Lao still not opened the gate?" The mutant tensed up so much that blue veins bulged on his forehead, roaring, "Almost done." A deafening explosion rang out, and the gate shattered into pieces, with black smoke rising and covering the area. San rushed down from the observation tower, turning to direct everyone. "The gate is breached. Reinforce the gate immediately. Do not let them in." Xingrui let out a chilling laugh. "Ha ha ha, today let you inexperienced brats taste the terror of a mutant." She turned around and signaled her men. "Everyone follow Lao. Once you are inside, disperse and find cover immediately." The mutant shoved his hands into the crack, using his brute strength to tear open the base's protective gate. Jiang Yang stood calmly in the corridor, speaking coldly into the mic. "Li Hongli, prepare your weapon and await my command." Li Hongli on the high floor had locked his scope. Jiang Yang's sharp voice came through the earpiece. "See that big, dumb guy?" The crosshairs of the sniper rifle were locked right onto the mutant's head. Li Hongli replied shortly, "Spotted him." The monster took his first steps into the courtyard, howling horrifyingly. Uncle Sheng stood frozen like a stone statue, his eyes glued to him. The young man behind him was also stunned, stammering, Can that still be called a human? Right after, the two of them and another comrade snapped out of their shock, immediately firing frantically at the monster. The mutant sneered, taking the bullets straight into his flesh but remaining completely unharmed. The bullets hit his body, stayed for a brief moment, and then fell harmlessly onto the ground. Uncle Sheng widened his eyes in horror. Does that guy have self-healing abilities? Xingrui stood in the shadow behind, laughing triumphantly. HMPH, quite a sight, isn't it? Is this the first time you fools see how terrifying a mutant is? Ha ha ha. Through Li Hongli's earpiece, Jiang Ziyang's voice came calmly. That stupid giant has a self-healing ability. Your guns cannot even scratch him. He frowned and said steelily, let us see if he can handle this treat. With a booming roar, the bullet shot out of the sniper rifle's barrel, flying in a straight line with terrifying force. The bullet went on target, planting itself right in the middle of the mutant's forehead. His skull exploded instantly. The massive body collapsed onto the ground, lying motionless on the floor. Xingrui's entire gang was frozen for 5 seconds. What the hell just happened? How could this be? She broke out in a cold sweat, frowning as she stared at the mess on the ground. Where did these brats get such terrifying firepower? This is impossible. While they were still in confusion, Jiang Ziyang suddenly appeared right behind them, pointing his gun straight at their faces. He pulled the trigger coldly, unleashing a flurry of bullets. The raiders ran in panic, screaming, ambush from behind, we are surrounded. Xingrui turned around, cursing, damn it, a fatal mistake, I underestimated their capabilities. She turned back to return fire weakly, then ran for her life, shouting, retreat, get to the cars quickly. She grit her teeth, staring ahead, that guy is. She recognized Jiang Ziyang aiming straight at her. It turns out to be the brat I ran into in the car earlier. An unfortunate member running beside her was suddenly grabbed by the neck and pulled to the side. Xingrui ruthlessly dragged her companion to act as a shield, taking the full brunt of the incoming bullets. Jiang Ziyang frowned and analyzed. This woman reacts pretty fast. Is she also a mutant? Right after that thought, she threw the bullet-riddled corpse at him to block his path. He agilely rolled to the side to avoid the flying carcass. Looking up, he saw the cunning Xingrui running headlong toward the white car. Missed, she is going to escape. From the top of the tower, Li Hongli kept his eyes locked on the scope, letting out a cold snort, trying to escape. He aimed the gun barrel straight at Xingrui's running back, muttering, let us see if the Barrett in my hands agrees to let you run first. The woman screamed, bending down to look only to find to her horror that part of her leg had been severed. Xingrui fell face first in the dirt, collapsing right next to the car door. Li Hongli on the roof chambered another round, clicking his tongue. What missed the vital spot? Her subordinate reached out from the car and dragged her onto the seat. Xingrui lifted her blood-stained face and screamed to urge the driver, drive, step on the gas. The car veered wildly and sped off, with bullets still whizzing around. Li Hongli watched the vehicle disappear, slapping his thigh in regret. Damn it, let her escape. Over the radio, someone asked Jiang Ziyang with concern, what if they return for revenge later, brother? He replied calmly, no worries. The system panel instantly updated. Nemesis of the Wicked Part 1 completed. Details, resist the invaders, receive 50 bonus points. Community development, strive to raise the evaluation. Progress, successfully repelled the attack, comrades' trust surged. Community points +2. Total community points 5, receive 20 bonus points. Current total balance 76. He gazed at the dust trail left by the escaping car, saying flatly, I know exactly where they are stationed. Another notification flashed, new mission Nemesis of the Wicked Part 2. Requirement, attack the enemy's lair, purge the cannibals. Reward 50 points. Uncle Sheng, San, Zhang Kai, and all the comrades in the base burst into joy, cheering to celebrate the resounding victory. Jiang Ziyang looked around and asked, are there any casualties on our side? Zhang Kai reported cheerfully, no heavy casualties, only a few people with scratches. He immediately assigned the tasks, take the wounded to be bandaged right away, disinfect the enemy bodies thoroughly and put them all in the cold storage as food for Chen Chang. Then he turned and pointed in a direction. Go call the refugees in the abandoned building back. The area is safe now. Jiang smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the status screen. Well, making 76 points this time is a windfall. I must spend them properly tonight. Meanwhile, the pure white car slowly approached the warehouse gate and came to a halt. Immediately, two henchmen grabbed her from each side, struggling to carry Xing Rui, who had lost her leg, out of the car. Sanjia slowly walked out from deep inside the warehouse carrying an iron pipe, calling out loudly, "Well, what on earth happened to make you look so ruined?" She frowned, grit her teeth in anger, and replied, "Pure bad luck. I underestimated the enemy too much. Who would have thought those nobodies would have heavy weaponry ready?" Xing Rui's anger flared up. She spun around and screamed at him. "Why are you standing there like a fool? Move your legs and fetch some human flesh to nourish me right now." In response to her attitude, Sanjia only curled his lips into a faint sneer, staring at the woman while his feet remained rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. She leaned forward in anger, pointing her finger straight at his face and yelling, "What are you waiting for, some auspicious day? Go get it quickly, you useless fool. You are not even worthy of carrying Lao Er's shoes." Sanjia burst into a mocking laugh, pointing his finger back at her. "You troublesome brat, you are already crippled with a severed leg, and you still dare to talk big and yell at me." Xing Rui flinched for a moment, her body reflexively backing away, staring at him in confusion and stammering, Are you planning to rebel?" Despite this, she still tried to maintain a show of authority, screaming, "Where are you all? Tie this guy up for me right now." After waiting for a while with no one moving, she turned around in a panic. Ironically, the lackeys just stood there like wooden statues, completely ignoring her orders. Sanjia toyed with the cold iron pipe in his hand, declaring calmly, "Now that you are crippled and Lao Er is dead, I am the boss here. Besides, the days of the brothers suffering and obeying you are finally at an end." Having said that, he lifted his chin high, turning to the henchmen and shouting, "Everyone, don't you think I am absolutely right?" Xing Rui glared at the lackeys, trying to squeeze out a final hint of menace. "You ungrateful bastards, back off. Are you planning a mass mutiny? Don't get too smug thinking I've run out of ways to deal with you." As she watched the circle of fierce-looking men slowly tighten around her, sheer terror finally began to consume her. "No, please don't do this." Sanjia's smile grew increasingly sinister. Having absolutely no intention of stopping, he resolutely swung the gleaming iron bar high, ready to deliver a final, relationship-ending blow. Then, like a swarming hive of disturbed hornets, the lackeys frantically poured all their strength into raining down blows on her with their metal weapons. Xing Rui collapsed onto the filthy ground, completely losing the ability to resist, and could only curl up to protect her head, enduring the relentless rain of blows. Time dragged on until her body became a bloody, motionless heap on the ground. Sanjia smiled with immense satisfaction, casually pulling out a piece of cloth to wipe the dirt off his hands. Just then, a henchman timidly stepped up from behind and called out softly, "Sanjia." Hearing that title, his rage instantly flared up. He whipped around, glared, and snapped, "What title did you just call me?" The henchman turned pale with fear, his knees buckling as he knelt on the floor, kowtowing repeatedly. Boss, I am terribly sorry, it was a slip of the tongue." Sanjia glanced sideways at the trembling man, waved his hand in annoyance, and said, "Forget it. Spit out what you have to say, quick." Only then did the henchman dare to look up, his face full of anxiety as he explained, "Right now, that bitch is dead, the second brother is gone, and we've lost quite a few men. Our forces are depleted. If we're unlucky enough to cross paths with that guy." Immediately, the grotesque silhouette of a terrifying figure flashed through Sanjia's mind. He unconsciously scratched his cheek and whispered, "You mean that multi-tentacled octopus guy?" After considering it for a moment, he waved his hand and confidently strode forward. "It's nothing to worry about. At worst, we'll just join forces with the Zifeng gang and we'll be set." At the same time, a sleek black car slowly glided over and parked neatly in a hidden corner deep inside the abandoned factory. Jiang followed closely behind, unable to resist praising him. "That's absolutely top tier, brother Yang. Your prediction was spot on. This place is truly a hidden gem." Xiao Yang placed his index finger over his lips, making a soft shushing sound to remind him. Quiet down, sneak in quietly, and don't make any loud noises. A moment later, low whispers started rising between them. It's quiet, not a sound. Did that gang already leave? Maybe they were afraid of being ambushed by us, so they ran away as fast as they could. Hong Li pointed directly at the bloody heap that used to be Xing Rui and exclaimed, "Look there, that's the ante I shot earlier. Damn, they are so cold-blooded that they even butchered their own ally." Xiao Yang looked down at the remains on the ground, letting out a dry chuckle. "Haha, this big fish eating little fish game is nothing new to me." Zhang Zhai turned to him and asked curiously, "Brother Xiao Yang, that enforcer we ran into earlier is clearly not on the same level as Chang Jia." Hong Li immediately chimed in, "Exactly, Xiao Yang. I also overheard them shouting something about an evolved human. What kind of superhero is that? And what is the secret to reaching that level?" He slowly crossed his arms, frowning as he stared at the cold ground and spoke deliberately, word by word, "Eating human flesh." Hearing those chilling words, both Hong Li and Zhang Zhai stood frozen in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. He raised his calm eyes to look at them, explaining in detail, "I'm not joking. If you want to evolve your body to gain overpowered skills like the undead, the fastest shortcut is to consume your own kind." Zhang Zhai swallowed hard and asked timidly, "So, Brother Xiao Yang, you didn't also?" Standing beside him, Hong Li couldn't hide his anxiety either. "If we want to stay alive in this damn apocalypse, do we have to resort to that kind of diet too?" Xiao Yang casually reached deep into his pocket as if searching for something, comforting them calmly. "Stop worrying about nothing. Eating your own kind is indeed a shortcut, but this game still has other ways to upgrade." He pulled out a strange object that looked like a reddish pebble and held it right in front of them. Both Zhang Zhai and Hong Li stared in bewilderment. "What on earth is this colorful little stone?" Xiao Yang explained patiently, "In the end, whether they are evolved humans or brainless zombies, they are all just mutated creatures. And if they want to gather enough exp to level up, the core thing they must absorb is mutated insect energy. For ordinary humans, this energy is scattered throughout bloody flesh. It's diluted, but it's better than nothing. As for evolved ones or high-level monsters, their energy is so abundant that it condenses into a core. When the crisis reaches its peak in the future, even the lowliest zombies will produce mutated insect cores." Hong Li stroked his chin in thought. "So you're saying zombies also have this premium energy inside them. In that case, we can just pin them down and eat them directly." Cough, cough. Zhang Zhai stared at him as if he were an alien. "Damn it, Uncle Li, if you have such an extreme taste, go ahead and eat them. I'll pass." Xiao Yang quickly spoke up to shut down that crazy idea. If an ordinary human tastes a zombie, they will get infected by the mutation toxin instantly. Only mutated beings like Chang Jia have a digestive system tough enough to devour their own kind to level up. Right then, a system screen suddenly popped up before his eyes. "Scourge of Evil Part 2 quest complete. Requirements: sweep the enemy stronghold and eliminate the cannibal. Reward: 50 points. Current total points: 126. He stared at the notification and thought to himself, "Oh, impressive, the system calculated the rewards quickly. It seems even if there are any stragglers hiding out, they won't be enough to stand in our way." Suddenly, a deafening shout rang in Xiao Yang's ears, "Watch out!" Without a second thought, he dodged the attack gracefully, smoothly drawing his dagger and plunging the sharp steel blade right into the skull of the lunging zombie. He flicked his wrist to shake off the blood, looking down at the corpse flattened beneath his boot, thinking, "Well, I didn't expect this one to move silently like a ninja, sneaking right up to us without anyone noticing." Xiao Yang did not hesitate to slice a long line down the chest of the rotting corpse, instantly revealing a strange object inside glowing with a brilliant red light. He stared at the core he had just pulled from the monster's chest. "Oh, there really is good stuff here. Looks like the golden hour for farming loot has arrived." He offered the 2 precious stones to his 2 teammates behind him. Seeing this, Zhang Zhai waved his hands in panic. "Oh, please spare me, you should just give them all to Uncle Li." Hong Li lowered his head, staring intensely at the 2 cores resting quietly in his palm for a long time. The middle-aged man's brows knitted into a tight line, his eyes betraying an extremely intense internal struggle. And then, with a roar of determination, the older man shut his eyes tight and stuffed both magical stones into his mouth. Screw it, high risk, high reward. As soon as the bizarre thing slid down his stomach, Hong Li's eyes widened to their limits, and a booming roar that seemed to shatter the surroundings erupted from his throat. Immediately after, a broad smile spread across the older man's face as he flexed his muscular, brawny arms and cheered. "Damn, this feeling is incredible." Seeing this, Xiao Yang poured cold water on his excitement. "It might feel great, but you've only just joined the evolution team. Your power buff isn't enough to rule this apocalypse, so please tone down the reckless behavior for me." Hong Li's attitude instantly softened, and he nodded firmly. "I got it. You just leave this matter to me." He turned and walked casually toward the waiting car, concluding, "All right, the storm has passed, let's head home quickly." Meanwhile, at the Zhaifeng metallurgical industrial zone, a ragged group of people was dragging themselves in a long line toward the guard gate. The guard, spotting the suspicious figures from afar, raised his chin and shouted, "Hey, stop right there. What gang do you belong to?" Sanjia squeezed out a welcoming smile and greeted him warmly. "Oh, we're all familiar faces. It's me, the third master from the neighboring coal plant." The gatekeeper glared at him scrutinizingly and coldly turned away. "Third master of the coal plant, right? Stay put right there while I go inform the boss." A short while later, he led Sanjia's gang deep inside the factory. Right in the main hall, two top figures stood waiting with their arms crossed. Depeng smirked and chuckled sarcastically. "What ill wind blew Sanjia all the way to my property?" Sister Ling, crossing her arms beside him, asked pointedly, "By the way, did Xing Rui and your second brother go missing?" Sanjia scratched his cheek in embarrassment, his shifty eyes darting around to avoid their prying gazes, stammering out an excuse. "To be honest, our base was ambushed. Sister-in-law and second brother sacrificed themselves heroically to cover our retreat." Depeng didn't even bother to question him further, merely nodding slightly while his deep eyes stared right into the man's soul. Then he calmly turned to instruct his subordinates, "Take Sanjia and the brothers from the coal plant to the safe room to rest." The group slowly followed the guide inside. Behind them, Depeng and Sister Ling snickered to each other. "Haha, what a coincidence, I was thinking the exact same thing as you." Deep inside the factory's living quarters, a trembling, anxious voice suddenly broke the silence. "Third brother." He whipped around, glaring at the henchman who had just spoken. "What title did you just call me?" The henchman turned pale and quickly corrected himself. "I was confused, I'm sorry, boss. Boss, my heart is pounding like crazy. I have a feeling some bad luck is about to strike." Sanjia gritted his teeth and snapped, "You cowardly bookworm, why are you making up stuff about omens and signs out of nowhere?" The henchman nodded toward the reinforced window, analyzing sycophantically. "Boss, look at this safe room. With these iron bars surrounding us, how is this any different from putting us in prison?" Bang! The iron door was suddenly kicked open aggressively by the guard from earlier, making the lackeys inside jump, their hearts nearly leaping out of their chests. He loomed into the middle of the room, chin raised as he barked a curt order at Sanjia's group. "All of you, get your asses outside, quick." He herded the entire gang back to the waiting hall from earlier. Depeng and Sister Ling were still standing there, except this time, a dozen armed thugs stood behind them, ready for action. Sanjia's back was drenched in sweat, but he still forced a sycophantic smile. "Oh, what are you two big bosses planning that you gathered so many brothers? Is there some serious trouble?" Sister Ling twirled a lock of her hair, casting a cold gaze at him. "Well, little friend, why don't you take a guess? Where should a treacherous rat who backstabs his own leader be sent?" Sanjia panicked, waving his hands frantically as the circle of death closed in. "What kind of game are you guys playing? Brother Depeng, Sister Ling, someone must be spreading rumors to set me up." Behind Sister Ling, Li Cheng's face was dark with rage. She smirked lazily, waving her hand dismissively. "Oh, still crying about misunderstandings. Li Cheng, step up and explain things so this kid can go to the afterlife fully enlightened." He stepped forward in anger and spoke clearly. "I personally went to the coal plant to investigate. Xing Rui's body is lying exposed right in the middle of the yard, and the second master vanished without a trace. On top of that, the entire stronghold is undamaged, showing absolutely no signs of battle. Li Cheng pointed his arm directly at his face and roared. The only logical conclusion here is that you bastards took advantage of the chaos to run an internal purge, sending Xing Rui to the afterlife. By now cold sweat was pouring down Sanjia's face. He stammered in protest, "Nonsense, how could that be? You're just grasping at straws. Where is your evidence to accuse me?" De Peng clasped his hands behind his back and laughed out loud. "Oh, friend, the apocalypse is already here, and you're still bringing up the law to demand witnesses and evidence. Let's be blunt. If it weren't for the capabilities of Xing Rui and your second master, you trash would have been wiped out by me ages ago." His smile suddenly turned into a demonic snarl as he hissed, "Mince them all to pieces." Suddenly, a lackey pushed through the crowd and threw himself down, kowtowing frantically while crying out, "Please show mercy and spare our lives. I hold high-quality classified information in my hands." Smelling a profitable deal, Sister Ling lazily raised her eyelids and replied, "Oh, how good is this info? Let's hear it." The man frantically pointed into the distance. Reporting to the bosses, far to the east of the city is a massive refugee base stocked with abundant supplies. They are the ones who killed Xing Rui and the second brother. Please don't kill me. I am willing to lead the way straight to their nest. Sister Ling narrowed her eyes, probing further. How does their strength and reputation compare to this factory? The man swallowed hard and reported, "They are evenly matched. Neither side is weaker." She turned her calculating eyes toward De Peng and clicked her tongue. "Well, keeping them around will surely breed trouble in the long run." The henchman's face was extremely tense as he spilled more information. But the thing is, they are still completely clueless about the secret to becoming evolved humans. I scouted that base thoroughly, and I swear I didn't see a single superpowered being. Hearing those sensitive words, Li Cheng's mind quickly put the pieces together, reviewing the method of transforming into an evolved human. De Peng remained skeptical, pressing aggressively and scaring the poor guy half to death. "Bullshit. If no one evolved, how did they herd your base like sheep?" The man shrank back and stammered, "It's true, they had heavy military weapons. Regular toys couldn't scratch the second master, but they fired a shell that blew him to pieces instantly." Only then did Sister Ling clap her hands in approval, making the man overjoyed. She smiled, "Very good, this lead is indeed valuable." The man felt a surge of hope, pointing at himself. "So, does that mean my humble self is pardoned?" The smile on Sister Ling's face suddenly twisted into a deadly smirk, and she declared coldly, "Send them all to hell." Upon hearing the verdict, the survivors from the coal plant froze completely, their faces turning pale and sweat pouring down. Instantly, desperate screams echoed throughout the metallurgical factory. "Ah, wait! The unspoken rule was information for our lives. You're playing dirty. Ah, mercy, spare me." The shrieks abruptly cut short, replaced by the sight of a shredded coat soaked in a foul-smelling, dark red liquid splashing everywhere. De Peng casually stuffed his hands into his pockets, looking down with his men at the lifeless body of Sanjia sprawled on the brick floor. He clicked his tongue. "How do we handle this? If we don't weed out this threat entirely, we won't sleep in peace." Sister Ling replied calmly, "They have heavy weaponry. Going there now is suicide. We might as well take a step back and focus on leveling up our evolved faction first. Wouldn't that guarantee our victory?" From an overhead view, De Peng's gang looked like a flock of vultures surrounding Sanjia's mangled corpse in a pool of thick red blood. His deep, husky voice echoed again with instructions, "Send a few elite brothers over there to go undercover. Absolutely do not let them catch wind of our evolution secret." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Xiao Yang was sitting with his legs crossed, chin resting on his hand as he examined the virtual system panel, whispering to himself, "With only a measly 126 points, what kind of bargain can I get?" A status screen popped up clearly in front of him, making him grin with joy. Current wallet, 126 coins. System shop offers, Tier 1 protein food chest for 5 coins. Level 2 dark technology chest for 50 coins. Shop refresh fee, 4 coins. Xiao Yang smiled brightly. "Oh, what a stroke of luck. A rare level 2 dark technology chest appeared. My gacha luck is insane." Without a second's hesitation, He tapped directly on the purchase button on the virtual screen. Immediately after the quick purchase, a series of green text lines flashed continuously. Tier 1 food chest transaction complete, 5 coins deducted. Level 2 dark technology chest successfully purchased, 50 coins deducted. Account balance down to 71 coins. The system's chiming sounds continued to announce the loot. Tier 1 food chest opened. 500 kilograms of authentic beater lotus root powder, along with 200 kilograms of margarine and 150 liters of premium cooking oil. Level 2 dark technology chest opened. Dropped a bottle of super stamina buff potion, adding 20 stat points. While he was happily unboxing, the system's screen suddenly glitched with static, followed by a sharp, chaotic scream. A knock at the door pulled Jiang back to reality. He raised his voice and replied calmly, "The door is unlocked, just push it open." Shanshan poked her head in to see him lounging on the sofa, calling out softly, "Brother Jiang." Jiang's smile faded slightly as he frowned and asked, "Is there trouble again?" The girl reported excitedly, "Our hunting team just caught a suspicious guy lurking around here." He sighed in disappointment, lazily standing up and stretching. "Fine, let me go take a look at this guy." The scene shifted to the holding room where a Xing was detained. He was surrounded by Hong Li and the guards. His eyes darted around as he complained defensively, "Hey, gentlemen, I'm just an innocent citizen who got lost. If you don't believe me, call your boss out here to talk." Just then, Jiang strolled in, offering a faint smile. "Were you looking for me?" Seeing the boss appear, a Xing was overjoyed. "Oh, are you the leader of this place, young man?" Jiang nodded casually in confirmation. "Spot on. If you have something to say, spit it out." The guy grinned. "May I ask for your name so we can introduce ourselves properly?" Jiang kept his face cold as ice, uttering 3 simple words, "Jiang Jiang." A Xing laughed heartily to break the ice. "Oh, Brother Yang, allow me to introduce myself. I am a Xing, straight from the Zifeng Metallurgical Factory." Lao Song strolled out from the corner to join in. "Oh, so you're from the Zifeng gang?" The man nodded rapidly like a chicken pecking at grain. "Yes, exactly, old sir." Seeing his reaction, Jiang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Uncle Song, do you know that place well?" Lao Song stroked his beard and explained, "The Zifeng factory is located way out in the southwest suburbs. It's the largest structure on this map. At this rate, it has probably expanded into a major stronghold just like the coal mine in the southern suburbs." Jiang got straight to the point. "How far is it from here?" The old man answered simply, "Compared to the coal mine, add about 3 more kilometers." After hearing Lao Song's report, he stepped right up to a Xing, his sharp eyes scanning him. "It's such a long distance, yet you dragged yourself all the way to my doorstep just to leech off our Wi-Fi." The guy kept his composure, lying without blinking, and explained smoothly, "In these chaotic times with zombies everywhere, survivors like us need to stick together and look out for each other. Don't you think that makes sense, Brother Yang?" Jiang crossed his arms and replied casually, "Yeah, sounds plausible. Keep going with your scripted speech, let's hear it." A Xing's face twitched slightly with tension as he quickly explained, "My boss gave us a KPI to search everywhere for refugee camps and to bring back whoever we can to our base." Jiang couldn't stand the slippery excuse. He glared at him and shoved a crumpled piece of paper into Jiang's hand. "Brother Jiang, don't believe his lies. Earlier, I caught him sneaking around our base dozens of times, and he was even busy sketching a tactical map." Jiang took the paper covered in drawings, narrowing his eyes to carefully examine every line and layout. Suddenly, a mysterious blue virtual lens flashed across Jiang's eyes, and he activated his skill, Mind's Eye. Through that divine lens, a Xing's shameless true face was completely exposed. It was a face twisted with scheming, awkwardness, and ambition. Jiang burst out laughing mockingly, "Oh, my dear friend a Xing." Without wasting another word, he smoothly drew the pistol from his hip and pressed the dark barrel directly against the center of the man's forehead, making a Xing's eyes widen in shock. Jiang's eyes burned with intense killing intent as he snarled, "Do you think I'm some naive fool you can easily deceive in this apocalypse? Spit out the truth right now, or I'll pull the trigger and blow your brains out." The chilling threat made him tremble with fear, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. A Zing's forehead was drenched in sweat as he stammered in plea, "Brother Yang, I swear, we only drew the map to leave ourselves a way to survive. These days, good people are rare while schemers are everywhere. If we don't protect ourselves, we'll end up dead." Seeing that the man seemed to be telling the truth, Xiao Yang turned to whisper to Zhang Zhai, "Has this guy seen Chang Jia's face?" Zhang Zhai leaned in and whispered back, "Don't worry, he's completely clueless. Chang Jia has been kept well hidden this whole time and never showed his face." Xiao Yang pocketed his gun and turned away, lazily waving his hand. "Untie him and let him go." Hearing the order, Lao Song was utterly astonished. "Boss, are we really just letting him return to his nest like that?" Even Zing couldn't believe his ears, his mouth agape as he stammered, "Oh my, are you serious or are you joking?" Xiao Yang tossed the scribbled paper back to the spy, concluding, "Shove this map back into his hands and kick him out." Having escaped death by a hair's breadth, Zing was moved to tears, bowing frantically in gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, Brother Yang." Not daring to linger for another second, he grabbed the map and sprinted away like the wind, terrified they might change their minds if he stayed. The corners of Xiao Yang's lips slowly curled into a wicked smile as he muttered with interest, "Zifeng Metallurgical Factory, huh? Very well. Well, I wonder how many farming points this big catch will yield from the system." Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In the outskirts of the Zifeng factory, two laborers were struggling to push wheelbarrows filled with trash toward the dump site. Wiping his sweat, one whispered gossip, "Hey buddy, lately I've heard rumors that our brothers are starting to disappear mysteriously again." Hearing those words, Xiao Chen's face turned completely pale, his mind instantly visualizing the grotesque monster with hideous tentacles. He trembled and stammered, "You mean, that multi-legged nightmare is back searching for food?" Right at that moment, a strange rustling sound suddenly came from the massive trash pit, making both of them jump. Grabbing each other, they shrieked, "Oh my God, what is that moving sound?" Driven by curiosity, Xiao Chen crept closer to the edge of the pit. Seeing his friend's reckless move, the coworker felt a chill run down his spine, quickly pulling him back. "Hey, don't be foolish enough to look in there. We should run and get security to handle it." With a sharp whoosh, a thin, razor-sharp piece of metal, resembling a Grim Reaper's scythe, suddenly flew straight toward them at a blinding speed. Because the lethal weapon was thrown too quickly, it cleanly sliced across Xiao Chen's throat, and a stream of crimson blood immediately sprayed everywhere. In another corner of the yard, Li Cheng was leaning against a crumbling brick wall, flexing a cigarette as he calmly enjoyed the moment. Suddenly, a scream tore through the peaceful air, making him perk up his ears. "Help! Someone save me!" The surviving laborer ran over as if chased by a ghost. His extreme panic prompted Li Cheng to draw his gun, pointing it at his face as he barked, "What's the panic about?" Tears and snot streaming down his face, the man cried, "A monster, boss! That beast just took Xiao Chen's life." Hearing the shocking report, his eyes widened as he questioned, "A monster? Is it that multi-tentacled squid guy again?" The worker, sweating profusely, nodded firmly. "Yes, it's him, no doubt about it, definitely that octopus monster." Li Cheng snarled, "Where is the scene?" He pointed a trembling finger, "Right over by the main dump site." He gritted his teeth, growling with rage. "Damn it, coming here to hunt without giving any warning." Turning around to face the crowd of subordinates rushing over, Li Cheng ordered resolutely, "Civilians, get to safety and hide. Anyone from the evolved faction who has evasive skills, follow me." Once the combat squad was organized, he led an elite team charging toward the foul-smelling dump site. At the danger zone, Li Cheng and his companions were highly alert, scanning their surroundings as they crept carefully deeper inside. He signaled for silence and instructed them carefully, "Our opponent is that octopus guy. If we run into him later, absolutely none of you should try to solo him. The moment you see him, run as fast as you can, understood?" Li Cheng narrowed his eyes to inspect the pit cluttered with various waste, his brows knitted closely together. After searching intensely for a long time, he muttered in frustration, "Strange, did he vanish from here?" Stepping closer to the dump site, Li Cheng squatted down to inspect the footprints in the dust. A follower asked in a low voice, "Boss, did the squid monster run off?" The worker nearby chimed in, Or maybe he just devoured his prey and slipped away. The two of them kept debating the matter loudly while Li Cheng focused entirely on analyzing the strange prints. Ever since the Baizhu base and the southern coal plant were leveled, the number of our casualties has been rising rapidly. One clicked his tongue and replied, "Well, obviously. In the past, 3 strongholds shared the losses. Now that the others are gone, only this factory is left to bear the brunt. Of course he's going to target us." His face suddenly emitted a bone-chilling killing intent. With a darkened expression, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "No, the culprit behind this sneak attack is definitely not that octopus guy." Shifting the scene to our base, a scene of prosperity, tranquility, and breathtaking beauty unfolded. On top of the high wall, Xiao Yang stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the gravel path below, thinking to himself, "The number of days spent farming on this map has far exceeded my past life. If we maintain this momentum, the dream of rebuilding human civilization will no longer be an illusion." The system's chime rang again, signaling the launch of the Peace of Mind Utopia project. The task was to expand community influence, requiring intense grinding to raise the rating rank. The score was currently stuck at 38 points. His face fell into deep thought as he muttered, "Truly strange. It's been several months, so why hasn't the system issued the quest to raid the Zhaifeng metallurgical factory yet?" While he was lost in thought, a crisp voice interrupted him. "Hey, brother Xiao Yang." Shan Shan stood at the foot of the wall, smiling brightly and waving to report, "We're back from our raid." Hearing her voice, he leaped off, showcasing his superb agility with a spectacular dive into the air. Thanks to his skilled technique and flexible body, Xiao Yang landed smoothly right in front of Shan Shan and Jiang Zhai in an incredibly cool stance. Dusting off his clothes, he asked briskly, "Did the hunt go smoothly? No one followed you, right?" Jiang Zhai thumped his chest and proudly raised his thumb. "Oh, brother Yang, you worry too much. With our team's current level, if even a fly flew by, we'd catch it, let alone a human." He looked down at little Shuai standing shyly nearby, asking, "So, how did the little guy perform on stage? Did he keep up with the older ones?" The boy smiled bashfully and replied with a loud, "Yes." Shuai proudly threw a few quick punches into the air, boasting, "Uncle Yang, trust me, my moves are super smooth." Standing nearby, Wan looked at the boy with affectionate eyes, gently ruffling his hair. "He's absolutely right, little Shuai took down a zombie all by himself today." Hearing the boy's impressive achievement, Xiao Yang grinned and praised, "Well done, kid. Now take all the harvested cores to the storehouse." Just as he finished speaking, the virtual screen popped up with a fresh notification. "New quest, Scourge of Evil Part 3. Objective, clear obstacles, buff the strength of seed allies. Rewards, 80 points added to your wallet." Staring at the quest board, he muttered, "Well, this concept of seed allies. Could it refer to that chaotic bunch over at the Zhaifeng metallurgical factory?" The scene quickly shifts to a closed meeting room, where Jiang Xiao Yang and Li Hongli are plotting with tense faces. The uncle's eyes widen in shock as he exclaims, "What the heck? You plan to barge straight into the Zhaifeng stronghold all by yourself? Playing such a life-and-death gamble is way too risky." Right next to Li Hongli, Lao Song and Zhang Kai also show deep, worried faces. The old man sighs in agreement. He is right, they just sent their lapdogs here to snoop around. God only knows what kind of rotten ambition they are harboring. If anything happens to you, Jiang Xiao Yang, who will we weak and elderly folks rely on as our backbone? Fully receiving those heartfelt words, he smiles to reassure them. "Everyone, put your hearts at ease. With my current level, even if Chang Jia rose from the grave, he wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on my head, let alone those few pieces of trash." Jiang Xiao Yang shifts his gaze, reaching out to the 2 oldest people in the room to entrust them. "Uncle Sheng, Lao Li, this base's rear and Lin Zhen's safety will have to rely entirely on your support." Hearing that heavy entrustment, the old man nods in firm agreement. "Yeah, you can put the rear base out of your mind, but remember to bring your life back safely. This refugee shelter would fall into chaos in a single day without you." Shifting the camera to the metal refinery spewing thick black smoke into the sky, a chaotic shout echoes, "Open the door quickly, I have an urgent matter to report to the big boss." Blocking the doorway are 2 tall, burly guards. The one in the stiff suit spreads his arms to block the way and grumbles, I've repeated this so many times, unless the big boss gives the order, not even an ant is getting through this door. But suddenly, the guard's eyes widen in sheer terror, his pupils shrinking to tiny points as blue veins bulge and throb on his forehead. Only to see Li Cheng rushing forward like a ghost, his hand like an iron clamp squeezing the suited man's throat, making his companion beside him turn pale in fear and scream. "Damn it, Li Cheng, did you get bitten by a rabid dog or what? Why are you causing trouble?" The shout startles Li Cheng, his face filled with shock as his consciousness barely manages to return to reality. Hastily releasing his deadly grip, Li Cheng flusteredly props up the limp guard, awkwardly scratching his head and apologizing profusely. "Oh crap, my hand slipped. 1,000 apologies, my friend." The guard clutches his swollen red throat, coughing violently and swearing through gritted teeth. "Damn you, why did you suddenly go crazy and attack out of nowhere? Don't think just because the big bosses favor you that we don't dare beat you to a pulp." Meanwhile, Li Cheng's mind is still floating in the clouds with 1,000 questions. What is wrong with my body lately? Why has this impulsive behavior been happening so frequently over the past few months? Right during the tension, an authoritative voice echoes from inside the closed room. "Is that you, Li Cheng? Guards, open the door and let him in to report." The other guard, having received the instruction, immediately turns toward the door and nods. "Yes, boss, we are opening it right now." A voice echoes from the room again. "Step inside quickly." Gently pushing the wooden door open and stepping inside, a scene catches his eye, making Li Cheng's face instantly freeze in astonishment. In the middle of the room, Sister Ling is posing suggestively by the desk, casting a sharp glance at him and asking bluntly, "What's all the noise about?" Li Cheng clears his throat and explains to her, "Regarding the drama of that octopus hunting right in our backyard, I just came up with a very different theory." Sister Ling raises an eyebrow in interest. "Oh really? Let's hear your scenario." He clasps his hands behind his back and answers confidently, "I have thoroughly examined the scene, and a few women's shoe prints were clearly revealed. The catch is, the corpse lying there belongs to a man." Absorbing that set of data, she suddenly shuts up completely, her fiery eyes piercing straight into his face as if she wants to eat him alive. Sister Ling slowly spits out each word. "If that scenario is correct, then the one behind this killer blow is an entirely different force." Li Cheng immediately snaps his fingers, spot on. A mystical light flashes in Sister Ling's eyes, mixed with a freezing chill. She nods. "All right, I have noted this. This information is very valuable, but you are absolutely forbidden from leaking this news to anyone." Hearing her unreasonable instruction, he is stunned and questions immediately, "What on earth do you mean by that?" Sister Ling clicks her tongue and analyzes. The mere name of that multi-legged octopus man is already enough to make the boys wet their pants. I don't want any more shocking news to make them shrink in fear and refuse to show their faces at work. Li Cheng bites his lip, about to argue back, but she immediately snaps and cuts him off. "Shut up, no buts. I bet my honor that this mess won't get any worse than before, so don't worry." Seeing the big boss confidently guarantee it like that, Li Cheng can only swallow his anger and remain silent. Suddenly, her sexy body glides close to him, causing Li Cheng's face to instantly turn as red as a tomato. Sister Ling whispers in his ear, "Why haven't you left yet? Do you want me to stay here and teach you another extracurricular lesson?" Teased by her, Li Cheng recoils in panic, hastily raising his hand in a military salute and stammering, Yes, I wouldn't dare. I'm sorry, Sister Ling, I'm leaving right now." A loud crash echoes as the room door is slammed shut mercilessly. Just stepping out into the hallway, Li Cheng slaps his forehead and mutters in self-deprecation, "Damn this goldfish brain of mine. Getting distracted for 1 second made me completely forget to investigate that personal physiological matter." From the darkness behind a cabinet door in the room, a vulgar, mocking laugh rings out. Tusk, even leaving behind women's shoe prints. You were way too sloppy, darling." Sister Ling's face instantly darkens with irritation, and she glares warningly, "Shut up. If you're so good at criticizing from now on, go and clean up the trash and the crime scenes yourself." Right where the voice came from, De Peng's figure is clearly visible in clothes covered with messy streaks of red syrup. Standing next to a giant barrel, one of his hands toys with a sharp cleaver while the other busy hand works continuously. He smiles and says, "Deal, I'll take care of the hunting, and the messy cleanup part is all yours." Looming inside that dark barrel is a patch of pale human skin, stained with hideous drops of bright red syrup. The scene quickly transitions to the outskirts of an empty lot, where a deformed mutant lies dead and sprawled on the gray brick ground. Next to the corpse, a pair of military boots slowly walks over. Standing tall outside the Zhaifeng refinery is none other than Jiang. In his hand, he brandishes a blood-stained blade, standing proudly in the middle of a battlefield littered with knocked-out mutant corpses. His face shows clear indifference as he mutters to himself, "Right at the hornet's nest now. Well, I'll have to play nice for a bit to avoid raising suspicion." In a flash, a pair of shiny hair-cutting scissors rests snugly in Jiang's palm. Rhythmically tapping the scissors, he decisively brings them up to his fluffy hair, snicking it into a messy, uneven cut. Not stopping at the scissors, Jiang also bends down to rub his fingers in a pool of black mud on the ground, then smears it thoroughly over his handsome face, turning it into a pathetic, messy sight. Finishing his artistic facial transformation, Jiang has successfully disguised himself as a weak nerd who couldn't even tie up a chicken, wearing thick, nearsighted glasses, with an extremely impoverished and miserable appearance. Just as he listlessly drags his feet near the main gate of the factory, he is caught by a guard who barks out a warning, "Hey, you poor beggar, stop right there." The guard from the Zhaifeng faction aims his gun defensively, showing a fierce, murderous face as he shouts, "What crack did you crawl out of, kid?" Jiang pretends to laugh innocently and flatters him in response. "Oh, I saw traces of life along the way and guessed there must be other humans. Thank God, finding survivors makes me want to cry tears of joy." The Zhaifeng guard's attitude softens slightly, and he tilts his chin up to ask, "Another street-dwelling refugee?" Then he points his index finger straight at his face and demands, "Hey kid, tell me the truth. What kind of miracle kept your pathetic self breathing until this very day?" Jiang lowers his head, acting sorrowful and teary-eyed as he explains, "There used to be about a dozen of us hiding together, but the zombies wiped everyone out. Everyone died, and only I was lucky enough to save my miserable life and escape." The man from the Zhaifeng steelworks narrows his eyes in scrutiny. "So you're saying you're useless?" Hearing the sarcasm, Jiang immediately switches to innocent mode, blinking in confusion as he asks back, What do you mean by power?" Immediately after, he acts flustered like a headless chicken, hastily patting his chest to save face. I do have some minor skills. I've survived being surrounded by zombies a few times, so I've gathered a bit of experience dealing with them. I promise to work as hard as I can so I won't be a freeloader." The face of the man from the Zhaifeng steelworks shows clear disdain. He curls his lip and tells Jiang, "Who cares about those things? You misunderstood me, but whatever, never mind." He casually jerks his chin toward another direction and orders, "Follow me if you want to get a spot in here." The moment the Zhaifeng steelworks guy turns his back to walk away, the innocence instantly vanishes from his eyes, turning icy cold. The guy calls back, "Of course, you have to pass the ability test first." He lowers his eyes in silence, but inwardly sneers. Just as expected, getting involved with this Zhaifeng steel factory only brings trouble, nothing good. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, making both Jiang and the Zhaifeng steel factory guy startle and turn around to see who just spoke. "What's all the racket?" It turns out the one who just appeared is Li Cheng. Bearing the overwhelming aura of a superior, he frowns and inquires, "Where did this unfamiliar face crawl out from?" Questioned by Li Cheng, the Zhaifeng steel factory guy suddenly stammers, "Yes, brother Li, he is a lucky stray survivor. I was taking him to a quiet spot for a convenient search." Upon hearing this, he gives a sarcastic half-smile. "A search?" Li Cheng doesn't hesitate to expose his subordinate's words. "What kind of search requires sneaking into a dark corner? Can't you search him right here?" Listening to this exchange, Jiang inwardly curses. "It's as clear as day that this guy was planning to lure me to a quiet place to finish me off." Li Cheng then turns around, stares at him, and raises his voice. "Kid, step over here. Hand over all your weapons obediently before you can enter." At this point, Jiang plays the stubborn card and argues back, "Hand over my weapons. Who knows if you guys are trying to lure me into a tiger's den to slaughter me? Faced with his attitude, he calmly explains, in these apocalyptic times, human hearts are sinister. It is normal for you to feel uneasy. However, if you refuse to disarm, we won't waste our time trying to keep you. You're free to leave. Seeing that Li Cheng is so straightforward, Jiang Yang pulls out his self-defense dagger, clicks his tongue, and says, "All right, I'll hand over my toy." After handing over his weapon, he reluctantly raises his hands obediently to let him search his body. Silently observing Li Cheng's every gesture and word, Jiang Yang thinks to himself, "This guy seems decent and principled. It looks like this Zhaifeng steel factory is still a notch better than those bandits at the southern suburban coal plant and on Mount Baikui." He twirls his dagger in his hand, inspects it for a moment, then clicks his tongue and asks, "Carrying only this lousy knife and you dare wander around in the apocalypse? Hey kid, you are an evolved human, right?" Hitting the nail on the head, Jiang Yang quickly clenches his fist, his eyes shining brightly as he acts excited. "An evolved human. Exactly, to be honest, I've also felt much tougher lately." He then turns on his heel and beckons, "Follow me. There is a rule here that evolved humans must report to the leader and register first." The scene shifts to a completely sealed room with nothing but walls on all sides. At this moment, Li Cheng turns to walk out, not forgetting to instruct, "Please sit quietly in the parlor and wait for a moment." He glances around the spine-chillingly cold and gloomy room, then sneers slightly, "Parlor my foot, even the door is heavily armored, it's clearly a prison cell." A long time later, De Peng casually walks in and greets him, "Sorry to keep you waiting so long. May I ask your name?" Facing his deep, scrutinizing eyes, Jiang Yang continues to wear his weak scholar disguise, answering timidly, Jiang Yi." Li Cheng casts his sharp gaze firmly on him, probing, "My subordinate reported that you are an evolved human, is that correct?" Jiang Yang scratches his head, answering hesitantly, "Well, according to what he said, I guess so." Suddenly, a massive axe slices through the air, hurtling straight at his face, in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yang doesn't even have time to understand what the hell is happening, but thanks to his sharp reflexes, he dodges smoothly, letting the axe fly past and lodge deeply into the wall behind him. He turns his head slightly, shivering as he stares at the axe with its handle buried deep in the wall. Shifting his gaze from the axe to De Peng's evil smiling face, he curses in his head, "Damn it, making a move already. Oh wait, this guy is definitely trying to test my mettle." Jiang Yang immediately bristles, pointing furiously at the axe in the wall and screaming, "What are you doing? Do you know I could have died?" Seeing that reaction, he bursts into hearty laughter, excitedly slapping his thigh and saying, "Looks like I was right on the mark, definitely an evolved human." He points to his own face, acting aggrieved and petulant. "What if I wasn't an evolved human? Wouldn't I have had my head chopped off by you?" Hearing his complaint, De Peng simply shrugs and retorts, "If you were just trash, then dying wouldn't be a pity anyway." Now he starts digging for more information from him. "If we both belong to the evolved group, then surely you are also familiar with the trick to becoming an evolved human, right?" He nods. "Yes, I know a bit about it." In De Peng's mind, images of his faction flash by, Sister Ling, Li Cheng, and the guy from the Zhaifeng Steelworks. His face suddenly darkens, putting on a menacing, devilish look. "If I catch wind of a third person knowing about this, I will." His threat cuts off halfway, and then he lunges straight at Jiang Yang like a tempest. De Peng stretches out his large, clamp-like hand, aiming straight for his throat as he hisses, "Choke you to death." In that moment, Jiang Yang silently breaks into a cold sweat. Phew, that was close. In his palm, he has secretly summoned a knife, his mind racing with calculations. Lucky for him, he's only threatening me with bare hands. If he had pulled out a lethal weapon, I would have sent him to the afterlife by now. Jiang Yang's slender neck is now resting snugly in De Peng's giant hand. He calculates in his mind, if I snap his neck right now, only God knows if the system will bother to reward me with 80 points. He looks down and notices the knife tightly gripped by Jiang Yang, so he loosens his grip and clicks his tongue in praise. Oh, quite a fast reflex, already preparing a weapon. De Peng pats his shoulder, delivering a warning, Even though you have some skills, my power is on a level you can't reach. So drop any thoughts of challenging me, understood? Hearing his casual threat, Jiang Zhaoyang obediently replies, yes, I understand. Seeing his compliant attitude, De Peng softens slightly. I'll turn a blind eye to the fact that you snuck a weapon in here. He strolls out of the room, heading straight toward his two waiting subordinates to assign tasks. Jiang Zhaoyang also tags along and pulls the door shut. De Peng commands, take this Jiang Yi to wash his face and change into clean clothes. Once done, bring him to the meeting room to see me. The two soldiers bow obediently. Yes, sir. As soon as the knock ends, the person inside quickly calls out, come in. The guard leads Jiang Zhaoyang before the workshop's top brass and reports, Brother De Peng, the person is here. De Peng gestures toward him and says, let me introduce him to everyone. He's a newcomer who just joined us, Jiang Yi. Immediately after, he turns around and introduces the others one by one. The lady standing behind is Huang Ling, also one of the leaders in this area like me. The other two are key figures of this gathering place, Li Cheng and Huang Bin. As soon as he finishes, she chimes in, instructing the guy beside her. Huang Bin, arrange for this newcomer to be managed by your team, is that fine? With a cold face, he nods instantly. No problem, sister. After giving the orders, she turns to chatter with Jiang Zhaoyang. Hey kid, you're very lucky to have found the strongest gathering place in this area. From now on, you don't have to worry about survival. But the rule here is, if you want to eat well, you must prove yourself useful. Without any hesitation, he nods obediently. Yes, I will follow all arrangements. Just as he finishes, Huang Bin strides over and slaps his shoulder. It happens to be our turn to patrol today. Rookie, follow me. In an instant, the scene shifts outside the Zhaifeng base. He bellows loudly to call two more people. A Qiang, a Xing, get your butts out here for patrol. Okay, oh, it's you again. Fa Qiang runs as fast as he can toward Huang Bin, still maintaining a distance from the two behind, and asks, hey, is this kid assigned to be a soldier on your team? Frowning with an annoyed and helpless expression, he says, what can we do? He knows about everything, so I had no choice but to squeeze him into our team. Meanwhile, at the back of the line, a Xing narrows his eyes at Jiang Zhaoyang thoughtfully. Strange, why does this guy look so familiar? Suddenly, Huang Bin turns around, clears his throat, and says to him, hey kid, Brother De Peng probably hasn't fully briefed you on the situation of this gathering place, right? He answers directly. Not yet, he only warned me to keep the secret of becoming an evolved human absolutely quiet. Receiving the answer, he nods in satisfaction. Then that's correct. The shocking secret about cannibalism in this gathering place is only known by Brother De Peng, my sister, and the four of us. His next concluding words carry a heavy warning for him. A Xing is Brother De Peng's direct cousin, and Fa Qiang is the beloved grandson of me and Huang Ling. We are all practically family, so if this secret leaks out, it could only come from your mouth. Do you clearly understand your situation now? Jiang Zhaoyang replies very calmly, don't worry, I definitely won't utter a word. Right now, he suddenly notices the person behind him and exclaims to himself, a Xing, isn't that the guy who was caught by Zhang Zhai earlier? Not thinking about it anymore, he seems to realize something and inquires, what about that other top cadre brother? Huang Bin answers quickly without hesitation. His name is Li Cheng. Although he's an outsider, his potential is superb and his power is domineering. Especially, you must never let him catch wind of this secret, got it? Otherwise. After a long pause, his face contorts into an extremely terrifying look to threaten him. Neither of us will survive past today. Sensing the danger, he silently confirms in his heart. It seems Li Cheng's potential and power are indeed no joke. They probably have to pour resources to appease and contain him. If let loose, his abilities would likely surpass those two leaders in no time. Walking a bit further, Huang Bin suddenly claps his hands and calls out, okay, we're here. Hearing him shout, Jiang Zhaoyang repeats with a confused face, we're here. Appearing before them is a small settlement tucked away in the wild forest. He jerks his chin to explain, there are 7 members in this gathering place. We've been staking them out for about 3 or 4 days. The bottom line is, none of the members among them possess the power of an evolved human. Displaying a curious face, he pretends to probe, so what do we need to do here? Hunt them down and bring them back. Huang Bin clicks his tongue and wags his index finger. Hunting? It's not as brutal as you think. We came here to keep them in captivity. Fa Qiang playfully dashes over and wraps his arm around his shoulder, teasing, "Hey kid, now that you also bear the label of an evolved human, you must quickly shift your mindset. Don't be as stiff as old Li Cheng. As evolved humans, strictly speaking, we are no longer on the same level as ordinary humans. We are now a superior species dominating the food chain." Hearing those disgusting words, Jiang Ziyang's expression turns slightly cold as he drops a loaded, sarcastic question. "So you plan to carry them back to the gathering place to keep them captive, so that when you're hungry, you can slaughter them for meat?" Huang Bin raises his hand to object. "No need to bring them all back. Capturing about 5 or 6 of them is enough to meet the quota. The remaining survivors will be dealt with right on the spot." Hearing this, he gets even more bewildered. Dealt with on the spot? How are you going to finish them? Rarely getting a chance to show off to a rookie, he chuckles in delight and pats his chest. "Then keep your eyes and ears open and learn properly, little brother." On the opposite side, a hand is swiftly plastering cement onto the wall with highly skilled movements. Having just finished the last layer of cement, the handsome youth quickly wipes off his dripping sweat, panting heavily as he complains, "Exhausting. I'm finally about to finish this pile of work. This damn job is truly tiring." Suddenly, one of them accidentally spots something unusual and stammers, Look, that's." Following the direction he is pointing, the youths around are horrified to see a bloodthirsty pack of monsters rushing madly toward them, yelling at the top of their lungs, A pack of zombies." They fall into a chaotic panic. "Damn it, where did these zombies spring from to ambush us without a single warning? Grab your weapons to fight back, hurry up." But all their efforts to resist are too late as the zombies swiftly leap forward, pouncing on the poor souls one by one. Amid the chaos, someone panics and pulls the trigger wildly at the zombie lunging at them, crying out as they shoot, "Go away, don't come near me." But they are already a step too late, and the youths fall completely into a deep abyss of despair. "We're doomed, they are as numerous as ants, how can we block them?" The aftermath leaves only echoing, heartbreaking screams. Jiang Ziyang stands witnessing the entire slaughter, his cold gaze shifting to the man beside him as he questions, "Killing with a borrowed knife, driving zombies to tear them apart. Is this the neat trick you guys went out of your way to show off to me?" Suddenly, his intuition senses a cold draft coming from the building right behind him. He immediately turns his head to look back. What on earth is that? But when he strains his eyes to look closer, the inside of the wide-open window is completely empty, with no soul in sight. Jiang Ziyang asks himself in confusion, an illusion. Suddenly a voice yells out, calling his name, "Hey kid, Jiang Yi, what are you standing frozen there for?" Huang Bin nods toward the messy, bloody heap of corpses and orders, "Drag yourself over here and help me clean up the battlefield." He quickly paces over, stammering, "Oh, okay, coming right now." Not far from them, right at the mysterious building he had just spotted earlier. He is completely oblivious to the fact that inside the dark corner of that building, a hideous demon is silently setting a trap, waiting for their group. Those who were lucky enough to be saved by Huang Bin's group eagerly point out that there is still a bunch of supplies stuffed inside the warehouse. Hearing this, he quickly turns around and instructs the soldier behind, "Hey Jiang Yi, stay here and gather all these supplies near the gate. I'll arrange a truck to transport them later." He leans in close to him, whispering secretly, "Remember to pile up the bodies of those who got bitten. We'll carry them away together later." After assigning the minor tasks, Huang Bin announces loudly to the civilians, "Those who are still breathing, follow us." Just like that, the crowd leaves one by one, abandoning a single lonely figure standing in the middle of the graveyard of soulless corpses. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Jiang Ziyang gives a sly smile, summons his favorite knife from his space, and exclaims, "How convenient." Turning back to the group that has just followed Huang Bin, a young man hurriedly clasps his hands in gratitude. "Thank heaven and earth, thanks to the brothers showing mercy, we saved our miserable lives." As soon as the young man finishes, a girl blinks and asks Fa Qiang, "Hey brother, does the place we are going have water? I am dying to take a bath." He immediately wraps his arm around her to take advantage of the physical contact, replying with a sly smile, "Oh, not only is there fresh water, but there's also steaming hot water, along with fragrant body wash for you to clean yourself from head to toe." Tucked in his arm, she squeals in delight, "Oh, really? That's wonderful." While joking around, Zing suddenly gets goosebumps, as if sensing a dark aura blowing against his back. He slowly turns his head, scanning the surroundings with suspicious eyes to check out of curiosity. Noticing his stealthy movements, Huang Bin frowns and asks, "What's wrong, Zing?" He gulps, stammering tensely, It feels like something is tailing us." Receiving the answer, Huang Bin quickly calls on everyone to stay alert. Fa Qiang is still immersed in his lustful fantasy, holding tightly to the girl next to him as he boasts, "Just hide behind my back, I've got you covered." The sinister thing that Zing just sensed is actually perched up high, looking down on the people trying to stay alert below. Huang Bin asks pressingly, "Where is that thing you mentioned hiding? You don't know. Has your sensation gone completely numb?" Hearing this, Fa Qiang bursts into mocking laughter. "Oh dear, Zing, have you been so stressed lately that you're jumping at shadows?" Mocked by him, he immediately snaps back with an extremely serious expression. "How could I have missing? Earlier there was clearly." Before the explanation can leave his throat, a sharp object suddenly flies over, piercing a hole straight through his neck. A frantic scream rings out, Zing. Huang Bin stares wide-eyed at the bizarre object retracting from Zing's neck, his mouth agape as he screams in despair, It's the tentacle man." The whole crowd runs around in panic trying to locate the monster, but it has vanished in an instant. Disappeared so quickly, what terrifying agility. Just as he is straining his eyes searching for the beast, someone in the crowd suddenly points behind and screams in alarm, "Behind your back." Unfortunately, the moment Huang Bin turns around is also when the vicious beast has already closed in right in front of his face. In another development, the youth Jiang is painstakingly cutting open a zombie's stomach. Pulling out 2 glowing crystal beads, his face lights up with joy. "Wow, to think the bellies of these lousy zombies actually hid 2 ability cores. I am truly lucky today." Suddenly, a sharp, frantic scream pierces the night, drawing his attention. "Help! Help me!" Huang Bin is wrapped tightly by the monster's tentacle and lifted high, his voice trembling as he gasps, "Doomed! I'm really doomed." The tentacles clinging to his body show absolutely no mercy, instantly crushing him in cold-blooded cruelty. The weak civilians, witnessing Huang Bin's flesh and blood splatter everywhere, let out a spine-chilling scream in unison. Not just them, even Fa Qiang, who had acted so grandiose just moments ago, bites his lip in fear upon witnessing this, losing all of his previous swagger. Having cleanly disposed of Huang Bin, the monster shifts its attention to Fa Qiang. Panicking, his legs automatically retreat backward as he mutters, "No, it's not my turn, is it?" Without losing a second, Fa Qiang grabs the slender arm of the person hiding behind him. Without a shred of shame or hesitation, he flings the beautiful girl he had just sworn to protect with his life straight into the maw of the tentacles. The tentacle monster immediately wraps tightly around her body and lifts her into the air. As each second passes, the hideous tentacles squeeze the girl's body tighter and tighter, keeping up the squeeze until her eyes are bloodshot and roll back, showing only white. At that exact moment, a sharp sound like something being sliced rings out coldly. Losing gravity, the girl's limp figure falls with a heavy thud onto the muddy ground. A familiar figure suddenly drops down, shielding the crowd like a savior. Recognizing that figure, Fa Qiang widens his eyes and gasps in shock, Jiang Yi." He calmly pointed his hand toward the monster behind him and questioned him. "Well now, is this pain in the neck the legendary tentacle monster everyone has been hyping up this whole time?" The stuttering guy stammered back at him, "No, it's not him, man. This is just the tentacle monster's son." Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow in utter confusion. "It's son?" Fa Qiang quickly composed himself and explained, "Exactly, that's just a nickname our guys made up." Swallowing his spit, he calmly explained in detail, "The main tentacle monster is always muttering 'son, son' under his breath, and he has this ability to turn low-tier zombies into monsters with the exact same traits as him. That's why we call these bitten monsters the tentacle monster's sons. At this point he paused, his brain quickly calculating the odds. Damn, this tentacle monster's son is a fierce, overpowered beast. Even brother De Peng and Aunt Ling ended up battered and bruised when they fought it one-on-one. This brat Jiang Yi definitely doesn't stand a chance. We're doomed, this is bad. Running away is the best option. Acting on his thoughts, Fa Qiang immediately spun around and bolted for his life, still shouting, "Jiang Yi, do your best to hold him off. I'll go get backup." He wasn't the only coward. The crowd that had just been rescued also scrambled and fled right on his heels, screaming, "Run for your lives, everyone." Jiang Yang contemptuously glared at the cowards fleeing like a swarm of flies, completely forgetting that the freakish monster behind him had already regrown its tentacles. HMPH, trying to throw me into the fire to buy yourselves some time to escape. Those horrifying tentacles immediately lunged forward, wrapping tightly around his body like a snake constricting its prey. He slightly turned his neck, looking at his bound limbs with absolute calm, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Yang scrutinized the monster clinging to his back with a look of mild amusement. This son of the tentacle monster storyline sounds pretty interesting. Then, out of nowhere, he braced himself and threw his arms forward, snapping and tearing the monster's tentacles apart. Propelled by his brute strength and momentum, the monster was lifted off the ground and flung forward, matching the rhythm of his words. "You've caught my interest, kid." The beast frantically dragged its feet against the ground, trying to create enough friction to break. The situation was as thrilling as a life-or-death game of tug-of-war between a man and a monster. Jiang Yang squinted and laughed gleefully, shouting, "I haven't had a chance to test the power I unlocked the other day on a decent boulder, so today I'll just use you as my guinea pig." With that, he slammed his heel hard onto the ground, standing as firm as a rock to get into position. His eyes flashed with brilliant sparks of electricity as he roared with great authority, "Instinct overload, activate." Instantly, he channeled all his strength and violently jerked the monster's tentacles forward, sending its body flying into the air. A split second later, its heavy body slammed brutally onto the ground and was dragged sliding forward. He raised his foot and stomped its head into the ground, halting its momentum. Looking down, Jiang Yang bent over to stare at the mangled mess of a monster lying still beneath his heel, hearing its resentful, irritated growls. Far in the distance, the girl he had luckily saved earlier caught sight of this scene and was instantly struck with panic. The horrifying sight she witnessed was him, bare-handed, savagely ripping the bizarre tentacles into shreds over and over again. In just a short moment, the monster was completely torn to pieces by him, leaving its original form completely unrecognizable. With his face covered in fresh blood, Jiang Yang walked back to the girl and asked, "Are you all right, miss?" Seeing his terrifying, demonic appearance, she shrieked in absolute terror. He quickly wiped the blood from his face with his hand and tried to calm her down. "Whoa, don't panic, calm down. I'm a real flesh and blood human, not a monster." Switching scenes to another location, the cowards who had fled earlier had finally made it to the gates of the Zifeng factory base, gasping for breath as they cheered, "We made it to the fence. We finally survived." The leaders inside heard the noisy shouting and rushed out to see what was happening. De Peng was the first to speak, asking, "What's with all the commotion?" Huang Lin also chimed in from behind, pressing, "Where are Zhao Bin and that invisible guy A Xing?" Fa Qiang, his face pale and his voice trembling with fear, replied, "Zhao Bin and brother A Xing got their heads chewed off by the tentacle monster's son." Li Cheng scanned the crowd and asked sarcastically, "Then where is the newcomer Jiang Yi?" The thick-skinned guy declared with absolute certainty, "No need to think about it, he's definitely dead too." The three of them combined wouldn't even stand a chance against the tentacle monster's son. Having just digested his words, De Peng's face instantly darkened, looking like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He stared with absolute rage and hostility at the trembling crowd cowering in front of him. Each word leaving his mouth was slow, but carried a bone-chilling cold that terrified everyone around him. "It's all because." Without a moment of hesitation, he swung his arm and hurled his giant axe forward to vent his fury. "You bunch of worthless animals. Unfortunately, a young man in the group took the full force of that cruel axe blow, his body instantly shattering into scattered pieces. Huang Lin quickly rushed over to grab the arm of the man blinded by rage, shouting, "De Peng, calm down." At that moment of extreme tension, a pile of hideous tentacles from the monster suddenly dropped with a thud right at his feet. Staring blankly at the slimy heap and the figure who had just arrived, everyone around was instantly stunned. Standing right before them was none other than Jiang, with the only surviving girl from that group of commoners trailing behind him. Li Cheng's eyes lit up as he looked at him, exclaiming with delight, "Oh, Jiang Yi, you're incredibly lucky, you're actually still alive." Huang Lin's eyes fell on the slimy pile of tentacles below, and she gasped in surprise, "That mess is." He casually strolled over to the pile of flesh, shrugged, and explained briefly, "That random son of the tentacle monster got turned into mincemeat by me. And as for avenging this girl's family, I went ahead and settled the score for them while I was at it." Hearing his final words, both De Peng and the girl fell silent in deep thought, the same question spinning in their heads. Is this brat's power really that insane? Not giving them any time to overthink, Yang immediately followed up with a sharp proposal. "Enough chatting. Could the two leaders please quickly arrange some vehicles and men to come with me so we can haul the spoils back?" A while later, the scene shifted to the quiet atmosphere of the meeting room. De Peng tapped on the table as he interrogated Fa Qiang. "Are you absolutely sure that tentacle monster's strength is greater than Li Cheng's?" He gritted his teeth and swore, "That beast almost took my life and brother Azing's in the blink of an eye. What could someone of Li Cheng's level even do? I'm afraid even if both of you teamed up, you'd still have a hard time dealing with it." Right after that, De Peng turned to piece together past events and reported to Huang Lin, "The last time I stepped up to intimidate him, the kid reacted in time but only drew his weapon to defend. He didn't even get into a proper fighting stance. How did he suddenly become this powerful?" A sudden realization hit her and she laid out a theory. The tentacle monster's son only catches its prey using sneak attacks. Maybe its actual strength isn't as hyped up as we thought. Finding it plausible, he nodded in agreement. "That actually makes sense. But regardless of the truth, we absolutely cannot let this thorn in our side grow. If he ever teams up with Li Cheng, we're finished." Suddenly, a steady knock on the door cut off their dark conversation. Huang Lin immediately put a finger to her lips to signal silence and then commanded in a loud voice, "Come in." Li Cheng strode in from outside and greeted, "Hello, leaders." De Peng raised an eyebrow and asked in surprise, "What is it, Li Xuan?" Right from the start, he offered some superficial condolences. "Brother De Peng, Sister Lin, what's done is done, please accept my condolences." But he brushed the concern aside and urged gruffly, "It's been years since the apocalypse started, why keep harping on about life and death? Get straight to the point." Hearing this, Li Cheng didn't beat around the bush. "The strength of that kid Jiang Yi is probably on par with mine. In my opinion, we should give him an officer position to be fair." De Peng flared up in fierce disagreement. "No way, his background and origin." But out of nowhere, Huang Lin raised her hand with a slight wave, cutting him off before he could utter another word. She cleverly chimed in, immediately agreeing to his proposal. "With Jiang Yi's caliber, he's obviously more than qualified to be an officer. However, he still needs to show some achievements so the subordinates below will respect and obey him." Hearing those words, Li Cheng bristled and argued passionately. Personally decapitating a tentacle monster's son isn't enough to count as an achievement. He completely underestimated her immense greed when she set an incredibly harsh condition. If he has the capability to decapitate the main tentacle monster to make a name for himself, wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone, making it perfectly fair and logical? Extremely frustrated and unwilling to back down, he tried his best to argue back. "A mess that even the two of you couldn't handle, and you're dumping it all on him to fend for himself. Pushing someone to their limit like that is what you call fair." Huang Lin casually leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs, and replied in a highly conniving tone, "You worry too much. I never said we'd send him to his death. Our side will roll up our sleeves and help too. We'll mobilize all the forces in this settlement to completely wipe out this tentacle problem at its roots." Right at that critical moment, a clear, familiar voice rang out. Well, it seems I have the honor of playing the lead role in this play." They had to change plans and gather in front of Jiang Yang. After listening to that rotten script, he calmly asked them, "I'm just a newcomer who arrived not long ago, and suddenly I'm being handed such a massive responsibility. Isn't that a bit too much for me?" Huang Lin tilted her head slightly, offering a foxy smile as she tried her best to coax him. "What's wrong with that? After all, with the outstanding skills you just displayed, your level might not even be inferior to me and brother De Peng combined." He eagerly chimed in to back up her words with more flattery. "If this operation succeeds, the position of the third leader in this area will practically be yours." As he spoke, he cast a provocative glance at Li Cheng, mockingly implying, "Hey Li Xuan, since the kid Jiang Yi is using his own skills to climb over your head, I'm sure you understand the situation and have no objections, right?" Ignoring his mocking sarcasm, he replied calmly, "No objections." With that, De Peng raised 2 fingers in the air to seal the deal. "Excellent, then it's decided. We'll gear up and set out in 2 days." Unfortunately, they had absolutely no idea that Jiang Yang had been secretly using his superpower to read their minds. He laughed to himself, "Oh my, such incredibly sincere and honest words. It's making me quite emotional here, if I didn't have." Scanning the status icons floating above each of their heads, he cheered inwardly with delight. This mind-reading eye technique is truly amazing. At a ruined factory in the dead of the quiet night, the deafening roar of machinery ripped through the air. Deep inside, Xiao Jia kicked open the room door, announcing in a panic, "Brother Jiang Yang." Brother Jiang Yang left his walkie-talkie behind. Li Hongli grabbed the walkie-talkie under the extremely anxious gazes of everyone, frantically asking, "Hello, Jiang Yang, how is the situation on your end?" Static hissed from the other end, followed by a clear voice responding, "I hear you loud and clear." Perched high atop a giant crane, Jiang Yang commanded in a clear voice, "Dawn on the 11th, meet at the southern suburban park. Call Chen Chang and some of our most notorious fighters to gather." From high above, he cast a commanding glance down at the ground, making a final declaration. "It's time to thoroughly deal with the cancerous mess in the southern part of the city." A crowd gathered around Hong Li. He turned his gaze in one direction and advised, "Uncle Sheng, you're getting up there in years, so you shouldn't get involved in these heart-stopping life-and-death gambles. Besides, the base over there still needs you to hold down the fort." Uncle Sheng nodded obediently in agreement but didn't forget to add, "All right, but Lao Li's faction must be careful to stay alive on this run. This mission is extremely tough, not as easy to handle as the previous ones." Hong Li nodded firmly, "Understood, Uncle." He cast a decisive look at the group of people lining up neatly in front of him and started taking attendance. Zhang Zhai, Xiao Kai, Shan San, Zai Xuan, Liu Kao, Chen Jai plus Chen Chang. "The 7 of you follow me on this trip." The summoned fighters responded in unison, "Understood." In the midst of the surging morale, Shuai suddenly jumped out and demanded his share. "Me too. I want to join the fight and gain some experience." Xiao Li quickly rushed out and scolded her child to stop him. "Going to battle is for adults. What can a little brat like you do by sticking your nose into this?" Shuai immediately puffed out his cheeks and argued back, "That's ridiculous, Mom. I stopped bottle feeding a long time ago. I'm a real man now." Seeing this, Lao Song looked at the boy and spoke up on his behalf. "Xiao Li, rest assured, with Shuai's current strength, never mind a few zombies, even if he were thrown into our core team, he wouldn't be easily pushed around." Hearing the praise, the boy grinned from ear to ear, silently thanking the understanding uncle. Hong Li also chimed in to ease the anxious mother's mind. "It's not a bad thing to let the boy get some early experience. It will sharpen his skills. I promise to keep a close eye on him and protect him." Switching scenes instantly, 2 rugged vehicles came into view, parking right in front of the park's gates. De Peng strode out of the SUV and declared confidently, "This is definitely the place." Once the entire group had got out of the vehicles, Jiang Yang stood beside him with folded arms and asked, "So, what kind of bait are we using to lure it out?" De Peng merely smirked and replied calmly, "Chill, we've already got a master plan worked out." While waiting around, he didn't forget to expand his field of vision to carefully scan every corner of the surroundings. Just a moment later, Jiang Yang's sharp intuition sensed something unusual, and his eyes began to flicker rapidly. Far off at the top of a towering building, faint, unusual glimmers of light cast a strange glow. Hong Li's entire team was stationed there, his hands glued to a pair of binoculars to scan the situation below. Shansan quietly approached, nudged his arm, and whispered, "Uncle Li, did you spot anything clearly? Do you need us to move in a bit closer?" Hong Li maintained his cold composure. Jiang Yang gave strict instructions. "We absolutely must not wander too close to the boundary of the suburban park." He cleared his throat and commanded with authority, "Check the ropes and get ready. The moment the signal is given, we'll slide down to flank their nest directly." Down on the ground, Huang Lin jerked her chin at a skinny young boy. "Hey kid, drag your feet over here." The boy approached timidly with a blank look, looking up with wide eyes and asking, "Yes, sister leader, what do you need me to do?" Huang Lin curled her lips into a highly sinister smile, saying, "Be a good boy and walk into that park yourself." The boy trembled violently and stammered, "But, you guys said you were taking us to help carry the spoils." Li Cheng cast a sidelong glance at her, frowning in confusion as he questioned, "Sister Lin, what on earth is going on?" Huang Lin casually replied in a sly, cunning tone, "That tentacle freak is always whining for his son. So, we're generously offering him a real flesh and blood son. She didn't forget to sweet-talk him to ease his concern. Don't worry. The moment the monster shows its face, we'll jump in and capture it. This kid is completely safe. Not a single hair on his head will be harmed." Hearing this, the boy was scared out of his wits. Waving his arms frantically as he backed away, he sobbed, "Lady, I'm not going in there. I don't want to be monster bait." Right then, a figure suddenly stepped forward from behind. De Peng rushed forward aggressively, grabbed the boy by his collar, and hoisted him into the air, snarling threateningly, "Shut your mouth and stop whining. If you stall any longer, I'll gut you myself first." With his threat delivered, he swung his arm and threw the boy, sending him rolling deep into the park. The poor child fell hard, groaning in pain as he curled up on the ground. Watching from high above, Hong Li saw the situation turn sour through his binoculars and immediately raised the alarm. "Things are getting bad, guys. Move out fast." The team of elite fighters simultaneously threw their ropes from the rooftop and began sliding down one by one. Clutching his scratched arm, the boy gritted his teeth and struggled to push himself up on his knees, his eyes welled with tears as he cried out for help. "Is anyone there? Please save me." From deep within the park, a spine-chilling roar suddenly echoed, piercing the sky. Calling son. Out of nowhere, a grotesque freak fell to the ground with a thud, landing right behind the child. The young boy panicked completely, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Save me! I don't want to die yet." The crimson eyes of the figure standing behind him flared with intense bloodlust, plunging the atmosphere into absolute terror. As soon as Li Cheng spotted the target, he urgently commanded, "The monster fell for the trap. Move out." However, before he could make a move, an arm reached out to stop him. Huang Lin smiled slyly and reminded Li Cheng, "Remember, we agreed to leave the stage entirely for Jiang Yi to show off." Witnessing this, Jiang Yang smirked, "I get the picture." He stomped hard, instantly cracking the stone ground beneath his feet into pieces. Jiang Yang lunged forward like a whirlwind, heading straight for the child who was about to become the bizarre creature's meal. Just as death closed in from behind, he managed to grab the back of the child's shirt in the nick of time. With a gentle toss, Jiang Yang threw the child to safety, causing the little boy to shriek in terror. Li Cheng arrived in an instant to catch the child, though the impact still caused both of them to slide back a bit. Jiang Yang's glasses flew off and shattered on the ground. Numerous tentacles wrapped tightly around him as the freak roared in rage right at Jiang Yang's face. "Give my son back to me." Unfazed, he calmly looked up at the hideous creature and muttered, "Oh, so you can actually talk." From the perimeter, Li Cheng was anxious to rush in and help, shouting to encourage him, "Jiang Yi, hang in there, buddy." But in the blink of an eye, De Peng and Huang Lin twisted Li Cheng's arms, pinning him to his knees. He turned back with a scowl and questioned, "What kind of joke is this? If you don't step in, Jiang Yi is going to die." She smirked triumphantly and sneered, It's better if he dies anyway, saves us some space. Huang Lin took delight in watching him get squeezed like a vice, clicking her tongue. I thought our hero would put up a grand fight alongside the tentacle freak, but in the end, he's just a punching bag taking a beating until he stops breathing. Li Cheng roared in anger, so you guys were acting all along. What on earth is your scheme? Jiang Zhaoyang's calm voice cut through the air. He said unhurriedly, calm down, let me enlighten you. His words left the three of them dumbfounded. Even in this life-or-death situation, Jiang Zhaoyang leisurely dropped a bombshell, casting a cold gaze at them as he concluded, because I've already figured out your habit of devouring your own kind. Li Cheng shuddered with cold sweat, stammering under his breath, devouring, cannibalism. Suddenly a sharp shout rang out, fire! The two villains let go of Li Cheng in shock to make a quick escape. De Peng growled, someone's playing tricks, while Huang Lin shrieked in panic, who dares? Li Hongli's faction fired frantically, unleashing a hail of bullets on the designated spot. Another unit broke formation, charging straight toward the monster that had pinned Jiang Zhaoyang. Young Shuai carried a blazing Molotov cocktail, shouting proudly, don't worry, Uncle Jiang Zhaoyang, the junior rescue team is here. The boy threw the firebomb straight at the monstrous figure without wasting a single movement. The mutated creature broke the bottle into pieces with a simple flick of a tentacle. But then he froze, ignoring the flames blazing around him, staring intently in one direction. In the monster's clouded eyes, only Shuai's reflection was mirrored. He choked out, son. Zhang Shengji stood frozen in place, staring with trembling eyes at the child before him, repeatedly muttering, son. Shuai didn't bother to reply, complaining grumpily instead, geez, this freak is pretty tough. Zhang Shengji flew into a rage upon hearing this, lecturing him sternly, good children don't swear. Zhang Zhai stood nearby and nudged the boy, be careful, this guy isn't some ordinary zombie. Chang Jia suddenly dashed to the front line, causing Zhang Zhai to break into a cold sweat and yell, Chang Jia, watch your back. With a body as flexible as taffy, he smoothly dodged every strike from Zhang Shengji. Meanwhile, another group was still watching from the shadows. Fa Qiang muttered, what on earth is that? Another mutated creature. Huang Lin's eyes widened in amazement at the sight, monsters forming a party with humans to fight other monsters. Zhang Shengji's mass of slimy tentacles now surrounded Chang Jia on all sides. They wrapped tightly around his body like coils of rope. But with his superior, innate strength, he tore those tentacles apart as easily as plucking a feather. The monster tried a sneak attack with another tentacle from his blind spot, but a teammate yelled a warning, Chang Jia, watch your back. He turned quickly and raised his arm, blocking the heavy blow from the tentacle. But the force of the impact was so massive that it pushed Chang Jia sliding back quite a distance. Seeing this, Jiang Zhaoyang burst out laughing and teased, looks like Chang Jia has finally met his match. De Peng scowled, frustrated that the brat Jiang Yi was still fooling around in such a critical moment. Jiang Zhaoyang stopped joking. With an overwhelmingly powerful flick of his hand, the tentacles wrapping him fell off in shreds. De Peng gasped in horror, they're all torn to pieces. Those are his core tentacles. Fa Qiang suddenly seemed to recall a memory, shouting, wait a minute. While everyone was still racking their brains, he muttered, that kid just clearly called Jiang Yi Uncle Jiang Zhaoyang. De Peng frowned and glared over, so what's the problem? Fa Qiang gritted his teeth and replied, if I remember correctly, a Xing once reported that the boss of the survival camp in Chayi City was named. Huang Lin cut him off. Jiang Zhaoyang, are you sure? He nodded firmly. Absolutely, it's Jiang Zhaoyang. De Peng blew his top, cursing, so we've been led by the nose by this brat the entire time. She also chimed in furiously, at this rate, the people standing here must be the elite force from that camp. Huang Lin narrowed her eyes, observing every action of the opponents before them. Her gaze swept over the group, standing in battle formation. Plus those few faces lingering in this corner. After scanning their entire roster, she thought to herself that even the weakest among them was probably on par with Li Cheng, not to mention that their gear was all top grade. She shifted her attention back to Jiang Zhaoyang, thinking, the most dangerous one is definitely Jiang Yi. Wait, no, I should call him Jiang Zio Yang. Her eyes drifted over Chang Jia, who was fighting aggressively, teamed up with a mutated creature whose strength was equal to that monster. After sizing up the enemy's roster, she realized her chances of winning were too slim. Even if they fought to the death, both sides would suffer heavy casualties. Hearing her analysis, Fa Qiang broke into a cold sweat. So what do we do now? Huang Lin paused for a split second before her eyes lit up. Here's the plan. De Peng, charge ahead and block them, act as my shield. De Peng nodded instantly, raising his axe as he boldly charged forward. Understood. He took quick strides, channeling all his energy to hurl his axe flying forward. The weapon tore through the air at terrifying speed, friction causing it to glow with sparks. Seeing the incoming object, the team scrambled and yelled, "Dodge it!" Huang Lin's faction began pulling their triggers, sniping frantically. A thick cloud of gun smoke rose, blanketing a corner of the sky. Li Hongli ducked behind a tree, frustrated by the rain of bullets. Damn it, what are they trying to pull by firing randomly like this? Seizing the opportunity while both sides were trading fire, Huang Lin darted forward like an arrow, aiming straight for Shua. Suddenly, a deafening shout echoed, "Watch out!" Zio Jia quickly lunged forward to act as a human shield for Shua, provoking her, "If you're so tough, target us instead." Huang Lin didn't hold back, delivering a thunderous kick right to her face. The massive kick sent Zai Xuan flying far away. Scrambling to get up, he cried out, "That power is insane, she's an evolved human." With a murderous look on her face, she silently stalked toward Shua. Huang Lin grabbed the child by the neck, effortlessly dangling him in the air. She wore a devilish grin. "Brat, I'm choosing you as my shield." Meng Shanshan watched from afar with a racing heart and trembling knees, crying out in panic, "Shua." The young boy glared at Huang Lin with resentment, declaring firmly, "Don't even think about using me as a hostage." She found it amusing to hear the kid talk tough. "Quite a stubborn little brat, aren't you?" Huang Lin swung her arm and landed a heavy slap across the boy's cheek. Seeing his own flesh and blood get hit, Zhang Shengji roared in agony, "My son." Chang Jia seized the moment of his opponent's distraction and quickly scrambled up onto his shoulders. He let out aggressive growls. Seeing this, Jiang Zio Yang turned around and gestured, "Calm down, Chang Jia, let him go." Chang Jia stared back blankly, completely failing to understand his intention. Jiang Zio Yang jerked his chin toward Huang Lin's side and explained, "That guy is about to go all out in a deathmatch. If we get in his way now, we'll only bring trouble on ourselves." Huang Lin yelled threateningly, "If you want to keep this brat's head attached, put down your weapons immediately." Li Hongli turned pale and shouted in a panic, "Let the child go, take me hostage instead." Huang Lin sneered back, "Seeing how panicked you guys are, I know I've landed myself a prime trump card." He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, if Shua gets even a single scratch, how am I going to face his mother?" With that, she tightened her grip around Shua's neck to show off her leverage. "Listen up, everyone put down your weapons right now and back off 100 meters." Li Hongli was forced to comply, raising his hands in surrender. "Do as she says, everyone." Huang Lin excitedly commanded further, "And take that monster back with you too." Suddenly, a warning shout rang out as tentacles spread in all directions and lunged straight at her. "Sister Lin, watch out." Huang Lin glanced to the side, only to find the attack closing in on her face. The tentacles slammed powerfully into the ground, but fortunately, she agilely used the momentum to leap into the air and escape. In a flash, those tentacles shifted targets, frantically sweeping away anyone blocking their path. Standing nearby and witnessing the horrifying sight, De Peng shrieked in panic, "A Qiang." Huang Lin landed safely but was utterly confused. "What on earth is happening? I thought they had pinned down that monster." Her gaze inadvertently swept over the relaxed, leisurely posture of Jiang Zio Yang nearby. Huang Lin caught sight of Chang Jia waving at her, and she snarled through gritted teeth, "Thought those bastards are treating us like a joke." Seeing the boy sitting quietly while wrapped in tentacles, Li Hongli yelled at the top of his lungs, "Shua, get out of there now." Chang Jia stood behind them, waving his hand to reassure them. Calm down, Shua is already in the safe zone. Li Hongli asked in confusion, what do you mean there's no danger here? Shengji used his soft tentacles to gently lift Shua and bring him back to his side. His face lit up as he called out to his precious Shua, making the boy jump in fright and stare at him in terror. Jiang Yang poked his head out from behind and patted his chest. How about that, Zhang Shengji? Trustworthy enough for you. I told you your wife and child are safe and sound. Shua widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, Is it really Dad? The boy nodded in confirmation. It can't be anyone else, that's your old man. I had a hunch from the beginning, your dad's constitution is exactly like Chang Jia's. Tears streaming down his face, Shua threw himself into Shengji's arms and sobbed, Dad. De Peng grimaced and cursed furiously. What kind of crazy script is this? We're doomed, let's get out of here. Catching wind of the movement, Shengji cast an icy glare toward the crowd. A storm of tentacles immediately whipped up, crashing straight down onto the enemy line. Seeing the deadly tentacles rushing toward him, De Peng quickly spun on his heels and ran for his life. But in less than 3 seconds, he was tightly bound, unable to move a muscle. De Peng frantically screamed at his companions, Cut this damn thing off me, quick. Gritting his teeth, he looked back and snapped, Huang Ling, what are you just standing there for? Realizing she had already run off and abandoned him, De Peng roared in resentment, You bitch, how dare you sell me out? Huang Ling ran as fast as her legs could carry her, calculating that even if they fought together, they might not be able to defeat that monster, let alone with a whole crowd of experts standing there. The only way to survive was to throw Wang De Peng behind as a scapegoat. As she was running, her eyes suddenly widened when she noticed a flash of green light streak past. A shiver ran down Huang Ling's spine as she realized her ankle was tightly gripped by a massive tentacle. It's over. Instantly, it yanked her hard, slamming her face onto the ground before dragging her backward. The stylish glasses on Huang Ling's face flew off and shattered on the floor. With her face covered in blood, she lifted her head and cursed in sheer frustration, You bastard! Huang Ling was dragged violently right to the feet of Jiang Yang's group. Seeing her dragged back, De Peng burst into a gloating laugh, You ungrateful bitch trying to sell me out, karma comes back fast. Then he turned to Li Cheng and shouted, Brother, now it's just the two of us relying on each other. Li Cheng could only grit his teeth and curse inwardly, I'm totally ruined, there's no way out. Suddenly, a hand clapped heavily on Li Cheng's shoulder. He spun around, startled to see Jiang Yang's face. When on earth did you sneak up behind me? He calmly raised a hand to stop him. Just stand still, I'll guarantee your survival. Seeing his ally frozen, De Peng scolded in rage. Li Cheng, you coward, are you planning to sell me out too? Suddenly, his entire body was lifted into the air by Shengji's tentacle. Next, the tentacle swung like a sledgehammer, slamming him hard onto the cold stone floor. De Peng lay there, bloodied and battered, coughing violently with his head tilted back. A barrage of tentacles rose from behind, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to him. They repeatedly bashed De Peng's position, causing fresh blood to splatter and stain the entire area red. In another corner, Huang Ling was tossed right in front of Shengji. Struggling like a fish on a chopping board, she screamed, Let me go. As the layers of tentacles tightened, she bit her lip hard in agonizing pain. Blood poured from Huang Ling's facial orifices, making for an extremely gruesome sight. The slimy tentacles crept up to the top of her head, completely wrapping around Huang Ling's terrified face. Finally, they bound her body tightly like a cocoon and crushed her mercilessly. Shengji slowly released his tentacles, casually tossing Huang Ling's crumpled, fleshy mass hard onto the ground. The system interface immediately popped up in front of Jiang Yang, villain's nemesis mission complete. Request to clear obstacles and assist future teammates fulfilled. 80 reward points received. Current wallet total has reached 151 points. Scanning the text, he chuckled and thought to himself, this potential teammate title definitely refers to Zhang Shengji. Jiang Yang turned to Li Cheng and asked, Well, brother, do you have any questions that need answering? He timidly verified, "Are you guys members of the Cha Yi Cheng refugee camp in the Eastern District?" The boy calmly nodded. "Spot on." Li Cheng lowered his voice curiously. "What did you mean by that cannibalism thing you mentioned earlier?" Jiang Yang stared directly at him and retorted, "Are you naive enough to think that turning into a mutant just relies on pure luck?" Hearing this, Li Cheng gasped, his face turning pale. "You mean the reason we evolved was because of?" Memories of the canned stew suddenly flooded his mind, with the faint voice of a child begging, "Mommy, can I have a piece of meat, please?" The mother beside her hurriedly hugged her daughter's shoulders to soothe her. "Be good, sweetie. Let the uncle eat so he can have the strength to fight monsters and protect us." She smiled apologetically. "Brother Li, please understand, she's just a child and doesn't know any better." Without thinking twice, Li Cheng pushed the food container over. "It's nothing, let her have a bite." The mother instantly turned pale and waved her hands in a panic. "Oh no, Brother Li, absolutely not necessary." Recalling that detail, he clutched his head in panic, murmuring in self-blame, I actually. Just then, a group of people from the steel mill rushed in chaotically. "We're doomed. That octopus tentacle monster is rampaging again. Several people were wiped out." Someone in the corner asked tremblingly, "Did anyone actually see his face?" The other person flatly denied, "If you saw his face, you'd be 6 feet under by now. How could you possibly crawl back?" With tears streaming down her face, the mother frantically grabbed someone and asked, "Where is my child? Did anyone see which way my little girl went?" Piecing everything together, Li Cheng bent over and threw up violently. As soon as the nausea passed, he stumbled to his feet and rushed straight toward Huang Ling's corpse. Filled with burning rage, Li Cheng pounded his fists against the floor and roared, "You bastards, you absolute beasts." A long while later, his entire body was stained with blood, and he groaned, his breath coming in short gasps. With a savage look on his face, he gritted his teeth and turned to look at Jiang Yang's group. "What about you guys? Did you also rely on chewing on your own kind to upgrade your strength?" Li Hongli hastily waved his hands to clarify, "Do we look like that kind of trash to you? We don't mess with that dark path." Jiang Yang casually flipped a glowing red stone into the air. "Worry less, our knowledge is much broader than yours. We have a different way of grinding." Li Cheng reached out and caught the stone. The boy's voice clearly explained, "By using this toy." He frowned thoughtfully as he listened to Jiang Yang's explanation. "This mutant core can be harvested from zombie corpses or other mutants. Although harder to find than human flesh, its effectiveness is top-notch, and it doesn't come with side effects." Li Cheng narrowed his eyes and pressed, "What side effects?" Jiang Yang slowly exposed the truth. "I'm sure you've experienced it yourself. Since you upgraded to mutant level, you've been quick-tempered, right? Fighting and killing actually bring you pleasure." With an unchanged expression, he admitted, "Spot on." Li Cheng slumped to the ground in shock. "Then what about me?" The boy stood over him and concluded calmly, "Once it's in your blood, there's nothing we can do, it's irreversible. But if you quit cold turkey right now, at least your violent urges and paranoia won't worsen." Next, Jiang Yang turned to Shengji and his son. "All right, now it's your family's turn." His eyes locked onto the other party, trying to gauge if Shengji could still speak as fluently as before. Shengji raised a tentacle as a greeting, stuttering for a long while before squeezing out the words, "Jiang, Boss Jiang, thank you for saving my son." Jiang Yang's face turned dark as coal as he barked, "Are you trying to make a joke about morality with me?" He hastily waved his tentacles in denial. "No, I mean, Boss Jiang, let my son." He immediately put his hand out to stop him. "All right, stop, just stop. I understand your intention perfectly clear." Jiang Yang covered his mouth and cleared his throat to defuse the situation. "This case is identical to Chang Jia's. Although his language center is short-circuited, his brain still functions normally. The only catch is that your current appearance is a bit terrifying. If you go back to the camp looking like this, I'm afraid people will run away in terror." Shengji smiled slightly and politely declined. "No need, I'm used to staying here. Taking my son away will lift a heavy burden off me." Hearing this, he summarized the main point. "So you mean you prefer to camp out here, and as long as your precious son is safe, you're satisfied, right?" He grinned widely, raising a tentacle in praise. Boss Jiang has an incomparably big brain. Jiang Yang felt annoyed by the compliment and corrected him right away. Stop being funny, people call that being smart. He turned to discuss with Li Cheng. Well, now that the root of the trouble has been pulled out, the brothers at the Zhaifeng steel mill will probably still have to rely on your leadership. With a gloomy look on his face, he firmly refused. I'll pass. If someone like me, who has tasted human flesh, sits in the leader's chair, the entire Zhaifeng mill will be in danger one day. Hearing that, Jiang Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully and began racking his brain to think. A moment later, he looked at his companion beside him and decided, let's settle it like this. Brother Li Hongli, you will officially take charge of the Zhaifeng mill. He nodded casually, deal. Jiang Yang added, as for Li Cheng, pack your bags and follow me back to Cha Yi Cheng. He stepped closer and patted Li Cheng's shoulder encouragingly. Jiang Yang leaned in and whispered, the demon sleeping in your mind, I will take charge of keeping watch over it. Turning to another scene, in the city border area adjacent to S City, overgrown vegetation had swallowed everything. Deep in the inner city, a group of people was running for their lives. From behind, heartbreaking screams echoed, help, someone save me. Xingkai quickly grabbed his teammate's shirt to pull him back. Forget that idea, he's doomed, we can't save him. Far behind, a victim slipped and fell, his spine turning cold as he saw the plant monsters closing in. The young man could only cover his face in tears and run away in panic. The man knocked down on the ground was quickly wrapped tightly by a swarm of vines, howling in agony, save me. His screams gradually faded, leaving only the sorrowful sounds of him being torn apart by the plants. Xiao Tong leaned against a tree trunk, exhausted, letting out a heavy breath. My battery is empty, my legs are on strike. Xiang Kai rushed over and lifted her under her arms. Even if you have to crawl, crawl. If they catch us, we'll turn into fertilizer instantly. Another member of the group quickly gestured for them to stop immediately. He asked in confusion, is something happening? His companion quietly put a finger to his lips. SHH, quiet, perk up your ears and listen. Drifting through their ears was the sound of a whistling wind. He was moved to tears. It's the wind, the wind. The others also jumped for joy, spot on. Wind is a sign that we're about to crawl out of the forest edge. But their joy was short-lived, as spine-chilling rustling sounds echoed behind Xiao Tong's group once more. Xiang Kai frantically pulled Xiao Tong's hand to sprint. They're right on our tails. Hesitating means death, let's run. He looked back to encourage the girl. The exit is right ahead. We absolutely won't leave our corpses in this place. The entire group accelerated to their maximum, running headlong straight ahead. One of the team members saw a glimmer of light shining through and screamed. There's light, everyone. The exit is just a few steps away. Xiao Tong pointed to the bright open space, cheering in joy. We escaped. Surviving this long makes us legends. But another ally noticed a swarm of vines rushing over like a tempest and shouted with a pale face, dodge quickly. In the blink of an eye, a thick vine looped tightly around Xiao Tong's neck at close range. The plant creature's nutrient-draining structure used that very vine to hang her upside down in the air. Without hesitation, it opened its hideous mouth and bit right through her waist. Xingkai was horrified, staring as Xiao Tong's lower half fell with a thud onto the cold ground. He broke down, weeping miserably. Xiao Tong, my Xiao Tong. His teammate had to slap him and pull him up. Stop grieving, worry about staying alive first. The teammate beside him swore as the eerie rustling sounds drew close. Damn it, the plant monsters are right on our heels. Exasperated, he gave Xiang Kai another slap across the face to bring him back to his senses. His teammate frowned and yelled, Xiao Tong is gone. Do you want to join her in the afterlife or what, standing there like an idiot? He shut his eyes tight and screamed through gritted teeth. I was wrong. In the end, only 4 survivors, including Xingkai, kept running. Behind them, the weed monster squad was breathing down their necks. They moved in force, sticking like leeches and pursuing them to this area. Wherever the heels of these plant mutants trod, grass and weeds immediately sprouted in abundance. Starting from their footsteps, the creepy grass crept and wriggled, invading directly into the adjacent city. The four of them, including Xing Kai, ran at full speed toward the neighboring territory. Xiao Tong's former companion looked at the scenery ahead and squealed with joy. "I know this road, guys." While looking around warily, he shouted, "This place is the park on the edge of M City. We have set foot in M City." Another member looked around and muttered, "How strange, why isn't there a single person in sight?" His companion also scratched his head in agreement. "Yeah, it's like an abandoned city." Panting heavily, he analyzed. Our city was in such ruins, so it's only natural that M City right next door evacuated and fled. Suddenly, Jiang Kai pointed straight into the dim shadows. "What's that?" They all squinted in the direction of his finger, faintly spotting a figure hiding behind a utility pole. A fellow teammate eagerly ran forward to strike up a conversation. "Oh, a survivor. Looks like the group ahead escaped successfully. Hey friend, which direction did the refugee camp move?" Hearing the noisy voices, Shengji turned his head to look. The moment Xing Kai's group saw his face clearly, they lost their minds and screamed, "Oh my God, a plant monster." They all screamed loudly, turned around, and ran headlong without looking back. Shengji knitted his brows, staring at the group of people running away at top speed until they disappeared. Running out of breath for a long distance, they finally put on the brakes to see if they were being followed. Jiang Kai checked behind and patted his chest. "It doesn't seem to be following us." His companion panted like a blacksmith's bellows and cursed, "What kind of script is this? Why did a plant monster wander so far out of the forest?" He raised a hand to scratch his head in question. "Don't tell me the outside areas are also completely ruined." Xing Kai frowned and countered, "That's nonsense. If they were ruined, why hasn't the vegetation encroached here yet?" The remaining one groaned anxiously. "So where do we go from here, brothers?" Before he could finish, the characteristic screech of the weed monsters echoed once more. The four of them stared as a swarm of monsters charged at them, crying out in terror, "It's the plants again." One turned pale and pointed in another direction. "Oh my God, they're on this side too." The other roared in despair, "We're finished, we're surrounded on all sides." Xing Kai clutched his head and collapsed in despair, filled with deep regret. "If I had known, I'd rather have stayed in the forest and scraped by. Maybe I could have lived a few months longer, and Xiao Tong wouldn't have lost her life in vain." The plant monsters opened their wide maws, spitting out green toxic gas and lunging forward. His companion tremblingly drew his dagger to defend himself, weeping, "I'd rather end my own life than be torn apart by these weeds. I don't want to be dismembered." Suddenly, a massive tentacle swept in from out of nowhere, slicing through the air. With just a light swipe, it blew away the plant monster that was lunging nearby. Shengji leisurely strode toward Xing Kai's weak-kneed squad. He raised his eyebrows and casually asked, "What's the commotion all about?" Meanwhile, at the heavily fortified fortress-like castle, Yang stood with his hands behind his back on the balcony to catch the breeze, clicking his tongue. "What kind of storm is this that even blows my hair away?" The system interface popped up. "Super campaign to build the Utopia community is underway. Progress in expanding the Zhaifeng steel mill facility completed. Reputation points increased by 20, total reputation points are currently 62. Reward for this phase is 80 points, account balance jumped to 231 points." He chuckled in delight. "Sweet, another 80 points out of nowhere. How am I going to spend all this wealth?" Yang excitedly fiddled with the virtual interface, murmuring, "Let's see what cool toys have been updated in the shop today." Scanning the descriptions, he was amazed. A level 3 chest, nice. The level 2 chest gave me infinite stamina. I wonder what tricks this level 3 one has in store. As soon as he tapped it, the screen flashed continuous notifications. Opened level 1 armed supply chest, obtained an armored jeep. Opened level 3 superpower awakening supply chest, hit the jackpot with manipulation imprint level. 1 effect is to stamp an enemy's forehead and turn them into an unconditional minion. Limited quantity. 1. Opened level 2 sci-fi chest, obtained a sneak attack potion that increases strength by 30 points. He scratched his chin and pondered, why can I only recruit one? Currently Chang Jia, Zhang Shengji, and Li Cheng are all in the safe zone. Let's just let things play out and observe for a few more days." The screen continued to flash notifications. Utopia Community Construction Campaign is still active. Goal to let the base defend itself for one wave is ongoing. Reputation points, 10. Added a brand new mission named Weed Killer, requiring the elimination of mutated plant threats with a massive reward of up to 100 points. Yang clicked his tongue in confusion. What do you mean Weed Killer? They want me to go weeding again. He gazed toward the horizon, scratching his head in bewilderment. Could the system really want me to carry a hoe to the field to pull weeds? Suddenly the walkie-talkie crackled, interrupting his train of thought. Brother Yang, do you copy? Shua's dad is up to something again. The people in the camp pointed and whispered in commotion. Look, zombies, what is this? Or are they another batch of spoils brought back by Boss Jiang to keep as pets? Shengji aggressively dragged a plant monster behind him, with 4 people following in a single file line as they walked straight in. He was as silent as a stone, staring at the opposing group as if waiting for them to speak first. At that very moment, Shua broke through the fence and ran over to hug him. Dad! Xiao Li also rushed out in joy and called, Old Jiang. Seeing his wife and child, Shengji grinned widely and roared, My darling and my wedding. Uncle Sheng stood by and mimicked him in disbelief. And my wedding? Yang quickly came to the rescue. He's calling his wife. The mutation short-circuited his language center, so now he talks like a stroke survivor. Shengji extended his long tentacles, wrapping both Xiao Li and Shua tightly in his embrace. Then Yang curiously plucked a leaf from the plant monster's body and asked, Is it this silly thing? He cheerfully waved his tentacles around, specialty, border, boiled meat veggies, stir-fried meat with veggies. He frowned in confusion and asked, Stir-fried veggies with meat. Xiao Tong's companion quickly raised his hand to speak. Boss, let me explain. Our group drifted here from City S. That place has become a miniature Amazon forest now, and on top of that, the residents are mutating into those walking potted plants. Yang inspected the beast and muttered, A grass-type mutation, huh? The other person's voice continued to provide information. But brother, I think your City M is also in tatters, not doing any better. He stood straight and replied clearly, Since you guys ran all the way here, you saw it with your own eyes. The people here have all evolved into zombies. Xiao Tong's companion nodded in agreement. Exactly, brother. Yang turned around and instructed, Uncle Sheng, 2 streets away from the east gate, hidden behind the broken wall, there's an armored jeep. Have the guys bring it back later. He nodded immediately, understood. He concluded to the 4 newcomers, When you're free, tag along with me to the border of the 2 zones to check out the situation. True to his word, Yang led his men straight into the area being devoured by the blanket of vines. Xiao Tong's companion stared at the scene before him, mouth agape. What the hell? These vines weren't growing this incredibly high just a moment ago. Yang frowned, scanning the darkness, and declared, The whole squad advanced straight into the deep forest. The young man gasped, letting out a startled cry. Xiao Tong's companion jumped up and yelled, Boss, are you crazy? That place is filled with grim reapers. So did we risk our lives to crawl out of there just to be a joke? Yang squinted at him and analyzed. If we just turn a blind eye, sooner or later the Zhaifeng iron and steel mill will be wrapped up like a rice dumpling by these plants. When that happens, we'll be trapped, unable to live or do business. His voice suddenly dropped to a serious tone. But before we clear the weeds, there's an important deal we need to prioritize. Zhang Zhai was taken aback, scratching his head and asking, What kind of deal is so intense, boss? Yang looked straight at him and smiled. Training you guys to have solo skills to handle any danger, of course. He swept his eyes over the team and said loudly, Call old Li and the brothers from the Zhaifeng iron and steel mill over here. Over the next few days, we're hosting a massive level grinding party. In another hidden corner, a zombie was happily tearing apart its prey with loud chewing noises. Suddenly, it caught the scent of rising killing intent, perking up its ears and turning its head to look. The monster stared blankly into the open space, frozen like a wooden statue. In a flash, Yang, with glowing eyes, emerged right behind its neck. With just an elegant wave of his hand, a streak of purple light sliced through the zombie's body. Jiang Zhai's group also charged forward with their gear, beating the surrounding zombies to pulp. Copper bullets tore through the air, embedding themselves into the monsters' bodies without missing a single shot. Empty casings showered down like rain, clinking onto the ground while emitting acrid smoke. Jiang Yang crouched down and poked the corpse of the defeated zombie. From deep within the city center, sharp screams echoed, "Oh my God, zombies again!" Dahao angrily delivered a follow-up kick to the corpse, roaring, "Where on earth are all the living hiding? Are they all dead?" Suddenly, a zombie with a gaping mouth rushed furiously toward him. Dahao wasn't hesitant at all, swinging a thunderous punch that landed squarely on the enemy's body. After disposing of the target, he scratched his head and muttered, "I don't have any desire for roasted zombie. Please let me encounter some actual humans." Suddenly he squinted toward a corner, a puzzled "oh" escaping his throat. Dahao lifted his chin, sniffing the air deeply, and cheered, "The scent of the living." Over there, a man glared at his teammate who was aiming his weapon at a zombie, snapping, "Do you have a death wish? The big boss has repeatedly warned that going out to play is strictly forbidden lately." The other turned his back and walked away, replying casually, "What's there to fear? The zombies around here have been completely cleared by Boss Jiang's gang." The man inside irritably dismissed it. "Forget that nonsense, get your butt inside quickly." Dahao smirked in satisfaction, murmuring, "Just as expected, fresh meat is on the move." Greedily licking his lips, he roared in delight, "The ultimate delicacy untouched by cannibalism, fresh humans." Hunching his back, Dahao crept forward with frustration. "Unfortunately, these guys are armed. If I charge in alone, I might get beaten up. I'll just have to hold my empty stomach and endure a few more times." He frowned, drool dripping down heavily, as he grumbled, "So troublesome." Inside the room, a crisp notification sounded, "Data updated, transaction complete." The current points were exactly 3, so Jiang Yang quickly spoke up. "Uncle Sheng, summon everyone to the meeting room." Uncle Sheng nodded instantly. The young man swept his gaze over the table, praising in admiration. "Working together really makes a difference. In just 3 days, the harvest is already overwhelming." Jiang Yang turned to his side and raised his voice. "Li Hong Li, Zhang Zhai, split this pile of monster crystals in half between the two of you." The other hastily waved his hands in refusal. "How can we do that? The biggest credit goes to brother Jiang Yang." Standing beside him, Zhang Zhai also agreed. "Exactly, the whole team poured blood and sweat into this. Why should the two of us take it all?" Jiang Yang put his hand up to cut them off. "Don't push it away. We have no shortage of guns and ammunition. Training a few unmatched warlords is much better than having a bunch of half-baked mutants." Another member chimed in to advise, "Old Li, since it's handed to you, just take it. Jiang Yang's vision has never missed a mark." Another voice rose, "Spot on, we're putting all our stakes on Jiang Yang's brain." Jiang Yang suddenly turned and called out, "Furthermore, Shan Shan." The girl obediently replied, "Yes." The young man's voice was firm, "Follow me for a moment." Shan Shan reached out to turn the knob and push the door open. Shyly brushing back a lock of hair, she hesitantly asked, "Brother Jiang Yang, what are you planning to do?" Jiang Yang put his index finger to his lips and shushed her, "Keep your voice down." Zhang Zhai's group, eavesdropping outside the wall, clearly heard the young man whispering, "It's going to hurt like hell in a moment, so just grit your teeth and bear with it." Suddenly, the door burst open, exposing the entire group of Zhang Zhai waiting outside. Blushing furiously, he silently poked his head in to sneak a peek. Zhang Zhai looked up and ran straight into his face as he blocked the doorway, stammering, "Oh, brother Jiang Yang, you finished so quickly." Jiang Yang grabbed his hand tightly and dragged him inside, scolding, "You cheeky brat." Zhang Zhai cried out for mercy, "Go easy on me, brother Jiang Yang." Immediately, he delivered a clean kick that sent the young man flying inside. Zhang Zhai's eyes caught sight of the syringe and Shan Shan rubbing her arm, and he was startled. Scratching his head, he inquired of Shan Shan, "So you were just getting a vaccine?" Jiang Yang pointed directly at Zhang Zhai's face and ordered, "You just consumed a basket of crystals earlier, so technically you're now the boss of bosses." The young man grinned, rubbing his head and replying, "Isn't that all thanks to brother Jiang Zio Yang's pampering?" Jiang Zio Yang cut him off bluntly. "Go show off some of your moves against Shan Shan." Hearing this, Zhang Zhai turned pale and waved his hands. "How could I? I'm a man, I can't bully a woman." Jiang Zio Yang burst into laughter. "Oh please, worrying about bullying. Shan Shan, teach Zhai a lesson. Hit him with all your might, his skin is as tough as iron, he can take it." The young man tilted his chin up, laughing confidently. "Piece of cake. Bring it on, your big brother is incredibly strong now, let's fight to the death." The moment he finished speaking, Shan Shan quickly swung a slap that sent Zhang Zhai flipping and flying far away. Zio Jia's group frantically caught his flying body, gasping in shock. "Holy crap." Jiang Zio Yang looked toward the girl and explained, "I just injected Shan Shan with an enhancement serum. Currently, except for me and Yang, nobody here can touch this kid." Zhang Zhai clutched his swollen cheek, weeping. "I thought I and old Li were your absolute favorites, brother Jiang Zio Yang. Who knew my dreams would be shattered like this?" Zio Jia pointed at him and burst into laughter. "Stop acting. Brother Jiang Zio Yang isn't gay. Why would he favor you the most?" Next, Jiang Zio Yang scanned the team and said, "Chang Jia, Zhang Shengji, and Li Cheng." He pointed toward Zio Tong's companion and instructed, "You two, get ready to follow me into City S." The boy quickly pointed to his own nose and asked in confusion, "Me?" His companion immediately shook his head vigorously in refusal. "I barely escaped with my skin intact. I'll pass on this suicide mission." Li Cheng crossed his arms and sneered, "We're helping you rescue your family and friends, yet you're too cowardly and want to flee." The other spun around and argued, "What family and friends? I beg of you, please don't make me go back to that place. I'm willing to work like a horse or an ox here." Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind, making Jiang Zio Yang spin around in surprise. "I'll go." Xing Kai pointed his thumb at his chest and declared, "I will follow the bosses." On the western edge of City M, Dahao looked around searching, muttering to himself, "I clearly remember it was around here somewhere." He pounded his fists against his own head and growled, "My brain is getting more and more confused. If I don't taste some fresh flesh soon, I'm afraid I'm going to kick the bucket." Suddenly, a scream in the distance made Dahao turn his head to look. He dashed like the wind toward the commotion. As expected, his memory was still sharp. It was definitely in this area. Dahao reached out and ripped open the dilapidated door from which soft groans were leaking. The bald man's group was tightly holding onto Zio Xuan and Gao Wen. Dahao cleared his throat to draw the crowd's attention. Another man snapped angrily, "Do you have a death wish coming back here?" He quickly waved his hands to explain, "Whoa, easy there, comrades. I'm not here to pickpocket today, I'm bringing you some fresh news." Zio Xuan tilted her neck and sneered, "Bringing news? Since when did you become so kind?" Gao Wen frowned and added coldly, "We share the same fate of being half human and half beast, cut the crap." Dahao eagerly swore, "Why would I lie? There's a whole nest of fresh living humans over there, but they're fully armed. I can't take them on alone, which is why I came here to invite you guys to share the feast." The bald man's group slowly approached his face. Suddenly, he grinned widely, "We'll trust your information this once, but if it turns out to be a lie, you'll automatically become our next meal." Hearing that, Dahao was thrilled and shouted, "Absolutely, cross my heart and hope to die." Zio Xuan pushed herself up from her knees and waved her hand. "So we are in the same boat now. Come join us, let's party to our heart's content." He ran his tongue over his lips and playfully poked at her chest, saying, "Let's get wild." Elsewhere, Xing Kai looked around nervously and warned, "Great benefactors, please tread lightly. Hidden behind the fallen leaves and foliage around here are all kinds of deadly dangers lurking." Jiang Zio Yang turned his head and asked, "So what is your real name?" The young man solemnly replied, "This younger brother is Zhou Xing Kai." Hearing this, he chuckled and praised, "What a brave man. Your comrades ran away in fear, so why did you have the guts to crawl back?" Xing Kai's eyebrows furrowed as he explained, "My lover was killed by those plants, so I must seek blood revenge. Not to mention, my parents are still trapped deep in the forest. In short, as long as there's a chance to rescue them, I will grit my teeth and risk it all. Jiang Yang swept his gaze around and instructed, I will lead the way, Li Cheng will cover the rear, Chang Jia, you and Zhang Shengji split up to guard the flanks, and Zhou Xingkai will stay in the middle. He is our team's living compass. If he dies, all our efforts will go down the drain. Xingkai said gratefully, thank you so much, big brother, for your generosity. He kept walking forward and coldly replied, don't flatter yourself. We are not doing charity here. The main goal is just to find a way to stop this forest from expanding. Suddenly, a segment of tree root dropped down from above, brushing right past the top of Jiang Yang's head. He glanced sideways and shrieked, what on earth is this slimy, hideous thing? Xingkai frantically screamed, that is. The young man frowned deeply and yelled, we are doomed, dodge quickly, boss. In less than a blink of an eye, the wicked root tightly strangled Jiang Yang's throat. Xingkai watched in horror as the nutrient-storing sac of the monstrous plants opened its gaping maw, waiting as he was dragged toward it. Game over, falling into that throat would leave even gods helpless. Suddenly, Jiang Yang crushed the vine that was trying hard to drag him away. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yang's heels planted firmly onto the ground. He calmly grabbed the vine from earlier with one hand and tightened his grip. Next, Jiang Yang yanked with force, ripping out the entire root network of the plant's nutrient sac. Standing nearby, Xingkai widened his eyes and exclaimed, holy cow, that is next level. Immediately, the calyx and vines fell with a clatter right at his feet. The chaotic mess rattled onto the ground, twitching continuously in an attempt to make a quiet escape. Jiang Yang tilted his chin up, looking at the crawling vines, trying to find a loophole. Who knew these damn things could actually crawl? He raised his face toward the canopy and shouted, pin it down. Zhang Shengji, are you just going to let it flaunt its tentacles right in front of you? Instantly, Shengji's tentacles shot out, aiming directly at the creature's prey-storing sac. The tentacles coiled around the monster's body and yanked it violently downward. Shengji casually waved his hand, manipulating the tentacles to slam the creature heavily onto the ground. In a flash, the fluid-filled sac was dragged all the way to the bottom. The entire bulbous mass crashed down heavily right in front of Jiang Yang's group. The sac's mouth split open, releasing a stream of greenish mist. Sniffing in surprise, Jiang Yang praised, wow, that smells incredibly fragrant. But in an instant, he started and spun around. Jiang Yang looked at the companions behind him and warned cautiously, the smoke spewing from this thing smells bizarre. I fear it's a bad omen, watch out. As soon as he turned around, he froze upon seeing not a single soul. Had they all vanished? The thick cloud of mist hung heavily, completely obscuring Xingkai's vision. He shook his head vigorously in panic. What on earth is happening? This feels so floating and surreal. Xingkai stared at the two motionless figures and asked, great benefactors, are you under some sort of spell? Suddenly, a series of rustling sounds came from the nearby bushes. He glanced over and caught sight of a dark figure emerging. What is this? Xiao Tong poked her head out from the grass and called out, Xingkai. The young man was completely dazed, his eyes wide and mouth agape, frozen to the spot. Xingkai asked Xiao Tong in shock and disbelief, are you really still breathing? Xiao Tong hurriedly waved her hand, saying, death is lurking over there, come here quickly, the whole group has gathered here. Without a second thought, Xingkai dragged his feet along the path. I'm coming right now. Back at the plantation, Dahao ushered the bald man's lackeys forward. He pointed straight at the target and declared, keep your eyes peeled, that's definitely the dragon's den. The tufted hair guy swallowed hard and shouted, fresh meat, a prime batch of uncontaminated human flesh. Dahao glanced at the heavily armed guards and cautioned, hey buddy, calm down a bit. Seeing the other guy charge forward regardless, he cursed loudly, damn it, you troublemaker. The long-haired man grinned widely and laughed hysterically. I can't take it anymore, the craving is driving me crazy. The old watchman was startled out of his wits by the sight. The other guard saw the long-haired man rushing forward and barked, hey you, where do you think you're going? The duty team saw him pounce toward the old man and screamed, "Get out of the way, quickly!" Immediately, the long-haired man bit hard into the guard's shoulder. Chaotic shouting erupted, "Is that a zombie? You bastard, fire, pull the trigger now." Li Hongli, who was flipping through a ledger, poked his head out to see what the commotion was about. The young man frowned and was startled, muttering, "Things have gone south." The security team stared wide-eyed as the long-haired man lunged at them like a hurricane, cursing in a panic. The bullets riddled his body, leaving only minor wounds. The long-haired man lunged frantically, biting wildly as he pounced toward the soldier holding the gun. Li Hongli leaped out and delivered a powerful kick right to the center of the man's chest. The long-haired man rolled backward and was thrown far away. He propped his hands on the ground, glaring at Li Hongli's group. Holding the gun firmly, he relentlessly fired bullets at the crazed man. He cursed, rolled backward, and quickly slipped away. "Damn it!" Li Hongli turned to the soldiers and urged, "Get him inside quickly, take him to the medical station to bind his wounds." On the other side, the long-haired man clutched the hole in his stomach, grimacing and crying out for a retreat. Before long, he lost his strength and collapsed heavily into the mud. Xiao Xuan stood with hands on her hips, looking down mockingly. "Happy now? You rushed in blindly and brought this on yourself." The long-haired man gritted his teeth and snapped, "Shut your mouth, go get some meat, I need to replenish my energy immediately." The bald man smirked and asked, "Who do you think you are giving orders to?" He threw his head back and roared, "This is an emergency, stop your petty bickering and hurry up." Reluctantly, Gao Wen stomped her sharp heel down, pinning the long-haired man's neck to the ground. He let out a painful scream and questioned her, "What do you think you're doing?" She replied casually, "Saves us some food, isn't that a win?" The long-haired man screamed in despair, "You crazy bitch." The crowd gathered and stared at the corpse, wondering, "So how do we break this deadlock? The delicious prey has all holed up in the factory with plenty of guns and ammo." Gao Wen tilted her head, glanced back, and replied leisurely, "No big deal." The bald man stepped forward to press her. "What trick are you planning?" She scoffed back. "Have you lost your minds? We are human, not mindless corpses." Gao Wen curled her lips into a smile and concluded, "Naturally, we walk straight through the main gate." Deep in the forest, Xing Kai suddenly hesitated and muttered, "Why does everything feel so floaty?" Xiao Tong, standing nearby, kept shouting urgently, "Why are you hesitating? Get over here quickly." Her bloodshot eyes stared as she shrieked, "Move those legs, jump over here right now." Suddenly, a dagger flew swiftly from afar and stabbed straight into this direction. The razor-sharp blade sliced clean through the fake Xiao Tong's head, sending it rolling. Xing Kai froze, staring in disbelief at the collapsed body on the ground. Tears streaming down his face, Xing Kai screamed in heartbreak, "Xiao Tong." Jiang Xiao Yang rubbed his eyes and sighed, "Clever, it even managed to dodge my strike." The young man snapped his head around and roared, "Why did you kill my Xiao Tong?" Losing his temper, he yelled right in his face, "What do you mean you're Xiao Tong? Open your eyes and look, what kind of creature is that?" Hearing the shout, Xing Kai turned his head to take another look. The young man witnessed a flashing light and froze instantly. Trembling, Xing Kai watched as they transformed into a tangled mess of roots. How is this possible? Jiang Xiao Yang walked over and smacked Chang Jia's head. "Hey, where did your soul wander off to? Snap out of your daydream." Li Cheng regained his senses, rubbed his eyes, and muttered, "What kind of intense illusion was that? It felt like centuries had vanished." Sheng Ji hung his head and whispered, "A nostalgic film, machines plowing at the speed of light, descendants returning to the mortal realm." Jiang Xiao Yang lowered his head to inspect the jade-encrusted dagger in his hand and muttered, "It's certain that the flower bud earlier released gas to blur our vision and induce sleepwalking to herd us in." Li Cheng saw him poking the dagger into the vines and asked curiously, "What are you up to?" Jiang Xiao Yang calmly explained, "Dissecting this monster's innards to see if I can squeeze out some monster crystal." Seeing the black fluid squirt out, he clicked his tongue. "Well, I overthought this. It seems this damn thing is just a puppet and the real body is hidden elsewhere." Jiang Xiao Yang waved his hand and pointed straight ahead. "These roots go way down deep. Its origin is definitely not based here. Then he started and stared intently towards the other side. Jiang closely inspected a small root that peeked out from a crack in the dirt, making a low, puzzled sound. He grabbed the tip of the root and lifted it up. What kind of tuber is this? Yang's voice rang out again. It looks like a yam or cassava. Perhaps it's a food reserve that nourishes this damn thing. He quickly stuffed it into his spatial pocket, saying, "Better save it, maybe we can cook and eat it." Yang glanced sideways at Zhou Xingkai, asking, "Do you know anything about these plant creatures?" The young man replied seriously, "I only know they are extremely vicious, consuming any living thing as prey, but I bet He Lao knows the whole truth." Hearing this, he asked suspiciously, "He Lao," Xingkai quickly explained, "he is a master from the Agricultural Research Center." Yang seized the opportunity to question further, "Where is the elder senior now? Is he still breathing?" The young man groaned, "Before I escaped, he took shelter with us in an apartment building. Now I don't know if he's dead or still holding out." Yang looked far ahead and said, "Excellent, lead the way for me to meet He Lao." At the barracks, Xiao Xuan, wrapped in a pitch-black coat, galloped while panting heavily. She pretended to trip over a brick blocking her way and fell flat on her face. Xiao Xuan let out a sharp cry and lay sprawled flat on the ground. Seeing this, the guard was startled, his jaw dropping in surprise. Immediately after, the loudspeaker blared, "Another female survivor has wandered in." Seeing his buddy rushing out, the man raised his hand to stop him. "Hold on a second." Xiao Xuan lay motionless on the ground, sweeping her gaze over them. The guard urgently warned, "Safety first, let's report this first." The other guy pointed at her and snapped, "Report what? Can't you see she's exhausted? Pull her in first." The guard hesitated, but the other cut him off. "To hell with the rules. If we leave her out here and the zombies chew on her later, we'll be crying tears of regret." The soldier approached to check on her. "Are you okay, sister?" Xiao Xuan grimaced and pleaded, "Help me, big brother." The young man immediately patted his chest and promised, "Rest easy, you are safe and sound now that you are here." Dahao watched Xiao Xuan being carried inside by the two men and clicked his tongue repeatedly. He chuckled and sneered, "Pretty clever indeed." Suddenly, Dahao felt a bit uneasy upon seeing Gao, when swaying her slender legs in red high heels. She caressed her chest and giggled, "My level is way beyond that chick's." On that side, Xiao Xuan lay slung over his shoulder, licking her lips with a smug smile. As for Li Cheng, he narrowed his eyes and searched around curiously. "It has gotten pitch black in just a moment." Xingkai, walking closely by, quickly explained, "It's dusk, big brother. Besides, this place is completely blocked off by dense leaves and branches, leaving no way for light to pass through." Yang frowned and asked how far it was, and the young man pointed toward a distant building. "Almost there, boss." Suddenly, a voice cutting through the air caught his attention, "Xingkai." He looked over and saw an old woman's face appear, Aunt Yang. Xingkai immediately frowned and rejected it. "This is not right." With that, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. Witnessing this, Yang smiled slightly and advised, "Put your worries aside. You didn't inhale any hallucinogenic powder this time. They are real flesh and blood humans." Yang stood hiding behind Aunt Yang, aiming his weapon tightly. "I warned you not to act rashly. Do you want to bring ruin upon all of us before you are satisfied?" Another person shouted frantically, "Are we just going to stand by and watch Zhou Xingkai join the monsters?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man cried out, "That guy was gone, vanished for so long, and now he suddenly shows up. I bet his soul belongs to someone else now." Aunt Yang turned her head and growled, "Shut up with that nonsense, prepare for battle. 1-2. Immediately, 4 of the old woman's companions rushed straight toward Yang, shouting loudly, 3, strike." Seeing Shengji shouting, he raised his hand to stop him. "Calm down, don't act rashly." A shower of arrows shot swiftly, aiming directly at Yang's team. With just a wave of his hand, the entire volley of arrows shattered and fell scattered to the ground. Yang's face hardened as he shouted, "Put away your weapons, cool down your hot heads." Aunt Yang's group stood frozen in astonishment, their mouths wide open. Xingkai hurriedly stepped out to mediate. Aunt Yang, please calm down, they are our own people, not enemies. Aunt Yang waved her hand to order the team behind her, hold your fire. Xing Kai shouted urgently in defense, everyone living at the edge of the forest, they are the benefactors who saved our lives. The old woman frowned and questioned, then where did the rest of the scouting party vanish to, not to mention that girl Xiao Tong? The young man explained with heavy sorrow, half our team is dead or wounded, Xiao Tong has also passed away, but luckily I and a few survivors managed to escape safely. Aunt Yang asked curiously, how is the situation in the outside world? Xing Kai pleaded, this spot is not secure, let's head back to the shelter and I'll explain in detail. Aunt Yang and her companions exchanged glances and fell completely silent. Their gazes scrutinized Sheng Ji and Chang Jia, who stood at the back. Jiang Xiaoyang smiled reassuringly, relax, we are all on the same side. He turned his head and whispered a few words to the two, say something to put their fears to rest. Chang Jia took off his mask, covered his face, and greeted them with a wide grin, I might look hideous, but I have a gentle heart. Sheng Ji leaped into the air and shouted, the ultimate naked flower swing technique. Jiang Xiaoyang snapped in anger, what kind of foolish stunt are you two playing? Xing Kai stared blankly and forced himself to explain, please don't panic, this duo is also our lifesaver, my life was saved entirely thanks to them. In the end, Aunt Yang's team reluctantly agreed, fine, get over here quickly. On the other side, Shan Shan revved her motorcycle engine and braked hard in front of the metallurgy plant. She quickly pulled out her walkie-talkie and said, Uncle Lee, I've arrived right at the steel factory gate, unlock it. Suddenly, Shan Shan's sharp eyes glanced sideways. Dahao's trio immediately squatted and hid behind a car. At that exact moment, Li Hongli flung open the barracks door and waved for Shan Shan to come inside. The bald man watched her slip inside and muttered, playing with fire, we almost blew our cover. Gao Wen chimed in, see that? That kid is a mutant, 100% purebred mutant. He cried out in shock, where on earth did such a high-grade mutant come from? How did she train? Dahao licked his lips and shouted, I have no clue, but I bet she's incredibly delicious. Gao Wen smirked triumphantly, spot on. Besides, if we consume her, our internal energy will skyrocket. In the middle of the room, Uncle Lee waved and greeted, Shan Shan, you've arrived. She looked at a basket of syringes and said, yes, Uncle Lee, have the wounded been settled? Are they at the medical station? His voice echoed back, right there at the medical station. Shan Shan walked into the medical station and glanced at the old man lying flat on the sickbed. She held up 2 vials of essence and told Uncle Lee, this stuff prevents the infection from spreading. Before leaving, Big Brother Jiang Xiaoyang said that if anyone gets bitten by a zombie, inject this. Li Hongli crushed the 2 vials of solution and shouted, they were bitten hours ago, and currently there are no symptoms at all. The culprit who bit them is definitely not a zombie. Hearing this, she was shocked and asked, not a zombie? Then what kind of damn creature is chewing on humans? Xiao Xuan quickly rushed out and cried, I know about this. The outskirts of West City are crawling with mutants. They aren't zombies, they don't spread the disease, but they are incredibly cold-blooded and love tearing living things apart. Li Hongli looked at her curiously. Who are you? Xiao Xuan eagerly explained, I'm a newcomer who escaped from West City. Hearing this, he stepped closer to interrogate, what do you know about these mutants' tricks? Xiao Xuan cried out frantically, they are 10,000 times scarier than zombies. They devour raw meat but have human brains. A pack of them chased me all the way. Luckily, I rode my bicycle like crazy, otherwise I'd have reincarnated into another life. Li Hongli turned around and asked in a firm, stern voice, in short, is the culprit who hurt my people here because you led them to this very spot? Hearing this, she trembled and cried out, I'm deeply sorry, it wasn't my intention, I was just desperate to survive. Please forgive me. The man nearby chimed in to soothe him. That's right, Li, blaming this girl would be pitiful. Hearing this, he waved his hand to settle it. I'm not accusing anyone, don't overthink. Bringing the enemy's background to light makes them easier to deal with. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan quickly added, I also heard they are as persistent as hungry leeches. Sooner or later, when they can't control their madness, they will launch a surprise attack. We must prepare our defenses. Li Hongli waved his hand to conclude, "That's valuable information. Approved, disperse and get some rest." Hearing this, she turned and slipped away quickly. "Yes, big boss." Shan Shan glanced after Xiao Xuan as she left, faintly hearing his instructions. "Bring some food to nourish the wounded, monitor closely for one more night just to be safe, everyone bear with it for a bit." The old man groaned and cleared his throat, replying, "No problem, Li." She stared intently at Xiao Xuan's departing figure. Li Hongli turned to ask, "Is something wrong, Shan Shan?" She looked in that direction and said, "This newcomer, I smell something fishy." He pressed, "Fishy in what way?" Shan Shan kept watching that side and murmured, "It's hard to describe, uncle, maybe I'm just overthinking." Hearing this, Li Hongli comforted her, "You're probably just stressed out. Jiang Xiao Yang is also unreasonable, dumping such a massive burden on your young shoulders." On the other side, Aunt Yang led her group to the front of the tower and shouted, "We've arrived." Jiang Xiao Yang craned his neck, staring in confusion. "Why are the heroes stationed here?" On our way we passed by several high-walled, deeply moated and tightly secured warehouses which seemed ideal for gathering. Hearing this, Xing Kai chimed in to explain, "Benefactor, you don't know. The disaster in S-City is different from your hometown. If we camped there, we'd all be dead and buried within a week." He frowned and pointed in that direction. "Look at that mist. The lower it gets, the thicker it is. Inhale it for a few days, and you'll turn into a plant sprout. Only from the 10th floor up does the fog thin out enough to buy us some time to survive." Aunt Yang pointed and patted the stairs, urging, "Climb up quickly. Once we reach the top we will talk in detail." Xing Kai looked toward He Qi and said respectfully, "Great benefactor, this is Elder He Lao. He Lao, this is the benefactor who saved my life, brother Jiang Xiao Yang." He glanced at the old man and said, "Greetings, Senior He Lao. I have come to report on the situation in neighboring M-City." Jiang Xiao Yang looked at He Qi and poured his heart out. "The situation is that tragic, incredibly unfortunate. The outskirts of the forest are also in ruins, not looking good at all." He spun his head around and shouted, "Chang Jia, Zhang Shengji, get in here quickly. I've revealed your identities to the elder here." Shengji and Chang Jia stepped in together. He Qi raised his head and asked, "Then what about T-City, B-City, and what about internationally?" Jiang Xiao Yang looked down and replied flatly, "At worst, up until today we haven't seen a single sign of a savior. Everyone is on their own, fighting for survival." Next, he held the food storage sack up high and asked, "By the way, He Lao, I heard you study simple plants. Take a look at what kind of sprout this is." The old man pointed directly at the object and replied, "This is an edible root tuber of those plants. Aunt Yang's gang goes out specifically to hunt for this." Jiang Xiao Yang smiled broadly, "Just as I thought." He Qi's steady voice continued, "I only recently found out myself. If we weren't desperate and starving, we wouldn't have the guts to eat this. It tastes similar to taro, packed with energy. In these apocalyptic times, this is a top-tier delicacy." Suddenly, He Yang rushed in from outside. "What happened? Everything is ruined." In a panic, he pointed out the window and screamed, "The plants have completely surrounded us." He Qi startled and asked, "They reached this very alley? What do you mean surrounded?" He Yang, his face pale as a sheet, screamed, "A whole crowd of plant creatures is swarming to block our apartment. Their numbers are multiplying rapidly." Xing Kai hurriedly dragged himself to the edge of the door and looked down. "The flower car, it's the flower car." Jiang Xiao Yang turned his face to ask, "The flower car? What kind of damn thing is that? Is it really that terrifying?" He Qi's face darkened as he bowed his head and replied, "It's more than just concerning. Today, I fear we will all meet the king of hell on this land." Suddenly, the old man's eyes looked up, burning with determination. He Qi roared to the crowd, "Listen up, women and children, head to the roof, crawl into the locked rooms, toilets, or storage rooms to hide. The elders will stay here to defend the fort with me." Xing Kai stared in disbelief, his brow furrowed. "He Lao." The old man roared at the crowd, "Hurry up, saving whoever we can is better than the whole group perishing." The young men in the room grabbed their gear and dashed outside in unison. He Qi turned to look at Jiang Xiao Yang. "You look like a fragile scholar who can't even tie a chicken. Follow the others upstairs, don't stay here as a scapegoat." Hearing this, he smiled faintly. "No big deal, He Lao, I actually find this intriguing." Jiang Yang raised his hand, channeling his mutation energy. This damn thing that terrifies everyone, just how brutal is its power? He dragged himself to the window, scanning below. With a pensive look, the old man explained, "Before we even get to see the true form of the flower car, we'll be shredded by these plants." Jiang Yang walked to the window, looked down and asked, "The flower car can manipulate plants?" He glanced at the swarming plants and said, "Exactly. It releases an alluring scent, and this organized advance proves the flower car is nearby, with the primary goal of wiping us out completely." The old man was shocked to see Jiang Yang opening the window wide. "What are you doing, young man?" Holding his gun, he aimed downward and replied, "Let's test their combat power first." He shrieked in shock, "Where on earth did you get such a weapon?" A deafening bang exploded, and the bullet tore through the air, heading straight down. The fatal bullet pierced clean through the body of a certain plant creature. In the blink of an eye, the hole in its chest healed, looking exactly as it did before. Observing this, Jiang Yang shouted, "This damn thing's vitality is incredibly tough. Let's see how fast their healing level can go." Then he pressed the gun barrel toward that same creature and fired relentlessly. Dozens of brass bullets riddled and tore its body apart. With damage overloaded, the plant creature was beyond saving. Its body shattered into 100 small pieces and fell scattered onto the ground. Scratching his head, Jiang Yang muttered some calculations. It took 2 whole magazines to put down just one. No wonder everyone is scared to death of this thing, though it's still a small matter. A moment later, he casually turned around and pulled items out from his spatial storage, giving Aunt Yang's group quite a scare as they exclaimed, "Wait, what on earth is that?" Without hesitation, Jiang Yang gently waved his arm, smoothly opening the wooden crate. Looking dazed and bewildered, Ming-Kai quickly asked, "Wait, you're not using a crowbar. How do you pry open a wooden chest nailed shut like that?" Catching sight of the bottles neatly arranged in the crate, the old man cried out in joy, "Oh my, those are Molotov cocktails. We've struck gold." Glancing at Jiang Yang gently advised, "In case any fish slips through the net and wanders in later, just throw these Molotovs to defend yourselves." Hearing this, the old man quickly turned his head, looking bewildered. "Fish slipping through the net? What kind of creature is that?" Suddenly, He jumped in shock, his eyes rolling up in sheer panic. Seeing Jiang Yang leap down with a thud from way up high, the old man gasped in amazement. Staring down at the trio, He screamed in shock, "Oh my God, that is the 16th floor, you boys." Swift as the wind, the 3 young men of Jiang Yang's side landed neatly right in front of the plant creatures. The monsters let out shrill roars and rushed headlong in this direction like moths to a flame. Reaching out, Jiang Yang grabbed the skull of one monster tightly. With a bit of force, he snapped the plant-type monster's neck, sending it tumbling to the ground with a thud. On the opposite side, Chang Jia was also calmly clearing out the monsters surrounding him. He pinned the monster down and, with an expressionless face, tore the hybrid plant's body into 100 pieces. In another corner, Shengji also smoothly dealt with the plants trailing him. Looking down from the window, Chi's group cried out in shock, "Oh dear Lord, who on earth are these 3 young men?" Stretching his body, Li Cheng urged, "Stop staring and quickly prepare yourselves to welcome the fish that slip through the net." He turned to instruct the crowd, "Those who are quick on their feet, grab the Molotovs immediately and secure the corridor door. Those who are less brave, quickly clear all flammable materials out of the way." Hearing this, Ming-Kai's group cheered excitedly, "Understood, we are on it right now." The corpse of the last plant monster finally lay flat on the ground. Jiang Yang clapped his hands clean, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, cleared out at last. He glanced around and called out, "Hey Chang Jia, Zhang Shengji, search them carefully to see if they dropped any mutant core." Rubbing his chin in thought, Jiang Yang concluded, "I must go pay a visit to this thing called the flower car." At the other end of the corridor, thick black smoke billowed up. The crowd stared at the charred corpses of the monsters on the stairs, discussing lively, "Using fire to roast these things is so much easier, right?" "Totally, But then again, the main credit still goes to Li and the Jiang brothers. He waved and called out, "Hey, call the others down here to gather. The false alarm is cleared, how is it downstairs?" A voice called back, "All done, but where did the Jiang brothers vanish to?" In the distance, the plant monster still stood as motionless as a stone statue, not budging an inch. Jiang Yang frowned, wondering curiously, what's the deal with this twisted, messy thing? Perched on a high tree branch looking down, he muttered, "This damn thing must be the flower car, right?" Examining the flower sitting right in the middle, Jiang Yang muttered, "Could that thing be its core?" His eyes lit up as he closely inspected every corner inside the monster. Just as his thoughts settled, the flower car whipped its tentacles swiftly toward where Jiang Yang was standing. He quickly landed safely on the ground, thinking to himself, "Wow, that force is incredible, it might even match Zhang Shengji's." Jiang Yang's sharp gaze locked onto the monster, and he muttered, "Too bad, though." Reaching out to grab the bundle of tentacles, he smirked and said, "I've been clearing out vines like you quite a lot lately, so I'm highly experienced." With that, Jiang Yang braced himself and yanked the tentacles hard, pulling its bulky body toward him. Instantly, the giant flower bud in the middle split open, spewing out a cloud of green smoke. Seeing the smoke drifting toward him, he gave a half-smile. "This trick won't work anymore, sweetie. I've already tasted this cheap stunt from your buddies." With that, Jiang Yang puffed his cheeks and inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with air. Holding his breath, he flexed his arm muscles and ripped the two slimy tentacles in half. Being dragged along, the flower car let out continuous, gloomy groans. The dense roots beneath its body also stumbled forward, as if forced. Jiang Yang threw the two tentacles aside and dashed toward the looming flower car in front of him. A tiny ring of light suddenly flashed from his fingertip, activating the enslavement brand. Trailing a dark illusion behind him, Jiang Yang slammed toward the monster. Descending from above, he slammed his hand right into the center of the flower and shouted, "Accept the slave brand." A purple halo instantly spread, completely enveloping the entire body of the flower car. Cowering near the window, Yang screamed frantically, "The F-flower car! It's the core of the flower car, it hasn't retreated yet and is crawling towards us." Chi also stuck his head out of the window and shouted, "Exactly, it's the root of the wedding car, I'd remember that monstrous appearance even in death." The old man next to him stammered, "Where did that young man, Yang, go? Don't tell me the wedding car swallowed him up." Suddenly, a shout startled both of them, making them look back. "Hey Zhang Shengji, Changjia, how is everything going?" Yang rolled his wrists as he asked, "Did you guys manage to extract any mutant insect cores from those monster corpses in the lobby?" Shengji rubbed his chin and reported awkwardly, "We didn't find any centipede types, but we got a bunch of spider leg ones. In general, not every monster dropped loot, but the harvest is quite decent." Changjia's eyes shone like stars as he gave a thumbs up in agreement. "Although we didn't collect 100%, the quantity is quite impressive." Yang rubbed his forehead, shook his head in annoyance, and muttered, "One talks with a stammer while the other boasts endlessly. It's giving me a headache." Chi anxiously asked, "Brother Yang, what about the wedding car down in the yard?" Hearing this, he casually replied, "Oh, that pain in the neck. It has been recruited as a follower of ours now." Aunt Yang's group gasped, "Oh my goodness, it became one of us." Yang pointed toward the wedding car and patted his chest reassuringly. "Everyone can sleep easy. It's very obedient and won't dare harm a single hair on anyone's head." Chi gingerly reached out and poked the monster's body with his index finger. The old man swallowed hard, his throat dry, not even daring to breathe loudly. Seeing it remain as still as wood despite his poking, Chi asked with a stutter, "Incredible, it's really been subdued. What kind of magic did you use after all?" Hearing that, Yang tilted his head and asked back, "Hey Lao, you are a plant expert, what do you think of this creature?" He stroked his chin, muttering in analysis, "Even if it has transformed into a monster, its botanical origins and nature must still remain." Chi looked up to explain, "It's similar to the law of the jungle among animals. The struggle for survival between plant species is also fierce. Fighting for every ray of sunlight is always a matter of life and death for them. The old man's voice calmly explained, plants are not naturally born tall, but because of their desire to absorb sunlight, they rush to grow higher, while shorter plants lacking sunlight gradually wither away. No wonder weeds grow so sparsely in dense forests. Looking back at the monster, He-Chi hypothesized, I bet this wedding car is so bloodthirsty because the mutation process stripped away its ability to grow. Severely deprived of light, it was forced to evolve to hunt animals to survive. Suddenly, two squirming tentacles poked out from the top of the wedding car's head. Li Cheng glanced over and sharply sensed the impending danger. The young man quickly drew his knife, pointed it forward, and yelled, "Watch out!" Xiao Yang raised his hand to stop him. Hold on, don't act rashly. There's no way it dares to turn on me right now. Let's see what it's up to. Seeing the coarse tentacles wrap around his neck, Li Cheng turned pale and hesitated. Hey brother Xiao Yang, are you okay? In the next instant, the tentacle stabbed straight into the back of Xiao Yang's neck. His eyes immediately bulged in sheer shock. Xiao Yang relaxed his body, breathing heavily as Li Cheng anxiously pressed him. How is it? What's the situation? Turning to the side, he said in a low voice, He Lao, you hit the nail right on the head. The entire S-City has now become a battleground for these plant monsters. Those that can't squeeze in to claim the light have to switch to hunting animals for nutrients. Xiao Yang walked up to the front of the wedding car and raised his hand, declaring aloud, Once you are my follower, your food and lodging will be fully covered by me. Come here. Instantly, a jade-green light emitted from deep within the flower's core. From the crevice of the flower bud, vines slowly lifted a small cluster of fruit. The tentacle gently placed the cluster of fruit into Xiao Yang's open palm. Following that, another cluster of fruit descended smoothly. In an instant, the substance absorbed completely into Xiao Yang's palm, leaving not a single drop. Li Cheng scratched his head in confusion. What on earth is that stuff? Gazing at the green light, Xiao Yang smiled. Now it and I share a symbiotic relationship. With that, he swung his arm, throwing a wave of force far into the distance. From the center of his palm, 3 long tentacles suddenly shot out. All 3 tentacles tightly wrapped around a towering tree nearby. He exerted his strength and pulled, the tentacles sinking deep into the trunk and slicing the tree into 2 clean pieces. Shengji's face flushed with excitement. Oh my God, this thing is 10,000 times more powerful than my own tentacles. Just then, the system panel popped up with a notification. Congratulations on unlocking the Gardener achievement, gaining 150 points. Current total is 153 points. Seeing the text, Xiao Yang cheered happily. Wow, a brand new achievement. That is truly an eye-opener. Right after that, they left the giant corpse of the wedding car lying there and quickly slipped away. At that moment, inside the factory base, Xiao Xuan glanced back, another prey taking the bait so willingly. She opened the door slightly and asked, Who is it? Chen Zhu lifted a pastry and said cheerfully, Hello, beautiful, I went out of my way to bring you some late-night snacks. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan pretended to ask, Oh, who told you to bring me late-night food? The young man smiled shyly and replied, No one told me to. I wanted to take care of you of my own free will. Her eyes suddenly flashed with a strange red glow as she raised her chin and stared at him. Immediately after, Xiao Xuan wrapped her arms around Chen Zhu's head and whispered, Then thank you for your kindness. A moment later, the young man, his face flushed with desire, panted heavily as he lunged forward. Pinned against the wall by Chen Zhu, Xiao Xuan feigned panic and cried out, Hey, what do you think you are doing? Chen Zhu was startled and froze, stammering an apology. I'm sorry, I thought you wanted. Xiao Xuan stroked a lock of her hair and suggested coquettishly, There are too many people here, the walls have ears, and they are thin. Why don't we go to a secluded corner outside the factory for some thrilling fun? The eager young man nodded instantly. Absolutely, whatever you want. Outside the barracks, suggestive groans echoed continuously. Chen Zhu gasped for air, gazing infatuatedly at the seductive Xiao Xuan. He smiled shyly and praised, You are so beautiful, Wait, what was your name again? Seeing Chen Zhu suddenly freeze like a log, she frowned and asked, "What's wrong, babe?" He hurried over to a nearby trash can, pointing and shouting, "This sleeve looks so familiar, exactly like Zhao Chen's shirt. Why is it discarded here in the trash?" Chen Zhu flipped the lid open and froze in utter horror. Meeting his gaze was a pile of clothes soaked in fresh blood. He screamed, "What is this?" Before he could recover his senses, Chen Zhu went numb as he felt a freezing cold hand sneak up from behind. Xiao Xuan's eyes burned blood-red as she violently choked the unfortunate man. The area around the base was completely deserted, without even a mosquito in sight. Suddenly, Da Hao, who was snoring loudly, took a heavy blow to his head. He snapped awake, grumbling with a swollen face. What the hell was that for? The bald man raised a brutal fist and barked, "Wow, snoring that loud." Da Hao quickly defended himself. "That's not fair, I was focusing on guarding the post." The bald man grabbed Da Hao by the collar, lifting him up and snarling, "I walked right up to your face and you were still blind. If that woman sent a signal, how on earth would you see it? Tell the truth, how long have you been snoring?" Da Hao flatly denied it. "I wasn't sleeping in, just closed my eyes for about 10 minutes. The other man's face flushed as he cursed, "You useless waste of space, raising you is a waste of food." Seeing this, Gao Wen pulled the bald man's arm to stop him. "Calm down, we've been taking turns watching with sore eyes and haven't seen any damn signal from her yet." She jerked her chin toward the base and snorted coldly. "According to my gut, that brat probably wants to keep this whole place to herself." The bald man nodded and ordered the two to search. "Hurry, scan around the factory area and see if we can catch any trace of that whore." Da Hao pointed at the trash can and shouted, "I knew it, there's a strong smell of human flesh around here." The bald man pulled out a bone and roared, "Damn it, you guessed it right, that bitch plans to double-cross us and go solo." Gao Wen patted her chest and sneered, "Don't worry, if she could use her looks to get in, there's no way I would fall behind." Before she could finish, the bald man used his hand to deliver a hard slap across her face. He choked Gao Wen, roaring to show his dominance, "You are also plotting to sneak in and take everything just like her, aren't you? Don't think you can fool me, your character is just as rotten as hers." Da Hao hastily raised his hands to plead, "Boss, calm down. If you strangle her to death, our way of getting in is finished." The bald man angrily threw Gao Wen onto the dusty ground. He glared threateningly, "If you dare to betray me like her, I swear I will tear that place apart, and even if it ruins my life, I'll drag both of you down with me." Clutching her sore neck and coughing, she whimpered, "Yes, I know my place." Changing her expression in an instant, Gao Wen frantically banged on the door and cried out, "Please help me, someone save my life." The shut iron door immediately cracked open. The guards raised their guns defensively, staring at Gao Wen with searching eyes. "Where did you come from?" She played the part of utter panic, sobbing and complaining. "I was chased and bitten by a pack of zombies, and had a terrible time crawling all the way here." The young guards at the post grew excited. "Wow, our luck is great lately. We just got a pretty girl, and now another one delivers herself to our door." Another guy grinned, "Exactly, and honestly her figure is even better than the previous ones." Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted, making everyone look back. "Hold on a moment." Xiao Xuan pointed directly toward the door and cried out, "Don't let her trick you. She is that skin-peeling mutant disguised as a human that I warned you about." Hearing this, Gao Wen's blood boiled and she cursed, "You bitch, you!" Without letting her finish, Xiao Xuan screamed, "Shoot, blow her head off right now." Instantly, a barrage of deafening gunshots echoed in the corner. Gao Wen, hit by bullets, quickly clutched her bloody shoulder, spun around, and fled from the camp in a hurry. Each bullet burying into her flesh made her shriek in agonizing pain. Seeing Gao Wen fall face first, the crowd shouted, "Hurry, bring out the gasoline cans to burn her to ashes." But by the time they ran out with the gasoline, they looked at each other in confusion. Where did the body go? The young man scanned the surroundings, muttering, "How strange, she took a whole magazine and still managed to crawl away." Another guy swore in frustration, "Damn it, if I'd known, I would have kept someone here to finish her off." Another voice urged, "Hurry, run and report this to Brother Li and Shan Shan to handle." In a dark corner, Gao Wen tightly held her bleeding bullet wounds, stumbling back toward her two accomplices. She dragged her feet, limping step by step as she drew near. Exhausted, Gao Wen's entire body collapsed right at the feet of the bald man. Stretching her neck, she clung tightly to his pants, begging with tears flowing, "Please spare my life, save me. I swear from now on I will serve you like a beast of burden." The bald man stared down and said coldly, "We are beasts of the same kind. Why pretend we don't know how rotten our species is?" With that, he flexed his arm and delivered a devastating blow, shattering a nearby concrete slab to pieces. Lifting the slab high, he growled, "As for the meat in that base, I'll find another way to get it myself." In ultimate despair, her face turned pale as she stared silently at the two villains. Suddenly, a spray of dark red blood splattered across the corner of the street. Dahao took the opportunity to backstab the bald man with a devastating thrust from behind. The bald head detached from the neck, rolling onto the barren ground. Gao Wen struggled to stand, looking at the headless corpse of the bald man lying face down on the ground. She looked up and let out a sigh. "Thank you, brother." Dahao lightly licked the blood on his cruel blade and smiled faintly. "An arm and a leg are more than enough to patch up your wounds. The rest of the meat is my reward." Gao Wen smiled in agreement. "Deal." In her mind, she calculated. Indeed, the bald man's words were true. Being a pack of beasts, they understood how rotten they each were. If she had offered her own body to be butchered just now, under the bald man's dominance, Dahao wouldn't have gotten a scrap. But by switching tactics and killing the bald man right in front of her, he became the one in charge, and how much he chose to give her was entirely up to him. In the living quarters, curious whispers arose. "Hey, has anyone seen Chen Zhuo? Wait, did Chen Zhuo vanish?" Hong Li frowned and barked. "What on earth is going on? We haven't even found Yang Hai yet, and now another person has vanished." He turned around in confusion. "Shan Shan, what are you doing over there?" The girl looked toward a secluded corner and replied, "I was just wandering around this side to see if I could pick up any clues." Shan Shan took a walk on her own, carefully observing every nook and cranny. Suddenly, she frowned and stared intently in one direction with suspicion. Shan Shan froze right in front of the trash, compact with bloody, foul-smelling bones. Emu looked into the bloody trash can and screamed, "That's it! These clothes are exactly Chen Zhuo's, and I know these shoes belong to Yang Hai for sure. He's the only one in the entire camp who wears this style." Xiao Xuan's face went pale as she nervously bit her nails. "Oh no, that bitch Gao Wen and the bald guy messed up my hiding spot and exposed all the bones I hid." Shan Shan glanced over at her and said, "No one around the camp heard any strange noises, and there isn't a single trace of a struggle at the scene." She pierced Xiao Xuan with a gaze as sharp as a knife, asking, "So, what does this tell us?" She panicked inwardly, stammering to avoid the question, "Hey, why are you staring at me like that?" In less than a split second, a sharp blade extended from Shan Shan's arm and thrust straight forward. Xiao Xuan was utterly terrified to see the cold blade pointing directly at her chest. Seeing the raging flames rushing toward her, Xiao Xuan frantically twisted her body to dodge. The fiery force easily sliced an ancient tree in half along its path. Her face contorted with cruelty, she gritted her teeth and slipped to the side. Shan Shan calmly withdrew her arm, her cold gaze still locked onto the target ahead. Realizing that the camp members were closing in, Xiao Xuan broke into a cold sweat and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I'm totally screwed this time, everything is exposed." Finding a silver lining in her misfortune, she cast a sly glance to the side. Xiao Xuan bared her claws and lunged directly, grabbing the nearest unlucky fellow. Pressing a sharp knife against the victim's throat, she threatened, "All of you freeze. Move an inch and I'll slit his throat." Shan Shan knitted her brows and shouted, "If you cut him, I swear I won't let you leave this gate in one piece." Hearing this, Xiao Xuan sneered mockingly, "You're just a wet-behind-the-ears brat and you think you can threaten me. If you guys don't let me retreat safely today, I'll drag a few of you down to the grave with me." She dragged the hostage backward, shouting threats, "Throw the gun over here, hurry. Don't even think about moving, step half a foot closer and I'll slice his carotid artery." Quickly, Xiao Xuan grabbed the gun and kicked the hostage far away. Without stopping, She aimed the barrel and fired a harsh bullet at the victim. Holding the gun firmly, Xiao Xuan bolted to escape the encirclement. Shan Shan calmly raised her gun and aimed straight at her back. Two bangs rang out as two bullets pierced through the mutant's side. Xiao Xuan bit her lip until it bled to endure the pain, running frantically for her life. Seeing the girl about to give chase, Hong Li quickly stopped her. "Shan Shan, what are you doing?" She turned back and answered hastily, "I'm going to ride my motorcycle to chase her down." He immediately dismissed it. "Forget it, child. We don't know if she has accomplices waiting in ambush outside. Let's lock down the gate and tighten our defenses to be safe." The girl found it reasonable and nodded. "Yes, you're right, uncle." Shan Shan turned and announced, "From this moment on, anyone new seeking refuge must be put into quarantine. I'll hand over Uncle Li's section for you to watch. Grandfather and Brother Cheng's group still don't know about the situation, so I must ride to Cha Yi City to sort things out." Hong Li smiled warmly in approval. "All right, ride safely." He silently praised in his mind, who would have thought that the little kid Shan Shan has grown up to be so tough and brave. Shifting to another area, a pack of plant monsters exhaling thick, murky mist rolled in. Suddenly, the monsters froze in confusion as a sharp aura approached them. Instantly, 3 massive tentacles lashed out repeatedly, smoothly wiping out all the monsters blocking the way. Xiao Yang remained expressionless, casually watching the tentacles retract. The eerie tentacles kept sweeping through the air, smoothly clearing away the obstacles on the road. Chang Jia stood side by side with Li Cheng, heavily carrying a gasoline can, quietly observing the other side. Then the two men worked hard to drench the heap of plant corpses with gasoline. A flaming Zippo lighter was thrown neatly into the pool of gasoline. Xiao Yang stood with crossed arms, quietly watching the intense sea of fire consume everything to ashes. He Chi looked toward it, clicking his tongue and thought, "Does this sight bring peace of mind, or is it a suffocating terror?" The virtual interface immediately popped up with a notification. "Utopia quest in progress. Objective, expand territory. Progress. Faction independently drove off a wave of rebels, completely successful." Seeing the notification, Xiao Yang cheered excitedly. "Zhang Zhai's group and little Shan Shan really never let me down." As soon as he dragged himself back to the gate, the crowd inside swarmed out. "Brother Xiao Yang is back. Oh my, boss Xiao Yang has returned." Xiao Yang looked around and asked, "Where did Shan Shan go?" Uncle Sheng quickly explained, "There's some trouble over at the steel plant. Little Shan went over to assist." He asked out of concern, "Nothing serious happened, right?" The uncle waved his hand. "Not that bad, just a few got bitten. The girl already took the antidote over to handle it." Uncle Sheng pointed his chin at He Chi's group and asked, "Who are these guests?" Xiao Yang quickly introduced, "These are survivors who luckily escaped S-City." He gestured with his hand. "Let me introduce He Lao, a botany professor from the Research Institute." Uncle Sheng immediately grabbed the old man's hand and shook it warmly. "Oh, welcome, expert." He Chi also replied with emotion, "Sorry for the trouble, being taken in by you all is truly a blessing." Turning to the old man, Xiao Yang informed him carefully, "He Lao, this is just a temporary stop. In a few days, I will accompany everyone to the forest edge of S-City." He Chi asked in confusion, "What are we going to the forest edge for?" The youth replied softly, "To set up base number 3. Just then, Shan Shan revved her motorcycle and screeched to a halt right at the camp entrance. The girl waved excitedly and cheered, "Hey brother Xiao Yang, when did you drift back?" Then Shan Shan went on and on, explaining the whole story. "To sum it up, we can't trust any newcomers entering the camp now." He Chi pointed to his own nose in dismay. "Well, what about our group?" Xiao Yang walked by and laughed to reassure him. "Don't worry, I've thoroughly checked your backgrounds, so you don't count as complete strangers." He smiled and said, "It's actually good news, no joke." Shan Shan widened her eyes in question. "You call this good news?" Xiao Yang smiled. "We're about to strike gold again, how is that not good news?" The system chimed, "New quest, enemy of evil. Objective, eliminate harmful roots. Reward, 120 points. Ding, enemy of evil, quest activated. Fully eliminate threats in the western city area and the western suburbs. Reward, 120 points." On the other side, Xiao Xuan's forehead was doused in sweat, her breath heavy and ragged. She collapsed against a wall to catch her breath. Suddenly, the sound of a blade scraping along the ground screeched, with a deafening noise. Xiao Xuan looked around in alarm. Gao Wen covered her mouth and mocked, "Oh, what's this? Abandoned by your new friends already, girl." She panicked and stammered in defense, "Wait, it's all a misunderstanding. I have a plan, don't attack." Hearing this, Gao Wen boiled with anger and roared, "Ridiculous! A plan? Your damn plan almost got me chopped to pieces." She glared and ordered, spitting as she spoke, "Shred her. Although we caught nothing this time, if you and I consume both the bald guy's and this loose woman's bodies, it's still a decent harvest." Suddenly, Gao Wen gasped and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She looked down at the cold blade piercing her chest, her eyes wide with confusion. Gao Wen looked back and cursed, "You bastard, you're doing this again." Dahao raised 2 fingers and laughed, "Why so upset? Honestly, you should have gone to hell a long time ago." She desperately screamed at Xiao Xuan, "Don't listen to him. When I was injured earlier, he used this exact dirty trick to stab the bald guy. He plays dirty to keep all the benefits for himself. Sooner or later, he'll throw you in a ditch just like me." The red-haired girl stood silently watching the drama unfold, not uttering a single word. Gao Wen turned to Dahao and wailed, "Look, my powers are gone anyway. You are the boss here, please don't silence me, kill that bitch instead. Our broken state is all because of her." Hearing this, Xiao Xuan was annoyed and cursed, "You rotten, lying witch, your own character is worse than anyone's." Dahao grabbed Gao Wen's chin, lifting it up, and smiled wickedly, "All right, we all know each other's secrets, so stop barking, but what she said makes sense." Hearing this, she smiled weakly, "Exactly, we've gone through life and death together, our bond is still there, right? Is my worth really less than that flirt? How am I inferior to her? Whatever she can do to serve you, I can cover it all." He responded in a heavy, lowered voice. Dahao swung his blade, striking Gao Wen down, coldly concluding, "Unfortunate for you, my type is redheads." He laid out the deal, "As for your injuries, dear, chewing an arm and a leg is enough to heal you, the remaining flesh is mine." Xiao Xuan nodded immediately, "Deal." In the living quarters, curious whispers started, "Those cannibals on the western edge." Another guy chimed in, "Yeah, there's a red-haired girl in that group rumored to disguise herself as a human to infiltrate and mess up our brothers." Xiao Yang looked up to ask Li Cheng, "It seems you have plenty of experience with those bloodthirsty ones?" Li Cheng nodded, "More than just experience. To be honest, I was once involved with that crowd. Though I haven't lost my mind like them, I understand their nature perfectly." Li Cheng sighed, explaining, "Eating their own kind gradually breaks their self-control, unleashing their deepest primal instincts. Extreme narcissism, narrow vision, easily enraged, debauched, gluttonous, and intensely craving fresh blood." Hearing this, he made a decision. They seem to be a troublesome hornet's nest. For the scout mission to the western edge, I must go in person, but right now there are many urgent matters to handle first." Xiao Yang turned to Li Cheng and instructed, "Brother Li, keep an eye on the steel plant for me. If anything gets out of hand, call for backup on the radio immediately." He nodded firmly, "Will do." Time flew by, and 2 months later, deep in the forest. High on the roof of a skyscraper, a group of people whispered in discussion, "What should we do, guys? Escape or stay? That awful noise roars every twilight. Besides, it's getting closer and closer. Lord knows what plague is howling out there. Let's brainstorm a plan. Staying here together will only leave us rotting." A Liang looked at the crowd and declared firmly, "Gather the dry rations and supplies, we are packing up." One guy looked around, muttering, "Do we absolutely have to slip away in the middle of the night? If a monster catches us, we're finished." A Liang hoisted his backpack onto his shoulder and snapped back, "The plant monsters are much more active during the day. Do you want to become fertilizer for those plants or what?" Seeing a pack of plant monsters rushing forward, the crowd shrieked in panic, "Watch out, plant monsters!" The noisy chatter drowned out the sound of the plants creeping right next to them without anyone noticing. The group screamed in terror and quickly turned to run for their lives. Watching the monsters encircle them from all directions, they cried out, "That corner is packed too. What now? Our escape is blocked. Damn it, I said traveling at night was a bad omen, but nobody listened." Liang pointed decisively toward a gap. There's still an opening, head straight toward where that loud noise is coming from. A guy nearby cried out, running into a dead end. Liang yelled back in a rush, we're doomed anyway, let's go all out. Maybe it's not a monster but rescuers with guns coming to save us. After running frantically for a while, Liang's group collapsed, hands on their knees, panting, help, I'm out of breath and can't drag myself any further. Suddenly, the man next to him looked at Liang and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Liang's group looked up to see a massive tree collapsing, screaming out to disperse, dodge quickly. Strangely, the giant trunk landed gently on the ground without causing any tremor. Liang scrambled out from behind the trunk, shuddering and muttering, such a huge tree, what kind of monster could knock it down like this? A hand tapped him to signal, SHH, keep quiet. The group stared at the team of people busy logging over there and gasped, they are survivors, someone is cutting wood. Wait, that figure looks so familiar. Liang rushed out and shouted, Zhou Xingkai. The guy behind hastily pulled him back, gasping, hey, what are you doing? Xingkai was startled and quickly asked Liang, oh God, you're not dead yet. Liang grinned and asked, how is the crew doing lately? He replied brightly, we were rescued and now we're living comfortably in the open city. Suddenly, Liang caught the sound of wild roaring and shrieked in panic, run, run, those plant monsters are right on our heels. Xingkai smiled confidently and waved his hand to reassure him. No need to worry, why care about those petty plant monsters? With that, he pulled out his walkie-talkie and reported loudly, Team 2 has encountered plant monsters. Repeating, Team 2 has encountered plant monsters. Liang mumbled in confusion, wait, didn't you just brag about them being petty monsters? A crackle came from the other side. Information received. Next, Xingkai waved to the survivors behind. Everyone get over to this side quickly, hide behind us. Just a moment later, the militia of Team 2 arrived fully armed. Liang's group stared wide-eyed, their jaws dropping as they cursed loudly. Next, bursts of blazing fire shot out to cremate the charging monsters, and engulfed in the flames, the creatures shrieked in agony. Li Cheng strolled out from behind and casually said, nowadays, dealing with these plant monsters doesn't even require us to lift a finger. Liang looked back curiously. Who would believe you guys gathered such terrifying firepower? How did you manage this? Xingkai folded his arms and smiled proudly. It's all thanks to the backing of our big boss, Xiao Yang. Liang pointed at Shengji and Changjia. Hey, there are some other guys over on that side. Xingkai patted Liang on the shoulder and reassured him. Calm down, buddy. They aren't monsters, they are our camp's gatekeepers. Since we are short on manpower right now, let me introduce you guys to boss Xiao Yang. Immediately after that, he led Liang's entire group straight toward the agricultural farmland. Liang's group gasped in disbelief. This is unreal, you guys are farming right in the middle of the plant monster's territory. Xingkai tossed some kind of tuber straight to Liang. Here, open your eyes and look at this. The mutated plant block squirmed and wiggled without stopping. Seeing Liang furiously tossing things around, Xingkai calmly advised him to cool down. Cried out in surprise, asking what this strange thing was. Seeing this, Xingkai smiled and replied that they were essentially still plants, related to the mutated monsters that had just been burned. Liang stared wide-eyed and shouted, asking if they had actually domesticated these plants. His voice responded steadily, confirming that this crop was outstanding, providing exceptional yield and being extremely easy to harvest. Trembling, the young man blurted out, "Did you guys bribe heaven itself?" Xiangkai cast a brief glance at the young boy beside him, gently saying that all the credit belonged to their leader, Jiang Xiao Yang. Holding a sweet potato in his hand, Qi grinned and boasted that plants now obediently changed their states exactly according to human will, a prospect he had never dared to dream of in the past. Jiang Xiao Yang raised his hand and jokingly said that if he wanted to ask for anything else, he should just list them all to complete the set. The other party hurriedly waved his hands with a chuckle, asserting that harvesting was already effortless now, so he did not dare to ask for anything more. Looking out into the distance, Jiang Xiao Yang nodded and said that was great, as the land clearing was going very smoothly. With Li Cheng's group here, a few exotic plants were nothing to worry about. He concluded that it was time to head to the west suburb to pay a visit to those man-eating savages. Right after that, Jiang Zhaoyang and Chen Chang set off directly toward the west suburb of M City. His companion parted his lips to report that they were being tailed, and by someone of no ordinary caliber. Jiang Zhaoyang looked back, curling his lips into a smirk as he said he had seen through them long ago, and that their abilities were on par with Zhang Cheng's group. Chang frowned in confusion and asked what they should do now. Hearing this, he burst out laughing and nonchalantly replied that there was nothing to worry about, since an extra snack to nourish him had just delivered itself to their doorstep. Looking down from the heights, Zhao Xuan grinned radiantly and shouted to signal that the golden opportunity had arrived. Dahao reacted as quick as lightning, grabbing Zhao Xuan's shoulder to hold her back. Finding herself stopped, she snapped her head around, petulantly asking how much longer they had to wait, and warning that if they dawdled, someone else would snatch their share. He looked down and casually dropped a reminder that the prime prey had already been snatched by someone else. Instantly, a gang of cannibals loomed below, lining up to block the path of Jiang Zhaoyang and his companion. The woman ran her wet tongue along the blade of her knife, laughing savagely and praising him as a rare, hard-to-find premium specimen. A few men around her looked visibly smug, wearing sly grins and praising the high-grade evolved being they had never encountered before. They discussed among themselves how much their ranks would skyrocket if they devoured him. Suddenly, one of them paused, wondering curiously what the grotesque creature walking beside him was. The crowd gathered to stare at the mysterious masked man, taking turns guessing if he had the ability to manipulate zombies. They cheered with joy, planning to carve him up to steal his power, confident that they would secure a victory when they used it to crush that madman in the north suburb. Standing high on the rooftop, Zhao Xuan watched the scene and grumbled irritably, blaming others by saying that because they took their sweet time, the delicious prey had now fallen into someone else's mouth. However, Dahao only knitted his brows slightly and burst into laughter, saying casually that they should just sit back and watch the show, as the plunderers might end up bringing disaster upon themselves instead. Instantly, Zhao Xuan turned around in shock toward the crowd below, stammering speechlessly at the bizarre sight. Right opposite them, Chen Xing shot forward like an arrow, charging in to crush the crowd before him in a spine-chillingly violent manner. At that very moment, Jiang Zhaoyang also brandished his blood-stained blade, delivering slashes as powerful as a raging storm. They were instantly scared out of their wits, fleeing for their lives as fast as their legs could carry them, screaming in disbelief that such a violent monster could exist in this world, urging each other to run faster and escape. The scene became eerily quiet, with Jiang Zhaoyang just standing rooted to the spot, his hand gripping the hilt of his blade without uttering a single word. Amidst the chaos, one of them desperately clung to the vertical wall, scrambling upward in an attempt to find a way to survive. Irritated by the sight, Zhao Xuan ducked down behind the brick railing, screaming at the top of her lungs at the man, calling him a bastard, forbidding him from climbing up to bring trouble upon her, and telling him to get lost immediately. In contrast to that panic, Jiang Zhaoyang calmly leaned down, lifting a coarse and heavy object into his hands. Gathering his strength, he seemed to struggle slightly before managing to hoist the bulky object onto his shoulder. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Zhaoyang summoned all his inner strength and hurled the giant crowbar straight ahead. The escaping man looked back and was instantly white as a sheet, plunged into utter panic. In the blink of an eye, the cold bar pierced straight through the center of the unfortunate man's body, creating a gruesome shower of blood. Blood and flesh splattered over both Zhao Xuan and Dahao, terrifying the duo on the rooftop so much that their limbs trembled uncontrollably. Down on the ground, Jiang Zhaoyang leaned one hand on his blade, casually scanning the corpses scattered around him, nodding in approval that they possessed some strength and most likely hid parasitic insect cores in their bodies. Meanwhile, Dahao, who was cowering behind the barrier, also cautiously peeked with half an eye to observe the situation. Right next to him, Zhao Xuan anxiously whispered to ask if they had slipped away. As soon as she finished speaking, Dahao leaned in and whispered back to confirm that the crowd had vanished from sight, urging her to climb down with him. The two strolled through the cluttered battlefield, and he pointed around, analyzing that the other group had only consumed 3 bodies, so what should be done with the leftovers? Dahao's eyes lit up as he greedily licked his lips, firmly asserting that the entire pile of juicy prey would go into their stomachs. Shifting the scene to a secluded alley, Yang grumbled irritably that his companion's capacity was too poor, having chewed until his teeth were sore only to stuff down 3 bodies. Criticized, Chen Chang let out a loud belch, arguing back that his body only had so much mass, and if forced to stuff down more, where was he supposed to put it? Suddenly, an unrecognizable figure loomed out from the dark turn nearby. His sharp senses allowed Yang to instantly sniff out the smell of approaching danger. Without a second thought, he immediately summoned his bloody treasured blade, ready for battle. Across from him, Nan went pale with fear, frantically waving his weapon in a threatening manner, demanding that he back away. He sternly warned that if he moved even an inch closer, he would shoot without mercy. Seeing that clumsy posture, Yang knitted his brows in doubt, whispering to himself that it was just a flesh and blood human after all. On the other side, the man kept gulping dryly, his forehead drenched in sweat out of sheer terror. Yang walked over with leisurely steps, using a gentle tone to soothe the other's nerves, advising him to calm down. Unfortunately, Nan remained utterly frantic, drawing his bow string tight with both hands, screaming to force him to keep his distance immediately. The moment the arrow tore through the wind, Yang nonchalantly caught it with just 3 fingers. Witnessing that godlike display, Yinan collapsed emotionally, his face contorted in disbelief that someone could have such lightning reflexes, catching an arrow barehanded so effortlessly. Before the opponent could even blink, Yang used his special ability to glide past, appearing right in front of Yinan's face. He aggressively snatched the bow from the old man's hands in a highly brutal manner. Clutching his newly seized trophy, Yang spoke in a chilly tone, telling everyone hiding to come out, clarifying that the two of them had no interest in chewing on their own kind's bones. As soon as the words left his mouth, a few more fearful figures crept out from the shadows. A young girl bit her lip, timidly asking what kind of demonic species they actually were. Waiting for his heart rate to settle, Yinan eagerly leaned forward, impatiently asking if the young men had found a secret method to eliminate zombies without mutating into man-eating monsters. The old man cheered with joy, while Yang, strolling beside him, merely asked indifferently where this group was heading. Hearing the question, Yinan frowned and explained. Far in the south suburb, there was a steel mill called Zifeng. Some time ago, they used to broadcast radio signals to recruit refugees, so the group planned to tag along with each other to seek refuge there. Then he cast a sideways glance at Yang and remarked mockingly that on second thought, the crowd at the steel mill were all just commoners, so how could they withstand the fangs of savages? The comment sparked his curiosity, prompting him to counter by asking if his group knew of a better hiding spot than the Zifeng steel mill. His spot hit, Yinan turned his head and talked endlessly, explaining that to the north, there was a group of people who specialized in hunting down man-eating monsters, and their group was planning to head there to leech off them. Yang pretended to gasp in surprise, praising that there was such a cool faction. Yinan then honestly admitted that he had only overheard it from the monsters, and wouldn't dare head there blindly even if paid. The old man's voice was as tense as a guitar string, speculating that the boss of that area was incredibly powerful, taking on 5 or 6 man-eating monsters by himself as light as a feather, with the peace of the whole neighborhood resting on his shoulders. Hearing this, Yang scratched his head and exclaimed in confusion, relying entirely on him. The bloodthirsty horde in the west suburb is at least 1,000 strong. Can he really carry them all on his back alone? At this, Yinan looked around frantically and whispered that those bloodthirsty creatures always roamed alone and were rarely seen gathering in groups. However, Li Cheng's younger brother immediately jumped in to argue, asserting that just the other day, he had seen with his own eyes a group of them gathering as if scheming something shady. Hearing this, Yinan flew into a rage and scolded him harshly, saying the boy's mind was delusional lately, mistaking a dream for reality, since if those monsters gathered, they would only tear each other apart for food. Otherwise, his old life would have ended long ago. Then he jerked his chin toward Jiang Yang and clicked his tongue, telling him not to listen to the kids' babble, as he was only urging them to go to the Zifeng steel mill because he was desperate to meet his older brother, who had gone missing without a trace. Yuan Nan glared and pointed his finger straight at the boy's face, hoarsely reiterating that his brother's chance of survival was an absolute zero. Plunging into that place would only lead to death. How could that rundown mill compete with the monsters? Perhaps the entire crowd there had already turned into savages who loved devouring their own kind. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yang nodded in agreement, praising the old man's spot-on judgment, adding that the two original bosses of the Zifeng steel mill indeed had a taste for human flesh. Hearing the grim news, both Li Cheng's younger brother and Yinan froze in shock, stammering in disbelief. On the contrary, Jiang Yang just shrugged nonchalantly, casually mentioning that he had already wiped them out root and branch, then turned to ask for the boy's brother's name to see if there were any clues. The young man was so emotional that tears streamed down his face, sobbing that his brother's name was Li Cheng, a former police officer. He desperately begged to know if his savior had ever heard of him, and most importantly, if he was still breathing. The corner of Jiang Yang's lips curled into a gentle smile, clicking his tongue in praise of the interesting coincidence, boasting that he and Li Cheng were life-and-death friends. As soon as the words were spoken, the boy was overjoyed, clenching his fists and jumping up to ask if it was true. Not keeping the kid waiting, Jiang Yang spilled the secret that his dear brother was currently rooted at the Zifeng steel mill, acting as a butler tending the fields for him. Li Cheng's younger brother's eyes widened with joy, eagerly asking about the farming, amazed that agriculture could still show a glimmer of hope in the apocalypse. He shouted in excitement, patting his chest proudly and claiming he was absolutely right all along. Their true destination could only be the Zifeng steel mill. On the contrary, Yuan Nan furrowed his brow with deep suspicion, loudly questioning his true identity. The old man snorted, refusing to believe this perfect scenario, demanding that Jiang Yang confess if he was setting a trap to lure them to a slaughterhouse to be butchered. Hearing that conspiracy theory, Jiang Yang sighed heavily, shaking his head in dismay, and delivered a killer blow. If this young master wanted to take your lives, why on earth would I waste my time putting on a show to fool you? Amidst the tension, a streak of bright yellow light fell from the sky like a meteor, tearing through the gloomy night. Right next to Jiang Yang's heel, the ground caved into a deep hole, spewing out plumes of billowing gray smoke. Reacting like a spring, Yinan looked back and grumbled, asking what that guy was going crazy about. The man holding the gun turned pale, stammering an apology for accidentally slipping his finger on the trigger and creating a fatal noise. From afar, a hair-raising roar echoed, causing Yuan Nan's eyebrows to knit closely together as he cried out in panic. "We are doomed. That blast just lured the whole horde of bloodthirsty monsters here." In the face of urgency, he frantically ushered the group to scatter and find a hidden corner to preserve their lives, repeatedly urging them to slip away quickly out of sight. Seeing Jiang Yang's duo still standing frozen like stone statues staring toward the sound, Yuan Nan became anxious, waving his hand to urge them to run over and save their fragile lives. He advised that even if he possessed some minor talent, how could his thin frame withstand the tidal wave of a whole horde of bloodthirsty monsters? Jiang Yang smirked, indifferently questioning the earlier theory. "Didn't you claim they would tear each other apart when they gather?" Yinan was seething with anger, scratching his head and explaining that they would only fight over the spoils after tearing him into 100 pieces. With that, the old man turned tail and slipped away without another backward glance, leaving behind a resentful mumble that if they refused to hide, their survival was entirely their own problem. Slipping into a ruined hut, Yuan Nan shouted directions for the group to hide well and bolt every single corner. Upon hearing there was a second floor, he waved his hand frantically to send the delegation running all the way up, warning them to hunker down deeply, as any delay would mean visiting King Yama. Managing to scramble upstairs, the group huddled together around a shattered window frame, where a faint glimmer of cold moonlight cast a dim glow. After a moment of silence, Yinan wiped the cold sweat drenching his forehead, silently praying that the fool below would not be stupid enough to use them as human shields. Back on the ground, Jiang was currently standing proud, confronting a massive tidal wave of incoming zombies. The monsters stared at each other in confusion, resentfully questioning why there was only one lone piece of prey, suspecting that someone had snuck a bite. One of them cursed angrily, protesting that he had only just arrived here himself. Next, Chen Chang grit his teeth, revealing his bloodthirsty demonic face, grumbling that his companions must be blind not to smell such a premium specimen. If they could devour this guy, the nourishment would equal dozens of commoners combined. From the attic, Li Cheng's younger brother tremblingly whispered to ask about the battle outside, while Yinan grimaced as he assessed their numbers, bitterly delivering the news that there were already nearly 10 down there, with successive waves still flooding in. His voice was as solemn as a funeral director, declaring with certainty that the kid's fate was sealed, and that not even a scrap of bone would be left. Suddenly, a drooling zombie, disregarding everything, shot forward and roared that his patience had run dry, demanding that the first delicious bite must enter his mouth. However, Jiang did not even bat an eye, merely waving his hand casually to execute a beautiful blade strike that sliced across the opponent's throat. Instantly, the hideous creature collapsed like a felled tree, lying motionless on the cold ground. The lightning-fast strike left all who witnessed it frozen in shock, their faces drained of color, gasping in astonishment at such terrifying speed. Still maintaining his icy demeanor, Jiang gestured for them to bring it on all at once so he could clean them up quickly and efficiently. Provoked, the zombies bared their fangs and claws, charging like moths to a flame, screaming because they were looked down upon, shouting to swarm and butcher this arrogant youth immediately. Seeing them charge frantically, Jiang gave his companion a quick wink, advising him to yield the stage and let them exhaust themselves first, as it would make stuffing his stomach later much more satisfying. The other guy readily nodded in agreement. Amidst the chaos, a monster in the guise of an old man sneakily approached from behind Jiang to launch a surprise attack. Unfortunately for him, his target's movements were fast as lightning, and with a light spring, he vaulted high into the dark sky. Nan's jaw dropped as he tilted his head up to watch, uttering a word of disbelief at that extraordinary leap. His eyes were glued to the majestic figure of the young man swinging his blade, constantly wondering in his mind what kind of deity this kid actually was. The monsters below were equally dumbfounded, feeling insecure that their tough bodies were far inferior to their prey's physical strength. After a moment of being frozen, the whole pack scrambled to flee in panic, frantically warning each other that this guy was the true devil and crossing him would only result in shattered bones, urging everyone to run as fast as possible. Unfortunately, one of the pack had a bullet lodge straight into its skull right at the height of the crisis. Jiang lifted his railgun to examine it, declaring in a sharp, stern voice that today, not a single one of them would have the chance to drag their lives back home, unless they met one condition. He casually pointed his finger at his companion beside him, smiling as he said the condition was to defeat this plump beast. Hearing the challenge, his companion also broke into a slight sweat, glancing at Jiang and timidly thinking to himself that playing this game carried quite intense pressure. On the other side of the battlefield, the enraged zombies leaped high, rallying together in unison to charge and tear apart that clumsy blocker. Seeing this, his brows knitted tightly, revealing a highly focused defensive expression on his face. With extraordinary muscular strength, the man swung his arm and delivered a fatal thrust, piercing right through the enemy's chest. The thunderous punch caused the panicked zombies to lose their footing, tumbling over one another onto the ground. Chen Chang, his face smeared with blood, roared in despair, unable to accept the fact that even this nobody was tough enough to be invincible. As soon as the words were spoken, a series of bright yellow streaks of light like fireworks continued to plow through the spot where they were standing. The entire turn of events once again fell into Yinan's view. Squeezed between the two people beside him, The old man kept trembling uncontrollably, unable to believe that just two individuals had wiped out the entire horde of monsters. At this, Jiang dusted off his hands and called out to the hiding crowd in a cold voice. Yinan's group crept out, their eyes wide as they stared at the battlefield, mumbling prayers to God out of sheer shock. A moment later, the old man knitted his brows and lowered himself to beg. They had thought it over carefully and resolved to follow him back to the Zhaifeng steel mill, pleading with him to take them in. Finding their request reasonable, Yang readily agreed to seal the deal, but on the condition that he must first complete his exploration of the northern slum district that the group had just revealed. Upon hearing this, Nan's expression changed dramatically as he asked in confusion what his purpose was in venturing into that death zone. Being very straightforward, Yang did not hide it, hinting that he wanted to see for himself whether those legendary figures were truly worth being. His tone suddenly dropped to sub-zero, spitting out two chilling words: eliminated. In another scene, a deafening alarm sounded repeatedly, signaling that the enemy was flooding in to tear them apart. Shenzhou fixed his gaze on the pack of monsters before him, sternly counting that 7 bloodthirsty zombies had appeared, gloomily asking how they should handle it. At that very moment, leisurely footsteps resounded down the dark corridor. The man hiding behind timidly called Feng's name with great anxiety. Beside him, his daughter was frantic with worry, tearfully advising her father not to overexert himself, warning that no matter how strong he was, this time he would still end up heavily bruised and battered. Ignoring her, Feng resolutely ordered his subordinates to lock the main gates tight, strictly forbidding monsters from rushing in or anyone from showing their faces. Immediately, his henchmen shouted in unison to obey. With that, Feng channeled all his strength into his legs and leaped high into the air. His massive figure plunged down, leaving his daughter knitting her brows tightly, trying to reach out and telling her father to take care. Just a split second later, Feng landed smoothly without sustaining a single injury. As soon as they saw the prey deliver itself to their doorstep, the zombies grew extremely excited, howling and urging each other to tear the bold intruder apart, promising that this entire base would turn into a sumptuous feast as they swarmed forward. On the other side of the battlefield, Feng's body began to convulse, and mutated, rippling muscles bulged all over his frame. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a hideous creature, his body bristling with hundreds of sharp fangs. The massive entity stood tall, clumsily dragging heavy steps as it advanced directly into the midst of the zombie pack. That horrifying sight startled the monsters, who fearfully recognized their target's domineering power, whispering to one another that his appearance was even more repulsive and distorted than their own. Despite being terrified, they still grit their teeth and charged in desperately, determined to go all out to mince their giant opponent. They rushed forward like moths to a flame, frantically punching and kicking at the wall of flesh as hard as a boulder. The monsters exerted every muscle, summoning all their strength to bring down the mountain before them. Unfortunately, their efforts instantly vanished into thin air when they were swept away by a single thunderous kick. As for Feng in his grotesque shell, he still stood as firm as a rock, without breaking a single drop of sweat. Suddenly, he lunged forward, opening his gaping maw filled with hideous fangs. When the battle ended, the field grew quiet. The watching crowd casually commented on the bloody victory. Though the beasts had been completely wiped out, ironically Feng was also left barely breathing. Hiding in the dark corners, the group anxiously discussed whether it was okay to abandon their hero. A helpless sigh explained that once he turned into a beast, he completely lost his mind, and the ban on opening the main gate was the only shield protecting the lives of the entire neighborhood. His daughter's choked sobs called out for her father. At that time, another faction eagerly instigated others, noting that their benefactor was completely paralyzed. If they did not feed him directly, he would not be able to stuff those corpses into his mouth to recover, and leaving him exposed like that meant certain death. They scrambled to yell for the door to be unbolted, willingly risking their lives to save their hero. Touched by their sincerity, Feng's daughter wept, softly expressing her gratitude to everyone. The young man wearing a low-brimmed hat suddenly spoke in a deep voice, concluding that if the whole village had agreed to go all out, they should just do it. The heavy door finally opened slightly, and several dark figures hurriedly rushed out to approach Feng's position. As soon as he saw them, he weakly tried to chase them away, scolding the lackeys for whatever crazy stunt they were pulling, shouting to banish them all back to where they came from. Ignoring the threats, his brothers stubbornly argued back, swearing that they could not stand by and watch their boss die, because if he perished, this entire base would soon follow. The man in the black hat laboriously tossed a corpse into a far corner, clearing his throat to instruct his followers not to foolishly approach too close, and to just throw the prey over in that direction. Once finished, they turned their eyes toward their boss, only to see his giant mouth swallowing the creature whole as if snapping up a mosquito. Utterly horrified by the tearing and chewing, the black-hatted man turned pale, stammering in awe at the sheer brutality of this picture of survival. A long while later, the group cautiously dragged the pile of corpses away, grumbling to remind each other to be gentle, scolding whoever dared to step forward, asking if they were tired of living. Their murmurs cut through the quiet night, urging each other to stand still and throw the supplies, warning that any carelessness could easily get them bitten by mistake. On another front, a newly arrived group of zombies began to mock and jeer, wondering why this beast was in such a miserable, ruined state, convinced he had just undergone a bloody battle with their own kind. The monster with messy hair smacked his lips greedily, saying smugly that with allies having cleared the path, their group had truly struck gold. Only then did Feng's gang feel a chill down their spines as they realized there was a second group of monsters gazing hungrily at them, frantically asking each other for a strategy to cope. Clutching an axe in his hand, the black-hatted man grimaced and analyzed that their boss was still in a weakened state, making it hard to compete with those cunning creatures. He shouted that this was the time for the servants to act as a living shield for their master. Speaking of Jiang, he walked at a leisurely pace, whispering that the group the old man had just hyped up indeed possessed some ability, which explained why the north suburb was completely devoid of cannibals. Walking beside him, Yinan was drenched in sweat, his expression relaxing slightly as he confidently recognized familiar coordinates, announcing that their destination was just a stone's throw away. Suddenly, a deafening blast tore through the quiet night mist. As soon as it hit his ears, Yinan immediately deduced with sharp intuition that it was definitely the sound of gunfire. Catching his words, Jiang analyzed the wind direction and concluded that the sound came from less than 1,000 meters away, proving they had already closed in on the stronghold. On the fierce battlefield from earlier, the newly arrived zombies were surrounding their target with the most violent attacks. Infuriated, Feng's daughter aimed her gun, gritting her teeth and cursing the bastards, swearing to risk her life and fight them to the bitter end. Hearing this, the enemy leaped to seize the young girl, laughing despicably as he praised this fresh and delicious meat. He ruthlessly delivered a blow that knocked the gun in the girl's hand far away without the slightest hesitation. The monster grinned triumphantly, laughing offensively as he challenged how the weaponless prey would resist. While he was gloating, a 1,000-pound fist plummeted from the sky and slammed straight into his face. It turned out Feng had managed a brief burst of final energy, swinging his arm to send the bastard flying into the air. However, his daughter had taken 3 bloody claw slashes on her upper arm, collapsing onto the ground in pain. The entire pack of zombies grew furious because that bizarre creature was still trying to fight back, shouting to change targets and take him down first. Instantly, the pack rushed forward, lunging at Feng's body with the most vicious attacks. His daughter cried out in agony for her father, while the black-hatted man frantically pulled her arm, begging that they could not all die together here, telling her she must escape with him. At the same time, Feng's physical strength was gradually depleted, leaving him only able to bear the blows with his back as all means of resistance were gone. At the life-and-death moment, a giant stone slab plummeted like a meteor and slammed into the ground. The rock blocked the way like a fortress wall, completely separating Feng from the ferocious pack of demons. This supernatural event caused the monsters to roll their eyes in shock, cursing in utter terror, unable to comprehend what on earth had just fallen. Feng's followers were also stunned, scanning their eyes around frantically to find the hidden figure who had just stepped in to save them. The savior who had just unleashed that shocking move was none other than the young Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang stood majestically with folded arms, facing the zombie army from a relatively safe distance. Misinterpreting the situation, the black-hatted man broke into a cold sweat, lamenting that they had drawn another batch of monsters, but the companion beside him quickly shook his head in disagreement. The two began to bicker. One asserted that the entity had nothing to do with the bloodthirsty horde, while the other countered by asking how he could be so sure, wondering if the final evolution of the zombies might actually take on such an ambiguous shape. As for the zombie pack, they were also itching to scrutinize whether this newcomer was of their own kind. One shook its head, saying it lacked the foul stench, while another muttered suspiciously that perhaps he was a high-grade evolved being. Amidst that atmosphere, Jiang Yang leisurely waved his hand and designated Chen Chang to step up. The fat guy curled his lips, grumbling resentfully that all the dirty work was always dumped on his head. Despite complaining, Chen Chang still rushed to the front line with high spirits. A monster from the other side of the battlefield scampered out to engage, loudly mocking that he had already minced dozens of these measly zombies. Retribution struck instantly, as the loudmouth skull was crushed to pieces by Chen Xing with just a single kick. Taking in the entire scene, the black-hatted man stammered in fear, curious about what kind of creature possessed such overwhelming strength that it even surpassed his own boss. Just then, Yinan standing nearby interjected with an explanation, telling him to sleep easy, as these figures were top bosses from the south. The black-hatted man was dumbfounded, having thought Feng was already the strongest under heaven in this chaotic era. Shifting the focus to the monster with side-swept bangs, he scratched his head in confusion, unable to understand what that zombie was on to be so illogically domineering. A few of his companions tried to act tough, gathering their spirits and shouting not to let fear take over, urging everyone to gang up and attack, confident they could crush him. Despite saying so, every single one of them shrank back, hiding behind each other's backs, with not a single soul daring to lead the charge. The whole pack kept passing the buck and backing away, urging others to act as bait while claiming the role of backup support. After a moment of stalling, a clever guy broke away to seize the opportunity, tearing off his hypocritical mask and declaring that since the cracks had shown, there was no need to act. He swore to monopolize that sweet energy. Not in the least flustered, Jiang Yang merely cast a look as sharp as a razor blade toward his prey. The young man slowly spread his palm in an immensely authoritative manner. And then he directly delivered a shocking blow, piercing through the stomach of that daring monster. The unfortunate soul spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face losing all signs of life in an instant. Not letting his opponent catch his breath, Jiang Yang gathered momentum and swung his robust arm once more. The remaining ones were scared out of their wits, muttering that this kid turned out to be even more savage than the fat guy, and assessing that they were no match, they scattered in a panic. But before they could get far, Jiang Yang calmly spread his hand of death. A barrage of dark beams shot out, tearing apart the bodies of each fleeing zombie. Before long, a heap of rotting corpses lay scattered on the freezing grass. Trembling, the black-hatted man likened that cruel power to a devil descended to earth, but Yinan immediately waved his hand reassuringly, telling him to cast away his worries as this was their side. In a hidden corner, Feng was completely exhausted, lying flat and eating dust. His vision had now faded, leaving only two blurry patches of black and white. Only then did Yang indifferently glance toward the giant mass of flesh. Furrowing his brows, he muttered a question, wondering what kind of species this slimy mess was. Next, Yang waved his hand, releasing several more dark energy streams directly toward Feng. The mist intertwined to form a cocoon, tightly wrapping around every contour of his body. Strands of magical rope squeezed his battered body relentlessly. Yang grimaced, remarking mockingly that looking at this thing was sickening, and he wondered if it would even digest if eaten. He ruthlessly delivered another blow to test whether that outer shell could withstand the impact. Heartbroken to see her father being tortured, the young girl sobbed and begged him to stop. Hearing the crying, Xiao Yang slightly shifted his gaze toward the source of that desperate sound. He looked at the young woman kneeling on the ground, sobbing as she begged him to show mercy and spare her father's life. In a cold tone, Xiao Yang let out a sarcastic laugh and asked whom he should spare, this slimy pile. The girl nodded hurriedly, explaining that her respected father had only made a mistake due to temporary memory loss, bowing her head and begging him not to take his life. With those words, he scanned the slimy mass of flesh again, wondering if a form so distorted stood any chance of being reshaped into human appearance. A few minutes passed, and a voice suddenly spoke up, asking if handling it this way was resolved enough. Xiao Yang waved his arm dismissively as if warding off evil, uttering a few biting sarcasms. He glanced sideways at Chen Chang, clicking his tongue in disapproval, telling him not to act so fussy, as his own chewing habits were no better than this lump of flesh. The black-hatted man forced a placating smile, politely inviting the two Grand Masters to move inside the base, while Feng's living corpse could just be left temporarily in the waiting hall. The scene shifted to an apartment complex fast asleep under the dark, hazy night. A few figures prostrated themselves, bowing low to the ground. The black-hatted man led his crowd in kowtowing and expressing gratitude, tearfully praising him as a savior descended to earth. If he hadn't intervened this time, both Feng's life and those of these nobodies would have been turned to dust. Hearing the cheers, Xiao Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying these minor matters were nothing. He casually asked when this neighborhood was established and curiously inquired about the background of the squirming lump of flesh outside. The daughter let out a soft sob and explained clearly that her father suffered from a mutant condition carrying genes that mimicked muscle tissue structure. This strange explanation made Xiao Yang frown, asking what on earth that term of flesh-tissue transformation actually meant. In reality, the group of scientists at the time was working hard on a major biological project, the subject being an organism full of miraculous potential but carrying immense danger. The embryo originated from wild beasts, and everyone assumed it was just some virus causing a stir. To their surprise, through the transplant process, the entire team was left gaping in shock, with Xiao Ping so excited that she cried out in awe upon witnessing it for the first time. It did not stop there, as this bizarre liquid mass was so resilient that it could transform into any type of epidermis, stealing genes and replicating every cell it consumed. The terrifying part was that it did not just copy the appearance, but also enhanced its functions far beyond the original. Blinded by the achievement, the professor discarded all ethical standards, secretly bypassing the inspector's eyes to conduct bizarre transplants on human bodies. After the testing process, she happily declared that the malignant cancer cells were wiped out in just 7 days. This news filled the professor with immense joy, and he proudly claimed that this was indeed the seed of the gods. Sometime later, Xiao Ping, with a distorted face, came to report the bad news to Xiao Yang. At that time, City M was drowning in a sea of blood, City S was in absolute chaos, and refugees from all directions were flocking here, everyone hoping that the miraculous cell would be the saving cure. She sorrowfully recounted the tragic outcome, bitterly realizing that the protective amulet was actually a seed of destruction. Grasping the story, he stroked his chin and surmised that there was a high probability the healthy muscle masses had suffered a genetic error and grown uncontrollably. Correct. Touching a sore spot, Xiao Ping lowered her eyelashes and sadly nodded in agreement. The fallout from this incident truly created a massive ticking time bomb. Those pathogens would multiply frantically, devouring every inch of flesh until the host was completely blackened. At this point, humans would be stripped of all rationality, leaving only a bloodthirsty instinct manipulated by the bizarre mass of flesh. The deeper they sank, the more frantically the monsters sought to spread the pathogen to other living organisms. Over time, these muscle fibers would completely wipe out the original host's genome, turning them into a shapeless, slimy mush. Xiao Ping explained in detail that once the body lost its regulation, they would become like a rotting tree unable to move. just waiting for the day they withered away from lack of sustenance. But the real nightmare lay in the final stage, so, taking advantage of their remaining days of humanity, they would band together and cluster. This pack lifestyle inadvertently prepared a common grave for them. The immediate consequence was the entire city being submerged under thousands of tons of rotting flesh. While Xiao Yang was busy racking his brain, a cold voice came from behind, declaring that he too was about to become a flesh-producing machine just like them. The familiar tone startled the young man, his body freezing in an instant. Walking over slowly, Feng curiously asked if the obvious wound on his body was caused by him. As soon as she saw him, Xiao Ping cried out, "Father!" and Xiao Yang also exclaimed in surprise, "Feng." Hearing this, he glanced at the scratch on his arm and nodded in admission. Feng let out a long sigh and gloomily reminded him that if so, his time was running out, and he had really hoped. On the contrary, Xiao Yang remained unbothered as if nothing happened, saying that for him, there was nothing to worry about, as he had completely expelled that hideous mimicked flesh of his. This made him stare in disbelief, wondering how such an absurd thing was possible. Patting his chest, he explained proudly that he possessed a constitution and immune system dozens of times stronger than ordinary mortals, making him naturally far more formidable, not to mention. As proof of his words, Xiao Yang waved his hand to summon a fresh, green vine. Spreading his arms wide to let the plants wrap around him, he proudly bragged that inside his body lay a symbiotic ecosystem with miraculous and far more lethal life forms. This biological magic trick left everyone present in awe and amazement. Only then did Xiao Yang make a final remark, asking if that mimicked flesh was so excellent at copying, then couldn't they shape it as they pleased. Saying this, he extended his hand before the astonished eyes of the man, telling him to try infecting him since he was eager to tame this stubborn thing. Although still full of doubts, Feng clicked his tongue and complied since he was so eager to try. He swung his arm, throwing a bizarre lump of flesh straight toward Xiao Yang. The young man spun the piece of flesh in his hand, examining it carefully as if appraising an antique. Next, Xiao Yang pressed it tightly against his palm, but after a long wait, nothing happened. Unable to hide his curiosity, Feng stepped closer to ask how it went. Xiao Yang shrugged and replied casually that it failed because the thing was too stubborn to listen, trying to take over as soon as it attached, so he just rooted it out on the spot. At this point, his gaze suddenly turned sharp, and he asked what secret he used to control these things. He smiled bitterly, replying with an attitude that was painfully indifferent, saying he had no control at all because he had already merged with it. Now, from his skin to his blood, everything was made by this mimicked flesh, and scientifically speaking, he had left humanity behind long ago. This harsh response left Xiao Yang wide-eyed in surprise, asking how he could still maintain a human appearance under such conditions. Feng clenched his hands, slowly explaining his plight, saying his humanity had evaporated long ago, and the only things holding his body together were a sense of responsibility and a tiny bit of remaining rationality. He suspected his brain's neural pathways were not entirely eroded yet, allowing him to use the name Zhou Zhaofeng to struggle against the wild instincts of this flesh. But he knew his own limits, and that this fragile sanity was fading, fearing he would soon be unable to maintain even this human guise. In the next instant, he made a resolute plea, begging him to act as a shield for Xiao Ping and the innocent lives here, and offering to work tirelessly for him, doing whatever ordered as long as his sanity remained. Hearing her father's words like a final testament, Xiao Ping tearfully cried out, "Father." Fortunately, at that exact moment, a system notification popped up in front of him, updating data on more than 2 types of calamities and unlocking a questline called Calamity Collector. This made Xiao Yang's eyes light up with excitement over the brand new questline. On the virtual screen, the requirements were clearly displayed, stating that the mission was to put all effort into studying and understanding the existing types of calamities. He scanned the text quickly and furrowed his brows in contemplation. The collection progress included the superphage virus, mutation-loving spores, and mimic protozoa, with a reward of 300 points. The superphage virus must be the zombie outbreak in City M, The mutation-loving spores were definitely the plants in City S, so the mimicked protozoa was undoubtedly the mimicked flesh this group just mentioned. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yang turned and patted Feng's shoulder, inviting himself along by saying it was a great coincidence and he would tag along. This took him aback, wondering why he wanted to follow him. The young man only chuckled and brushed it off, saying there was no scheme, he was just naturally curious. Hearing this, Feng frowned hesitantly, asking what would happen to the stranded people here. Reading his mind perfectly, Xiao Yang waved his hand decisively, saying this was an easy matter to handle. "Hello, Zhang Shengji, is anyone free over there lately?" Night fell and thousands of stars sparkled overhead. As soon as they set foot on the location, the entire group gaped in utter shock, wondering what on earth this was. What caught their eyes was a man carrying a bundle of tentacles on his back while holding a child's hand. What kind of monster was this? Catching sight of a familiar face, Shuai cheerfully shouted, "Uncle Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang was equally wide-eyed in surprise, asking Zhang Shengji why he had brought his son to the battlefield, and if the boy's mother wasn't worried sick at home. The boy heard this and flexed his muscles, telling Uncle Xiao Yang to rest easy because he was no pushover now, offering to show off a few basic moves to prove his strength. With those words, Shuai spun around and cleared his throat to yell that they had been tailed all this way, and if they didn't show themselves, his group would charge straight into their house. The surrounding area was dead silent, as if no one was following at all. Yet just a few seconds later, a disheveled crowd emerged from their hiding spot, muttering about being caught. The leader of the opposing side immediately put on airs, mockingly asking if this place was rumored to be a notorious headquarters, saying he wanted to see what kind of master required a coordinated gang attack to defeat. Clicking his tongue arrogantly, he pointed his finger directly at Zhang Shengji's face and growled, "It's you, isn't it?" Then he sneered without restraint, saying rumors on the streets claimed he had single-handedly smashed the faces of their new human brothers, asking if he thought he was tough. In contrast to that aggressive display, Zhang Shengji replied blankly in a thick accent, saying he was from another region and had just flown in, so he didn't understand the local dialect. The guy with the tentacle beard looked completely clueless, wondering what was happening. After watching for a while, Feng smacked his forehead in realization, thinking they had mistaken him for himself. But the thugs had already rolled up their sleeves with aggressive momentum, shouting that they had to fight a life-and-death battle anyway, and since they had a crowd, they should rush in and tie him up. Right at the critical moment, Shuai stepped forward with authority to block them, telling his father to take it easy and leave this stage to him. Seeing his son so eager, Zhang Shengji did not forget to advise him to pick an easy target. The gang of thugs immediately roared and rushed forward, like wild beasts tearing at prey. Shuai showed no hesitation, drawing his weapon and raising it coldly to the sky, daring them to come on. The boy quickly pulled the trigger, spraying bullets toward the thugs. The leader dodged skillfully, avoiding every bullet with a smirk, calling him a wet-behind-the-ears kid who didn't know danger, and asking if he realized that with their wind-tearing speed, ordinary humans wouldn't be able to react even if they had extra eyes. But just as he was about to unleash his claws, one of his subordinates took a bullet and collapsed. Hearing the irritating insult, Shuai grew furious and fired wildly, asking who said he was an ordinary human. At that exact moment, the young boy's feet moved as fast as lightning as he continuously fired without stopping. Seizing the opening while Shuai was busy shooting, a flanker tried to ambush him from behind, shouting to grab the brat. Unfortunately, when he lunged down, what he hugged was not the boy but the hard concrete road. Meanwhile, Shuai had leaped into the air, pressing his cold gun barrel against the back of the flanker's neck. Before the guy could register what was happening, his face was slammed into the ground. That awe-inspiring scene left the onlookers gaping, wondering what kind of sacred figure that brat was, and how his skills could be so advanced. Without giving him a break, a giant brute twice his size suddenly charged like a bull toward Shuai. The boy's eyes widened in panic, realizing that if he didn't dodge in time, his bones would easily break. But before that massive body could even touch a single hair of his, it took a thunderous blow from behind. Fortunately, Jiang Shengji intervened just in time, whipping a tentacle to send the giant flying. This brilliant rescue once again left the crowd in utter shock, wondering if these people were all monsters descended to Earth. The arrogant gang of thugs immediately turned cowardly and began to tremble, wondering what on earth was happening, as that man was 10 times stronger than rumored. Despite their fear, they decided to play the numbers game, calling for everyone to rush together to see how many tentacles he could grow, thinking that once he was beaten, the rest would be useless. But Jiang Shengji just stood with hands on his hips, casually directing his twisting tentacles forward as light as a feather. In the blink of an eye, those octopus-like tentacles knocked down every single one of those who dared to charge. Like a flash, the entire gang lay sprawled all over the ground. Shua immediately ran back to his idol to take credit, asking Uncle Xiao Yang if his performance was amazing. Xiao Yang patted the boy's head with a bright smile, praising him for dealing so well with those two cannibals, noting he must have practiced hard lately. The boy puffed his chest with pride, saying it was all thanks to Uncle Xiao Yang's magical field, as everyone's strength shot up rapidly after eating the produce from there. Hearing the report, Xiao Yang mumbled and nodded, silently assessing that the vegetables from the flower cart field still carried plant traces after all, and though they weren't as tough as the predatory wild flora in City S, the amount of evolutionary energy inside was indeed an unexpected treasure. Right then, Shua pointed toward the anomaly before them, scratching his head and asking what that messy pile over there was about. He quickly looked over and slowly analyzed, saying that based on the current chaotic situation, he had already envisioned a future picture consisting of zombies, mutated plants, and even this prominent figure. Then Xiao Yang nodded toward Feng, clicking his tongue as he explained that this fragile life form was commonly referred to on the streets as mimicked flesh. Now that he saw through the situation, it seemed each region produced its own specialty calamity, and he wondered what kind of bizarre enemies they would have to face on the road ahead. At the same time, another location was being battered relentlessly by a swarm of giant insect monsters. Holding on for a while, Zhao Feng grew extremely stressed, shouting hoarsely that the formation had collapsed. The monsters were as numerous as ants, so they should throw open the side gates and flee, saving whoever they could. In less than a heartbeat, the convoy revved their engines and sped wildly away from the base. The persistent beasts refused to let go, immediately rushing forward to pursue them. Seeing their comrades flee, those left behind wailed in despair, begging them not to leave or abandon them there. But as soon as the cries for help ceased, they were caught by the monsters. Returning to Xiao Yang, he was still discussing busily with Feng, saying it was a piece of cake, as that group of people was fully capable of helping him watch over this place, and 20 or 30 low-level cannibals wouldn't pose a threat. Suddenly, a strange detail made him pause for a moment. Xiao Yang nodded toward the tied-up man and curiously asked if that fellow was a cannibal. He nodded in agreement, explaining thoroughly that it was correct, and he kept him as a tool to expose those infected with mimicked flesh. He had accidentally discovered that the cannibals actually rejected and had no desire to consume anyone carrying this pathogen. Not everyone was capable of resisting the assimilation of mimicked flesh like him, and in fact, they carried a calamity far more terrifying than those corpse chewers. Continuing the story, Feng revealed in a low voice that they would hide their identities, secretly infecting healthy people, which was why he had to chain him up as a screening tool. Unexpectedly, the cannibal smirked deviously, saying there was no need for him to play tricks today, as he would voluntarily reveal who was carrying the pathogen. This shocking declaration left the entire group completely stunned. He stared with cloudy eyes, growling madly, saying he was eager to see if he, a person who had lost his humanity, still knew. Before the sentence could finish, Xiao Ping startled, sensing something wrong, the pain of losing your beloved daughter. Hearing that cruel insult, Feng's face darkened immediately and he snapped, "What did you just bark?" Showing no fear, the man laughed aloud, saying the daughter he risked his life to protect had already contracted the mimicked flesh, and there was probably no need for him to waste words explaining who infected her. Hearing this, Xiao Ping timidly pulled up her sleeve, revealing the terrifying injury marks from back then. Seeing the father about to lose his temper, Xiao Yang quickly patted his shoulder to comfort him, gesturing for him to hold back his anger. But strangely enough, Feng muttered with hollow eyes that the thing which drove him to deepest despair was that he felt terrifyingly calm. Turning his gaze to his young daughter, he bitterly confessed that with Xiao Ping infected, his heart should have been in a raging storm, yet everything was numbly quiet, meaning his life as Zhou Xiaofeng had truly come to an end. Finally, Feng made a bitter decision, saying it was time for him to throw himself into that slimy sea of flesh. Then his voice lowered in deep sorrow, asking his brother Xiao Yang that although he no longer felt anything for the past, one must have principles, begging him that if he possessed the ability to cleanse the mimicked flesh within him, could he also save Xiao Ping? Xiao Yang shook his head in refusal, sighing helplessly that this was too unrealistic, as there was no way he could extract his own immune system to save others. Feng could only resign himself to fate, sighing that in that case, they must accept their destiny. Then he turned to warn Xiao Ping, asking if she would also gradually transform into a hideous form like his. But Xiao Ping gritted her teeth and accepted her fate, saying it was fine because the world was already in such chaos, and she had no attachments left, requesting only that once she completely lost her mind, everyone would grant her one final favor. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, Xiao Yang waved his hand and spoke up, telling them to hold on and not give up so quickly, as he had never said he was out of options. Then he pulled a syringe containing a strange solution from his pocket, telling her to take it and inject it into her own arm. This action left the father stunned, wondering what on earth this was. Xiao Yang quickly explained that this was an infection-blocking drug, the bane of the virus in City M, and he guessed it might also be effective in treating this mimicked flesh. Just as Xiao Ping injected the syringe into her bicep, he anxiously asked how it felt. Meanwhile, the cannibal mocked them with a sharp tongue, telling them to educate themselves because mimicked flesh was completely different from a virus, and even a fool would know there was no chance of success. But the next turn of events left him gaping as if he had seen a ghost, wondering what the hell was happening and how this was possible. Seeing the deceitful man's attitude change so rapidly, Xiao Yang sneered in relief, noting that from his twisted expression, it was clear the medicine was working. The father was also visibly overjoyed, saying it was wonderful. After pulling out the needle, the daughter suddenly had a spark of hope, thinking that if it was this miraculous then. Xiao Ping begged for another chance, asking if they could try giving her father an injection of this to restore him to human form. Xiao Yang immediately crushed that hope, saying it was absolutely incurable as his case was far too severe. She was only recently infected so they could save her in time, but as for Feng, the father himself confirmed this, saying he was absolutely correct, as all of his human organs and flesh had been completely devoured. His next words made Xiao Ping's heart tighten with sorrow and helplessness, as he stated that now he was just a pure mass of mimicked flesh, barely managing to wear a human appearance with great effort. Remembering their initial agreement, Feng quickly urged, mentioning that he had said he wanted to see the sea of flesh, asking if he was still interested in going since he felt his remaining time was running out. Xiao Yang did not hesitate to waste another moment, nodding and replying quickly to "let's go." The screen shifted to the territory of Ka City. He scanned his surroundings and assessed that this area was extremely close to the sea of flesh, so there would definitely be no shortage of traps. The young man shared the same feeling, nodding in agreement. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out, causing both of them to freeze in surprise, calling out to the two of them. What they saw was a group of children with dirty faces looking extremely pitiful, asking if they had any food and begging for a bite to eat. However, Xiao Yang became highly vigilant, wondering about children being here, while Feng whispered a warning to be careful in this place. It seemed he had sensed something unusual, as there absolutely should not be anyone passing through here. Meanwhile, the children still acted pitifully, begging them and saying they hadn't had a single grain of rice for days. At the same time, Shui was still enthusiastically wielding his gun to clear out the swarm of beasts. The boy crept closer to inspect and muttered that it was strange why there were so many giant beetles around, running as fast as marathoners and being so massive, noting he had smashed several of them flat since last night. Standing further back, Xiao Ping also shuddered, remarking that she had never seen these hideous things before, as they only appeared yesterday but seemed to be multiplying more and more. Hearing this, Shui scratched his chin and deduced a possibility, wondering if he and his father were emitting a charm that drew them there. At that exact moment, the roaring sound of car engines grinding on the road echoed from afar. Xiao Ping immediately asked in panic what on earth was happening again. While the boy quickly took a defensive stance, his face grim and highly alert, warning to be careful as uninvited guests had come to bother them. From the dusty distance, several imposing armored tanks loomed, kicking up a blinding sandstorm. Spotting the scattered crowd ahead, the man in the vehicle cheered joyfully, saying there were flesh and blood humans and thanking God they had finally found humanity, noting the area looked like a refugee camp. But their appearance was aggressive, as if preparing for battle, shouting to get off the vehicles quickly. One of them quickly got down and explained to calm things down, telling the kid not to shoot as they were not enemies. Hearing this, Shui squinted suspiciously, noting they didn't look like cannibals and didn't carry evolutionary genes, wondering if they were all just ordinary civilians. Yang Bing also raised both hands in the air to wave, speaking gently to calm them down, saying they had no ill intentions and not to be afraid. He didn't forget to turn around and remind his soldiers to lower all weapons, telling them not to scare the kids to death. Seeing Shui boldly step forward to investigate, Xiao Ping quickly warned him to be careful, but the boy seemed to have eased his suspicion, telling her not to worry as they didn't look like cannibals and their faces looked honest. Stared at by a kid who was barely grown, Yang Bing widened his eyes in surprise, asking what he meant and hoping he wasn't the boss of this refugee camp. Shui patted his chest and declared confidently that he was no leader, but was just temporarily acting as a bodyguard to protect them. Hearing the naive answer, a soldier behind him burst out laughing mockingly, asking if he was temporarily in charge of protection, wondering who a tiny kid like him could protect. Shui immediately puffed his cheeks and snapped, telling him to speak politely, as they were currently deciding whether to shelter them. Yang Bing quickly apologized to smooth things over. Then the boy folded his arms and interrogated them like an adult, asking who they were and where they came from. Fearing they might anger him, he hurriedly explained that his name was Yang Bing, and their group had evacuated from City B, which originally had a proper refugee base but was completely destroyed by insects, leaving them helpless and forced to walk south. Initially, 5 vehicles escaped, but they were ambushed along the way and separated, with their big boss and another vehicle heading toward City C. Hearing that part, Shui caught the key phrase, asking if he meant a swarm of insects. Then the boy quickly verified the information, asking if they were these tick-like bugs. Glancing at the carcass, the soldier clicked his tongue in surprise, asking if the insects in this region were really this puny. The crowd also gathered to inspect and couldn't hide their joy, saying it was fantastic and that the insect plague in City M seemed much milder than back home. However, they warned not to celebrate too soon as the giant insect swarm would eventually reach here, though at least it proved their movement speed was slower than anticipated. Seeing them jump to conclusions, Shui quickly waved his hands to correct them, telling them not to misunderstand, as there had never been any bugs here since they were born, and this species had only emerged yesterday, meaning they were also struggling to deal with their own troubles. Hearing this, Yang Bing raised an eyebrow and asked if his own troubles meant those moving mummies. The boy tossed his chin confidently, saying they shouldn't tell him they hadn't encountered them on their way. But the man only chuckled and explained that earlier they thought they were puppets controlled by parasites, wondering why they saw no worms crawling on their heads. Having said that, Yang Bing patted his chest with extreme confidence, saying it was a piece of cake and telling him to look at their equipped firepower. Behind him, their most advanced weaponry was on full display, more than enough to roast the insects, while those petty zombies would be dealt with easily. Only then did Xiao Ping timidly advise them that in any case, they should come inside to take shelter, warning that if they encountered a large crowd of cannibals, they might not be able to protect everyone's lives. The group of soldiers burst into arrogant laughter, saying that since they had come here, they would naturally take care of the security, telling them to sleep soundly as the challenges here were like kindergarten compared to the insect plague they had experienced. But in Xua's sharp eyes, this group was only good at exaggerating things. Around the same time, Xiao Yang was busy clearing out the biological waste in Ka City. Standing in the rear, Feng watched the slaughter with cold sweat dripping, silently marveling that such power was truly terrifying. After clearing the obstacles blocking the way, he dusted off his hands and reminded him that within a 1-kilometer radius, there were still at least 20 of his stealthy fellow countrymen. He nodded in agreement as he had already noticed this, adding that they were all decaying types of mimicked flesh, completely losing the ability to reshape themselves, noting he couldn't imagine what a tragic end an ordinary mortal would face if they accidentally wandered in here. Immediately after, Feng eagerly suggested, "Let's move, I can smell it, the target is right next door." However, the sight that unfolded before their eyes froze both of them in place for a few seconds. An entire bustling metropolis had now been completely swallowed by a squishy ocean of flesh. Every cell in the man's body was also starting to rebel, trying to burst out until finally. Without hesitating for another second, Feng leaped down from the edge of the rooftop where he stood, diving like a moth into the swamp of flesh right before his eyes. But before he could touch the ground, Xiao Yang grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and yanked him back. This rough treatment made him snap. "What on earth are you doing?" The youth tried his best to talk the suicidal man out of it. "Are you really going to give up so pointlessly? Why not hold on a bit longer to see what happens?" But Feng had completely lost his will to fight. "It's no use, kid. My sanity will evaporate sooner or later. One day, I won't be able to fight off this beastly instinct anymore." Just then, he was shocked to realize Xiao Yang was channeling magic. From his palm, wriggling parasitic spores began to sprout. "What tricks are you trying to play?" Then those spores shot straight toward Feng. They aggressively pierced straight through his forehead and slipped into his brain. At that exact moment, a tearing pain and a strange transformation surged through his entire body. In reality, Xiao Yang was directly injecting his overwhelming magical power into Feng's body. Once the magic settled, he calmly muttered, "If your brain is lacking structure." Instantly, his entire central nervous system was enveloped by a strange wave of energy. "Then I will provide that structure for you." Xiao Yang closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on manipulating the magical power. With the process complete, Feng was still in shock, wiping his face as he asked, "What kind of spell did you just put in my head?" Seeing him so confused, he casually explained, "I just implanted some adaptive spores into your body to lock down and preserve your current brain structure. In the meantime, you can be my test subject to help me learn more about the properties of your mimetic protozoa species." Instantly, a system notification popped up. "Calamity Collector questline in progress. Requirement: dedicate all efforts to research and understand the various types of calamities. Collection progress: superphage virus, adaptive spores, mimetic protozoa. Reward: 300 merit points. Current total points: 347. That scientific name made him frown in surprise. "What the hell are mimetic protozoa?" Xiao Yang replied bluntly, "It is exactly that pile of mimetic flesh you guys always talk about." Then he patted Feng hard on the shoulder and calmly analyzed. The fact that these things wipe out the host's memories is not actually their natural trait, but rather a fatal flaw. Looking down at the slimy mass below, Xiao Yang made his deduction. Creating this sea of flesh is actually just a desperate measure. To survive long-term, they must constantly drain life force by sacrificing themselves to contribute nutrients. But as this container grows larger, the surrounding prey that serves as their supply will surely be wiped completely clean. He continued to babble on. "When the food runs out, this sea of flesh will consume itself. Because the species is too monotonous, it might even trigger a massive, widespread collapse." Hearing this, Feng quickly grabbed onto a ray of hope. So will those spores you put in my head help me recover my human self? Yang immediately threw cold water on his hopes. Dream on, that is impossible, but at least they lock your current state so you do not deteriorate further. Then he explained in detail, the adaptive spores will latch onto your current structural framework to constantly analyze and patch things up, while fighting with the protozoa inside you for territory, creating a balanced, three-way stalemate. It seemed Yang had planned ahead to prevent any potential risks. As long as you keep feeding structural data, you can escape the death sentence of memory loss. Feng was breathless with joy upon hearing this. Does that mean I can live as Zhou Xiaofeng until I grow old and gray? He shrugged in confirmation. Theoretically, if there are no bad variables, that is exactly how it will be. Overwhelmed by this immense favor, he bowed his head slightly in gratitude. Yet Feng's heart remained heavy with worry, but then again, in the end this is only freezing the current state. Fighting head-to-head with wild instincts is still a nightmarish challenge. I am really scared I cannot carry this burden. But Yang smirked with confidence. That is why this is the second gift I want you to test. His next words made his heart skip a beat, jump down. Looking at the pulsating pit of flesh below, Feng stared in disbelief. What did you say? But Yang calmly urged him as if it were a casual stroll. You will have to jump sooner or later anyway. Just close your eyes and trust me this once. At that same heart-stopping moment, the soldiers were pulling into a gas station to refuel their tanks. Zhao Feng anxiously bit his nails, constantly urging his men, hurry up. It smells like danger around here. Who knows what traps are waiting for us? One of the soldiers quickly calmed his boss down. Relax, boss. The guys are pumping the gas as fast as they can. Hearing that, he suddenly had a thought. It seems these coordinates have already crossed outside the boundaries of City B, right? We escaped that cage ages ago, boss. This land now belongs to City Ka, and who knows if Yang Bing's group is dead or alive. Is that crappy radio still not fixed? But the mechanic scratched his head and gave the bad news, no can do, boss. During the chaotic escape, the radio took a bullet and shattered. The components inside are completely smashed to pieces. At this point, Zhao Feng could only hold his head and lament. If I had known, I would have bought a backup unit from the start. But his subordinate immediately comforted him. Don't worry, boss. The other vehicle is bound to slow down anyway. Once we refuel, we'll step on the gas and catch up in no time. Just as they were chatting, a voice rang out that froze them in their tracks. Are you guys actually real humans? Appearing before them was a disheveled but otherwise normal-looking group. Can you take us in? We have a stash of supplies ready. Seeing this, the soldier walked over to ask, are you girls refugees wandering around here? She nodded eagerly. Exactly, big brother, we have a lot of stored goods. But the soldier sensed something was off. Are you saying there are absolutely no insect swarms attacking this area? But the harsh reality was that this weak-looking group was actually a pack of insects playing dress-up to lure their prey into a trap, insect swarms. No such thing, we only have supplies. Hearing that obviously fake tone, the soldier scratched his head awkwardly. Right, I get it. I know you girls have food. But just as he excitedly turned to suggest, boss, how about we escort them and their supplies back to our base? Zhao Feng screamed at the top of his lungs, watch your damn life. Because those imposters had dropped their masks, revealing their hideous monster forms as they prepared to tear him to pieces. The scene shifted back to Feng, who was staring down at the wriggling mass of flesh below, shivering as he asked, are you joking or are you serious? Yang replied in a firm, unquestionable tone, I already told you that you have to jump either way, trust me completely. After hesitating for a few seconds, both of them finally decided to close their eyes and dive headfirst into the abyss. Sensing a delicious meal falling down, the flesh below lunged upward hungrily, as if to swallow the entire sky. Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp killing intent as he noticed their movement. With a perfect landing, both the youth and the older man stood firmly on top of the giant mass of flesh. Instantly, the chaotic mass surged forward, opening its gaping maw to swallow them both whole. In the blink of an eye, both the youth and the older man were wrapped tightly by flesh tentacles. Suddenly, a bizarre tremor echoed from deep within the sea of flesh. Then, all of a sudden, the surface of the sea became eerie and dead silent. After a few seconds of silence, it belched out a stream of green liquid, reeking of death. Yet the magical energy within refused to fade, expanding wildly instead like weeds after rain. That was the terrifying inner power of Jiang, Yang erupting violently. The cocoon shell cracked open, releasing the young man completely unharmed. Witnessing this incredible transformation, Feng could only stammer, "What on earth is this?" Seeing this, Yang snapped his fingers to remind him, "Close your mouth and stop staring. It is your turn to take the stage." These words made him jump in confusion. Before his brain could even process, Feng felt a surging power tearing at him, demanding to break free. He let out a gut-wrenching roar as that strange entity struggled to find a way out of his body. They were just like parasitic worms, squirming out of his pores in droves. Then, like arrows, the grotesque swarm rushed headfirst toward the giant sea of flesh behind. Immediately after, that power blended with Yang's lush green vines. A powerful magical aura radiated from the man, as if it wanted to swallow up the entire world. In an instant, a giant tree sprouted from the middle of the slimy flesh swamp, its lush green branches spreading wide. Even Feng himself could only stare wide-eyed, unable to process the shock. Only then did Yang step forward, smirking as he asked, "How does it feel to have that wild instinct completely fed, brother?" Meanwhile, the man was still reeling from the shock. What kind of miracle is this? It seemed the sea of flesh had obediently backed down, no longer showing any interest in tearing them apart. At the same time, Feng realized they were obediently submitting to the influence of the magical power he was emitting. He gasped in surprise, "Can I actually control them now? Have I become the sea of flesh itself?" Yang waved his hand to dismiss the thought. "Please stop overestimating your power. There is no way it happens that fast. Right now, you only have about 1/5 of this sea under your thumb. If you want to rule the whole thing, you will have to work hard for another half a month." As soon as he finished speaking, another giant tree sprouted and bloomed in the distance. Leaving him wide-eyed and confused once more, "What is happening now?" He casually replied, "Another tree is growing, obviously. That is a core trunk. Every time a trunk sprouts, it means your dominion over this sea of flesh has expanded by another circle." Then Yang added a crucial piece of information. "Just wait until the day this entire sea is covered in the shade of these trees. That is when you will officially take the throne of this sea of flesh. But let me give you a heads up first. Those adaptive spores are still ultimately under my control." To close the conversation, he did not forget to issue a warning. "You had better not harbor any cheap tricks or dirty schemes against me or the brothers in City M. I gave you this power, and I can take it back in a heartbeat, understood?" Though his head was still buzzing, Feng nodded quickly. "Of course, I cannot thank you enough. I would never dare to grow the courage to plot against you." Yang nodded in satisfaction. "Very well." But their joy was short-lived as both gasped in unison, "Something serious is happening." Far in the distance, two figures were running for their lives, screaming, "Damn it! I would rather give my life to the insects than go into the smelly mouth of this thing." Suddenly, the guy in front braked hard, making Zhao Feng yell at him, "Why the hell are you stopping? Run for your life." Both of them stood frozen, gaping at the bizarre sight before their eyes. Towering into the sky was a lush tree growing out of nowhere in an absurd manner. Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon right before their eyes, Zhao Feng and Yang Bing's companions stared in awe, wondering what kind of strange creature that was. Before they could even recover, both jumped in shock as a harsh, roaring sound suddenly echoed from right behind them. With his mind in a frenzy, he hurriedly asked, "The situation is too intense. Should we keep running or what?" Zhao Feng stared at the ground, waving his hand in annoyance. "Run where? Are you blind? That smelly patch of flesh blocking the way is cast from the exact same mold as those monsters from earlier." Hearing this, Yang Bing's companion turned pale and asked, "So what do we do?" He quickly pointed, then dodged to the sides, but the other shook his head violently. "There is no time to turn. They are already right on our heels." While the two were still arguing, a massive black mass loomed from behind like a collapsing mountain, crashing down right toward their heads. As Yang Bing's companion looked up, his eyes widened in utter despair as he thought, "We are dead meat this time." Feng suddenly released a wave of toxic gas, putting the unlucky pair in a highly critical situation. In the blink of an eye, that toxic liquid crawled and wriggled, completely surrounding them on all sides. Not stopping there, that mass split open, turning into countless exact clones of the original. The toxic contagion spread at a breakneck speed without showing any mercy. Then they crawled forward, trying to latch onto the figures running for their lives in the distance. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, the pace so suffocating it was hard to breathe. In a flash, Feng's clones fell into an ambush, completely surrounded with no way out. At that chilling moment, both time and space seemed to freeze, heavy with the weight of life and death. The process of devouring and fusing occurred simultaneously, as brutal as a raging torrent. Zhao Feng and Yang Bing's companion stood there staring blankly for a long time, before they finally saw Feng slowly take a step back. He scratched his head in confusion. "Wait, are we safe?" The other quickly shushed him, acting mysterious as he whispered, "Silence is golden, maybe that thing is half-blind and hasn't spotted us yet." Just as Zhao Feng closed his mouth, a chilling voice tore through the air, "Cut the innocence. If you so much as twitch a hair, I will know instantly." Yang Bing's companion jumped and turned around looking for the source, while the other also scanned the area, calling out, "Who is hiding and talking trash?" Zhao Feng was stunned to see the mysterious figure materialize right in front of his nose, stammering, "What on earth are you?" Right at that moment, Yang casually interrupted and exposed him. He is actually this entire slimy ocean of flesh. He frowned in suspicion. "So who is this kid and when did he get next to us?" Yang smiled mischievously, tossing the ball back. "Why don't you two catch up first? Where are you guys originally from?" After hearing their explanation, the kid raised his eyebrows in curiosity. "An insect swarm." Zhao Feng nodded in confirmation. "To be precise, it is an insect calamity. The ground bugs are brutal, the flying ones are incredibly agile, and the heavy hitters can spit corrosive acid from a long distance." He explained at length, "The most terrifying are the brain bugs that use humans as puppets. They coordinate and strategize their attacks so well that even humans have to take notes." Meanwhile, Xiao Ping heard these words and suddenly went dead silent, looking thoughtful. She glanced at Yang Bing and spoke philosophically. "Sounds exactly like a highly organized social colony." The man looked puzzled and asked, "Social colony?" Xiao Ping explained further, "Ants, bees, and termites all have that trait. They discard selfishness to sacrifice for the common good. These species are the true nightmares. Their ability to manipulate and coordinate with each other is far more brutal than anything the human mind can imagine." He let out a long sigh, emphasizing, "Do you finally realize how savage the enemy we have provoked is?" Right at the climax of the conversation, an ear-splitting screech made everyone jump. "What is happening now?" All eyes scanned the area and locked onto a single direction. In a heartbeat, everyone could clearly identify the cannibalistic scavengers. Yang Bing squinted to examine them closely, muttering, "Man-eating beasts. Are those freaks really so savage that they chew up actual humans?" Shuai nodded casually, "Exactly. Now you guys get a full introduction to the rivals we have to deal with." She sneered dismissively, "Our intel spotted your big boss running back to City Ka already." The guy next to her smirked and added, "So who is left to act as your babysitter and protect you now?" Meng Jiao cleared her throat and suggested, "Listen up. If you want to play hard, I can send you all to the afterlife, but that would be a waste of resources and no fun for either side. How about our side protects you, and you just obediently offer up one human life as tribute every few days? Is that a deal?" He scoffed sarcastically, "Are you planning to start a human ranch?" She continued arrogantly, "I will give you half an hour to think it over. If you are still stubborn, expect to be wiped out completely." Yang Bing frowned in annoyance. These idiots really have no shame in their speech. He and his men brought out their weapons to show off, shouting arrogantly, "Hey, you human-chewing scum, open your eyes and look at what this baby is." Meng Jiao frowned and sneered, holding a piece of scrap metal and acting tough. "This kid looks completely unfamiliar, he is definitely not a local." As soon as she finished talking, she ordered her gang to charge into close-quarters combat without any warning. On the other side, everyone watching the spectacle gaped and muttered, "Are they doing some synchronized dance moves together?" In the blink of an eye, the quartet lined up right in front of them. Everyone began to break a sweat as they realized the danger, jumping from such a high floor, and their bones are still completely intact. These guys are definitely not ordinary humans. Yang Bing did not waste time thinking, immediately yelling at his men to pull the trigger and open fire. Those monsters treated the rain of bullets like a mere itch, pushing straight forward with expressionless faces. He stared in horror and screamed, "What the hell are these maniacs made of bronze and iron that they do not fear bullets?" Realizing the tide had turned, the crowd panicked. "This is bad, how do we deal with this?" Yang Bing roared at the top of his lungs, "Damn it, brace yourselves and hold the line, retreat in an orderly fashion." Just as he looked back, the enemy's face was already right in front of him, and he blurted out, "We are finished." At that exact life-and-death moment, a sharp tail shot out of nowhere, piercing straight through the enemy. Dark red liquid sprayed directly onto Yang Bing's face, leaving him standing there in shock. Even Meng Jiao, who was in the middle of a charging frenzy, had to break hard in confusion. What kind of strange development is this? She stared at the creature in front of her as a shiver ran down her spine. What kind of alien species has crawled out now? Complaints rose up in a clamor. What is going on here? Who said that guy had already packed up and left for City Ka? Meng Jiao cursed loudly, "You liar, did you dare to trick us?" He frantically clarified, "Please open your eyes and look closely, this beast is not that guy at all." Panicked footsteps and screams began to echo, "Run." His heart shrank as he took off at full speed. "Get out of my sight, I am slipping away first." Coincidentally, a figure was hovering high up in the sky. He looked down, caught the signal, and stroked his chin as he muttered, "Oh, where did another expert pop up from?" In the blink of an eye, Chang Jia braked hard to catch up, forcing Meng Jiao to freeze in confusion. What kind of mess is this now? He did not even bother to say a word, silently charging straight ahead to deliver a strike. With just a few simple moves, Chang Jia cleared them all out in an extremely professional manner. That impressive performance left everyone who witnessed it in absolute awe. Seeing Yang Bing's gaping, dumbfounded face, Shua nudged him teasingly, "Well, how is that for skill?" The kid added a thoughtful remark, "Those hornets are indeed a headache, but when compared, a human's heart is still the most chilling thing, isn't it?" Finding his words highly convincing, he nodded repeatedly in agreement. On the other side, Jiang Zhaoyang's mind worked quickly, piecing together Zhao Feng's story as he concluded, "Ah, so it's an insect swarm." Still having some doubts in his mind, he asked, "By that logic, is the disaster in city B a completely separate category?" Just then a bright system notification popped up. Instructions: dedicate all efforts to collect data on calamities. Progress recorded: virus, super-devouring entity, adaptive spores, disguised protozoa, astral insect form multiplied by 8. Reward: 400 merit points. Active quest: pest control. Requirement: eliminate threats from the insect group. Reward: 300 merit points. Jiang Zhaoyang stroked his chin and reasoned, as expected, a brand new calamity category has emerged. Besides, the more diverse the types of disasters, the more generous the rewards become. As if suddenly waking up from a dream, he asked, "Earlier you mentioned your group scattered toward the southwest, right?" Zhao Feng replied, "Our initial plan was to take a detour around the downtown area of City M and then follow the main highway straight south." Feng added a crucial piece of information. "Those coordinates are exactly where our base is located." Yang Bing's companion scratched his head in confusion. "Do wanderers like you guys actually have a base? Is that really necessary?" Jiang Zhaoyang smiled and replied, "We still need a shelter from the elements to store the useful things we collect." With that, he turned an inquiring gaze toward the older man. "Do you think I am right, brother?" Feng lowered his voice sadly. "My body has already merged with this sea of flesh, so my path home is cut off. Brother Jiang Zhaoyang, please protect Zhao Ping for me." Jiang Zhaoyang waved his hand dismissively. "What nonsense! My goal on this trip is actually to move that girl and everyone at your base over here." He stared in shock and exclaimed, "How is that possible? Compared to them, my body is a ticking time bomb right now. He calmly replied, wait, didn't you realize your nature is already shifting in a slightly different direction? Hearing those words, Feng knit his brows in deep thought. He slapped his forehead as if waking up. That's true, lately my urge to infect others and hunt prey has dropped drastically. Why on earth did that happen? Jiang casually analyzed. It's because those adaptive spores generate a cheap and efficient energy source that the sea of flesh fully absorbs. Since it is highly effective, your hunting desire naturally decreases. With your strong willpower, controlling those simple urges is a piece of cake. With the explanation over, he waved his hand to signal their departure. Let's head out, and while we are at it, let's see if we can pick up those brothers of yours. As soon as Shuai spotted him, he grinned broadly. Uncle Yang, you took so long but you are finally back. We just beat up a gang of tough enemies. Yang Bing was overjoyed to see Zhao Feng, shouting excitedly, the boss is back. He smiled and replied to Yang Bing, Brother Yang was absolutely right. We found you guys exactly in this place. Looking around and seeing no one else, he asked, where is the rest of our team? Zhao Feng explained bitterly, the monster encounter was too brutal, the brothers have all passed away. As soon as the tragic news was delivered, everyone's face immediately filled with deep grief. Yang Bing quickly cheered up his boss. The bad luck is over, boss. You must take a good look at the people of this base. They are so strangely powerful they violate the laws of nature. Zhao Feng smirked helplessly. You guys should hear what we just witnessed. That was the true peak of absurdity. Xiao Ping rushed over and asked, Brother Yang, so in the end, my dad has still turned into a piece of that sea of flesh. He calmly nodded, yes, but dry your tears, your father still maintains his own will. She was shocked, gaping, what did you say? Yang patted his chest proudly. I found a way to help your father control the power of that sea of flesh. That area has now actually become the safest fortress. Immediately after, he waved his hand to give the order, pack your things, everyone, we are moving. Boss Zhao Feng and I have just secured a much better piece of land. Before long, the entire group was moving in a long line, following closely behind Yang. After taking a few steps, he suddenly warned them in a serious tone, be careful, we have just stepped into the hunting territory of the disguised flesh monsters. Just at this moment, a voice called out from behind, excuse me, are you guys survivors? The entire group turned around to inspect them with a highly defensive and alert attitude. Yang Bing looked at them for a moment, then shrugged and said, they do not look like those cannibals from earlier. They are just harmless civilians, why are we bracing ourselves? With just a single glance, Zhao Feng exposed their identity, it is that same crowd again. He quickly pulled his sleeve to stop him, leader, what are you doing? They are just ordinary citizens like us. He snapped in annoyance, open your eyes and look closely, you call these guys ordinary citizens. Yang Bing looked a second time, immediately breaking into a cold sweat out of fear. Whispers began to spread everywhere, what on earth is that? That is absolutely disgusting. Suddenly, someone spotted a sign of trouble and yelled, they are popping up in that corner over there too. Their current situation was like fish on a chopping block, with all sides seemingly blocked off. The chaos completely broke their formation, we are finished, there are more over there, we are trapped in a siege. Zhao Feng shouted frantically, Brother Yang, get everyone out of here and run toward the Flesh Sea boss. Our group has great firepower, we will cover you with gunshots, hurry up. Yang Bing patted his chest to reassure him, calm down, boss, Shuai's group has some very strong protectors. He barked back in anger, stop talking nonsense, these guys are tough to handle. Get the brothers to block them, keep your weapons ready, do not let them get close. The kid chimed in, do exactly as your boss says, these creatures are much tougher than the cannibals, it is time for our firepower to show off. Yang laughed and patted Zhao Feng hard on the shoulder, not bad. I have to admit, when trouble strikes, you guys really step up and look reliable. With that said, he stepped straight to the front line. Leave this field to me, all of you step back and group together, lest you get caught in the crossfire later. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang pulled the trigger. and fired a shot straight into the air without hesitation. A bright red streak of light bloomed like a firework in the sky. Shuai looked up in curiosity. Why is Uncle Jiang Yang firing a flare? Is Meng Shan's group coming here too? He smiled and replied, wrong, it is another squad of super soldiers. The boy frowned in confusion, another squad of super soldiers. Jiang Yang spotted his allies and ordered, make your move, no need to go all out, just make sure they do not kill our people. A cleanup crew will handle the aftermath later. Zhang Shengji nodded briefly, understood. From the other side of the battle line, those eccentric creatures charged forward recklessly. He coordinated with Chang Jia and Shuai to charge straight ahead to meet the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the trio wiped out the brutal cannibals without missing a single one. Zhao Feng watched the action in absolute shock. Are these people monsters as well? Yang Bing bragged proudly, have I ever lied to you? Leader, are your eyes open now? But right at this moment, waves of roars continued to echo, shocking everyone. Oh my God, are there even more monsters? No one seemed to believe their eyes as they screamed. Sure enough, the disguised flesh monsters were swarming in even greater numbers. Immediately, the radio crackled. Leader Jiang Yang, this corner is also packed with them. Everything fell into chaos. We are doomed. Leader Jiang Yang's forces are completely held back and cannot make it back to save us in time. The person next to him quickly shouted, draw your weapons, prepare to defend ourselves. Feng, still full of energy, charged straight ahead like a raging storm. Hearing the deafening roars, everyone cursed in unison, damn it, hold your ground, do not retreat under any circumstance. Just as the group was ready for close combat, he whizzed past them, charging straight toward the monsters over there. Someone could not help but mutter in confusion, wait, wasn't the plan for these monsters to target us? What met their eyes was an unbelievable sight. Those deformed monsters were turning on each other, tearing each other to pieces. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Zhao Feng slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I get it now. Those monsters are actually the other squad of experts that brother Jiang Yang said was under that boss's command. Yang Bing looked at his face with a look full of questions. That big shot. Zhao Feng smiled mysteriously. Just wait a little longer and you'll see him with your own eyes. Not long after, a sigh of relief echoed. The movie was over. At the same time, several hideous fleshy tentacles emerged from the cracked ground, making everyone jump in panic. Watch out. People shouted to warn each other, get out of the way quickly before you get hurt. Sensing a bad omen, someone frowned and muttered, what on earth is that monstrous thing? Before rushing toward the pile of corpses. The slimy fleshy tentacles quickly pierced through and took deep root inside. In the blink of an eye, they greedily slurped to merge with each other. Yang, expressionless, ordered everyone to follow this path of fleshy tentacles, saying they would reach the destination soon. Yang Bing stared at the monstrous form before him, utterly terrified. What kind of creature is that? His voice trembled uncontrollably. Did a tree seriously just grow out of this sea of flesh? At that very moment, Xiao Ping recognized a familiar figure and cried out, it's my dad. He quickly patted the young girl's back to comfort her. Calm down, your dad is waiting just ahead. Xiao Yang cupped his hands to yell, hey brother, show yourself, your precious daughter is here to find you. As soon as the news reached Feng's ears, he stirred to make his presence known. Zhao Feng rubbed his hands in excitement and said, take a good look, witness the true ultimate level right here. As his figure slowly emerged, Xiao Ping burst into tears and cried, Dad. Seeing the young lady about to rush forward, he quickly held out his arms to block her. Xiao Ping's emotional moment was cut short, and she asked with a dark face, why are you stopping me? Feng quickly explained to ease the situation, this sea of flesh is too massive, and Dad hasn't fully mastered control yet. Don't come near, or you might get hurt by accident. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. That's right, our group will camp here from now on. Remember, absolutely do not touch the sea of flesh. Keep a safe distance so that Zhao Feng can suppress its instinct to attack and infect everyone. He turned around to ask if a good gathering spot had been found, and the older man enthusiastically pointed the way. Go about 1 kilometer southwest, Right at the border of Ka City and Kui City, there is a factory workshop. I've completely cleared out the camouflaged flesh in there. Everyone should relocate over there. In another development, a series of deafening vibrations suddenly erupted at Jiang Kai's gathering spot. He scratched his head and muttered, "Strange, has the frequency of these invading plants gotten a bit too crowded lately?" He cleared his throat and chimed in. "With a commotion this big, another roaming flower carriage must have drifted into our neighborhood." Jia frowned and protested. "What flower carriage? Hasn't that thing already been tamed by big brother Yang to be as obedient as a puppy?" He stammered in defense. "The flower carriages growing in this dense forest aren't just limited to that single one." Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Yang had also quieted down, leaving the noise behind. Everything gradually returned to its natural order. Suddenly, the static hiss of the walkie-talkie buzzed loudly. He gathered the information and replied, "Understood, boss." Yang turned to report to Feng, "There's trouble brewing in the southern suburbs of M City. I have to make a trip back." Feng waved his hand and said, "I've got this place covered. You boys take your time." Hearing that, Yang quickly called out to Shua. The little boy turned his head and asked Uncle Yang, "What's the matter, Uncle Yang?" Yang quickly assigned the tasks. "There is some trouble at the flower carriage field. Uncle Chang and I have to go investigate. You and your dad try to stay here and guard the base." Shua chuckled and replied, "Consider it done, brother Yang, don't worry." After a short while, Jiang Kai gleefully announced the news. "Brother Yang and Chang Jia have made it back home." He boasted proudly, "Just the strength of San, Kai, and me is more than enough to handle this mess, not to mention we have brother Cheng backing us up. What is there to fear?" Hong Li also chimed in to warn them. He Lao was absolutely right. Don't be so arrogant and underestimate the enemy. We need Yang's support to ensure there are no weak spots. Yang teased, "Little Kai, you've really put on some weight and gotten cocky lately, haven't you?" He struck a showy pose and shot back, "Of course I have. Eating food from the flower carriage lately, even the survivors left in town have turned into strongmen. A guy of my level is at least among the top tier of experts in this ruined era, no joke." Hearing his boasting, he laid his cards on the table. "All right then, tomorrow morning, pack your things and follow me straight into the restricted deep zone of S City. Let's see how much progress you kids have actually made." As soon as the sun rose the next day, the group set up camp in the deep wilderness to assess and evaluate their abilities. After observing for a while, Yang nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Not bad at all." Jia flipped her hair and replied modestly, "It's nothing special." Jiang Kai then stepped forward to take credit. "So, brother Yang, I wasn't lying, was I? San and I have leveled up significantly." He smiled faintly. "Save your breath for when we face a real flower carriage before boasting." While they were all chattering away, Li Cheng suddenly sensed something unusual. He hurriedly waved and called out, Yang, look over at that corner." He and the others made their way over, and someone quickly raised a question, "What is that object? A tree stump?" Yang set aside his hesitation and walked straight up to inspect it closely. At the slightest touch of his hand, a loud rumbling sound instantly erupted. Yang stared open-mouthed at the ruined mess right in front of him. Which troublemaker is fooling around and causing damage here? Li Cheng turned his head to ask, "Or could our own people have accidentally destroyed it?" Jiang Kai frowned and immediately objected, "Impossible. None of our people are capable of venturing this deep into this secluded cave." Right at that moment, he sharply picked up a strange, echoing noise around the area. Yang immediately winked and waved his hand. "There's movement in that corner, let's go check it out." Sure enough, following the noise, they were greeted by an unexpected mess. In the quiet midday, a massive ancient tree suddenly snapped and fell straight toward his side. The companions were also terrified and shouted to one another, "Something's wrong, dodge quickly." Someone shrieked in a panic, "Hey, get out of the way." The old man dodged clumsily and got his leg pinned by the tree trunk, holding his leg and screaming, "How hateful! Who is playing tricks on me?" His cries of pain grew louder and louder. "Which idiot messed with this? You horrible person." His voice hissed with intense hatred. "You cruel, heartless bastards, don't you dare think you'll get away with this." Just as he was preparing to resist, his entire body suddenly seemed to freeze as if someone had pressed a pause button. He repeatedly spat out pools of blood, his mouth still pleading desperately. "I don't want the vaccine, I can still work. Please give me 2 days, I swear I'll recover and keep going." Unfortunately, a swarm of hideous vines took the opportunity to crawl over and completely consume his body. Sharp roots pierced directly through his eyeballs without any hesitation. Then they ruthlessly shredded that mortal flesh and bone. The witnesses watching this horror show firsthand broke into a cold sweat, utterly bewildered. Above all else, it was accompanied by a nameless dread. Jiang sensed disaster and quickly shouted to urge them, "Don't just stand there like blocks of wood. Grab your tools and get to work, keep on grinding." In an instant, voices of agreement rose up. "That's right, let's get back to work." A trembling youth nearby added, "I'm still doing fine, my limbs can still work." The tightening vines continued to leisurely feed, wrapping tightly around his mangled corpse. Breaking the silence, Jiang Kai's sharp voice rang out, "Brother Yang, I smell humans." His keen hearing immediately located a few lucky survivors who were busy sawing wood. The entire group strode forward quickly, closing in on Jiang's position. Hearing that, several companions frowned and asked, "Lucky survivors?" Jiang Kai widened his eyes in curiosity at their strange attitude. How bizarre. Meeting people of their own kind, yet they show no joy, only utter shock on their faces. He quickly cleared his throat and joked, "Hello there, precious survivors." Jia frowned and muttered, "Their reactions seem a bit slow." Meanwhile, Jiang probed for more information. "Is this small group all you have? Do you have any other friends around?" He smiled cordially. "Our campsite is grand in scale, fully secured, and we happen to be facing a severe staff shortage. As long as you can gather a crowd, come over and join us." Jiang Kai, with a cold face, remarked casually, "It's true we have a whole brigade with us, but can your little patch of land support that many?" Just as the young man was about to spill everything, Yang reached out to stop him. He stepped to the front and spun a tale. "Our group just had a major falling out with our old camp, and we've parted ways completely. Does your place have room to take in these homeless folks?" Jiang was visibly delighted and quickly replied, "Oh, what an honor. In this ruined era, the pressure is overwhelming, so differences in opinion are completely normal. In short, many hands make light work, and we are stronger together." Yang nodded as if deeply moved. "That's a shining truth right there." With the deal settled, he waved his hand and called out, "Follow us then." After walking for a while, Jiang smacked his lips and announced, "We've arrived." Jia vaguely spotted several twisting vines acting as if possessed, firmly asserting, "This is definitely an adventitious root system of a plant." San also mocked, "The feng shui of the land where your camp is based seems to have a serious problem." Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, his face suddenly contorted, revealing his cheap, ultimate malice. Jiang quickly squeezed out a fake smile to smooth things over. "Oh, my friend, you're too suspicious. These are just minor mutated plants, perfectly harmless varieties that wouldn't dream of biting anyone like the rumors say." He pointed his index finger to show the way. "Over that way, squeeze through that thick undergrowth and you'll reach the base." Jia mumbled complaints along the way. "If I didn't know this was supposed to be a gathering station, I might have thought we'd fallen into some endless abyss." He added breathlessly, "The lair of some evil creature perhaps." As soon as Jia finished speaking, they were confronted by a colossal tree rising like a pillar to the heavens. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, stammering in shock, "Oh my God, this size is just ridiculous." He turned to ask, "Comparing this massive size, it might not even lose to the seed growing inside Yang, right?" He also nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. If we're only talking about size, this one is indeed larger than mine. Even combining all the flower carriage fields probably wouldn't match this expansion." Yang chuckled, "Let's get to business. Kai, go on and show off your muscles." He made a sour face. "Oh, big brother Yang, spare me. Don't egg me on. How on earth am I supposed to take down this massive thing?" Suddenly, Jia Zun's voice shrieked from afar, "Go and restrain all of them for me." Shortly after, his henchmen emerged from the thick bushes. The lackeys rushed in to choke them, making He-Chi grimace and grumble, "Hey, are you guys out of your minds? What kind of cheap tricks are these?" Xiao Yang remained as calm as a bystander, his eyes taking in every detail of the troublemakers. Xiao Jia suddenly spotted a glimmer of hope and cried out, "Look closely." The tree spirit before them suddenly released a powerful, surging aura. A series of rapid, echoing noises began to blare loudly. The quiet space was instantly thrown into absolute chaos. What kind of wicked scheme was it plotting? The entire array of dark-stained plants slowly rose up. They groaned out word by word, "Surrender and pledge allegiance now." Xiao Jia couldn't help but shiver, squinting her eyes. "Watching this play out gives me goosebumps." The voices of the plants dragged on in the quiet air. "We are willing to serve as your hunting hounds for eternity." Suddenly, a harsh, mocking voice interrupted, "Despicable." Xiao Yang shot a gaze as sharp as a knife at them. How shameful. He glanced at the man trying to twist his arm, only to see his pale face muttering in distress. "We've accidentally targeted our own kind." Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Xiao Yang casually delivered a fatal sneak strike. Caught completely off guard, the man was sent flying and crashing far away. He activated the vines, which whipped out and captured the target. The man scrambled to his feet, his mind still in a daze. "Wait, who are you guys?" The situation reversed in an instant, pointing the spearhead back at them. "What kind of ghosts are you to drop in here like this?" Xiao Yang said calmly, "Since you were also forced at knife point, I will spare your lives for now." Those worthless plants still roared and rushed forward in full force. He listened closely, looking left and right to observe all movements. Xiao Yang shrugged and casually retracted the bundle of vines. On this side, his companions also charged like wild horses, plowing into the dense tree roots to fight. Every move they made to sweep and chop the roots was precise and decisive, without a single wasted motion. Before the heap of rotten leaves could even twitch, they were completely uprooted and cleared away. The onlookers stared wide-eyed in a cold sweat. These people are absolutely not ordinary mortals. One scratched his chin and marveled, "Amazing, who would have thought they could completely dominate the tree spirits like this, totally crushing them?" Another man blurted out pessimistically, "We're doomed, brothers. Even if they win this skirmish, who can withstand the endless sea of beasts out there?" He added some grim news. "That massive pile of corpses over there is just the plant boss's backup guards waiting to take their shift." While everyone was gathering to analyze the battle, Xiao Yang calmly and steadily dealt with the plant's swarm. Showing no intention of holding back, he flipped his palms and unleashed a relentless torrent of strikes. With just a few moves, Xiao Yang completely wiped out that plant garbage. His flawless display left the man stammering in shock. "Monsters, they are truly a pack of monsters." Before he could get another word out, his entire skeleton slipped out of control. A mass of branches and vines rapidly grew and crawled wildly inside his body. A nearby ally coughed and gasped, "I have a bad feeling that misfortune has arrived." The frequency of shrill screams intensified, tearing through the sky. The common folk frantically pleaded, "Please show mercy, we can still work and prove our value." He stared at the ticking time bomb before him, deeply worried. "If things keep sliding downhill like this, we won't be able to save a single life." Xiao Yang smirked arrogantly. "Uprooting and destroying its main body will settle everything in no time." Having made his point, he kicked off the ground and aggressively initiated the battle without blinking. Xiao Yang charged his entire body directly toward the massive tree trunk before him. He wielded his power gracefully like an acrobat. Delivering a decisive, powerful blow, he crushed the enemy formation without hesitation. Startled, a massive vine suddenly dropped from above, slicing straight down toward Xiao Yang's head. Sensing danger, he unleashed his power to block and defend against the strike. Unfortunately, a deafening explosion that shook the heavens and earth still rumbled violently. Xiao Yang reacted instantly, quickly backing up and retreating several meters. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Tough luck, this big guy is way too oversized. It's hard to take down in one go, and wasting stamina like this will only invite trouble." On this side, loud wailing pierced the eardrums. "I'm going to meet my ancestors, everyone. I don't want to die yet." Xiao Yang dusted himself off, stretched, took a deep breath, and ordered the entire group of plant-infected victims to crawl to the gathering point. They stared at him suspiciously and sneered, "Are we going there just to die?" Too lazy to explain, he silently got right to work. Xiao Yang spewed out a massive wave of miraculous detoxifying liquid. Submerged in the green pool, they poked their heads out, gasping in shock. What kind of magical broth is this? After a sigh of relief, everything returned to normal, leaving the bald man puzzled as he asked what kind of holy water it was. He quickly explained, "This premium batch of mutated algae and fungi secretes interferon that freezes the reproductive chain of those filthy parasitic spores lodged in your guts." After giving the explanation, Xiao Yang tapped Zhang Kai's head. "Hurry up and herd this pack of migrants." The young man nodded immediately in obedience. San San and Xiao Jia also followed closely behind to assist. The withered branches and leaves stubbornly hurled insults, calling them vile, shameless servants. Xiao Yang's eyes were instantly flooded with a dark, murky mist. The veins on his face bulged and contorted, gradually becoming more defined. Xiao Yang channeled energy into his eyes, blasting a bright laser beam at the plant trash, roaring, "Fools." His entire body tensed up as he lectured them. "Coexisting and relying on each other is the only way to prolong our survival." As his power surged, he added, "Mutual compromise is the true key to staying alive." After relaxing for a moment, Xiao Yang's eyes returned to their normal human appearance. He cracked his knuckles and concluded, "I've delivered my message. Now get back to your duty." Ichi scratched his chin and mocked, "Was that speech just now representing the flower carriage? That thing actually developed a consciousness?" Xiao Yang shrugged and dismissed it. "The adaptive spores upgraded themselves long ago. With a neural network root system, it's no surprise they developed consciousness. You can consider it a shortcut to entering the tier of higher-order life forms." He turned around and urged, "Let's go home and chat. Move it." Li Cheng asked in confusion, "Are you planning to spare this monstrosity and let it grow?" Xiao Yang spoke frankly, "Time is money. Chopping down this giant trunk is too exhausting. Let's put it on hold. We'll come back with better gear to harvest it next time." The withered roots and leaves, watching the invaders calmly retreat, were filled with resentment, screaming in despair. "The show isn't over yet. We must tear those humans to pieces." In the blink of an eye, his family safely made it back home. Xiao Yang issued a clear order. "I'll call Zhang Shengji and his crew back to guard the flower carriage fields to deter any massive, brutal sweeps from those worthless tree spirits." Li Cheng leaned in to ask, "Since our team has fully retreated, is the other side peaceful now?" He rolled his eyes and replied curtly, "You're worrying over nothing. We've got our ultimate boss guarding that area." Hearing the shocking term, Zhang Kai's jaw dropped as he stammered, "What kind of expert has such terrifying power that they even outclass us?" Xiao Yang smirked provocatively, "If you've got the guts, come over there with me and the two of you can fight in an octagon." He stared wide-eyed with determination. "We have to fight to see who is king. If I'm unlucky and can't beat that veteran, how can I expect to defeat the newcomer?" Xiao Yang formally invited He Lao to come along, promising that his vast professional expertise would be highly valuable. He Qi nodded immediately in agreement. Shortly after, Zhang Zhai was treated to a rare and spectacular sight, murmuring in amazement, "Oh my goodness." His voice trailed off in confusion. Xiao Yang quickly stepped in to explain, "That is the powerful expert I mentioned." At the crucial moment, Feng emerged and said warmly, "Hello, brother Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang quickly introduced them, presenting his young brother Zhang Zhai, who was eager for a sparring match, and told him to strike with full force without holding back. After hearing the story, he calmly pointed his finger toward the vast sky. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of tentacles surged across the sky, startling Zhang Zhai, who gasped, "Oh my God." Sensing the overwhelming pressure from his opponent, the young man quickly retreated. "Let's skip this. Peace and harmony are what matters most between brothers. Xiao Yang continued introducing everyone. This is He Lao, a master researcher from the S-City Agricultural Science Institute. And sir, this is Zhou Xiao Ping, an outstanding specialist from the Ka City Biological Research Center. She offered a bright smile. It's a great pleasure. I have long admired He Lao's reputation. The old man replied warmly, pleased to meet you. Xiao Yang suddenly had a bold idea. Could we master this swarm of bees? Or should we just kidnap the queen bee directly? He Chi stroked his beard in thought. Though I'm a professional in agriculture, the social organization of these animals is slightly outside my expertise. According to textbooks, subduing an entire colony will certainly be highly challenging. The old man explained in detail. The collective intelligence of the swarm is actually just a collective reflex gathered from countless individuals, each with a clear division of labor. Terms like queen bee or queen ant sound grand, but they only serve a reproductive role. The pheromones they secrete are merely to suppress the development of the soldiers, giving them no actual authority to command troops. Zhou Xiao Ping nodded thoughtfully, but the general rule is usually centralizing power. Who knows if the mother of this swarm has upgraded her brain into a central command station? Looking at that bizarre simulated flesh and the adaptive spores residing in brother Xiao Yang, anything is possible. He Chi nodded in agreement. That analysis makes sense. He clapped his hands and concluded, then let's go with that. The first step is to capture and manipulate the queen bee to see how things turn out. Zhao Feng frowned in worry. The trouble is, their numbers are immense. Slipping through their defenses into their lair to capture the enemy commander is almost an impossible mission. Feng immediately added, exactly. The entire bee city is now just a nutrient pool for them to feed on. The scale of this nest might even match that of the monster tree in the S-City forest. Jiang Zhai suddenly raised his hand timidly. I have a humble suggestion, though I'm not sure if it will be of any use. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up as he stepped forward. Let's hear it. The young man smirked and whispered, have you ever heard of the Trojan horse strategy? Shortly after, 3 cars sped by like the wind. The screech of burning tires echoed sharply, growing louder by the second. Voices shouted in chaos, move your legs, hurry up. This was followed by a frantic rush to get into the vehicles. Get out of the way and let me in, wait for me. The cars floored the gas pedals, speeding straight toward the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the convoy vanished, leaving only urgent shouts echoing. Step on the gas, speed up, don't block the way. Far behind, Xiao Yang hid in a corner, carefully scanning the situation with keen eyes. Jiang Zhai beat his chest proudly. Just watch, my scheme is bound to work. Just after boasting, he sniffed and caught a signal. The prey is here. The swarm fell spectacularly into the trap, flapping their wings and rushing in like the wind. Seeing this, the young man broke into a cold sweat, utterly terrified. What on earth is that monstrous thing? He looked up at the sky and replied calmly, it's merely a scout from the bee swarm. Xiao Yang smirked slyly. The tasty bait we cast has worked. The deafening buzzing began to draw nearer and louder. The swarm rushed in, a dark mass covering the entire sky. Zhao Feng and his companions stared at the grand spectacle, completely speechless. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air. I sense a bad omen, I'm slipping away first. Jiang Zhai's face contorted in worry, making He Chi standing next to him highly anxious. Is it really okay for Xiao Yang to handle this alone? His gaze was cold. Don't worry, it's not a problem. At that very moment, a legion of the swarm rushed forward with buzzing wings. Seeing the urgent situation, Feng rolled up his sleeves and charged into battle. Amidst the intense clash, Xiao Yang calmly waved his hand, summoning a cluster of vines directed straight at the swarm. Dozens of vines rose up like mushrooms after rain. Immediately after, they turned into nooses, reaching out to capture the monsters. Battered by the vines, the swarm completely lost their ability to fight back. In the blink of an eye, the coarse vines tightly wrapped around their entire bodies. Zhao Feng stood frozen. With this overwhelming power, who needs schemes? We could just march straight into their lair. A moment later, the swarm was completely cleared out with no escape. The monster's entire body stiffened, falling into a state of total paralysis. He wiped his sweat and asked, "Will this really work?" He clicked his tongue. Their self-recovery ability is far inferior to the simulated flesh, so successfully manipulating them will be much more difficult. Xiao Yang added, "Previously, controlling Zhou Xiaofeng was partly because he was cooperative, but these little brats will never lie down obediently." Meanwhile, his companions kept shouting, "This one is dead, how is the other side? This is tough, guys." They had to place their bets on hope. Suddenly, his extraordinary hearing picked up a strange sound. Xiao Yang and his companions immediately crept closer. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the dying insect before him. Without warning, one of its legs suddenly twitched, lightly touching the ground. Seeing this, his eyes widened. Did we succeed? Xiao Yang laughed with delight, reaching out to pat the monster's head. Looks like we've caught a signal. He scratched his head in confusion. We tried so many and only tamed this single one. He waved his hand dismissively. One is enough. A moment later, the swarm insect was turned into an obedient puppet by Xiao Yang. He floated casually in midair, his mind analyzing the situation. Xiao Yang muttered to himself, "No wonder the residents of B City turn pale whenever they hear about the swarm." His lips curled into a smile. There's a good reason they were scared out of their wits. Returning to another scene, the insects were rapidly breeding in the dark area at an alarming speed. Feng Shuan looked around warily and clicked his tongue. We're in big trouble this time. His companion was extremely confused and questioned, "Is your theory even reliable?" The person next to him added, "What if this is a dead end? Then we're done for." Feng Shuan dismissed the concern. An insect nest needs ventilation too. If we just follow the draft, we'll surely find a way out. And so, the three risk-takers held hands and ventured deep into the nest. Straining his eyes to find the way, the young man suddenly froze upon seeing something suspicious. Rubbing his eyes to look closer, Feng Shuan froze for 5 seconds. What on earth is this? His voice trembled violently. These unfortunate souls have been turned into incubators for those pests. This is disgusting. His companion bit his lip until it bled. Stop looking. If we get caught, our fate will be just as miserable. Dragging themselves a few more meters, Feng Shuan spotted a faint glimmer of light ahead. Look there. Overjoyed, he shouted to his friends, "There's light, which means there is an exit." Feng Shuan shed tears of joy. "Oh my God, we finally escaped successfully." In the midst of their excitement, a deafening noise echoed, leaving them in panic. What is that damn sound? Realizing the danger, he screamed, "It's the insects! Run for your lives!" Feng Shuan gritted his teeth and swore, "Freedom is right in front of us. We cannot fall in this place, even if we die trying." A moment later, a bright smile appeared on his face. "We made it through, guys." But their joy was short-lived, as Feng Shuan and his companions suddenly slammed on the brakes. Their 3 smiles vanished faster than lightning. Blocking their way was an entire squad of snarling insects. The gazes of the 2 sides clashed with sparks flying. The monster charged forward without hesitation, making him cry out, "Spare me." An icy chill suddenly swept in, freezing the surrounding space. Jia, who was in a daze, suddenly perked up his ears at a strange noise and shouted, "There's a sound over there." As soon as the words left his mouth, the sight before him left him rooted to the spot. Feng Shuan's group suddenly appeared right in front of Jia. He scrambled up and asked in confusion, "What area is this?" Jia replied casually, "This is the dining hall, and from this moment on, you guys." Jia delivered a shocking blow. "Are the reserve food waiting to be slaughtered?" Feng Shuan's companion whined, "If we had known, we would have been better off staying put as errand boys. We might have had a chance to survive." Jia pointed to the person lying curled up on the ground, asking, "What's wrong with this guy? Did he pass away?" Feng Shuan knitted his brows. "Where did this guy come from?" The person beside him shook his head. "No idea." His friend added, "He's definitely not a refugee from our side." He immediately stepped forward and shook him hard. "Hey brother, still breathing?" Xiao Yang sat up groggily. "Oh, we've finally arrived." He casually dusted the sleeves of his coat. "This bumpy journey made me so nauseous." Xiao Yang scanned his eyes around. Wow, is this the inside of the insect nest? This matrix design is quite impressive. Jia looked at his nonchalant attitude and was speechless. How could a rookie who just got captured still have the time to praise the architecture? Xiao Yang dusted off his pants and stood up, asking, "Do any of you know the way to the mother bug's lair? Show me." Feng Shuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Jia was also stunned. "Looking for the mother bug? What are you trying to do?" Xiao Yang gave a half-smile. "I have a little business matter I need its help with." The crowd whispered among themselves, "Is this guy brain-dead?" Someone next to him agreed, "He must have a short circuit, he's probably been scared out of his mind." Right in the middle of their discussion, a hair-raising rustling sound echoed in their ears again. Jia turned pale as a sheet, trembling all over. "Here it comes, they're coming to pick their meal again." Everyone scrambled to huddle together. "Damn it, who keeps pushing me out? I can't breathe." He turned around, saw Xiao Yang still standing frozen in place, and yelled, "Hey, are you standing there as a meat shield? Do you want to offer yourself up as dinner?" His friend snapped, "Idiot, someone has to die anyway. If you keep meddling, the first ones to go will be us." He could only shrug and mutter, "I can only say sorry," who told him to act up at a critical moment like this. At the same time, Xiao Yang's sharp gaze locked onto the bug. He stood boldly, staring straight into its face in defiance. The air in the room became suffocating, tension rising to a peak. Suddenly, Xiao Yang swung his hand and grabbed the monster's giant leg, followed by a heavy punch landing straight on that massive body. The onlookers witnessing this spectacular action gaped in shock. What on earth just happened? Surprised whispers broke out again. That guy killed the bug with a single punch. Someone clicked their tongue. Did he hide a weapon? Yeah, must be a gun, but how come I didn't see one at all? Xiao Yang turned his head and asked loudly, "Now what? Follow me or want to sit here and wait for death?" Feng Shuan stammered, "We." He plucked up his courage and nodded, "I'll follow you and act as your guide. Earlier, I was almost able to escape." The rest of the crowd cheered and followed. "Count us in too." A skinny guy chimed in, "Let me join too, there is safety in numbers. Instead of waiting here to die, I'd rather go all out." Hearing the enthusiastic speech, Xiao Yang's lips curled into a mysterious smile. In less than a moment, that hair-raising clicking sound echoed again. Everyone's gaze shifted to the front in panic. What kind of evil creature is it this time? A huge bug landed swiftly right in front of Xiao Yang. The crowd began to panic again. Even if this guy is a Superman, how can he take on a whole swarm of monsters like this? Oh my God, I don't want to die, getting my head chewed off is too horrific. While everyone was looking for an escape, Xiao Yang stood proudly, staring down the swarm of monsters. The onlookers behind him were once again left gaped in utter shock. The young man faced all of them single-handedly. In the blink of an eye, the bug was snapped in half by Xiao Yang like tearing a piece of paper. With a cold face, he launched a direct attack without a word. A few minutes passed, and the final groans and screams faded into nothingness. The followers stood dazed. This is too mind-blowing, slaughtering a whole squad of bugs barehanded. Xiao Yang stroked his chin, speculating, is the direction these bugs crawled out from the way to the mother bug's headquarters? Feng Shuan scratched his head. Probably so, boss. He nodded. All right, let's keep moving forward. Before long, Xiao Yang made it to the destination. Hey, is this fat creature the one I'm looking for? He stood there proudly, his sharp eyes examining the mother bug. Feng Shuan quickly corrected him. Wrong target, boss, this is a skyline bug. Xiao Yang frowned and repeated, skyline bug. The young man pointed and guided, look at its backside. Feng Shuan whispered, I sneaked a peek before. There's a tentacle growing on its backside pointing up like a signal-seeking antenna. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow. Ah, so it's a remote control type, probably used to send signals to call the swarm. Feng Shuan nodded repeatedly. Exactly, we must not alert it. If it calls the swarm, countless monster bugs will rush in and tear us apart. Before the words even left his mouth, Feng Shuan's heart skipped a beat at Xiao Yang's reckless action. Oh my God, what on earth are you trying to do? The onlookers behind gaped in horror and screamed, "What kind of devilish thing is he holding in his hand?" A bunch of eerie vines wriggled and reached toward the monster. In an instant, they seized the opportunity to wrap around the opponent like silkworms spinning silk, and gently bound every part of the skyline bug's body. The group standing nearby was stunned, stammering to each other, "Is this man even human?" Suddenly, the clicking sound rose again like firecrackers, startling him. What eerie sound is this now? The group quickly realized the boss was under attack, and so tens of thousands of lackeys flocked back to save it. They shrieked in alarm, "Boss, there's a huge problem over here." Hearing the noise, Yang calmly turned around to assess the situation. Without hesitation, he wrapped his other arm, summoning a new set of vines. His companions behind clutched their hearts in relief. The boss's attack just grazed our heads. What a close call. The vine barrier quickly formed a protective net, blocking the advance of the bug swarm. They aggressively wrapped tightly around the monsters' bodies. An army of bugs was now stiff as rotting wood. Gia stood frozen watching this scene, her mind in a frenzy. In the end, which side is the scarier monster? Having dealt with the lackeys, Yang cast a razor-sharp glance at the skyline bug. He stood calmly with folded arms, watching the prey squirm and groan in vain. Suddenly, the giant monster deflated and collapsed to the ground, causing everyone's heart to skip a beat. "Oh, is it dead?" Yang muttered. Trying to use the mutated thorn spores to manipulate a stubborn individual is indeed a difficult task. He closed his eyes, his brain running at full capacity, but I have already finished scanning the coordinates of the mother bug. A forest of strange vines suddenly burst out from Yang's body. They crawled all over the floor, causing the companions behind to panic. "Watch out! Oh my God, what on earth is happening?" At the same time, a few mindless bugs were still wandering around. Suddenly, they perked up their ears, sensing something rushing toward them. A giant matrix of vines loomed, blocking their path. And without a second word, the living ropes aimed directly at their targets, strangling them one by one. The eerie nooses tightened more and more without mercy. The bugs screamed in pain, echoing through a corner of the cave in despair. Then those miserable wails gradually died down, until the space fell into a miraculous silence. An entire colony of bloodthirsty monsters was wiped out completely. The wind howling from outside finally found its way into the lair. Suddenly, the inner structure of the cave began to show strange signs. His companions asked in confusion, "What did you do?" Yang slightly raised the corner of his mouth, "Just clearing the weeds and tilling the soil for this nest, and while I'm at it, draining the life force of those small fry." He suddenly raised a leg high. "The warm-up is done, now let's begin." Yang stomped his foot with earth-shattering force. "Time to meet you, fat worm." The ground began to crack, with more and more fissures spreading out. In the blink of an eye, the floor collapsed, pulling the entire group of characters down into a new dimension. As soon as everyone hit the ground, thick dust rose like fog. Yang dusted off his clothes, calmly examining the surrounding area. He rubbed his eyes and looked up. Where the hell is this? Everyone shared the same question. Where on earth is the boss mother bug hiding? He pointed his finger at the ground, casually saying, "Right beneath your souls." Accompanying his words was another earth-shaking stomp from Yang. Immediately, a dark mass of flesh, as big as a communal hall, rose up towering in front of them. Yang took a defensive stance, his eyes as sharp as daggers staring right at it with caution. The massive body of the hive bug blocked out the vast space. It roared with an ear-piercing sound that echoed all around. Hearing the boss's call, thousands of lackeys emerged from nowhere, packing the space next to the monster. Feng Shuan swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his face. "These bugs are indeed endless. We fight them, but they never stop coming." Just as he finished complaining, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked in half. The group of companions fell into the pit again, rolling into a corner. Before they could recover, a cluster of vines rose up and wove into a cage, locking them up in astonishment. Yang called out, "I need to clean up this trash, you guys stay put in there." Feng Shuan muttered, "Suit yourself, boss, we're used to being helpless." The hive bug boss signaled its minions to rush forward and eat him alive. With a quick glance, Yang read the dark plot of these fools. He snapped his fingers, and the vines, as if possessing a mind of their own, grew into a defensive wall, blocking their path. From a blind spot, a pack of spiders suddenly spat webs straight at Yang's face. Keenly sensing it, he sidestepped to observe. Yang quickly pulled back the vines to use as a shield, gracefully dodging the sticky webs. The demon spiders kept spitting webs like a downpour to bind him. Yang moved gracefully like a dancer to dodge their rain of webs. While leaping, he casually reached down to the rocky ground. Picking up a brick slab, he smirked. "I can level your doghouse, so what can a few insignificant spiders do to me?" Yang put all his strength into his arm, throwing the stone with the speed of a cannonball. The stone pierced straight through the formation of fat spiders. In the blink of an eye, they exploded, completely obliterated. The spectators in the cage clapped enthusiastically. "Truly my idol, not disadvantaged at all, we are going to survive in style." The hive bug boss, which had been acting like a scarecrow, suddenly shrieked an ear-splitting, sorrowful cry. Its clumsy body began to twitch repeatedly. Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. "Why are you screaming? I haven't even taken your life yet." After saying that, he threw the final batch of vines toward the hive bug. The tangled mess of vines bound the boss tightly in an instant. The boss writhed in agonizing pain, thrashing wildly to escape. It roared in sorrow, becoming louder and more deafening. He threatened coldly, "The roots of the thorn mutation spores have pierced straight into your meninges. One more twitch, and I'll serve you up on a plate instantly." Looking cool on the outside, Yang was actually calculating in his mind. "This queen is one of a kind. If I accidentally kill it, all my hard work goes down the drain." He glanced at its expression and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Yang calculated. Scared by a single threat, it already knows how to tuck its tail and feign weakness. Seems this mother worm has a cunning brain. Right then, a notification echoed in his head. The Disaster Collector Campaign Achievement Board has been updated. The super-devouring virus, thorn mutation spores, mimicry animals, and octoploid hive bug nest have all been recorded. 400 points secured. Plus, the insect cleanup mission is also completed, pocketing another 300 clean points. His current account jumped to 961 points. He muttered, "Hit the jackpot, 2 missions solved smoothly, and I farmed a whopping 700 points." Yang scratched his chin, plotting, "Since it's this easy, I might as well keep this octoploid boss under control to prevent any future trouble, then open the system's virtual store to see what I can spend on." He carefully reviewed the system's options, telling himself, "Aim for the ability awakening ticket and grab it immediately, then refresh continuously until I'm out of points." The system issued a red alert. "Master has just thrown money out the window 8 times, consuming a total of 1,024 points, in exchange for 2 level 2 ability supply boxes and 3 level 3 boxes, leaving 409 points in the wallet." Yang slapped his thigh. "Open all of them for me." The server immediately deducted the points, losing another 350 points, with the account balance hitting rock bottom at 59. Immediately, a bunch of flashy stats smacked him right in the face. A bunch of text danced lively across the virtual screen. He quickly selected without hesitation. Spot on, the enslavement mark has upgraded to level 2, now allowing one more servant to join the lineup. Yang squinted with a sinister smile. "You're very lucky, fat worm. Follow me and your future will be extremely bright." Having finished the deal, he immediately unleashed his skill to assimilate the hive bug. In the outside world, a funny scene was unfolding. 2 skinny people claiming a giant warehouse. Is this couple geniuses or brain dead? Haven't they learned the lesson that a commoner carrying a jade jewel invites trouble? The house smiled and nodded. "Your strategy is really something, sister. Indeed, we caught a whole net of idiots." A mocking, grating voice rang out. "Do you 2 lovers have a mental problem? Look at the forces on both sides. Are you trying to strike stone with eggs?" A goat-faced guy chimed in with a smirk. But don't worry, baby girl, before I send you to the underworld, I'll give you a trip to heaven. Before the last word could slip out, his throat was locked. Xiao Xuan tossed her hair in disdain. Bring it on. I'd like to see what kind of magic a walking skeleton like you can pull off. The gangsters broke into a cold sweat. Did anyone catch his movement? The one behind whimpered. I swear it happened in a blink, I didn't see a thing. In the blink of an eye, her figure appeared right next to them. We're doomed, her speed is like lightning. Xiao Xuan didn't waste words, launching a fatal blow directly. The scene turned into a chaotic brawl, like a messy marketplace. She gently placed her icy cold knife right against the goat-faced guy's throat. Xiao Xuan raised an eyebrow. Well, now explain how to go to heaven. The guy turned pale as a ghost, barely squeezing out an apology. Suddenly, a small fry bowed his head and asked, What kind of magic potion did you two take to be so overpowered? How can you do that? Dahao turned up his nose with pride. Doesn't hurt to let you know. In this ruined world, except for that monster gang, we are peerless. The small fry looked at each other in confusion. What monster gang? Suddenly, a loud buzzing of wings echoed from the sky, startling everyone. What's dropping down? A sharp-eyed guy screamed. It's the bugs. Xiao Xuan and Dahao immediately looked up to inspect the sky. The sky was like a scene from a horror movie, scaring everyone out of their wits. Countless monster bugs flew around, blotting out the quiet blue sky. A guy shrieked in terror, Look, there are worms swarming under our feet too. Sure enough, thousands of bugs crawled over like a disturbed anthill. Xiao Xuan grabbed Dahao's shirt. Find a blind spot and rope up to the upper floor, quick. The couple quickly leaped to a towering height, barely avoiding the sweep. The lackeys below ran for their lives, as fast as their legs could carry them. But how could human legs compete with the legs of a swarm of monsters? Dahao, hiding up high, clicked his tongue. What kind of crazy scenario is playing out here? Scene change, Yang Bing's friend on this side also shouted in panic. We're doomed. Zhou Xiaofeng frowned. Is the house on fire or why are you in such a rush? The other guy, out of breath, said, A dense black army of insects is approaching. Just as Zhou Xiaofeng put his eyes to the binoculars, the kid next to him cried, This time we are all going to get wiped out. He broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that the big boss Xiao Yang went down to clean up but failed? While they were feeling depressed, a harsh sound struck their ears, startling everyone. What kind of sound is that? Feng immediately did some damage control. Calm down, brothers, we still have the meat wall protecting us. Why worry about the house collapsing? Right, the immortal meat wall is still here. The lackeys burst into triumphant laughter. Come and bite us if you can, with a super monster backing us. This sense of security is truly amazing, guys. Suddenly a guy shouted, Oh my God, a giant boss is flying straight toward us. The whole crowd loaded their weapons and stood on guard when someone suddenly yelled, Hold your fire, guys, look closely at who that is. When the skyline bug landed, everyone was shocked to realize the one holding the reins was leader Xiao Yang. Right after the shout, he landed majestically right in front of the vanguard. Zhou Xiaoping joyfully rushed out first. Boss Xiao Yang is back. Feng ran over, patted his shoulder and asked, Was the operation down there smooth, boss? He chuckled, completely smooth, but I gathered a group of refugees who need protection. He thumped his chest. Easy peasy, I've got it fully covered. She frowned, but our food warehouse is. Xiao Yang quickly interrupted to reassure her. No worries, the flower carriage's farmland is still expanding. Plus the cooperative over in Chayi City, we have more than enough rice and grain to feed everyone, and besides. He slightly raised his lips to deliver the punchline. In fact, the whole city might soon turn into our group's organic vegetable farm. In another corner, He Chi was acting as a doctor treating the group in the forest. He stroked his beard and said, Good news, the pathogen seems to have been eliminated. The patient asked joyfully, Really, doctor? Am I freed from the fate of being a servant to that monster? Suddenly a guy pointed at the sky and screamed, Oh my God, a giant worm is flying this way. Followed by chaotic shouting, Watch your heads, everyone. An emergency order was issued, close all the entrance doors quickly. But the monsters made a bizarre move that left everyone questioning. Are they avoiding our farm? They just hovered in the air as if they owned the place. Chi looked up, slapped his thigh. That kid Yang cast this net beautifully, mission accomplished. Far down below, the roots were still wandering casually in the ancient forest. Hearing the rustling sound of wings, they finally craned their necks to look. Welcoming them was a whole gang of hungry bugs. Yang waved his arm and shouted, "All monster bugs, hear my command." He pointed decisively, "Time to feast, charge." The swarm rushed down like hawks swooping on chicks, crushing the mutated plants. All sides were locked down by them, gang beating without mercy. The encirclement tightened, allowing nothing in or out. The monster bugs munched on the tree trunks like cows grazing. The squelching sound of chewing echoed throughout the space under the clear sky. The plants being chewed up screamed in anger, "What on earth do you want?" Yang replied coldly, "Obediently surrender and become a parasite in my flower carriage." The giant tree made a desperate struggle. "You want me to be your tail? I am so massive and great, I am the master of this forest, a small fry like you is just a loser." Finding it annoying, he glared, "Stop your delusions of grandeur, you block of wood." Yang didn't waste time, delivering the final blow. "The one becoming fertilizer for the soil right now is you." A black mass plunged straight down from the sky like a sledgehammer. With a loud boom, an ear-splitting sound echoed through the quiet space. He rasped, veins bulging on his forehead, "I've cut off your upper body, now prepare to have your roots dug up. In short, are you going to surrender or what?" The vines began to root deep into the truncated tree stump and sprouted rapidly, growing lush and green. In just a moment, it transformed into a massive giant tree. Yang snapped his fingers, directing, "Join us, from now on we merge as one." The seed of power began to stir, sprouting and stretching. Right then, the system brought good news again. The weeding mission has been successfully completed, pocketing 100 points. The Utopia World project has been updated, site clearing done. Prestige increased by 20 points, current reputation hitting the 92 mark, earning another 80 points, with the wallet balance currently at 239 points. Chi walked around the outer perimeter, keeping his hands clasped in prayer, hoping no variables would occur. Someone shrieked, "The fat monster swarm is heading back. Big boss Yang must have settled things smoothly." Right after they celebrated, he landed right in front of everyone. Chi quickly ran over to ask, "How did it go? Did you finish clearing that giant clump of trees?" He stretched and smirked, "It's working as a mercenary for me now." Chi's eyes widened in confusion. "A mercenary? What kind of setup is that?" Yang smiled mysteriously, "Just watch my actions and you'll see." Immediately, from beneath the soil, thousands of tree roots crawled out in a dense, tangled mess. He confidently declared, "The flower carriage inside me has now upgraded its power to 3 times normal." Yang emphasized further, "Every single plant in this S-city is now my home turf." Shifting to the coastal H-city, fishermen called out to each other in excitement, "We hit the jackpot today, brothers." One guy asked in confusion, "Did we strike gold or what? The hold is full of fish and shrimp." The other thumped his chest, "Our time has come, nothing can stop it, our lives are turning around." Suddenly, a rushing sound tore through the air, leaving them puzzled. What's that thunder sound? A few guys standing on high ground stared out to sea, letting out an astonished cry, "Oh my God!" Those on the ground shouted up, "What's all the noise about, guys?" Nobody had time to answer. Instead, the people on top ran for their lives. A guy screamed at the top of his lungs, "Run, guys! Get inside the building, quick!" An old man, still reluctant to leave his catch, asked, "What about this catch?" The guy next to him dragged him away. "Forget it. Who cares about fish at a time like this? Stand there one more second and you're dead." People scrambled and trampled over each other to escape into the concrete building. Unfortunately, a stubborn young man was still clutching a heavy basket of fish, waddling along. Carrying the fish while limping forward, he kept cursing, "Damn it, such bad luck." Right at that moment, a massive wall of water crashed straight onto the shore. In an instant, everything sank deep beneath the surging ocean. Those who were slow were instantly swept away by the current like drifting duckweed. The young man hiding on a high floor looked down and smacked his forehead. No wonder fish suddenly swam into the nets out of nowhere. Turned out it was an omen of disaster. He yelled to the survivors, "Hurry up and pull the bodies out to cremate them, guys." His voice was lost in the pouring rain, but the scaffolding has collapsed, and his companions nearby also scratched their heads in helplessness. What on earth do we do now? And that torrential rain kept pouring down furiously, as if trying to wash clean this world. Li Cheng listened, in frustration, to the pattering rain outside the hallway, inwardly complaining about how the heavens kept pouring water endlessly. Letting out a heavy sigh, he worried that all the crops around this town area would surely turn into a sea of water. Li Cheng hastily asked about the situation of the flower carriage rice cultivation area. He Chi reassured him that this plant species was highly resilient, and the current amount of water was nothing yet. But if it continued to drizzle for a few more days, the harvest yield would definitely plummet. In the middle of their conversation, Xiao Yang's face suddenly tightened with vigilance. Seeing his strange expression, Li Cheng asked uneasily, "Xiao Yang, is something happening?" The only reply was a raised hand, gesturing for everyone to keep absolute silence. Right after, he pressed his ear to the ground, frowning as he focused deeply to catch the slightest vibration. Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly widened as he recognized a terrifying sound approaching. Without a second's delay, he barked an order, "Herd all the folks around here into the bunker shelter immediately. Hurry up, run as fast as you can." Xiao Yang's group quickly ushered the crowd to run for safety, constantly urging, "Hurry up, leave behind all the pots, pigs, and chickens, just save your lives first." Jiang Kai grabbed him in panic and asked repeatedly, "Brother Xiao Yang, what's with the tension? Don't tell me there's a tough enemy coming that our side can't beat." Before he could open his mouth to answer, from above, Shan Shan screamed herself hoarse, "Brother Xiao Yang, flood incoming." He frowned slightly. A flood. Hearing this, Xiao Jia and Jiang Kai hastily grew wings and flew to high ground to avoid the disaster. Looking down from above, Li Cheng stood frozen, his lips parting. What on earth is this? From his observation, that massive, ferocious current was surging in from the ocean. Li Cheng swallowed hard. Our place is this high, yet the water is still flooded over a meter. When it hits the downtown of H City, who knows how disastrous it will be? See if our perimeter wall can hold up. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's entire body erupted with an intimidating pressure, leaving the surrounding crowd gaping in terror. Leader Xiao Yang is unleashing his power. Blue veins bulged on his temples, proving that his power was being channeled to the maximum. The sky kept pouring down torrential water in a blinding sheet. Guided by Xiao Yang, countless vine roots crawled like pythons, rushing to the front line. The plants intertwined tightly, erecting a defensive barrier so solid that not a drop of water could pass through. The great deluge also roared in with terrifying speed. Giant waves crashed violently against the vine shield, creating deafening explosions that rattled their eardrums. A resident cheered in delight, "Awesome, it really blocked it, all the flood's force has been neutralized." Nevertheless, heavy rain continued to pelt down mercilessly on everyone's heads. The panorama right now could only be described in 4 words: ruined and messy. A girl patted her chest in relief. If Leader Xiao Yang hadn't stepped in today, we would have all become fish food. The person next to her nodded in agreement. Absolutely right. A male voice spoke up in worry. With water this fierce, the fields will be ruined. How are we going to survive later? Another waved it off. You worry too much. Leader Xiao Yang has a plan. Don't worry about useless things. Xiao Yang folded his arms and frowned in thought. Unbelievable. Where did this sudden flood out of nowhere come from? Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his head, reporting progress. The disaster collector mission is active. The display list: superdevouring virus, mutated fungal spores, disguised protozoa, octoploid spacebug, and an anonymous seed of disaster, bonus points 800. The surrounding situation became increasingly chaotic. Xiao Yang pressed the walkie-talkie to his ear. "Hello, I hear you, loud and clear, proceed as planned." Loud shouts passed around, "Call the patrol team to assemble immediately, the flood is almost here." What flood at this time? What about the flower carriage rice field? Forget about it, that plant is very resilient, it can adapt on its own. The murky, black water continued to surge onto the mainland. The speed of the flowing water became increasingly wild and destructive. Right at that breathless moment, a series of bizarre rice stalks sprouted and shot up above the water. The crowd was still in an uproar. "The water is here, hold on tight." Oh my God, that was terrifying. Luckily that meat cushion layer blocked some of its force. Ending the walkie-talkie conversation, Jiang concluded briefly, "All right, I've got the situation." Seeing him put away the device, Li Cheng came over anxiously. "How is it? Any new updates?" Jiang shook his head slightly. "The outer defense ring near the Zifeng factory has been slightly damaged." He sighed and added, "As for the insect nest in B City, since it's right by the sea, it took the full blow of the disaster, the damage is much heavier." But he shrugged it off. "It's not a major issue anyway, as long as the mother bug isn't dead, that cave will hatch a new batch in no time. I just hope the sky clears up so the water recedes quickly and we can focus on restoring production." Only then did He waddle over to report, "I measured it, it's all salty water. If the land is soaked in this, we'll be crying. It'll take at least 1 or 2 years of starvation before we can wash the salt out. Hopefully, our flower carriage rice fields won't suffer too much of a harvest loss." He patted his shoulder to reassure the elder. "You worry too much. Our granary can easily feed the entire region for 3 full years. Besides, in just half a year, the prime land in S City will begin to yield harvests regularly." Jiang tilted his head back, staring intently at the pitch-black clouds. "With a disaster like this killing people left and right, we have to dig up the root cause of this plague of a flood." In another place, the residents looked at the calm water and muttered doubtfully, "With the waves this calm, the worst of the crisis must be over, right?" A man shuddered and interrupted, "Don't be so sure, guys. For all we know, those corpses floating in the river might have turned into water ghouls, lying in wait down there." An old fisherman waved his hand and clicked his tongue. "Nonsense, they've only been in the water for 1 night, how could they have turned into monsters so fast? But honestly, last night I kept hearing this chilling splashing sound." In the middle of the conversation, a young man suddenly jumped up in shock. He pointed a trembling finger at the muddy water. "Everyone, open your eyes and look." He swallowed hard. "It's so quiet." But strangely, not a single corpse has floated to the surface. A pessimistic voice chimed in, "We won't survive long like this. This shack is so small and low, if the sea monsters find us, we'll have nowhere to hide but a cricket hole." Just as the jinxed words were spoken, shrill, piercing sounds echoed from afar. "There, do you smell the scent of death yet?" The other person turned pale and shouted, "Hurry over here, you guys, or else when the sea monsters hurt us, we're all finished." The man frowned in panic. "What do we do now?" The person next to him nodded resolutely. "If you want to stay alive, there's only one way. Let's just close our eyes and take the plunge." A middle-aged man stammered, breaking into a cold sweat. "But if we run into those water ghouls, you guys must pull me up no matter what." No sooner said than done. The man gritted his teeth and plunged straight into the muddy water. Soon, his entire body was submerged in the freezing current. Underwater, he forced his eyes wide open, looking around to scout for any movement. Immediately, several dark figures loomed in front of him, and as the distance closed, those hideous faces began to appear in clear detail. As if spotting easy prey, the water ghouls swam aggressively toward him like torpedoes. Realizing he was in a tight spot, all color drained from the man's face. He thrashed frantically, desperately trying to rise to the surface. Fueled by sheer terror, he managed to break the surface to catch his breath. The man on the shore looked down anxiously. "How is it, boss? All good?" The middle-aged man screamed in agony, "Pull me up, hurry." The young man on the shore turned pale and urged his companions, pull him up quickly, guys." But before they could pull the rope, the water ghouls swarmed around the unfortunate prey. They dragged the victim straight down into the depths without mercy. On the shore, the group of young men gritted their teeth and pulled the rope in despair. "Damn it, pull. Are you planning to make me carry all the weight?" He's incredibly heavy, these ghouls pull as strong as bulls. But it was in vain. The victim had completely vanished beneath the demon-infested waters. In just an instant, the man passed out from drowning and panic. Soon, streams of crimson liquid stained the murky water. The people on the shore fell backward as the rope suddenly went light. "He's up." The young man stared blankly at the severed end of the rope, muttering in despair, "He's really gone. He has logged out of this world." Suddenly, another young man pointed in panic, "Hey guys, look over there." A patch of blood-red water, as if dyed, gradually floated to the surface right before the crowd's eyes. One man was so terrified that tears welled up. "I don't want to become a drowned ghost, and I definitely don't want them tearing my guts out to chew on." The guy next to him trembled. "Look at the bottom, it's crawling with water ghouls." The other fell to his knees, gritting his teeth in despair. "It's over, there's no saving him now." Suddenly, a scream shattered the mournful silence. "Oh no, look up, what is that flying around up there?" He widened his eyes. "It looks like giant bugs." His companion swallowed. "If we can see them from that far up, those bugs must be the size of buildings." Another round of desperate screams broke out. "Is heaven trying to wipe us out? Water ghouls and sea monsters waiting below, giant bugs lurking above. Is anyone allowed to live? The sea monsters are crawling up." The crowd scrambled and shouted, "Watch out everyone, the fish monsters are coming ashore." Xiang Yuan spun around, biting his lip and yelling, "Sea monsters landing, red alert." He urged the crowd grumpily, "Hurry up, grab whatever weapons you can, get ready for a fight to the death." Suddenly he caught on to the monster's movement. "Damn it, they're breaking in through the windows." Xiang Yuan yelled at the top of his lungs, commanding, "Rush over and block the hallway, we fight to the death here." A few people standing behind trembled like autumn leaves. "Will we survive this disaster?" The guy next to them smiled bitterly. "Yeah, right, we're definitely dead meat." The crowd ran for their lives, constantly urging each other to move faster. Cries and urgent shouts echoed in chaos. "Speed up, the Grim Reaper is right on our heels." At that very moment, the hideous figures of the sea monsters blocked the hallway. A young man, defying the danger, rushed toward the exit like a moth to a flame. He hurriedly grabbed the doorknob, intending to slam it shut. But the monster's jagged-toothed face was already right in front of his eyes. Without a second thought, the young man slammed the door shut with a loud crash. Leaning his back against the wall, he panted heavily, "Damn it, that was a close shave." The people running behind also arrived just in time, their faces pale. That was way too close. But before they could sigh in relief, a sharp trident of a sea monster pierced through the thin wooden door. The monster thrust its weapon repeatedly in a frenzy, and within a single breath, the unlucky guy was turned into a bloody sieve. Hearing the loud clatter, Xiang Yuan immediately reacted. "Damn it, they're breaking down the door to flood in." At the same time, a burly man rushed over carrying a massive office desk. "Get out of the way." He aimed perfectly at the cracked wooden door and slammed the desk against it to block the attack. Once done, he waved to the others, "Everyone, pile up and hold the door, hurry." However, an impact from the outside sent them sprawling. "Oh God, my arms are numb, what kind of terrifying strength is this?" The sea monster's screech, like scratching glass, echoed in all directions. Everyone winced in pain, covering their ears tightly to block the torturous sound waves. At that moment of distraction, the door shattered completely into pieces. With all hope of defense gone, it was every man for himself as the crowd scrambled to survive. Xiang Yuan gritted his teeth. A flimsy iron door wouldn't stand a chance anyway. The person beside him whimpered. "What do we do now?" Xiang Yuan growled. "The only way is to jump into the water." The other person protested violently. "Are you crazy? It's full of water ghouls down there waiting for us." Xiang Yuan smirked. "We're dead either way, let's take a gamble." The guy whimpered and trembled. "No, I don't want to be drowned by them." Seeing him turn weak, he threw back a cold remark. "Then stay here and wait for them to disembowel you, I'm diving first." After hesitating for a few seconds, the guy also gritted his teeth. "Whatever, I'll jump, I'm leaving my life in heaven's hands." Without further hesitation, the two leaped, tracing arcs in the air before splashing into the water. welcoming them into the underworld, were dozens of pale, soulless eyes of bloodthirsty water ghouls. Terrified, the two men paddled and kicked frantically to get back to the surface. Xiang Yuan didn't hesitate to kick the monster straight in the face. "Get out of my sight." After the kick, he swam up with all his might, leaving his companion behind. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Yuan poked his wet head above water to gasp for air. He splashed the water and laughed smugly. "You amateurs can't swim for trash, chase me if you can. Your grandpa here was a neighborhood swimming champion." After bragging, Xiang Yuan stroked forward rapidly. Unfortunately, a sea monster from an upper level had already locked its hungry eyes on his every move. The monsters free fell in unison, intending to shred the prey. A resident standing far away screamed at the top of his lungs, "Run quickly, they've jumped down to chase you." The sea monsters cut through the water, rushing toward him like speeding motorboats. Watching this, the resident shook his head in pity. "It's over, no matter how fast you swim, you're just fish food, why bother resisting?" Xiang Yuan looked back, screaming bitterly, "I'm a professional swimmer, how can I drown in some pathetic puddle like this?" No sooner had his last words left his mouth than the sea monster lunged forward, swinging its weapon. "Mercy, please." At that critical moment, a swarm of bugs swooped down, blotting out the sky and leaving everyone agape. "My God, what is happening?" The giant bugs dived, headfirst toward the water like fighter jets. The bugs dispersed, scouring the deep waters for targets. The onlookers rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. "This is unreal, those flying bugs are locked in close combat with the sea monsters." The bugs used overwhelming numbers, swarming the sea monsters and tearing them apart. However, the claws and weapons of the fish monsters easily tore through the insects' defenses. Back to Yang, his expression was tense and calculating. Seeing the rising murderous intent in his eyes, Chi asked curiously, "How is it, boss? What's the situation down there?" He curled his lips into a faint smile. Just as expected, another business opportunity served on a silver platter. Without further delay, the entire squad geared up and departed. Shui scratched his head in confusion. "Hey, uncle, why don't we just ride the flying bugs over? Sitting on one of those would look so cool." Yang tapped the boy's head and explained, "The insect race still has wild, savage blood in them. If you crowd too close and they get irritated, they might bite you, and I won't be able to stop them in time even if I order them to." The boy pouted in disappointment. "HMPH, nothing to be afraid of. Even if it takes a bite, it probably won't even scratch my skin." He chuckled and stroked Shui's hair. "I'm just kidding. I'm only worried your diamond body might break the teeth of my beloved bugs." While they were joking, a panicked shout echoed, "We're doomed, we're surrounded." The unfortunate group was still struggling to fight back. "Die, you bastards, taste these bullets." The water ghouls seized the opportunity and bit hard on Xiaoyu's slender arm. Seeing his daughter bitten, Xiaoyu's father screamed with bloodshot eyes, "Pull her back, somebody help pull her back." But powerless to help, he could only watch in despair as his daughter slipped away, sinking into the dark water, screaming heart-wrenchingly, "Xiaoyu." The poor girl was dragged straight down into the murky depths by the demons. Unable to accept losing his child, the half-crazed father was about to leap into the water. "Xiaoyu, father is coming." The young man next to him quickly held him back. "Calm down, uncle." The father struggled like mad. "My own daughter fell into the water, how do you expect me to calm down?" The other scolded. "If you go down there, you'll just end up as fish food together." The father roared. "Let me go. Even if I become a ghost, I must be with my daughter." At that critical moment, a girl suddenly perked up her ears. Is that the sound of an engine in the distance? Turning her head, she was overjoyed to see a motorboat of survivors gliding toward them. The people on the raft waved frantically like they had struck gold. "Hey, please help us." Shui pointed in surprise. "Uncle, someone is shouting for help." Jiang gave a slight nod. "Steer over there and check it out." Shan frowned, looking down at the swarming monsters in the water. "What kind of plague are those hideous creatures?" He explained calmly, "They're probably the special plague of City H." Looking through the eyes of the flying bugs earlier, I had already pictured them. Besides those weak small fry, There's a much tougher species down there. Jiang Yang stretched and stood up, his knuckles cracking. No matter what kind they are, let's clean up this annoying swarm first. Shui chuckled. Time to show off, Uncle Jiang Yang. Luo Mayan clasped his hands and looked to the sky in joy. Guys, they have heavy firearms. We're going to live. Jiang Yang's group didn't waste words, immediately opening fire on the targets. Bullets tore through the air, piercing the water ghouls' bodies and blooming into flowers of blood. Yu's father suddenly fell to his knees, bowing and begging, "Please, have mercy and save my daughter. She was just dragged down to the riverbed by those demons." Hearing the heart-wrenching plea, Jiang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up the old man. Meanwhile, deep down in the water, Yu's consciousness had faded, on the verge of slipping away completely. Seeing Jiang Yang about to shed his jacket, Luo Mayan turned pale and screamed to stop him. "Hey friend, what are you doing? Diving into that river is suicide." Luo Mayan clutched his head and muttered, "Talk about peak recklessness. This guy must be facing water ghouls for the first time. He won't weep until he sees his own coffin." He turned to blame the father. "I understand you care about your daughter, but you have to use logic. You just pushed that young man to his death." Yu's father stammered with regret. I didn't know. Who would have thought he'd jump straight in?" With a single splash, Jiang Yang officially met the bloodthirsty drowning squad. Without waiting for the guest to introduce himself, the water ghouls swarmed him, forming a black sphere of flesh. In response to their hospitality, he merely gave them a look as cold as ice. Without a word, he channeled his strength and delivered a finishing blow straight into the swarm. As quick as lightning, he made the entire swarm of monsters vanish from the world in an instant. On the raft, Luo Mayan stared wide-eyed at the surging water bubbling up from the bottom. Is it an earthquake, or are sea monsters fighting down there? He scratched his head, completely bewildered. What on earth is going on down there? Just as the question left his mouth, Yu's soaking wet figure popped up on the surface. His fatherly instincts kicking in, the old man quickly grabbed his daughter and hauled her onto the raft. His tears streamed down her pale face. "Yu, my precious daughter." From behind, Jiang Yang landed gently on the wooden planks, his expression unchanged. Luo Mayan's jaw dropped as he asked, "You jumped into a swarm of ghouls, saved her alive, and got out completely fine. Did you use black magic?" A girl stammered, "Not yet. It doesn't look like just a safe retreat." She pointed down at the blood-stained, churning water, completely losing her composure. "All of those water ghouls. They've been wiped out completely." Jiang Yang waved his hand. "Stop staring and give the girl CPR. Oxygen deprivation in the brain for too long will leave permanent damage." Yun snapped out of it and slapped her forehead. "Right, start artificial respiration quickly." After a few chest compressions, Yu coughed up water, gasping for breath on the brink of life and death. Hearing his daughter cough, the father sobbed with joy. "Yu is alive, thank heaven." He hurriedly bowed down at Jiang Yang's feet. "I can never fully repay this immense favor, even if I work like a horse for you." Luo Mayan spoke up cautiously. "Just who are you heroes?" Jiang Yang shook the water off his coat and replied, "We're from City M. Seeing how bad the flood is here, we came over to see what's happening." Niu Yan smiled warmly. "Savior, your swimming skills are top tier. I've never seen anyone slap water ghouls around underwater like that." Yun then chimed in, "Would you mind if we shamelessly hitch a ride on your boat to escape?" She shuddered and added, "Those small fry were just the vanguard. The sea monsters are definitely coming. If we run into them, we're as good as dead." Hearing the unfamiliar name, Jiang Yang scratched his chin and pondered, "The sea monsters you mentioned, are they those things?" While trying to piece things together, his ears picked up the sound of water being sliced in the distance. Jiang Yang motioned with his chin toward the front. "Hey, are the sea monsters you're so afraid of those ones?" Swarms of hideous creatures rode the waves toward them like a fleet of death. Luo Mayan gaped in terror. "That's them." Yu's father held his daughter tightly and yelled, "Oh God, watch out, the sea monsters are here to take our lives." The number of monsters emerging from the water grew as thick as ants. Luo Mayan frantically patted Jiang Yang's shoulder. Get on the motorboat and let's get out of here. If we linger, they'll tear us to pieces. Niu Yan grimaced. There are so many of us. How can that tiny motorboat fit everyone? Zia Yun burst into tears. Please don't leave me behind. I'm terrified of them ripping my organs out. Jiang Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. What's the panic? We'll just beat them up. Luo Mayan broke into a sweat and advised, Brother, stop dreaming. They're aquatic creatures, 10,000 times more agile than those ghouls. You stand no chance fighting them hand-to-hand down there. Just as he finished speaking, a sea monster leaped into the air, snapping its jaws. Jiang Yang remained standing, his face expressionless as he waited for the target to deliver itself. Midair, the monster seemed to catch a whiff of his overwhelming murderous intent, causing its movement to falter slightly. He locked a piercing glare directly into the eyes of the ferocious creature. In a flash, Jiang Yang's hand shot out, gripping the sea monster's throat tightly. With a gentle squeeze, the monster's windpipe was crushed, killing it instantly. Jiang Yang coldly tossed the carcass behind him like a bag of garbage. Niu Yan stood frozen watching the smooth execution. Good God, what just happened? Zia Yun stammered, her jaw dropping. He broke the beast's neck with his bare hands like it was nothing. On another side, a sea monster lunged straight at Shui, making the boy jump. Oh my God. The kid dodged the attack and yelled, Uncle Jiang Yang, these guys are way faster than the man-eating monsters in the western suburbs. He casually kicked another one away. After all, they're aquatic creatures, so enhanced speed is to be expected. Before he could even finish his sentence, Luo Mayan screamed in a high pitch, Behind you, watch out. Shui watched in horror as his uncle was grabbed by a sea monster and dragged underwater. Uncle Jiang Yang. Luo Mayan clutched his head in despair. Damn it, what miracle was I even hoping for? I told you close combat underwater is impossible. Zia Yun whimpered. So we're still going to die? Niu Yan gritted her teeth. Let's take the boat and run, maybe we'll stand a chance. Oh no, we're trapped here, we're all dead meat. Under the murky river, Jiang Yang was surrounded from all angles by an army of sea monsters. They raised their tridents and spears, thrusting at him in unison. However, before the spearheads could pierce his skin, the sea monsters suddenly froze. Only sheer panic remained on their hideous faces. Countless sharp, thorny vines erupted from Jiang Yang's body. As if having eyes of their own, the vines slithered and locked down the limbs of every single sea monster. Veins bulged on his forehead. Like playing in the water, let me teach you the most unethical fishing method of all time. Putting his words into action, Jiang Yang instantly unleashed a bioelectric current of tens of thousands of volts into the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the entire swarm of underwater beasts was completely defeated, paralyzed before they could even react. On the surface, the water was unusually calm, making Luo Mayan break into a cold sweat as he wondered, why is there no sound anymore? Suddenly, he saw something floating and pointed, shouting, What is that in the corner over there? Staring closely, Luo Mayan almost dropped his glasses. That's not our friend's body, it's the charred carcass of a sea monster. Everyone scrambled to look around. There's more over here, a whole pile of sea monster carcasses floating belly up. Shui laughed and slapped his thigh. I told you not to worry, with my uncle around, nobody is visiting the king of hell. At that moment, their wooden raft was suddenly lifted by a mysterious force, putting everyone in utter panic. What on earth is this? Jiang Yang casually walked onto the raft from the water, as if taking a stroll in the park. Stepping onto the wood, he immediately retracted the hideous vines back into his body. Luo Mayan took 3 steps back and stammered, What kind of monster are you? Are you even human? Jiang Yang dusted off his clothes and gave them an ultimatum. If you want to live, follow me. The man asked blankly, Where to? Into the city center of City H, he replied flatly. Yu's father frowned. We barely escaped the city center with our lives. Now we just want to run deep inland. Jiang Yang slowly shook his head. Trust me. In your battered state, if you try to survive in the inland areas, you won't last a month. Luo Mayan frowned in confusion. What do you mean by that? Shan chimed in. carnivorous plants, mutated algae cannibals. The beasts inland are 100 times more bloodthirsty and cunning than these sea monsters floundering in the water. Hearing the list of monsters, everyone on the raft turned pale. He extended his hand in agreement. Fine, just follow us. Keeping you guys alive is quite easy anyway. The crowd gaped in disbelief. Quite easy. The scene shifted to an area not far away. Longqing stood on the roof looking down, a chill running down his spine. Those freaks. He clicked his tongue and concluded, it looks like they have no intention of clearing out. A man beside him reassured himself, calm down, bro, this building is tall and deep. Once those monsters dry up on land, they'll be as weak as slugs, they wouldn't dare attack us. The problem is, we're stranded up here too. Another added gloomily, exactly. If we can't go down to fish or gather supplies, we'll wither away and die up here sooner or later. Suddenly Longqing's eyes lit up, pointing, hey, look over there, a group of survivors is coming. Jiang Yang's group was also slowly approaching the area. He narrowed his eyes at the towering target in front of him. We've reached the nest. Jiang Yang muttered softly, it's that high-rise building right ahead. On the rooftop, Longqing screamed at the top of his lungs, turn back, guys. It's crawling with sea monsters here, go find a high roof to hide. Hearing the shouts, Jiang Yang frowned, find a high building to hide, Luo Mayan explained. Thought those monsters swim fast as lightning, but if they're dragged out of the water for a bit, their strength drops drastically. He added, so for us, as long as we climb to the very top, we can sleep easy. Jiang Yang stroked his chin, getting an idea. In that case, if we force them onto land to dry out, they'll be easy to chop up, right? Luo Mayan stared blankly in confusion. Force them onto land. How are you going to pull off such an impossible thing? On the roof, Longqing scratched his head in frustration. Are they all deaf? I'm screaming my lungs out and they're just standing there. At this distance, they should be able to hear me loud and clear. Suddenly, the guy behind patted him repeatedly. Boss, we have a huge problem, look down there. He stood frozen like a wooden statue. The sea monsters are cutting through the water, heading straight for that group. Jiang Yang waved his hand and ordered, anchor the boat here, don't go any further, or I might accidentally hit our own people when I use my move. Shui tilted his head in curiosity. Uncle Jiang Yang, are you going to use another ultimate move? He slowly walked to the edge of the boat, curving his lips and lowering his voice. Just a little game. His eyes narrowed, radiating the thick murderous intent of someone about to do something highly unethical. Having declared this, he shot forward like a bullet without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Yang's face was extremely solemn and cold. He glided through the air, riding the wind to plunge straight into the sea monster's encirclement. As soon as his feet landed, Jiang Yang immediately unleashed a flurry of plant tentacles sprawling in all directions. The vines thrashed wildly on the water's surface, plunging deep to seek out targets. One by one, the hideous faces of the scaly monsters were dragged to the surface. Sensing the fish were caught in the net, his lips curled into a triumphant smile. High-voltage power grid, get ready. In a flash, Jiang Yang channeled another superpower, a dazzling bioelectric current. All the sea monsters in the water were electrocuted, freezing and paralyzing their entire bodies. Then their painful, ear-splitting shrieks echoed throughout the area. The sea monsters that hadn't been electrocuted scrambled onto the raised land mounds to escape. He gently tapped his foot on the still water. Crawl out of the water if you can, boys. Jiang Yang narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, muttering, you're all on the chopping block now, little fish. From above, Longqing gaped and slapped his thigh. Oh my God, look, it's that insect army again. In the blink of an eye, the giant bugs swarmed to cover the sky, making the old man turn pale. Dear God, there are even more this time. The sea monsters on land stubbornly raised their spears, ready to fight their natural enemy to the death. He gestured with his chin toward the monsters, waving his hand to order, dinner is served, babies. Receiving the signal, the swarm of bugs swooped down in a frenzy. They swarmed the sea monsters tightly, leaving no gap. The bugs opened their sharp jaws, devouring the enemies. Witnessing this horrific scene, Longsheng swallowed hard. That mutant guy. Surely he's not an enemy of humanity, right? Once the feast of flesh was cleared, the motorboat of Jiang Yang's group slowly docked. Before they could process it, that terrifying young man leaped up and suddenly appeared before Longsheng's group. The survivors startled and retreated, putting up their guard. Jiang Yang dusted off his sleeves and smiled. "Put your weapons away, I'm human, not a monster." Longsheng still frowned warily. "Then how do you explain that swarm of bugs covering the sky?" At the question, he merely glanced up at his bug swarm. Then, with an unspoken command, he signaled them to return to their nest safely. Jiang Yang cleared his throat. "Let's get to the point. Would someone please explain what kind of disaster has struck this area?" Terrifying memories flooded back, beginning with a great flood that wiped out all peaceful life. Longsheng recounted solemnly that many people strolling on the streets or living on the ground floors were swept away and lost in an instant. He took a drag from his cigarette. "At the start of the disaster, we held on to hope, waiting for rescue helicopters. We waited until our necks grew long but didn't see a single one. Cell signals went completely dead the moment the disaster struck." At the same time, Longsheng sighed with grief. The cruelest killer was the lack of food. Some refused to wait for death and built wooden rafts to escape inland, but reality slapped them hard, proving it was a foolish choice. The old man grimaced. Those who left ran straight into the water ghouls and sea monsters, meeting miserable deaths. In the end, we realized we were just trapped on a barren concrete island waiting to die. Yang stroked his chin and deduced, "These two types, the water ghouls and the sea demons, must be connected, right?" Longsheng clapped his hands. "You catch on quickly, that is absolutely correct. The water ghouls are things crafted by the sea demons." Shuddering, he explained, "I don't know what kind of dark magic they use to turn a corpse into a type of water-swimming zombie that is incredibly hard to kill. Their only mission is to drag more living people down to the grave with them." At this point, Longsheng's voice trembled. "But drowning is still quite humane. If you fall into the hands of the sea demons, you are guaranteed to be butchered on the spot, with your fresh organs ripped out alive, before they use that corpse to mold a new water ghoul." Hearing that horrifying description, Yang merely offered a faint smile. Such sophisticated taste. This eating habit is truly the instinct of wild beasts. Suddenly, a young man with shining eyes chimed in. "Our savior is as powerful as 3 armies. Maybe he can even flatten that sea demon ranch." Hearing the unfamiliar term, Yang frowned. "What on earth is a sea demon ranch?" Zhang Cheng frowned and analyzed. "These creatures are actually quite smart. They know how to coordinate and set up battle formations. They specifically target the weak. If they catch a small group of people, they slice their bellies open to take their livers on the spot." Someone in the crowd squeezed in and asked curiously, "So if they catch a large group, they spare some and bring them back to that place called the Sea Demon Ranch?" The young man nodded. "Exactly. Those ranches for raising livestock are usually set up on small islands not too far from the coast." The story flashed back to the past, when a group of people was escorted onto a deserted island. Everywhere was a terrifying scene of limbs and organs hanging from sharpened stakes. The monster's intention was to create a giant cold storage, so they could have fresh food to eat whenever they craved it. The human prisoners were tied up with their hands behind their backs and locked in cages, waiting for their turn on the chopping block. In the distance, hiding in the bushes, a young man was stealthily scoping out the detention area. Seeing the peeking head, an uncle whispered in delight, "Is that you and Ping?" The youth ran over quickly, using a sharp piece of stone to saw through the coarse rope. And Ping shoved a key bundle into the uncle's hand. "Later, use this to start that fishing boat, and we will get out of this hell." The uncle trembled and broke into a cold sweat. "Will we be able to bypass them?" The youth pursed his lips to boost morale. "Didn't an old man escape successfully last time? Let's take a gamble, it will definitely work." And Ping bent over to take the lead, not forgetting to look back and hiss, "Walk quietly and speak softly. If they catch our trail, we're all dead meat." Each stealthy footprint pressed deep into the fine white sand. The boy slipped away quietly and dashed onto the deck without making a sound. But suddenly, a squelching sound rang out. followed by a surge of crimson blood pouring out from his mouth. A sharp trident had pierced straight through Ping's chest. The culprit was a giant, scale-covered sea demon. The young man could only utter a desperate groan, "Don't." Back in the cage, the others were still struggling to untie their ropes. An old man grumbled, "Damn it, this stone is too blunt, I can't saw through this rope at all." A middle-aged woman accidentally glanced toward the beach and suddenly screamed in terror, "Ah, no." The old man barked quietly, "Shut up, do you want to scream and bring them here to kill us?" By the time he looked in that direction himself, his face also twisted, turning pale with fear. The sea demon strode over aggressively, tossing Ping's blood-soaked corpse heavily onto the ground. The entire horde of sea demons let out savage screeches and charged into the crowd all at once. Those who had just untied their ropes ran for their lives as fast as they could. But how could they match the speed of the beasts? They raised their cold blades, slaughtering and dismembering without mercy. They thrust their weapons straight into a man's chest, taking his life amidst heart-wrenching screams of pain. In the blink of an eye, the scene was filled with panic as countless people were slaughtered. Jiang covered her face and cried, "We're all doomed." Hanzai trembled violently. Anyone who just untied themselves and ran out was butchered, not a single soul escaped. After the massacre, the sea demons gathered to slice open the bellies of the unfortunate victims, taking their organs before carrying them away. But the strangest thing was, the corpses that had just been killed suddenly twitched and raised their heads. They stumbled and stood up, soulless like an army of living dead. Next, the entire army of the living dead obediently lined up and followed each other straight toward the sea. They simply let themselves drift into the cold water. The entire legion of corpses sank into the darkness of the seabed. Jingjai's mouth fell open as she stammered, "Oh my God, so those scattered water monsters were born from this bizarre process. This is the first time in my life I've witnessed this." Hanzai gnashed his teeth. Did those sea demons do this on purpose to intimidate us and scare us half to death? Back to reality, Yang had just received a signal indicating task progress. He curled his lips in satisfaction. "Excellent, just as expected, another seed of disaster has been activated." Yang stroked his chin, staring at the floating virtual panel. This boss, the ancestor of merfolk, must be the mastermind behind these sea demons. He tilted his head and asked, "But wait, how do you know every single detail about them so well, uncle? Didn't you actually spy on them in person to see everything so clearly?" Longsheng patted his chest. "I didn't just watch. I was the miracle survivor who managed to slip through the gates of death at that sea demon ranch. Those sea demons are very smart. To harvest human meat in bulk, they even learned how to drive speedboats." Recalling his past achievement, he said with emotion, "I stole a high-speed boat and waited until a fierce storm rolled in to make a run for the open sea." Yang raised an eyebrow. "So, do you remember the way to their nest?" The old man smacked his lips. "I roughly remember the general direction." He flashed a dangerous smile. "Then do you have the courage to follow me to bomb that place and rescue the remaining survivors?" Longsheng slammed his fist down. "I swear to you, before this, even if I had the liver of a tiger, I would have been terrified. But now, with a great benefactor backing me, hope is on our side." He spoke firmly and clearly, "I will not shrink from this duty. Let's go all the way." Yang calmly decided to stay for 2 days before setting off. Longsheng stared in curiosity. "Huh, young man, a delay of 2 whole days." He quickly hopped onto the platform, patting his chest confidently. "Let me refurbish this dilapidated headquarters first, and while I'm at it, I'll hand out some high-quality bodyguards to everyone." Drifting beneath the murky water were several sea demon corpses, floating like rotten logs. Seeing the young man turn to leave, Longsheng scratched his head in bewilderment. "Wait, bodyguards falling from the sky or something." The old man stared at Yang as if he were an alien. "What kind of trick are you planning to pull this time?" Ignoring Longsheng's bewildered expression, he decisively threw a handful of seeds, sinking them to the bottom of the water. The insectoids flew in a straight line, landing with a thud right beside the sea demons. A moment later, a faint spiritual energy suddenly bloomed brilliantly. The flesh of the sea demons began to sprout, growing a bunch of tangled vines just like twisted potted plants. Those green monsters drifted and bobbed in the cold water. Looking so obedient now, the sea demons had clearly been tamed without any slip-ups. The young man stared and asked out of curiosity, "What on earth did you just throw into the water?" At that exact moment, a pack of sea demons silently appeared, casting a shadow behind everyone before anyone even noticed. Longqing was scared out of his wits, taking several steps back while trembling. "Oh my God, sea demons!" Looking at the monsters standing like a wall in front of him, the old man lost his mind. "It's over, these things have risen from the dead." Longqing screamed in panic, "Savior, save my old life, Savior." Xiao Yang's face remained cold as he shrugged, "Calm down, everything is under control." But the magical scene that followed left him dumbfounded. How strange, are these sea demons obeying your orders? Xiao Yang slowly explained, "Even though they have the outer shell of sea demons, their insides have been turned into mobile potted plants. They are 100% plants now." He curled his lips and added, "Of course, that includes those floating guys over there." Hearing this, everyone bent down and stared intently at the water. The crowd frowned in curiosity. "Wow, even the water ghouls have been cleanly captured." The young man scratched his head and asked, "So where is that base refurbishment you just bragged about?" Xiao Yang winked mysteriously, "Be patient, the goods are on their way." As soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, a series of loud, rumbling sounds echoed from afar. Everyone was startled once again. Oh my God, an entire army of insectoids as thick as ants. Leading that crawling army majestically was none other than the nematode. Everything proceeded smoothly according to plan, and the dawn of a new day rose, bringing peace. Longqing yawned, only waking up when the early morning sun glared in his eyes. The old man rubbed his bleary eyes and looked out at the scenery outside. A second later, Longqing jumped up in shock. "What on earth is this?" He stared blankly at the scene before him like someone who had just dropped from the sky. "Where on earth have I drifted to?" The father of Xiao Yu was also wide-eyed. "We just took a nap, and the world has transformed so drastically." Shua chimed in. "Wow, Uncle Xiao Yang, I know you're amazing, but how did you pull off something this magical?" He answered casually. "It's nothing, the Spore Group and their nest are master landscape designers." Xiao Yang smiled and looked into the distance, adding, "You know, I also just dabbled in some even weirder experiments. Come on, get up and let's go inspect them." The kid scratched his head. "There's even more progress." Moments later, Xiao Yang led the group to the scene, clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction. On land or in the air, the star insectoids are flawless, but in water their combat skills are too lacking. He cleared his throat and continued his explanation. "So I let this heavenly nematode evolve into a mother organism." Xiao Yang enlightened them. "Its job is to produce aquatic insectoids that can swim without fear of drowning." The sight before their eyes made everyone freeze for a few seconds because of how wondrous it was. He shrugged and concluded, "In about 2 or 3 days, they will evolve into highly aggressive aquatic combat forms." Shan stuttered and scratched her cheek. Brother, why do I feel like our side is looking more and more like the villains in a movie?" 2 days passed in complete silence. Suddenly, a whispering voice broke the silence. "Hey, peek out and see if that group has cleared out completely." The young man peeked around cautiously and muttered, "It's clear, they seem to have all vanished." Instantly, the group leaped up like springs, hurriedly hoisting the anchor and rowing for their lives. The whole group strained to paddle, the water splashing as they yelled, "Keep going, everyone, the shore is calling." The youth beside him said in a trembling voice, "But that island looks so surreal. Human hands couldn't have made that. Don't tell me it's the sea demon's nest." The other man dismissed it. "If it were their nest, we would have been eaten ages ago. Whatever, taking a risk is better than handing our bodies over to monsters." Suddenly, someone stared and pointed wildly. "Oh my God, look over there." Desperate screams echoed. "We're dead, it's the sea demons. Those monsters are still lingering around here." The atmosphere instantly became chaotic. "Damn it. Do these creatures treat human lives like a game? Swim faster, guys." Seeing that monstrous figure closing in by the second, He grit his teeth, breaking out in a cold sweat. We're truly finished. The sea demons spared no time, leaping out of the water into the air. At that critical moment, an insectoid fell from the sky to disrupt them. The bizarre creature went straight for the sea demon's face, aiming to kill. In an instant, the water's surface returned to absolute stillness. He stood there blankly, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What on earth was that? With his sharp eyes, he spotted another anomaly and screamed, "Everyone look, a whole swarm of flying insects." Beneath the water, the sea demon was busy sweating as it engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the insectoids. The attacks were extremely vicious, showing absolutely no mercy. Sensing trouble with its keen smell, the sea demon quickly turned its head to look back. Meeting its gaze was an army of insectoids charging forward like a tempest. The majestic sea demon froze in an instant, its brain temporarily halting. One by one, they shot forward like activated torpedoes. Knowing this was a losing battle, the sea demon hastily turned around and swam away to hide. The people on the boat craned their necks to watch the dark shapes fading deep into the water, their eyes wide. Is the Dragon King having a jealous spat down there? This is insane. Those insects are chasing the sea demons away. The monster of the deep was currently running for its life. Han sighed in relief, clutching his heart in joy. Ancestors bless us, we survived, brothers. Song Lin frowned suspiciously. Are we really saved? What if we're just dessert for the sea demons? His face turned pale as he lamented. Or worse, we might become a fresh buffet for that swarm of insects to tear apart. As soon as Song Lin's unlucky mouth closed, an insectoid popped up to greet them. He panicked, scratching his head. No way, these bugs are escorting our boat to that island. Turns out that's not a sea demon den, but the territory of an insect kingdom. Suddenly, the man sitting next to him screamed, "Oh my God, look at what is up there." He squinted. Wait, it looks like a human, and there are sea demons too. What kind of magic is this? Humans and monsters standing together in peace. Moments later, the small boat pulled smoothly onto the sandy shore. Xiao Yang folded his arms and offered a commercial smile. It is a pleasure to welcome you. He tilted his chin to reassure them. Wipe those pale looks off your faces. I have put these pets in order. Fei Lin trembled and asked quietly, What kind of god are you, young man? No, what kind of creature are you? Xiao Yang shrugged. I'm just the contractor who built this human sanctuary. He frowned. A human sanctuary. Fei Lin looked around, scrutinizing every corner of the base. After examining it, he muttered, No matter how I look at it, this doesn't look like a place for normal people. Longsheng quickly stepped forward to mediate. Don't worry too much, everyone. He and Song Lin exchanged bewildered looks. Wait, where did all these other people come from? Luo Mian offered comforting words. These bugs might look fierce, but boss Xiao Yang has tamed them. They won't bite. The old man added, Even those mobile potted sea demons and water ghouls over there are quite gentle. Longsheng enthusiastically pitched, Just grab your bags and follow me, there's plenty of room. From now on, we are one family, and boss Xiao Yang's boarding house is currently being expanded. Fei Lin sneered suspiciously, Is there really that much space? After a short wait, Xiao Yang patted his hands and concluded, The auspicious hour has arrived. The curious newcomers stared at him and asked, Is it time to clear out the sea demon's ranch? Xiao Yang nodded. Why wait around? Judging by the skirmish just now, it's clear 2 sea insectoids are more than enough to beat a sea demon to a pulp. Shui jumped up and cheered, Let's go, everyone. But he quickly threw cold water on him. You kids stay home and play. It's enough for me and Jiang Chang to handle them. The boy pouted and grumbled, Why, don't you trust our fighting skills? Xiao Yang sighed and advised, You kids are good at fighting, but that's on land. Once you're in the water, behave yourself to stay safe. Li Cheng also nodded in agreement. His words are spot on. If you fall into the water and become dead weight, it will be bad if Xiao Yang has to carry the team and hold a burden at the same time. Shui deflated. Well, if that's the case, then fine. Soon, the 2 capable men were smoothly gliding across the waves, and Jiang Chang started to chat. He smiled bitterly. I swear, I never imagined traveling the sea in such a bizarre fashion. Just then, Jiang Chang's sharp ears picked up a strange noise. He instantly became alert, snapping his head back to check. Jiang Chang pulled out binoculars to inspect and yelled, reporting to boss Xiao Yang, "There are sea demons over there." The boss remained calm upon hearing the report, slowly assessing the situation. Xiao Yang acted gently, pulling the strings of the insectoids submerged deep in the water. The pet squad rushed forward, immediately clashing with the sea demons in the blink of an eye. Instantly, the water was torn apart by a series of surging waves. The powerful impact blasted a deep crater in the sea. The battle ended smoothly in an instant, and the sea demon was knocked unconscious, drifting face up on the water. The insectoids dusted off their hands and obediently dove back down. Jiang Chang's jaw dropped at the sight of the battle being settled in just a few seconds. Good heavens, a lightning-fast defeat like that. The young man smirked proudly. Admittedly, our duo is indeed superior. Meanwhile, deep inside a desolate corner of the sea demon kingdom, the human prisoners were crouching quietly like disciplined puppies. Hanzai suddenly let out a high-pitched shriek, making the man next to him jump. Goodness, what happened? Jingjai looked around in panic and saw a towering sea demon approaching. It's terrible, the slaughterhouse is opening again. The young man's tears fell like rain. No, please spare my life, don't pick my name. At the same time, Jiang Chang searched with his binoculars and concluded, "Found it. That piece of land over there is definitely the sea demon's slaughterhouse." He jumped up and urged, "Boss Xiao Yang, we just caught them preparing to harm our compatriots, hurry up and act." Xiao Yang smirked and warned, "Hold on tight." Jiang Chang nodded to show he understood. Hearing the report, the young man dashed to the edge of the boat. Without stopping, he leaped straight into the wind, heading toward the sea demon ranch. Jingjai's weak whimpering could be heard, "Please don't." The beast's sense of smell warned that something was wrong, and the sea demon turned its head back. As fast as lightning, Xiao Yang stood right beside the butcher. Before it could react, he struck decisively without mercy. The prisoner, still frozen in fear, stammered in confusion, What is happening?" Jingjai swallowed hard as she watched the massive sea demon get knocked out, completely speechless. He timidly shifted his gaze to inspect Xiao Yang. Jingjai's entire body trembled. What kind of creature is this? The chessboard was completely overturned 180 degrees in the blink of an eye. He rubbed his eyes and scrambled up, unable to believe what he saw. That figure is. Sitting on the boat, Jiang Chang cheered in excitement. "Amazing! Smash those punks' faces for me." Immediately, another sea demon lunged forward. It flexed its muscles and threw its spear straight at Xiao Yang. But he read the move in an instant, easily catching it. Then, without hesitation, he immediately returned the favor, throwing it back. Xiao Yang delivered a clean, swift, and decisive lethal blow. Seeing their comrade fall, the remaining sea demons fled in all directions. Jiang Chang was startled. "Oh no, are they swimming straight over here?" The youth still put on a brave face and challenged, "Come at me. With boss Xiao Yang protecting me, I don't believe you guys can even scratch me." A dark tide of monsters rushed forward like a broken dam. At the critical moment, the army of insectoids finally made its appearance. Suddenly, a shocked voice cried out, "Wait, what are those other creatures coming out of the water? They are beating each other up." After a brief clash, the surrounding area fell dead silent. The onlookers scratched their heads in confusion. Are the sea demons completely wiped out? Hanzai kept staring curiously and asked, "What kind of species is that kid? Why does his outer shell look exactly like a human?" Jiang Chang patted his chest proudly. "Stop worrying, my boss Xiao Yang came down to save you." The man frowned, "Save us." The boy curled his lips and retorted, "Otherwise, why would I bother dragging these sea demons out to beat them up?" Jiang Chang slipped behind him, grinning widely. "Stretch your body a bit so I can cut this rope." Hanzai's memory suddenly sparked. "Ah, I remember you. You're the guy who stole the boat and slipped away during the storm." He asked in confusion, "Were you and I captured in the same batch?" The other man sighed. "Yes, but almost everyone captured back then is dead." Xiao Yang squinted towards the horizon. This sea demon slaughterhouse chain surely doesn't have just this one branch, right? Hanzai quickly provided information. Absolutely not. The sea demons don't even settle here. They only send some underlings to take turns guarding the place. He pondered, in this vast ocean, wiping them out entirely might be a bit of a hassle. Jingjai gasped upon hearing this. Wipe them out entirely, he was dumbfounded, against the sea demons. Xiao Yang waved his hand to lead them. Let's go back first. We can think of a battle plan later. If all else fails, we can just use the most primitive way and fight them head-on. His gaze grew sharper. With the insect mother strategy, we will sweep through this sea. Soon, the small boat quickly returned to the dock. Shui glued his eyes to the binoculars and shouted, "Everyone, Uncle Xiao Yang is back." The boy ran to the bow of the boat, in excitement to greet them. Shui chirped in praise. "It hasn't even been a day, and everything went so smoothly, Uncle Xiao Yang." He waved his hand and introduced, "This batch is survivors rescued from the sea demon slaughterhouse. Take them to their rooms and settle them in." The boy patted his chest. "Leave it to me. Everyone, follow me closely this way." Xiao Yang came forward and instructed, "Shan, Li Cheng, you two worked hard. Please ask He Lao and Zhou Xiao Ping to come here. I have some matters to discuss with them." The girl nodded immediately. "Yes, okay." The man agreed, "No problem." A moment later, the two of them drifted on the waves. Suddenly, the bottom of the boat hit a strange object submerged below. Hearing the noise, Shan frowned and complained, "Oh no, the water is too shallow. How can we steer the boat?" Li Cheng sighed. "After so many days, the water was bound to recede. Thankfully, we are almost there." At that moment, Xing Kai happened to spot them. He shouted excitedly, "Quick, open the gate. Shan and boss Li Cheng have returned in glory." As soon as she stepped ashore, she asked, "Where is He Lao? Boss Xiao Yang has some things to consult him about." Xing Kai scratched his head and explained, "Something serious happened at the Flesh Sea, so He Lao went to help." Shan was surprised. "Something happened? What is it?" He shrugged. "I don't know the details. I only heard someone is gravely ill and might pass away soon." Li Cheng stepped forward and added, "What a coincidence. We have to go there to bring Zhou Xiao Ping back anyway. Let's go check it out." In another universe, He rubbed his forehead and sighed. "It's definitely acute pancreatitis. Even in a VIP medical room, the mortality rate is very high, let alone in this rundown place." The old man looked down at Xiao Ping and pronounced a cold sentence, "This girl will surely pass away." Feng stood outside the corridor, silent and unable to speak. All the grief and worry showed plainly on his wrinkled face. Yang Bing urged, "Then hurry up and call boss Xiao Yang. The leader has magic, he can definitely save her." He shook his head. "It's too late. The girl has gone into shock and unconsciousness. She won't last past noon." At the critical moment of life and death, Feng spoke in a hoarse voice, "No, I still have one last card." He slowly uttered each word, "Implant the simulated flesh directly to infect her." He squinted and questioned, "In this state, to save her life, we must replace the entire pancreas with simulated flesh. Do you have the skill to do it accurately?" Feng lowered his eyes and admitted, "I can't. The only way is widespread infection to ensure the pancreas is completely taken over." He warned, "If you play that card, she will lose her humanity. Even a great figure like Xiao Yang would be helpless." Feng firmly concluded, "Even so, living as a monster is better than waiting to die." He dropped his hands, "She is your daughter, you decide." Feng expressed his pain, "My own mind has drifted far from humanity. Will forcing her down this path destroy her human nature? I am not sure." Before he could finish, He was startled by Yang Bing's sudden action. "Hey Yang Bing, what are you trying to do?" The youth kicked the door open. "Uncle Joe, get in there quickly. Just do what you have to do." Zhao Feng was startled and held him back. "Wait, her father hasn't finalized the decision and you are already forcing it," Yang Bing shouted. "You intellectuals are always so slow. My philosophy is that living somehow is better than dying. Send her in for emergency treatment. If she wakes up and regrets it, she can end it herself later." Hearing the young soldier's philosophy, He nodded. "Thinking about it, it makes sense." Feng stepped closer to where Zhou Xiao Ping lay weakly. He raised his hideous hand, and a sticky, fanged mass crawled out. He instructed, implanting this mass of simulated flesh virus will cause her to convulse. Hold her limbs down tightly. The group shouted in agreement and crowded around to pin her down as the slimy mass dripped. The hideous slime slowly crawled into Xiao Ping's nostrils and ears. With a twitch, her eyes snapped open as if shocked by electricity. Veins bulged on Xiao Ping's face, sweat pouring down as she let out a painful scream. A moment later, her bloodshot eyes bulged out. After a long struggle, Xiao Ping stared at the ceiling, and the atmosphere fell into a terrifying silence. But her body remained completely motionless. The group began to worry, is Xiao Ping dead, uncle? Calm down, give her some time. Suddenly, her fingers twitched slightly. Then Xiao Ping coughed up a mouthful of black blood. He slapped his thigh and jumped up. The miracle worked, everyone. The doctor urged, quick, help her up. If she lies flat, she might choke on the blood. Feng suddenly reached out to stop him. Wait. The father raised his slimy arm, which was covered in jagged teeth. In an instant, the slime shot forward like a jet engine. Zhao Feng was startled. What's wrong? Feng stared at his arm, which was being penetrated by the writhing slime, and said, look for yourself. On Xiao Ping's body, countless small mouths with sharp teeth had opened up. He warned, those were the spots you were about to touch. Yang Bing broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, what if we had actually picked her up, uncle? Feng slowly said, her system was just implanted with simulated flesh, and she hasn't adapted yet. If you touch her, that defensive armor will bite you, unless you want to become monsters like us. Hearing the warning, the youth quickly waved his hands. No, thanks, I'll pass. Zhao Feng sighed, old Joe, this evolution game is indeed troublesome. After a long wait, Xiao Ping slowly opened her eyes, rubbing her head and groaning. What happened to my body? He leaned in to ask, how do you feel? Is there anything different? Xiao Ping looked at her hands and confessed, why do I suddenly feel a strange sensation? The old man questioned further, what about your human emotions and soul? Are they affected? The girl frowned, it's not to the point of losing my mind. Feng clarified, it takes time. The brain structure is disrupted and it takes about 1 or 2 weeks to settle. Xiao Ping froze in confusion. What do you mean my brain structure was changed? Are you trying to scare me, old man? He calmly explained the situation. You were suffering from acute, life-threatening pancreatitis. If we hadn't taken this extreme measure, you would have died on the spot, so. The old man slowly confessed, the council decided to have your father inject a dose of the infectious mock flesh into you. Her jaw dropped in shock. Xiao Ping stared blankly at her battered body, stammering, oh my God, does that mean I've now become? Before her brain could process it, a mass of hideous tentacles burst from her arm, leaving Xiao Ping completely dumbfounded. Xiao Ping clutched her bizarre arms, screaming in sheer terror as her face turned pale. Only after a long moment did those writhing things finally retreat and slink back inside. Feng instructed her sternly, get used to it quickly and find a way to control it. Xiao Ping slumped, whispering weakly, then will I also turn into a heartless monster? Suddenly, a high-pitched voice called out from the door. Liu's voice rang out, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Xingkai personally led 2 people in and announced proudly, may I introduce little San San and big brother Li Cheng, who have just landed. San San waved in greeting, elder he, brother Liu. Li Cheng also quickly inquired, we heard rumors that things were going up in flames over here. Has the fire been put out yet? After spending a lot of breath explaining, He summarized briefly, that's the whole drama. Now Xiao Ping is infected with high-level mock flesh, just like old Joe. After telling the story, the old man asked in turn, by the way, how is the project in H City going? Is it running smoothly? The young man gave a wry smile, smoothly my foot. Chief Xiao Yang sent us all the way here to bring you and Xiao Ping over to help save the day. He clapped his hands and suggested, the stars have aligned. Let's set sail immediately. Maybe over there, young Xiao Yang will have some trick to help Xiao Ping. The camera quickly panned outside, where a car was flooring the gas pedal and speeding away. Reaching the water's edge, the entire group casually stepped onto the shore. The entire ruined city was now covered in a dense web of slimy tentacles. As the crowd gathered around, Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, "Pancreatitis?" He stroked his beard sadly. "Yes, we were desperate, so she's now infected with mock flesh." Xiao Ping covered her face in distress. "How frustrating. Back in the day, I knocked out zombie teeth, crushed monster heads, and kicked insectoids away, only to end up like this because of a stupid case of pancreatitis." Xiao Yang patted his chest confidently to reassure her. "Dry your tears. With me here, there's nothing to worry about." He gave a gentle wave of his arm, and a swarm of pitch-black vines came crawling out. He warned her, "It's going to hurt a little. Bear with it until this operation is over." Those twisting roots showed no mercy, crawling straight into Xiao Ping's eyes, nose, and mouth. As she shrieked and cried, He watched the horrific sight and breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew Xiao Yang would have a trick, but this method is truly goosebump-inducing." After a few minutes, those hideous tentacles obediently retreated back into their nest. Xiao Yang clapped his hands loudly to announce the job was done. Xiao Ping dizzily clutched her throbbing head in exhaustion. He said in a serious tone, "You're still much luckier than Zhou Zhaofeng. Since you were just infected, your brain chip hasn't been reset yet." He chimed in to ask, "So in short, she has merged with the power of the mock flesh but still remains human, right?" Xiao Yang smirked and corrected him. "It's more accurate to say that the mock flesh was smoothly devoured by her human genes." Shui chimed in from below, "That's so cool, though it sounds pretty contradictory." He calmly revealed the catch. "But to maintain this, you'll have to eat like a beast. Unlike Zhou Zhaofeng, who has an entire flesh sea and tree roots to constantly pump blood, your only option is to stuff yourself with food to make up for the energy consumed by the two species tearing each other apart inside you." Once that was settled, he turned to He and nodded. "Xiao Ping's matter is resolved. Now it's my turn to ask for advice from you elders." The old man cleared his throat. "What are you planning? Tell us about it." Xiao Yang lowered his voice to a dangerous tone. "It's like this. There's an eyesore of a species out there, and I want to track them down to their nest and wipe them out completely." He scratched his chin and sighed. "That's the general plan, but the ocean is vast, and finding them is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's going to be tough." After hearing this sci-fi proposal, He closed his eyes and furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Suddenly Xiao Ping cleared her throat and chimed in, "I have a great idea." Xiao Yang gestured for her to continue. "Let's hear it." First, she asked a counter-question. "Do any of you know how beekeepers quickly deal with a swarm of hornets?" As an image of a bee appeared, Xiao Ping's voice rang out. "The sworn enemies of honeybees are hornets. Those pests love to launch sneak attacks and ruin the keeper's harvest KPI." She rambled on about the solution. "What keepers do is tie a bright white piece of paper to a hornet's back, let it go, and then simply track it back to its nest to wipe them all out in one go." Hearing this, San blinked and asked, "Are you suggesting we put tracking tags on the sea monsters?" Li Cheng rubbed his chin, assessing the situation. "Tagging them is easy, but keeping up with their motor-like speed underwater is going to be incredibly tough." Xiao Ping proudly revealed her golden method. "If we can't outrun them, we can just use a GPS tracking device." She pictured a shark fitted with a chip and continued boasting. "There's a whole line of GPS devices designed specifically for tracking marine animals, you know." Xiao Yang looked excited and asked, "Sweet, so where do we go to loot this gear?" He suddenly remembered and slapped his thigh. "Right on the southwestern outskirts of H City, there's an abandoned marine research station. We can definitely scavenge something there." Hearing the solid plan, the boss clapped in approval. "I knew inviting experts was the right move. Let's gear up and get ready to sweep the area." With the plan locked in, the boat started its engine and set off, slicing through the water. The majestic vessel cut through the rough, white-capped waves as it surged forward. Suddenly, a bizarre heel slammed down onto the ground with a loud crash. Scattered along the sandy shore was a pack of sea monsters, left battered and broken after a fierce battle. Standing on the deck, San wrinkled her nose. "Ugh, the water here smells way worse." He clicked his tongue and explained, "It's because this area is closer to the mainland, so a foul smell is only natural." Li Cheng looked closely and nudged her. "Everyone look over there, what is that junk floating in the pool?" Floating right in front of them was a pale white skeleton. The group gasped in shock. Is that a floating human skeleton? Without hesitation, Jiang waved his hand and cast a bunch of long tentacles into the water. He pulled the skeleton up, inspected it, and shook his head. You're mistaken, this skeleton doesn't belong to a human. Ping pointed frantically in all directions. Oh my God, look, there's a whole pile of them over there too. Floating across the lake were countless drifting skulls and bones scattered everywhere. Had this area just witnessed a bloody massacre? Yang frowned and warned them, be as reckless as you want, but I suspect something strange is hiding around this minefield. Everyone stay alert. Chi craned his neck to look straight ahead and noted, we've reached the tiger's den. Towering concrete structures met their gaze. The old man pointed, that's it. This massive building is the Marine Ecology Research Institute. Looking at the decaying skeletons hanging from poles, Chi swallowed and added, even the ornaments hanging in front of the gate are made of bare white bones. As the group crept stealthily into the lair, Yang sighed. At this rate, we're bound to have a life-and-death clash with the monsters here. San clutched her chest in worry. Oh dear, He Lao and Sister Ping, please don't go in any further, back us up instead. The young boss dismissed her suggestion. No way, we don't know how strong or numerous the enemy is yet. We need to stick together so I can protect everyone. She scratched her chin and nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. Yang laid out the plan. I'll lead the way, San and Li Cheng will cover the rear, and He Lao and Ping will stay in the middle. If something dangerous happens, get behind me immediately for protection, got it? He Lao called out. Understood, boss. As they walked into the main lobby, he turned and asked, so which floor do we go to for the GPS? Chi pointed to a sign on the wall. The directory is over there. Let's go check it. Wading through murky puddles, they slowly made their way deeper into the facility. Flashlights flickered, piercing the darkness. They huddled together, whispering complaints about how pitch black and gloomy it was. Suddenly, Yang's danger senses tingled. He squinted into a dark corner. Seeing him freeze, San nudged his arm and whispered, is something wrong, Yang? He lowered his voice and replied, something nasty is lurking nearby. Yang whipped his head back and yelled in alarm, trouble behind us. Glancing sideways, he shouted in panic again, wait, it's not just one. We've got company on the flanks too. From the stairwell, a mercenary clutching a firearm rushed out as if chased by a ghost. With a deafening gunshot, Yang roared a warning, get down. His arm immediately summoned a massive bundle of vines to shield Ping. Thanks to the powerful biological shield, the bullet deflected, failing to pierce her chest. Chi gasped in terror, Ping. Yang narrowed his eyes in surprise. People are still using guns these days. Right behind him, a mutant with a scarred face lunged forward. Li Cheng shouted at the top of his lungs, watch out, more enemies ahead. Turning around, Li Cheng turned pale and cried out, there's a mutant behind us too. Yang took a combat stance and said coldly, if you want to die, come at me. Sharp thorny vines whipped straight at Wang Yang's face. In the blink of an eye, he was tightly bound like a mummy. On the side, Li Cheng was straining to hold back a beefy mutant. The young man smirked mockingly, oh, you actually have some muscle under there. With a powerful strike, Li Cheng sent the man flying into the distance. The mutant crashed face first onto the floor, clutching his stomach and groaning in agony. San stepped up and gestured, He Lao, Sister Ping, hide behind me. Out of nowhere, a chain whipped out and tightly bound Ping. Liu Kaiyan appeared out of nowhere and dragged her away. Chi chased after them in a panic, calling out Ping's name. Bound and helpless, she could only let herself be dragged away. While San cursed in frustration, damn it, they took Ping. Jian Kang was lurking right behind her, aiming his gun straight at her head. Liu Kaiyan screamed at the top of her lungs, untie old Wang Yang right now. Hearing her shrill voice, Yang sneered, well, look at that. These monsters actually know how to speak human language. Suddenly, Ping's entire body began to convulse violently. She gasped, looking down at her betraying body. A cluster of black tentacles suddenly ripped through Ping's skin, and burst out from her arm. Those tentacles whipped out, sending her flying over 10 meters. She shrieked, "What kind of witchcraft is this?" Liu Kaiyan crashed hard into the dirt, her face twisting in severe pain. The slimy mutated mass quickly spread to cover Xiao Ping's face, emitting a chilling, ominous aura. Though tightly bound, Wang Yang hoarsely screamed Liu Kaiyan's name. Taking advantage of the distraction, Xiao Yang waved his hands and summoned 2 massive thorny vines. In an instant, Liu Kaiyan was bound tight, struggling helplessly. A razor-sharp tentacle sliced through the air, heading straight for her face. However, it struck an invisible barrier and was deflected. This magical deflection left Xiao Ping dumbfounded for a few seconds. Wang Yang cried out in despair, "Damn it, this monster is too strong. Please, boss, show some mercy and spare our lives." Xiao Yang growled coldly, "Tell your men to stop immediately, or I'll end both of your worthless lives right here." His jaw dropped in disbelief as he stammered, "Incredible! This demon can actually speak human language too." San yelled back angrily, "Are your ears plugged with mud? We've been talking to each other this whole time." Wang Yang panicked and shouted, "Everyone drop your weapons and stop quickly." He cast a sharp glance back and asked, "Zhou Xiao Ping, is your brain still in control?" Xiao Ping's writhing tentacles obediently retracted and pulled back. She stared at her strange hands, utterly lost. "What on earth is happening to me?" Xiao Yang crossed his arms and remarked, "It seems you're still in the middle of an update. You haven't gone completely wild or lost your mind yet." Then he glared at the unfortunate duo and threatened, "I will grant you a single pass. I'll release you now, but if you dare try anything, I'll put you out of your misery." A moment later, the dejected captives led Xiao Yang's group up to the windy rooftop. He chin-gestured and interrogated them, "Spill everything. What's going on with this circus? What kind of creatures are you?" Wang Yang quickly confessed, "We were originally 100% human, just low-level staff at this research institute. Then the mega tsunami, sea monsters, and water ghouls came. I'm sure you bosses have experienced that disaster combo too." Xiao Yang frowned and asked, "So your hideous bodies were modified by the sea monsters?" He scratched his head in embarrassment. "It's not wrong to say we were modified. The reason we turned into these grotesque monsters is because we ate the raw blood and flesh of the sea monsters." Li Cheng felt a shiver down his spine and blurted out, "You actually forced that disgusting stuff down your throats." Wang Yang explained their plight with a sigh. "Hunger drove us to do crazy things. Death lurked beneath the sea, and we had no food left. That day, we managed to kill a sea monster. Starving and desperate, we took a gamble and ate it because there was no other way out." He added somberly, "Or were we supposed to slaughter and boil our own kind? What kind of monsters would we be then?" Those final words hit Li Cheng like a sledgehammer, leaving him speechless. Xiao Yang asked coldly, "So those hanging skeletons acting as scarecrows at the gate belong to sea monsters?" Wang Yang nodded. He pressed on, "To put it plainly, you ate their flesh, mutated, and stole their power." The old man winced and corrected, "Not quite. We only got a fraction of it. Underwater, we have more than enough strength to crush water ghouls, but we're still far from a match for actual sea monsters." Wang Yang looked into the distance and continued, "But once we're out of the water, we can use guns to drive them away easily. As long as we hold this fortress, they won't even be able to touch us." Jiang Kang threw cold water on his confidence. "That's not guaranteed. Lately, those sea monsters have been gathering around here in massive numbers." Another guy chimed in, "The more the merrier. We're starving anyway. If they come, we'll have food and a chance to avenge our fallen comrades." Jiang Kang furrowed his brow in worry. "What's concerning is that if they launch a larger-scale attack, we'll definitely be crushed. I have a feeling those beasts are actually intelligent and know how to work in packs." Xiao Yang clapped in agreement, "Spot on. They do have a collective intelligence. Sooner or later, they will send a proper army of sea monsters to wipe this place out and finish you off." He broke into a cold sweat and asked, "I was just guessing, but seriously, who on earth are you guys anyway?" He squinted, glanced at San, and smirked, "Our group. Our background is a bit complicated, old man." At that tense moment, Liu Kaiyan pointed down and cried out, "Look over there quickly." Seeing a massive swarm cutting through the waves, she shrieked in panic, "It's the sea monsters, they're back again." Xiao Yang clicked his tongue and remarked, "Well, this is quite a grand comeback force." Jiang Kang readied his gun and shouted, signaling everyone to prepare for battle. Wang Yang immediately suggested, "Listen to me, we should retreat into the main building. Right now, our only advantage is our knowledge of the dark corridors." Xiao Yang dismissed it calmly. "Why bother? It's cramped and dark down there. If those monsters decide to run, how will we give chase?" He smirked confidently. "It's much easier to just stand here and wait for them to come up and die." Seeing Xiao Yang's carefree attitude, Jiang Kang warned him crossly, "If you're going to be stubborn, don't blame us when you get hurt later." He turned to his group. "Fall back, we'll ambush them as planned. I'll provide cover fire move." Everyone replied, "Understood." Jiang Kang cocked his gun and gritted his teeth. "Bring it on." Xiao Yang calmly told his group, "Everyone, take care of yourselves." Seeing this, his team also dispersed and took up their combat stances. Right then, the water began to bubble, signaling that the sea monsters were about to surface. Brandishing their weapons, they leaped into the air like otters. Jiang Kang broke into a cold sweat and stammered, "Are you kidding me? There are so many of them." In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang acted, stretching his arm forward as his eyes glowed with a brilliant green light. A massive bundle of vines shot out from Xiao Yang's hand. The roots bound and impaled the midair sea monsters. One by one, they were smashed down, falling onto the floor like autumn leaves. Beside him, Li Cheng was also busy, delivering heavy punches straight to the monsters' faces. San San joined the fun, neatly taking down one target after another. Xiao Ping unleashed her bizarre tentacles, whipping the sea monsters to pieces. Watching the show, Jiang Kang was dumbfounded, thinking, just who on earth are these people? The entire team was fully immersed in the thrilling battle. A sharp tentacle from Xiao Ping's hand pierced right through a sea monster's chest. After just a few short minutes, the battle was over, with carcasses of sea monsters scattered everywhere. Xiao Yang dusted off his hands and cleared his throat. "All clear, call your friends out," he replied. "Understood." As they emerged, the group's jaws dropped in shock. Wang Yang stammered, "Good Lord, did you clear all of them by yourselves?" He pointed to the pile of carcasses and raised an eyebrow. "Do you want this meat or what?" His eyes widened in surprise. "Are you going to leave it behind? This stuff contains a lot of precious energy." Xiao Yang replied proudly, "We might be short on money, but we're not short on energy." Wang Yang nodded in understanding. "Right, that makes sense. With your skills, you can hunt for meat whenever you want." Xiao Yang concluded, "So we just did you a huge favor, right?" Jiang Kang nodded. "Of course you did." He continued, "Great, then return the favor by helping us out with something." The man pointed to himself in confusion. Someone of your level needs help from us." Xiao Yang patted He Lao's shoulder. "Go ahead and tell them what we need." He Chi nodded with a smile. "Let me explain." Upon hearing the name, Jiang Kang gasped. "Wait, He Lao, don't tell me you're Professor He Chi from the Agricultural Academy." The old man squinted. "And who might you be?" Jiang Kang was overjoyed. "Oh, did you forget? I'm Chen Jian Guang." He Chi slapped his thigh. "Ah, Chen Jian Guang, the department head Chen from the Biodiversity Center." The old man smiled warmly. "It is indeed me. I didn't expect you to still recognize this old man." Xiao Yang frowned in curiosity. "An acquaintance?" He Chi stroked his beard and explained. "We used to work in the environmental sector, so we know each other. Chen's department specialized in marine life. With his help, this mission will be a breeze." He Chi got straight to the point. "I'm here to find a marine GPS tracker." Jiang Kang scratched his head. "Why do you need that?" The old man replied. "These sea monsters are running wild. I plan to tag them so we can locate their nest and wipe them all out in one go." Jiang Kang broke into a cold sweat. "Wipe out the sea monster's nest? Only your group would dare make such a bold claim." In the open space, a calm voice spoke. He Chi asked, "So, are the supplies still in the institute?" Jiang Kang nodded. "Yes, follow me." The group was led to a room filled with parts. They pointed to an item. "This is what you need, right?" Holding the item, He Chi smiled broadly. "Perfect, this is exactly what I was looking for." Yang crossed his arms and remarked, "Staying here is pointless anyway. Why don't you pack your bags and move to our base? We're severely short-handed over there." Wang Yang scratched his chin hesitantly. "Is that really okay? With our monstrous appearance, we might scare people away." Liu Kaiyan interrupted, "You worry too much. With their kind of power, their base must be full of beasts anyway. They won't be scared of how you look." Finding her words sensible, he nodded. "Fair point. In that case, let's pack up and go." By now, the entire city was covered in a network of vines. They wrapped tightly around the walls of the high-rises. On the rooftop, Shui lay with his legs crossed, relaxing in the sun. Suddenly, a dense swarm of insects flew overhead. The boy scratched his head in confusion. "Strange, why are those bugs acting so frantic all of a sudden?" Shui peered down curiously and gasped, letting out a cry of shock at the bizarre sight. Right on the water, a massive army of sea monsters was cutting through the waves, charging straight toward them. The boy quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie and yelled, "Red alert, uninvited guests. The sea monsters are attacking, everyone get your gear ready." The team shouted enthusiastically, "Sweet, they're here, let's welcome them." Everyone drew their weapons, waiting with intense killing intent. Shui shouldered his gun and sneered, "What a bunch of fools." The boy patted his chest. "If you want to get past, you'll have to get through my bugs first." As soon as he spoke, the swarm of insects rushed down toward the sea monsters. From the deep water, aquatic bugs also surfaced with the current. The sea monsters glared with sharp eyes, raising their guard. They roared and charged forward. The sea began to surge violently, creating massive geysers of water. A fierce clash between the sea monsters and the flying insects was about to begin. Suddenly, bright red patches began to spread across the water. A voice called out, "How is the battle going?" Shui reported with a grimace, "It's tough, our bug swarm can't overpower them. They are too numerous and resilient. It seems we've provoked the wrong crowd." Just then, a bug sneaked up behind the sea monster warrior. Sensing the danger, the sea monster whipped its head around, its eyes blazing with hostility. Lightning fast, the sea monster pierced the unfortunate bug with its spear. Its eyes flashed with wild vigilance as it scanned its surroundings. The sea monster warrior dodged with agile movements, evading the surrounding swarm. It leaped forcefully out of the water. In midair, the bugs were already waiting in ambush. The sea monster swung its spear, sweeping away the insects blocking its path. The onlookers stared in amazement. "Good God, look at that one, it's on a whole different level. Has anyone faced such a tough monster before? It's incredibly strong." Suddenly, 3 more scarred, aggressive sea monsters shot up from the water. They ganged up on the warrior, but it swiftly raised its weapon to block their attacks. In an instant, the scarred trio dived back down and disappeared into the sea. The monsters glared at each other, sizing each other up for a long moment. The sea monster warrior gnashed its teeth, letting out a threatening growl. A voice called out, "It blocked them." Shui cracked his knuckles eagerly. "Block, let me handle it. It's been a long time since I found such a good punching bag to stretch my muscles." The other person's eyes widened. "Is it that strong of an opponent?" The boy cleared his throat proudly. "Everyone step back, leave the stage to me." They nodded in agreement. You've got this." Underwater, as a monster lunged to bite, the sea monster warrior easily dodged the attack. It immediately delivered a fatal thrust into the back of the unfortunate attacker. Seeing their comrade fall, the remaining 2 furiously charged with their spears for revenge. A moment later, the water became still again, eerie in its quietness. The carcasses of the sea monsters began to float to the surface. Shui curled his lip. As expected, they were no match. The sea monster warrior propelled itself high out of the water. It landed on the ground with a thud under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Shui sized up the monster's build, thinking, "This thing looks even more muscular than the carnivorous beasts in City M." The boy narrowed his eyes with a smirk, confident he could easily take down this opponent. The sea monster did not waste words, charging straight ahead. Shui pulled the trigger, firing loudly and laughing. "Before my gun, all creatures are equal." However, the sea monster nimbly rolled, dodging every single bullet. Seeing that shooting was useless, he tossed the gun aside and smirked. "Not bad, you have some skill. Let me entertain you then." As the sea monster's spear thrust down, Shuai leaped aside, escaping by a hair's breadth. The monster stared in surprise, not expecting its opponent to be so agile. Seizing the opportunity, the boy grabbed a long sword and slashed down repeatedly. But the monster also showed incredible reflexes, dodging impressively. An onlooker couldn't help but gasp. Does this young kid actually possess such terrifying strength? Realizing the situation was unfavorable, the sea monster turned to flee. Shuai laughed. "I haven't given you permission to leave yet. Where do you think you're going?" The monster desperately leaped off the edge of the rooftop. The boy clicked his tongue. "I thought you were tough, but you ran away after just a few moves." The sea monster plunged back into the deep water. But as soon as it opened its eyes, it froze in horror. Below it was an army of aquatic bugs, packing the area tight. Terrified out of its wits, it swam away frantically in another direction. Shifting to Xiao Yang's group, they were riding a boat toward a large building. San pointed. "See that? That's our headquarters, your new home." Jiang Kang nodded. "So it's an island?" Wang Yang wondered. "How did you build it so impressively?" Li Cheng squinted into the distance and muttered, "The behavior of those flying insects in the sky seems a bit off." Xiao Yang chuckled. "Looks like we got home just in time for a party." Li Cheng suddenly shouted in alarm, "It's the sea monsters. A massive wave of sea monsters is attacking our base." Jiang Kang patted his chest generously. "If that's the case, we'll gladly lend a hand to clear out the trash." He nodded and instructed, "Excellent, but remember this. Our insects and beasts are covered with a plant layer, so don't shoot them by mistake. Your targets are those ordinary sea monsters." They replied, "Got it." The mutated group immediately dove into the sea like otters. They dove deep, scanning their surroundings with sharp, vigilant eyes. Standing on the deck, Li Cheng pointed. "Xiao Yang, there's a strange sea monster climbing onto the roof. Young Shuai is struggling with it." He nodded. "I see it. It looks really bizarre. Let's use it as a punching bag to test our team's skills." He cracked his knuckles and said resolutely, "Leave this one to me personally." Back on Shuai's rooftop, the onlookers whispered, "Oh, that was an easy win. It seemed pretty simple." The boy puffed out his chest and walked away, sounding disappointed. "I thought we'd have an interesting fight, but reality had other plans. The sea monster appeared silently right behind him. It struck down ruthlessly with its spear, but luckily Shuai's reflexes kicked in and he rolled away. As he backed off to assess the situation, he muttered to himself, "Its movements have gotten faster." Seeing the deadly spearhead thrusting straight at him, Shuai cried out in panic, "Crap, I can't dodge in time." In a life-or-death moment, he had to bring his sword across to block the blow just in time. But unfortunately, the monster's force was too strong, sending the young boy flying far away. The sea demon began to puff its cheeks and take a deep breath, preparing to spit something out. It spat out giant water bubbles, and everyone cried out in warning, "Watch out." Caught off guard, Shuai took the blow right to his face. He collapsed to the floor, rubbing his eyes repeatedly and cursing, "Dirty bastard, how dare you use water to block my vision." As soon as he opened his eyes, the boy's pupils dilated in terror. The sea demon was charging at him with a spear, aiming to take his life. The deadly spear tip was only a few centimeters away from the tip of his nose. But suddenly, the monster froze, snapping its head up to look in one direction. Xiao Yang had suddenly appeared with towering killing intent, grabbing the spear blade with his bare hands to shield Shuai. His voice ice cold. "You scum! If you scratch even a bit of his skin, how am I supposed to answer to his father?" At his words, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The infuriated sea demon braced itself and yanked the spear back hard. But Xiao Yang held it as tight as a vice, calmly asking, "Are you trying to pull it back to leave?" It remained silent, wisely letting go of the spear. Quick as lightning, the monster drew a dagger from its waist and charged at top speed. Even with the blade close to his face, his expression did not waver in the slightest. Bam! Xiao Yang swung his fist and broke its arm bone, making the monster shriek in agony. Realizing it had picked the wrong fight, the sea demon clutched its limp arm and turned to flee for its life. Shui stamped his feet in frustration. Uncle Xiao Yang, don't let it jump into the water. It gets stronger in water, it'll turn back and launch a sneak attack later. Meanwhile, the sea demon kept rushing headlong straight into the sea. Hearing this, Xiao Yang let out a faint laugh, a sneak attack. He leisurely closed his eyes, calming his mind to sense the echoing sounds. Without even turning his head, he knew exactly that the monster was appearing from behind and swung his hand out. From Xiao Yang's palm, a bundle of tangled vines shot out. The vines bound the sea demon tightly, leaving it terrified and wide-eyed in astonishment. He mocked coldly, with the water splashing so loudly, "Did you really think you were sneaking up on me alone?" The monster could only squirm continuously in an attempt to escape. Xiao Yang grinned, releasing a blinding flash of lightning and shouting, "High-voltage bioelectricity." The blue current surged through the sea monster's entire body. It was shocked until it was charred black and collapsed. Seeing this, Shui was still resentful. "Damn it, it's still breathing, let me go finish it off." Xiao Yang quickly stopped him. "Hold your horses, I left that breath on purpose." The boy scratched his head in confusion. What are you keeping it for?" Xiao Yang tapped his head. "Did you forget? We still need a guide." With that, he quickly attached a tracking device to the sea demon's body. Shan narrowed her eyes in question. "If you stick this on it, what if it pries it off? It might fall off before it gets there." His eyes flashed with mischief. "Don't worry, I just fed it some hallucinogenic mushroom spores. Its mind is hazy now. It will wander all the way back to its nest." Afterward, they carried the 150-kilogram body onto the boat and headed out to sea. Wang Yang delivered a follow-up kick to throw it into the sea, shouting, "Get lost so the water stays clear." With everything done, the team started the engine and sailed back. Time flew by, and sunset gradually blanketed the sky. A stray little fish happened to bite the sea demon's body. Thanks to that painful bite, it suddenly woke up. It scrambled awake, clutching its buzzing, exhausted head. Looking around, there was only the vast sky and sea, with absolutely no one in sight. After recovering its strength, it dived down headfirst and swam away without a trace. Sitting in front of the computer screen, Shan reported with a bright smile, "The fish has bitten the bait. The coordinate data is moving extremely smoothly." Xiao Yang slapped the table. "Nice, we have to show these underwater pests the pressure from land creatures." Scene cuts to the very depths of the gloomy ocean. A group of sleepy sea demon soldiers stood guard. Suddenly, one of them startled and looked sideways with wide eyes. It spotted their own warrior stumbling and crawling back. One of them pointed and shrieked a high-pitched alarm. They gathered around, lifting the battered monster by its armpits and carrying it into the barracks. The sea demon commander immediately waved his hands, ordering his subordinates to get to work. The screen shifts to a vegetable garden, where a group of people were bending over, diligently tilling the soil. One young man was panting heavily from sheer exhaustion, unfortunately catching the attention of the prison guard. Without a word, the guard lashed his leather whip directly across the man's back, cursing, "Slack off, are you dodging work?" The young man fell to the ground, gritting his teeth in anger. "You bastard, I just took a quick break, since when was I dodging work? You're just using your position to settle a personal grudge." Hearing this, the guards swarmed him, kicking and punching furiously. "Oh, still talking back, die." Right then, the giant sea king and an attendant strolled over. Their appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. The guardian bowed low in flattery. "Reported to my lord Sea King, what decree do you wish to bestow?" The Sea King rumbled, "Our warrior was severely wounded by your human race. He needs nourishment, bring some liver and fat here." The guard nodded respectfully. "Yes, I understand, this servant will arrange it immediately." He immediately turned to the guards and barked, "The Sea King's warrior is injured and needs organs for nourishment. Go over there, pick some chubby kids and drag them in." Hearing this, a commoner was utterly outraged, but only dared to curse silently. "You bastard, helping monsters massacre your own compatriots. Sooner or later you will die a horrible death. The camera cuts back to Xiao Yang's base, where Shan Shan stared at the screen and cheered. We got their home address, guys. He asked eagerly, what are the results, young lady? She tapped on the keyboard. It's confirmed southeast about 10 kilometers from here. Jiang Kang stroked his chin and calculated 10 kilometers southeast. That must be the Cancer Archipelago. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, you know that area well, he explained. I had the records of the surrounding islands like the back of my hand back when I worked at the Research Institute. He ordered with satisfaction, excellent, let the gathering begin. Xue pouted. Uncle Xiao Yang, that's not fair. Why do you make me stay behind to guard the door? He shrugged and explained, after all, fighting a water battle against sea monsters is no joke. To ensure survival, I'm only taking excellent swimmers on this trip. The boy pointed crossly at Xiao Ping's face. I won't argue about the 4 new people being good swimmers, but is this sister Xiao Ping going too? Since when was she a good swimmer? Xiao Yang sighed and reminded him, Kid, did you forget her biomimicry ability? Then he turned to Xiao Ping, give us a demonstration, and while you're at it, clear up this kid's doubts. It's also a good time to verify my previous guess. The group gathered at the water's edge. She stretched her muscles and said coldly, all right, I'll start gearing up then. As soon as Xiao Ping waved her arm, a series of hideous, serrated tentacles sprouted out. She used a tentacle to grab a drowned sea demon's corpse. Wang Yang and Liu Qian gasped in fear at the sight. Xiao Yang smiled dryly. It seems those sea demons look quite gentle compared to our side. He asked, how is it, are you okay? She nodded indifferently. To be safe, let me chew on a few more. Seeing Xiao Ping casually pick up another corpse, the newcomers turned pale and began throwing up one after another. After swallowing the food, she threw off her outer coat and stretched to warm up her joints. Xiao Yang patted Xue on the shoulder. Keep your eyes wide open and watch. The boy crossed his arms, frustrated. Let me see how mystical this gets. Just a few seconds later, both sides of Xiao Ping's neck split open into a pair of breathing gills. As soon as she spread her arms, a layer of sharp fish fins immediately sprouted along her arms. Everyone was amazed, with Wang Yang shouting, Are you kidding? She grew gills and fins. Who can compete with this kind of evolution? Without further delay, Xiao Ping splashed into the sea. Watching her slice through the water like a real fish, the crowd was dumbfounded. She's moving like a rocket. Is this really that cold girl from earlier? Suddenly, Xiao Ping kicked the water and soared high into the air. Her entire body was now encased in a dazzling armor of fish scales. Xiao Yang turned to tease. Well, what do you think, kid? Xue clenched his fists in envy. I completely surrender. I wish I could use this biomimicry too. Scene cuts to the slave prison camp, where the large guard snatched a child from a mother's arms, ignoring her cries. Please don't take him away. Not only did the bastard not stop, but he also delivered a crushing kick that sent the woman flying, cursing, Get lost and stop bothering me. Curling up on the cold ground, the woman cried her eyes out, screaming, Give me back my child. He ruthlessly waved his hand, ordering the guards to drag all the children away. Seeing the woman weeping bitterly, a female prisoner next to her gently patted her shoulder in sorrow. This is what a slave's life is like, dear. You've just been brought here, try to bear the bitterness and get used to it. The sky had turned pitch black, and Xiao Yang's team's boat was slicing through the waves at high speed. Shan Shan stared at the detector and pointed excitedly. We're almost there, guys. Look around, can you see the faint outline of the islands ahead? Jiang Kang strained his eyes, then nodded. I see them, that location is definitely Tuzai Island in the Cancer Cluster. Wang Yang suggested hesitantly, should we jump down and swim around to scout the situation to be safe? Xiao Yang waved his hand. Why make it so complicated? He raised his chin arrogantly. Just hit full throttle and sail the boat straight to their doorstep. On the other side of the battle line, the large guard and his underlings were yawning while guarding the shore. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes and spotted a light in the distance. Realizing it was a ship, he clapped his hands in delight. Jackpot! Today, a fresh prey has delivered itself right to our mouths for the Sea King Lord's late-night snack. Hearing his creepy phrasing, a captured resident muttered angrily, "This piece of trash helping monsters chew on his own kind, yet his mouth keeps calling us cows and pigs. I wonder who the real animal is." The person next to him quickly covered his mouth. "SHH, are you begging for a beating? If he hears you, you're dead." The guardian, who had ears as sharp as a dog's, immediately spun around with fiery eyes. The other person went pale and whispered, "Damn, he really heard it. These henchmen have ears like bats." The second person sighed in grief, "I told you so, watch your mouth." He marched over fiercely with a leather whip barking, "Are you tired of living? Just wait until the Sea Kings return from their hunt. Let's see if your mouths are still so tough. You fools." He whipped the ground hard in threat. "Since you're scheduled for the chopping block today anyway, let me give you a ticket to go first." Just as he swung the whip to strike, a hand as strong as steel suddenly clamped onto the cord. It was Jiang who said coldly, "What kind of show are you guys putting on here? This is a sea monster island, so why do I only see human faces? Where are all the sea demons?" The guard was stunned, scanning him. "Who the hell are you? Your face is totally unfamiliar. Are you the remnants of the group captured on the island last time?" He blinked casually. "I don't have time for this. I'm just a tourist who just docked." He turned to nod at his teammates. "Guys, dock the boat close to the shore. Let me look around to see how the scenery is here." Seeing himself completely ignored, the man flew into a rage. "You brat dare to ignore me. Let go right now." Jiang kept his grip on the whip, turning to ask the prisoners, "Is this guy out of his mind? Seriously, this is the Sea Demon's Island, right? Where are they hiding?" Another guard jumped up and cursed, "You lunatic! How dare you call the great Sea King a sea demon? You must want to die." The big guard roared, "Why talk so much with him? Whip him to pieces." With that, the mob of lackeys rushed in together, intending to slaughter Jiang. Despite dozens of whips lashing against him, Jiang stood still like a stone statue, his face unchanged. The captured laborers gasped in amazement. "Is this kid made of iron and bronze? He doesn't seem to feel any pain from the beating." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang grabbed 2 leather whips, his eyes darkening with intense killing intent. He grumbled in a cold voice, "Are you bugs done playing yet? Your skills are so weak, I wouldn't even want to dirty my hands on you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang gave a tremendous yank. The yank was so powerful that the guards tumbled forward, face planting into the sand. Throwing the whips aside, he smirked in warning, "If you know what's good for you, shut your mouths." One guard clutched his chest, trembling and groaning, "This brat's strength is unreal." The large guard scrambled up, gritting his teeth in resentment. This kid must be some hidden martial arts master from before the pandemic. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, he ran as fast as his legs could carry him, shouting, "Hold him back. I'm going to invite the Sea King to handle this." Jiang scratched his head in confusion, always talking about the Sea King this and that. Can you humans actually live in harmony with those sea monsters? Do they even speak human language? A kind resident shouted in panic, "Benefactor, be careful, don't believe them. They are lapdogs who sell out their own kind to be eaten by monsters." The guard turned back upon hearing this, glaring in threat, "Are you tired of living, you dog?" He shrugged calmly, "Does this kind of absolute scum really exist in this world?" From the boat, Wang Yang cupped his hands and called out, "Boss, how's the situation up there?" Jiang waved back, "Dock the boat, guys, there are no monsters, just a bunch of human traitors." Seeing the mutants step ashore, the guards stared in bewilderment. What kind of freakish squad is this, half human and half fish? Before anyone could blink, Jiang charged forward and grabbed the large man's collar. His eyes flashed like a cold blade as he growled, "Every time you open your mouth you praise those monsters. Your garbage logic is really getting on my nerves." The prisoners whispered in awe upon seeing this. "Oh my God, quick as lightning. We didn't even see him slide over and grab his neck." In a panic, the large guard pulled out a horn and blew with puffed cheeks, sending out a shrill whistle. That action did not escape Jiang's eyes. A panicked resident quickly grabbed his hand. "Big brother, is that ship down there yours?" He nodded. "Yes, is there a problem?" The man went pale. That bastard just blew the horn to call the pack. The sea demons are about to swarm up. We should hijack the boat and flee. We might still make it. Seeing the team members leisurely jumping into the water to swim ashore, the man screamed in horror, "Oh God, are you people crazy? Why are you jumping in? Get back up, start the engine and run." Despite being held by the collar, the large man tried to sneer triumphantly. "Where do you think you can run, worm? Once the Sea King arrives, you'll be blown to pieces, and later he'll pull your guts out for a snack." Xiao Yang threw him tumbling away like a bag of trash, dusting off his hands indifferently. "Ah, I see, so their nest is right under the seabed here." At the same time, beneath the waves, a massive army of sea monsters had gathered. They shot ashore like arrows launched from the water's surface. Hideous feet stomped heavily onto the sand. Looking at the swarming monsters, Xiao Yang called out calmly, "Everyone gear up, prepare for a feast." They all chorused, "Understood." The captives watched them prepare for battle and gasped, "Are these people brain dead? They see the monsters coming and instead of running, they're preparing to fight." The large guard crawled over to the sea monster leader, reporting, "My Lord Sea King, these strangers sailed here intending to steal our meat source." Hearing the command, the sea demons roared frantically, carrying their weapons as they charged straight ahead. They aggressively lunged to slash at Xiao Yang, but he simply swayed and dodged gracefully. The missed blow left the sea monsters wide-eyed in astonishment. In the rear, Wang Yang and the crew were loaded and ready, firing their guns with loud bangs. He shouted in excitement, "Come on, you manatees, taste my bullets and see if they're sweet." Bullets sliced through the air and pierced into the monster's hard scales. As a bullet grazed past Xiao Yang's back, he dodged skillfully, letting the monster behind him take the hit straight through its skull. One by one they fell dead, leaving the prisoners stunned. They cheered in joy, "Wow, guns, they have firepower. Great, we're saved this time, guys." The large guard sneaked a glance at the Sea King's expression, his stomach churning as he thought, "Oh crap, they brought a whole arsenal. Even the Sea King might not be a match for them." Suddenly, from the seabed, 3 giant black shadows burst out of the water. They landed on the sandy beach with a loud, resounding thud. The commoners were terrified once again. "We're doomed, it's the sea demon warriors. 3 of them, this time we're all going to meet our ancestors." Wang Yang swallowed and warned, "Watch out, these 3 giants look hard to swallow." Jiang Kang frowned and analyzed, "They look exactly like those warriors we let go last time." Another person shuddered and added, "Rumor has it that even our little junior brother was beaten black and blue by them back in the day." Xiao Yang waved his hand coldly, commanding, "Everyone move back, don't rush in blindly and lose your lives." He called out in a low voice, "Xiao Ping, come out and warm up. This group is perfect for testing your skills." Xiao Ping stepped forward unhurriedly, giving a soft nod in agreement. A resident yelled in panic to stop her, "Girl, don't wade near the water's edge. These monsters double their power once they touch water. We have to lure them deep inland to fight." Ignoring the warning, Xiao Ping stood her ground. The man pulled his hair and screamed, "Oh, is this woman deaf? I told you not to go near the water." He muttered in despair, "She looks so skinny, it's over. The tiny glimmer of hope we just had is gone." The crowd turned to Xiao Yang for help. "You're the leader, tell her something. Going out there is just turning herself into monster bait." The 3 warriors roared terrifyingly, rushing forward with their weapons clattering. Xiao Ping's shoulders began to deform strangely, but her face remained expressionless as she stood still, observing her targets. Witnessing the transformation, the commoners gasped in terror, "Oh my God, what kind of monster is this?" The large guard also stuttered in fear, "That woman isn't human either." When the sea demon's spear thrust down, Xiao Ping merely waved her hand slightly to deflect it. The powerful deflection caused the monster to lose its balance and freeze. Xiao Yang spotted it and shouted a warning, "Watch your blind spot." Hearing this, Xiao Ping glanced sideways and noticed another monster rushing in for a sneak attack. She swiftly knocked away the charging enemy while spinning around to parry the sneak attack of the spear, her movements as smooth as a dance. The most terrifying part was her head suddenly splitting in 2, revealing a mouth full of bloody, jagged teeth. It opened its wide jaws, ready to bite off the sea monster's head. The sea demon was scared out of its wits, quickly dodging to the side to escape the deadly bite. After retreating to a safe distance, the monster stood there panting heavily from exhaustion. The Sea King broke into a cold sweat as he watched. The large guard quickly suggested, "My lord, order them to jump into the water to recover. Use a war of attrition to slowly exhaust her to death." He roared, ordering a tactical retreat. The three warriors obediently listened, immediately turning and diving into the sea. Seeing Xiao Ping about to dive in and pursue them, Xiao Yang waved his hand to stop her. "Easy, there's no need to chase them in a rush." He smiled arrogantly. "Let them dive, wait until they are buffed to their peak state, then we'll fight." The guard sneered, "Stop barking, brat. Let's see if you can still talk big once the Sea King rips your liver and guts out." The water's surface suddenly began to boil. Using the same old trick, the warriors suddenly burst out from the water, charging straight at Xiao Ping. They leapt high in the air, pointing their sharp spears directly at her. Everyone watching gasped and muttered, "Unbelievable, holding off three bulky monsters all on her own and still completely fine." The guard whispered in the Sea King's ear, "My lord, send the troops to kill that brat commander first." Seeing one of the monsters turn to ambush Xiao Yang, a kind person shouted, "Danger! Watch out!" Watching the monster raise its weapon to strike a thunderous blow on his head, the crowd closed their eyes in despair. "It's over. The monster is moving as fast as lightning. How can he possibly dodge that blow?" But to everyone's surprise, countless steel-hard tree roots shot out from Xiao Yang's body, skewering the monster like a kebab. Witnessing that slaughter, the Sea King was terrified, muttering, "He's a complete monster. This fight is a disaster. Let's retreat." The large guard was also horrified, crying out, "Oh my God, how can we fight this?" Before he could finish, the leader roared a warning for the fleet to make an emergency retreat. The monsters felt a wave of relief and fled in all directions. They dove headfirst back into the water, vanishing completely. The abandoned guard screamed in despair, "Oh, Lord Sea Kings, how could you leave me here?" By then, Xiao Ping had quietly approached behind him. Her face exuded a chilling, bone-deep killing intent. With a casual wave of her hand, the guards were sent tumbling to the ground. The large guard was scared out of its wits, kneeling and bowing repeatedly, "Big brother, big sister, spare my life. I was only a servant forced to do this." Xiao Yang glanced coldly, "I don't care about your miserable life, and I'm too lazy to touch such an insect." Thinking he was serious, the man smiled with joy, "Thank you for your mercy, big brother." He turned to look at the suffering residents and added, "However, if the people here want to settle their scores with you, I won't interfere." Their long-suppressed anger boiled over, and the crowd charged forward with shovels and clubs, shouting. They beat the henchmen black and blue while cursing, beat them to a pulp, these ungrateful scum who harmed their own kind. A moment later, the lackeys had been thoroughly thrashed, and the matter was fully resolved. Xiao Ping asked, "Now that it's cleared, what do we do next? Bring all these people back to our island?" Wang Yang grimaced. "Our island is packed lately. How can this tiny boat fit so many people in one trip?" Xiao Yang gestured, "Don't worry, everyone just get on the boat." Suddenly he frowned, letting out a small, surprised murmur. Ahead, their boat was being completely wrecked by the sea demons. Wang Yang slapped his thigh in rage. "Oh my God, my beloved boat." Watching the boat bubble and sink, he cursed loudly, "These dirty bastards. When they can't win a fight, they resort to destroying our ride." The Sea King poked his head out of the water, laughing triumphantly. "You're stuck now, you fools. Not a single one of you will escape. Just huddle together and stay stranded to death on this island." Xiao Yang kept his hands behind his back, his tone remaining even. "With you guys throwing a wrench in my plans like this, isn't it?" Blue veins popped on his forehead, his eyes flashing with rage as he gritted his teeth, "Forcing me to wipe out your entire kind." Jiang Kang asked anxiously, "What do we do now, Commander?" Xiao Yang smirked reassuringly, "No worries, it's a piece of cake." Right then, high up in the sky, a flying bug was hovering and secretly filming the events from afar. Cutting to another angle, the commoners were diligently gathering wooden planks to make rafts. Xiao Yang's voice rang out calmly, "About 2 kilometers away, there is a ship anchored. In a bit, Some of you can row over to bring it back and pick everyone up." Wang Yang scratched his head hesitantly. "Well, swimming a few kilometers is nothing to me, but the problem is..." He pointed at the lingering sea monsters. "With so many water monsters still swarming, I'm afraid they'll tear me apart the moment my foot touches the water." He smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I've already rolled out the red carpet for you." As soon as he spoke, a beam of light as bright as a headlight shot out from Xiao Yang's eyes. High in the blue sky, the giant bug began flapping its wings frantically and plunged downward. Its abdomen, printed with a strange tattoo, suddenly emitted a brilliant light, along with a deafening, ear-piercing screech. Witnessing this, the crowd looked at each other in confusion, wondering what that strange sound actually was. Someone quickly pointed forward and blurted out in a panic, "Look over there, right next to it." The water's surface suddenly rippled with slow, gentle waves. Everyone startled and screamed, "What on earth is rising up?" The sea demons immediately turned their heads, their eyes gleaming with high alertness. From deep below, a swarm of insects suddenly burst through the water and rushed forward at terrifying speed. The sea demons quickly gripped their weapons, forming a tight defensive line. Spotting the enemy, the sea demons leapt high into the air, screaming in panic, "Insects, it's a swarm of insects." Jiang narrowed his eyes to assess the situation and said, "It's the insect swarm battling the sea demons again." Although he had seen this before, Wang Yang couldn't help but sigh in amazement, but watching it again is still mind-blowing. Xiao Yang quickly issued instructions. "Let's do that, Xiao Ping, lead everyone. I will deploy the insect swarm to clear the path ahead for the team." Watching Xiao Ping calmly walk toward the water's edge, the crowd whispered among themselves, wondering what she was planning to do. Without a second thought, she threw herself straight into the salt water. The residents stared in astonishment. She jumped straight into the sea demon's nest like that. Did she eat a tiger's heart to be so bold? By the time the water bubbled with foam, they saw Xiao Ping clearing out the battered and falling sea demons. Wang Yang hurriedly followed, urging, "Hurry, stay close on her heels." The crowd stared back, with countless questions rising in their minds about what kind of freakish species this brutal group belonged to. On the sea surface, the remains of the sea demons and the insect carcasses drifted aimlessly like duckweed. A trembling man turned to ask Xiao Yang politely, "Big brother, your side definitely doesn't have a habit of eating your own kind, right?" The young man turned back, lowering his voice calmly. "Rest easy, our menu has much better delicacies than human meat. Now, give me a brief report on the situation in this area." Deep in the ocean, the entire group swam hurriedly, kicking their legs to follow Xiao Ping's figure. High in the air, the flying insect was scanning around, watching their every move. In another hidden corner, the miserable residents curled up, shivering violently in panic. One disheartened person muttered calculations, counting down, "It must be almost time to be dragged out for dinner." The person next to him, upon catching a glimpse of a sea demon, screamed in panic, "Please spare me, don't pick me." One man clenched his fists and roared in grief, "Even if we escape today, we'll lose our lives tomorrow or the day after. Either way, death is certain. I can't stand this miserable, hiding existence anymore." The man raised his chin aggressively in provocation. "If you dare, come at me, you scum. Aim straight for my head, finish me off, do it." Hearing his curses, the sea demons roared furiously to show their power. They marched straight toward the man, clutching sharp, cold blades in their hands. Facing the sharp blade, the young man suddenly turned pale, panting heavily in terror. Suddenly, the sea demons spun around, looking behind them in defense. From far away, the flying insect was slowly gliding over. The monster's eyes suddenly flared with a sharp light. A sea demon put on an act, strutting forward to face it. Right at that moment, Wang Yang and his faction also rushed onto the scene. The crowd watching the scene scratched their heads. What faction is this newly appeared group? Without letting anyone blink, Wang Yang and Jiang simultaneously fired a barrage of bullets, tearing through the air. At this overwhelming turn of events, the residents whispered, "Using guns like that, they must be humans, but their vibe seems a bit off." By then, despite being riddled with bullet holes, the sea demons still tried to put on an indifferent, unharmed face. The neighboring sea demons suddenly rolled their eyes and let out a few bizarre screeches. Instantly, they all turned tail and fled for their lives, occasionally glancing back to see if they were being chased. Wang Yang smirked with delight. Go ahead and run, there's an even more terrifying surprise waiting for you in the deep ocean. The monsters were scrambling, intending to throw themselves into the water to escape. But quick as lightning, Xiao Ping lunged forward and grabbed their collars. The sea demons were caught completely off guard, left open-mouthed and dumbfounded. She dragged the monsters down in a straight dive into the quiet seabed. The moment they hit the bottom, Xiao Ping ruthlessly tore them into shreds. Witnessing that bloody purging, the crowd cried out in terror. What on earth was that thing that just flew past? Did anyone see it clearly? Yes, it was a tyrant beast. It dragged the sea demons into the water in the blink of an eye. They stammered and pointed. Look closely at that group who just saved us. As they took a closer look at Wang Yang's group, someone said with certainty, look at those scales on their bodies, they're definitely not human. A man with trembling hands pointed ahead, stuttering, and what about that creature over there, whose side is it on? In that direction, Xiao Ping was bursting with a surging, murderous aura. The man blinked in disbelief, wondering how someone with such a fierce appearance could ever be considered a good person. The person next to him scratched his head and explained, her temper seems a bit violent, but she is clearly a true savior. The man's eyes widened upon hearing this. What? A girl. Xiao Ping quickly deactivated her ability, returning to her original form and leaving the crowd gasping in awe. Oh my God, she really is a beautiful woman. She waved her hand to calm everyone down. Everything is settled now. Everyone, please get on board quickly. We are about to set sail. The man from earlier was still dazed. Wait, set sail to where? The person next to him clicked his tongue and explained, to the safe zone. Where else? The older man frowned upon hearing this. What on earth is a safe zone? Xiao Ping smiled reassuringly. Please stay calm. To us, you are compatriots and comrades, not dishes on a banquet table. As darkness began to fall, a long queue of people snaked its way inside. One of them held out a strange object. This is the food that the sea demons forced us to stuff into our mouths every day. Xiao Yang took the object, turning it over to inspect it. This is completely unfamiliar. Even before the sea demons turned me into their servant, I had never seen it. The person loudly explained how toxic the object was. This thing is bizarre. If consumed continuously, a 10-month pregnancy will be forced into premature labor within just a month. Most horrifyingly, a newborn eating this for about a year will grow as large as a 10-year-old child. Xiao Yang was startled upon hearing this. That sounds like a myth. Forced to grow that fast, do the children even have time to learn to read or take their first steps? The resident tearfully replied, there is no chance for education. Before living a full year, they are already dragged to the slaughterhouse by the sea demons. Xiao Yang stared intently at the strange object, lost in deep thought. Amidst the silence, an urgent shout echoed, Boss. Two men dragged a sea demon over and reported, Boss, this body is still breathing. Xiao Yang glared at the monster and asked, is this one of those in their pack who can speak human language? The man nodded in confirmation. Exactly. This guy can babble a bit of human tongue, though it sounds terrible. They used to use them as loudspeakers to relay orders to the overseers. The stubborn sea demon screeched threateningly in a high-pitched voice, you ants dare to provoke the tiger's whiskers. Offending the great ocean king clan means you should prepare to have your guts ripped out. Before the words could fully leave its mouth, it took a devastating punch to the face, spitting out a liter of green blood. Xiao Yang cast a cold gaze down and replied proudly, my only concern is that your cowardly comrades won't dare to show their faces here. Far in the distance, Xiao Ping was waving her arms enthusiastically and calling out, Leader Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang smiled and replied, your working speed is quite impressive. The young man quickly assigned tasks. Please harvest some of the growing crops to bring along. We are preparing to set sail. A moment later, the poor residents could only look on in speechless shock at the swarm of slimy insects hovering all over the sky. A middle-aged man blinked and shuddered. Could this wretched place actually be the stronghold of some dark cult? A boy wandering around the island waved his hand and shouted confidently, "Guests coming ashore, please line up and follow me closely." A resident saw the child and scratched his head in confusion. Is it just a little kid who still has wet behind his ears? The talkative boy led the way. "Uncles and aunts, please stay calm and don't panic. We were all rescued by Big Brother Jiang from the sea demon's slaughterhouses. This land is absolutely safe, so you can forget your fears of being threatened by them." Jiang held out the branch from earlier to the young woman. "Take a look at this tool." Xiao Ping frowned in curiosity. "What kind of plant is this?" Yang summarized, "A type of plant gathered from the sea demon's farms. They use these leaves as feed to compress the human pregnancy cycle from 10 months down by tenfold." Hearing this, Xiao Ping got goosebumps. Such a terrifying forced growth gimmick exists. "Let's take it straight to the laboratory for He Lao to analyze." Yang nodded in agreement. "Yes, I had the same idea. No more dilly-dallying. Let's pack up and hit the road right now." In City C, the research center picked up a communication line. "How is the progress? Is it feasible?" Inside the room, rows of fluorescent lights flickered on simultaneously. He happily rubbed his hands together to share the good news. "Everything is going smoothly." Yang clapped in approval, as expected of a medical biology facility. Even after being wrecked and abandoned for years, the power still runs fine. Xiao Ping added some information. This place was originally designed to withstand disasters and unexpected crises. The young man excitedly concluded, "Then why not bring some refugees here and convert this place into our new headquarters?" He kept his eyes on the equipment and nodded. "That plan is indeed the most logical. Only with enough manpower can I feel secure staying here to focus on my research." Xiao Ping stepped closer to inquire, "How is it, He Lao? Have you found any clues?" He sighed and explained in detail, "Look at the cellular structure of this branch. I have traveled for many years and never seen anything like it. Though it bears some resemblance to ordinary plants, I bet it did not originate from Earth." The old man stroked his beard and spoke in a thoughtful tone. "To be absolutely sure, we must run some experiments to see if consuming this stuff produces any side effects on the human body." He pointed into the distance and explained, "Earlier when I looked around, I saw some animal cages in the basement. If we can catch some uninfected rats now, we can solve this puzzle in no time." Deep beneath the cold water, a sea demon warrior was swimming frantically forward. Suddenly, 2 sharp tridents crossed from out of nowhere, blocking its path. The sentry sea demon growled and demanded, "Speak up, what business brings you here?" The monster panted and revealed its identity. "I am a warrior of the Jiang He clan, urgently requesting an audience with the leader of your Ju-Ko clan." The Ju-Ko sentry coldly scoffed, "Spit it out, we will report it later." The Jiang He warrior cried out frantically, "Then tell your boss immediately that all of our Jiang He brethren have been completely wiped out by those 2-legged pigs." The Ju-Ko minions gasped in shock upon hearing this. "What on earth? Wiped out by those 2-legged pigs? A proud branch of the sea demons, destroyed on land by those livestock. Who are you telling jokes to?" The monster became extremely frustrated by their mocking attitude. "I swear to heaven it is the truth. Please stop referring to them as beasts every time you open your mouth. That completely underestimates how terrifying those upright pigs are. Your attitude is far too complacent." The Ju-Ko sea demon burst into laughter. "We have every right to look down on them. What is there to say about tiny clans like your Jiang He?" It puffed out its chest and patted its torso. "How could you even compare yourselves to our forces?" He stared wide-eyed and asked to confirm, "So this is the better alternative you were thinking of?" Yang nodded in agreement, "Absolutely." The young man began to explain the collected specimens. This clump consists of genetically modified octoploid wood termites and simulated flesh blocks cultivated for human use. If that alien plant has no side effects on them, it most likely won't harm humans either. Yang shrugged with a wry smile. "In this apocalyptic era, we are lucky just to have anything to eat. Food safety and hygiene standards are the least of our worries now." He stroked his chin in agreement. "That actually makes sense." Jiang Yang continued, however, since we will have to handle these chubby octoploid insects anyway, the safest plan is for me to camp out here as a bodyguard. He Lao's life is a national treasure now, and we cannot afford any mishaps. He Chi frowned in concern. What about the beachfront? The young man chuckled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I have already worked everything out. On the other side, a mutant eagerly reported, Look, Shui, a strange ship is approaching. Shui commented calmly, looking at its trajectory, it is coming from the inner palace. I guess it is Uncle Jiang Yang's group returning. The commoners standing on the shore trembled, pointing and stammering. What kind of monsters are those two things over there? Li Cheng covered his mouth with a smirk. I knew it. The terrifying appearance of these two guys makes people nervous wherever they go. The ship anchored by the shore, and people hopped down onto the solid ground one by one. The curious crowd quickly parted to make way. Sheng Ji had only taken a few steps when a child's sharp voice rang out, Dad. Shui waved excitedly. Hey Dad, what wind blew you all the way to this place? He smiled gently. Building a wolf-head rocket probably takes a few years to fly, and then we have to use tweezers to pick up those thorny fish. Shui stared blankly after hearing this string of metaphors. Dad, what planet's language are you speaking? Li Cheng stepped over, patted the boy's head, and explained, Uncle Jiang Yang's team is busy studying that strange plant. Worried that the sea demons might ambush us, they dispatched Lao Zhang and Chang Jia here to guard the place. Shui raised his nose proudly. With me standing guard here, what is there to fear? Sheng Ji gave his precious son a loud flick on the forehead and scolded, Stop bragging, boy. Misleading advertising and making wild claims will get you sued into bankruptcy one day. Shui clutched his head in pain. Ouch, I'm telling the truth, not making false advertisements. Some onlookers covered their mouths and whispered, Oh dear, why does that boy's father look exactly like a demon? No wonder the kid is as powerful as a beast. A middle-aged man quickly nudged him with an elbow. Shh, shut your mouth. Do you think your life is too long to be talking like that? Shui crossed his arms, pouting, What's that? We risk our lives to protect you all, and now you bite the hand that feeds you and make fun of my dad's looks. The speaker from earlier quickly shrank back, stammering apologies. Li Cheng pointed his chin toward the horizon, warning, Hey, look over there. The flying insects seemed to have caught a scent of trouble. Shui frowned as he watched the insects circling in the air, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It seems these little bugs have detected something again. I bet a scouting party of sea demons is lurking nearby. The boy's eyes lit up as he jumped up and down. Dad, let me take the lead. Let me show off my skills to save some face. Meanwhile, the Ju-Ko sea demons submerged in the water poked their heads up to look. The Jian sea demon cast a stealthy glance at the swarm of insects and reported with a shiver, Damn, our location has been compromised. The Ju-Ko member raised his chin defiantly. What is there to fear? We have the warrior division of our Ju-Ko clan standing here. Seeing the Ju-Ko fighters preparing to charge in blindly, the Jian members frantically grabbed them back. Hey, what are you doing? Don't act so recklessly. But the stubborn Ju-Ko warrior ignored the warning, silently parting the waves as he charged forward. He swung his trident and skewered an insect on the spot. His Ju-Ko comrade in the water clapped loudly, showing off, Open your eyes and look. The absolute power of a Ju-Ko warrior is right here. Those beasts you praise to high heaven are ultimately just useless trash. The Jian sea demon's expression darkened, and he warned, Don't blame me for not warning you. I am taking my leave. The Ju-Ko pack spat in disdain. What a coward. Calling yourself an ocean warrior, yet fearing mere beasts to this extent. I think just a few of us would be enough to weed out their entire nest. Another Ju-Ko member was also itching to make a move. Suddenly, a nearby Ju-Ko member froze as he noticed something unusual. He quickly tapped his comrade's shoulder. Hey, look over there. The monsters burst into malicious laughter. Well, these scumbags are delivering themselves right to our doorstep. Get your weapons ready for battle. The minions below calculated there are 4 of them in total. How should we divide them up? That freak with tentacles looks the toughest, so leave him to me. You guys can split the rest. Shua sat perched on the side of the boat and chirped, Aunt Zio Ping, can I apply to join your simulated flesh superhero squad? Zio Ping immediately threw cold water on his request, no. The boy's face fell instantly, why so blunt? Sheng Ji, sitting regally behind him, landed a playful punch on the boy's head. Shua clutched his head and turned around whining, why did you hit me, Dad? He glared and lectured, how many times have I told you? When you meet a woman, you must call her sister. If you can't remember that, how are you going to take over my legacy in the future? Zio Ping explained gently, putting aside the risks, you are still a child. If you accidentally merge with simulated flesh, your body will be locked in this state forever, and you will never grow up. Shua nodded as if he understood, oh. At that exact moment, a Ju Ko sea demon charged aggressively toward Sheng Ji like a moth to a flame. The fuse was lit, and the two sides clashed, initiating close-quarters combat. Seeing his father targeted, Shua went pale and cried out, Dad. The boy glanced sideways at the monster, a sudden idea popping into his head. Shua brandished the knife in his hand, readying his stance for battle. He swung his arm and knocked the opponent backward. The sea demon was thrown far away, accompanied by a shout, get lost. Shang Ji grimaced and scolded, using bad language again. Another Ju Ko shadow refused to give up and rushed forward. Shang Ji stood tall, not even blinking once in the face of such aggression. He unleashed tentacles that tightly wrapped around the opponent, freezing it in place. In a swift follow-up, another tentacle slid up and strangled the victim's neck. The sea demon gasped for air, thrashing and screaming in agony. Seeing Zio Ping about to join the fray, Shua quickly stopped her. Aunt Zio Ping, don't make a move yet. The girl looked blankly at the kid, and Shua gave a thumbs up as he explained, this is my dad's first time out here, so just stand back and let him show off his skills. The onlookers stared in wonder, muttering, are their nerves made of steel? How can they stay so calm? Beneath the bubbling water, Sheng Ji was battling a sea demon, while simultaneously drawing the attention of many others. He cast a sharp gaze, scanning the number of enemies charging toward him. In the very next second, the entire group was neatly restrained by his forest of tentacles. Within moments, Sheng Ji had bound 3 of them at once. The remaining sea demon witnessed this and was utterly terrified, all color draining from its face. It whimpered a few times before turning around and fleeing as fast as its legs could carry it. The monster being squeezed gritted its teeth and cursed, you coward. As soon as the words left its mouth, the tentacles tightened their grip another notch. The prey struggled so hard that its eyes bulged. A man on the shore asked anxiously, will your dad be all right down there? Shua patted his chest confidently, don't worry, my dad is the strongest warrior, second only to Uncle Jiang Zio Yang. At that exact moment, the water's surface violently churned. Sheng Ji climbed back onto the boat, carrying his spoils of war. The man stammered, is it all over? Shua grinned and said, see, why would I lie to you? Sheng Ji brushed his hands and said indifferently, fighting in shallow water means half were dealt with, but half managed to escape. Zio Ping frowned, not understanding the code. What do you mean by that? Shua stood up to translate helplessly. Basically, my dad isn't good at underwater combat, so he accidentally let a few sea demons escape. Zio Ping gazed out at the horizon and replied, escaping is fine. Let them spread the word that we are not to be trifled with, so they won't bother us again while we wait for leader Jiang Zio Yang to return. Right in the research room, He Chi praised repeatedly, truly miraculous, absolutely miraculous. Jiang Zio Yang asked anxiously, what is the result? The old man excitedly slapped his thigh, guess what? Whether it is the octoploid hives or those simulated flesh blocks, as long as they consume the sea demon's plant, their growth rate shoots up by at least tenfold. The good news is that this trait will not be passed on to the organisms that consume them. Jiang Zio Yang sighed in relief and smiled. In short, if we use this as pig feed, the pigs will grow quickly, and humans eating the pork won't be affected at all. The old man nodded in agreement. In theory, yes, but to be safe, we still need to run human trials to verify. The young man laughed, hearing that is more than enough. The person standing nearby chimed in excitedly, So does this mean our brothers won't have to worry about food sources anymore? He smiled. Exactly. The efficiency might even surpass the industrial farming of the pre-disaster era. Jiang Yang smiled bitterly. The irony is that our benefactors, who helped us discover this secret, are still out at sea, drooling over us in hunger. He took the plant with delight. All right, this result far exceeds my expectations. Before settling the food issue for everyone, I have other plans for these plants. He scratched his head in confusion. Huh? What other plans? Jiang Yang said concisely, integrated into the plant organism, overclocking and upgrading both the insect hives and the flesh sea to a new level. With that, he walked briskly toward the town. Feng turned back into human form as soon as he saw him. The older man hurried over to greet him. Leader Jiang Yang, you are here. Please forgive me for not welcoming you sooner. The young man waved it off generously. Forget the formalities. The older man asked anxiously, has Xiao Ping been eating and sleeping well lately? Is the simulated flesh in her body still stable? Jiang Yang nodded reassuringly. Rest assured. She is unrivaled now. If she weren't guarding that vine island off the coast of City H, I wouldn't have dared to return with peace of mind. Feng breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Do you have any instructions for this visit, boss? Jiang Yang replied casually, I just figured out a way to make the scale of the flesh sea explode exponentially. The older man's eyes widened. What is the secret? Jiang Yang waved his hand, signaling him to step back, and Feng quickly retreated, obeying immediately. Jiang Yang closed his eyes, instantly shifting into a highly focused state. In the blink of an eye, dozens of long, vine-like tentacles sprouted from his back. These vine branches were as hard as steel, emitting a resounding thud every time they struck the ground. Jiang Yang used the mass of vines as a platform, hoisting himself up to float in midair. His eyes glowed red, releasing countless tiny energy particles that drifted in the air. Feng gasped in horror. My goodness, what is happening? The space around him was now filled with floating fragments of bizarre objects. A multitude of mouths, growing densely below, competed to make hungry noises. Feng looked down at his hands, murmuring in disbelief, what is this feeling? Jiang Yang landed back on the ground, his chest heaving as he let out a few heavy breaths. Feng rushed over to inquire, Leader Jiang Yang, are you all right? Jiang Yang waved his hand, I am fine. Well, did you feel a completely different power? The older man frowned thoughtfully. A new metabolic mechanism has just formed. This power is more than enough to expand the flesh sea by over tenfold. What kind of ability is this? Jiang Yang revealed the truth. It is a borrowed power from an otherworldly plant, and the side effects are still being researched. Please isolate it carefully. Don't let the entire flesh sea be assimilated by this power. Feng listened intently and nodded cautiously. Yes, I understand the issue. Jiang Yang smiled with satisfaction. Good. For the next step, use the flesh sea to clone a massive amount of tissue blocks containing this power source. Feng grimaced and replied, using the flesh sea will inevitably result in a messy mix with simulated flesh impurities. I suggest using the Hua Sha Tian instead. Jiang Yang smirked and concluded firmly, it is fine, go right ahead. It is not meant for human consumption anyway. It's to nourish the insect hives. Back underwater, the Jiang sea demons were still parting the waves as they fled for their lives. The leader looked back at the Ju Ko member, struggling to keep up behind them. He urgently urged, has the enemy caught up to us yet? The Ju Ko sea demon caught its breath as it dragged itself along, whimpering, probably not yet. It turned pale and confessed, that power is too terrifying, too frightening. The Jiang sea demon smirked proudly, I tried to stop you from the beginning, but you wouldn't listen. The Ju Ko warrior stammered, we must quickly. He shouted loudly, we must immediately return and report to the chief. After hearing the entire report, the chief gasped in disbelief. Are you telling me that the proud warriors of our Ju Ko clan were killed by those beasts, and they were even brutally tortured? The surviving Ju Ko sea demon quickly argued, it is 100% certain that they used underhanded tricks to assassinate our brothers. The Jiang sea demon angrily exposed him, stop running from the truth. Those upright pigs are much more powerful than we imagined. Even within their ranks, there are supreme individuals. The chief growled, casting a threatening glare. Who do you think you are? Is it your turn to speak here? He frantically declared his background. I am a warrior of the Jiang He clan. And it was precisely because of this habit of looking down on those upright pigs that my Jiang He clan was destroyed. The Jukeo chief got angry upon hearing this and sprang to his feet. Seeing the big boss angry, the underlings below quickly bowed respectfully. The chief suddenly burst into laughter, making the Jiang He sea demon nervous. If you talk so boldly. He loudly ordered, bring my weapon here immediately. The two henchmen scrambled to carry the giant trident forward. He furiously declared, I will personally lead our forces to clean out this nest of backward pigs, so that a piece of trash like you can see the clear difference between your low-class clan and our strength. The chief raised his weapon and cheered, all Sea clan warriors assemble, prepare to go to war with me. Surfacing on the water, the hunting squad's boat had arrived at the dock. The hunters hauled heavy catches of fish, shouting joyfully, we hit the jackpot, brothers. Come give us a hand to bring the catch up. The people on the shore rushed out to welcome them, coming. Oh my goodness, where did you catch so many? This is wonderful. But then, without warning, the water's surface suddenly boiled and trembled. The crowd froze like statues, panicked and confused. What is that noise? Shui was also startled, blinking in confusion, huh? The crowd began to wobble, unable to stand steady, shouting in uproar as the ground beneath their feet shook violently. A middle-aged man pointed with a trembling hand and screamed, everyone, look over there. The sea surface suddenly swelled, as if some creature was rising from beneath the water. A colossal tentacle shot up, tearing through the air and terrifying everyone. What on earth is this monstrosity? The crowd fled in panic, trampling over each other. Watch out in front, there's more than one. Everyone quickly drew their weapons to form a defensive line, shouting, keep a cool head. Don't act recklessly, the enemy has just appeared. Shui smiled and waved his hand to appease them. Put away your weapons, everyone. There's no need to be so tense, they are on our side. The residents stared in amazement. What, on our side? Xiao Ping called out in a clear voice, Dad. Feng slid down to the ground from the towering tentacle as fast as lightning. The older man's landing caused the crowd to scatter, giving him space. Feng strode over and asked, my Xiao Ping, is your health still good? Xiao Ping replied happily, put your worries aside, Dad. Uncle Jiang Xiao Yang's method is highly effective, and my current condition is extremely stable. The surrounding residents were once again bewildered. That girl's father. Xiao Ping spread her arms to introduce him. Oh, I forgot. Everyone standing before you is my father. He used to be a criminal detective, and his current title is the King of the Flesh Sea. The crowd nodded as they realized the truth. No wonder this group has such absurd power. It turns out their elders are all real monsters. Xiao Ping turned and asked, did you expand the range of the Flesh Sea all the way to City H, Dad? Feng smiled and explained, Leader Jiang Xiao Yang just provided me with an incredibly powerful core, causing the Flesh Sea to swell several times over. She snapped her fingers as her eyes lit up. Oh, I bet that is the energy extracted from the plant we brought back from the sea demon's breeding farm. Feng suddenly swept his gaze across the area. Chang Jia, who was standing with Sheng Ji, quickly raised his hand to greet the veteran. Feng smiled in return. Are you two stationed here as well? Long time no see. Xiao Ping shook her father's arm in confusion. Who are you looking for, Dad? Feng frowned and asked back, where is Leader Jiang Xiao Yang, dear? Xiao Ping replied in confusion. He returned to the mainland. I thought he was with you. The older man quickly waved his hands in denial. No. After transferring this power buff to me, he went straight to the insect hives in City B. I thought he would land here first. Suddenly, a series of rapid wing flapping sounds tore through the air. Feng turned around in confusion, looking around. What is that sound? The surrounding crowd also froze in astonishment. Someone stammered, good heavens, it's a whole swarm of insects. Right before their eyes, swarms upon swarms of flying insects arrived one after another in a massive wave. Jiang Xiao Yang sat majestically on the back of a beetle, leaving the crowd in deep shock at his grand appearance. Jiang Yang was quickly lowered safely onto the sandy beach by his aerial escorts. Feng stepped forward and spoke, "Big brother Jiang Yang, that energy core expanded the flesh sea tenfold. What was the result when applied to the insect hives?" Jiang Yang smirked. "It completely outclasses your direct application to the flesh sea. It stimulated the insect population to multiply by another 5 times. He pointed his chin into the distance and announced, "I just finished setting up the second insect hive to the northwest, 2 kilometers from here. With just a single call, reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes. Feng looked at the massive army with squinted eyes and assessed, "With a formation of this scale, those sea monsters at the bottom of the ocean probably won't dare to sneak over anymore, right?" Jiang Yang clicked his tongue and corrected him, "They are naturally arrogant creatures who view humans as livestock to be farmed. Having had an entire clan wiped out by us, how could they easily swallow this grievance?" He smirked proudly. "Our next move is simply to roll out the red carpet and wait for them to deliver themselves to their graves." Beneath the water, the sea demons looked up at the insects flying through the air like the wind. A subordinate quickly dove down to report to the leader, "If we swim just a bit further, those giant flies and mosquitoes will detect our location." The sea demon gritted his teeth and spat. "They must be those earthworms nesting on the surface." The chief poked his head up and asked, "Oh, do you know their origin?" The subordinate scratched his head and replied, "Yes, I heard some rumors. Legend has it that some ocean clans living near the edges of the ocean occasionally clash with them." The chief stroked his chin and deduced, "So these creatures share the same origin from our primordial world." The subordinate nodded in confirmation, "Yes, boss." The chief frowned again in confusion. "Then why are they sharing a table with those 2-legged pigs in this world?" The sea demon acted wise and bragged, "They must have been tamed by those 2-legged pigs, just like how we lock humans in cages." The Jiang member couldn't help but chime in, "Let me tell you, stop underestimating them. Those pigs have brains that are just as smart as our species." The chief threw his head back and laughed mockingly, "Those things have intelligence? How ridiculous. Do you mean they also know how to craft weapons and coordinate hunting formations like us? If they were truly that smart, they wouldn't have been enslaved by us long ago." The Jiang member stubbornly argued back, "They know how to use slime mixed with soil to build colossal nests, and they even know how to build ships to glide on the water. Most terrifyingly, they have iron pipes that shoot gravel and stones, useless underwater, but on land, their damage is incredibly devastating." Hearing the description, the chief instinctively recoiled, startled. "Do they have many of those dangerous toys?" The other quickly reassured him, "They are very rare, chief, not many at all. I guess only a few high-level shamans among those 2-legged pigs have access to them." Hearing this, he became delighted again. Then what is there to fear? As long as those fake sorcerers dare to show their faces near the water's edge, my ocean warriors will send them to the underworld before they can even react. The big boss turned on his heel, waving his arm and shouting resolutely, "All ocean warriors, follow my command." He thrust his trident straight into the sky and roared, "Raise their stronghold to the ground, and force these pigs back into cages as livestock once more." On the shore, Shui was perched high up on guard duty when he suddenly narrowed his eyes and spotted a disturbance. The boy hurriedly switched on his walkie-talkie and spoke anxiously, "Hello, Uncle Jiang Yang, do you copy?" Shui urgently reported, "Uncle Jiang Yang, it is exactly as you predicted, there is new activity out at sea again." Feng aggressively brushed himself off, stood up, and rolled up his sleeves. "Let me go out there and clean these guys up." Jiang Yang raised his hand to stop him. "Hold on, uncle, we need to send out some decoys to test their strength first." A gleam suddenly flashed in his eyes, as he immediately activated his skill to observe the situation. The swarm of insects outside was still forming a whirlwind that filled the sky. Underwater, a school of predatory fish with jagged fangs was released, swimming in formation to scout. After circling around, the school of fish transmitted a signal back. It seemed these monsters had deployed their entire force, bringing a whole army with them. A man standing nearby got startled and jumped up, asking pressingly, "How large is the army?" Jiang Yang calculated with a calm face. At least a few thousand, and if we are unlucky, they might have deployed up to 100,000. The other man swallowed hard and whimpered. Oh my God, if leader Jiang Yang were not here, our measly team of a few dozen would have been sent to our graves. The young man lifted his walkie-talkie to test the sound. Hello. Jiang Yang broadcasted an announcement to all members waiting for orders. All combat personnel, listen up for your instructions. He solemnly updated them on the battle situation. A large number of enemies are closing in on our home turf. Shengji and Changjia stood tall on top of the slope, glaring down at the sea with murderous eyes. The army of sea demons was charging through the water, burning with the flames of hatred. The water monsters ripped through the waves, rushing like a storm, skewering every single scouting fish that stood in their way. One sea demon smirked disdainfully. Ha, is that all they have got? Several other dark remnants also accelerated together, crashing forward. A swift group flashed past the sea demons, leaving them so bewildered they could barely blink. The school of fish dived through the formation like bullets, heading straight for the chief's position. The chief caught sight of them and sneered in mockery. He gripped the shaft of his trident, bracing himself to deliver a thunderous blow. With a sharp, deafening clang, the poor fish were knocked high into the air. Xiao Ping stood calmly at the edge of the shore, watching the fish scatter and fall all over the place. Her face remained expressionless, showing not a single trace of emotion, not even bothering to speak. Immediately after, the entire army of sea demons scrambled ashore to invade the land. The chief pointed his spear and shouted. The one standing there completely unfazed must be the strongest powerhouse among those two-legged pigs. Carrying his weapon, he dashed like the wind toward Xiao Ping, yelling to assert his dominance. Leave that prey to me, I will finish her off. Seeing his hot-headed boss charge blindly onto the dry shore, the sea demon warrior was startled and tried to stop him. Whoa, stop, boss. Rushing in like that will only bring regret. Another sea demon turned around, proudly patting his chest to reassure his comrade. What are you worrying about? His strength is far beyond your poor imagination. He showered him with praise while the chief, brimming with vigor, set out to prove his absolute dominance. High up on the rooftop, Shengji and Changjia still stood calmly with their arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. One of them spoke up. Oh, not going to jump in and help, the other leisurely replied. How can a sniper rifle compete with a fighter jet? Implying the distance was too far while the sea demon was too slippery and fast as lightning. From another corner, Jiang Yang called out, making Xiao Ping look up. Standing up high, he called down, that big guy has his eyes locked on you. What is your plan? She shrugged without a care, yawning as she replied, oh dear, another clash of top experts trope, just hearing it makes me sleepy. Right next to them, Feng strolled over while cracking his knuckles. HMPH, having the nerve to bully my beloved daughter right in front of this old man, he is indeed bold. With that, he waved his hand to execute his signature technique. Deep beneath the sea, a violent tremor suddenly erupted. Immediately after, a barrage of sharp spikes tore through the sand and sprouted, trapping the sea demon chief right in the middle. He stared wide-eyed up at the ceiling, horrified to see the sharp spikes bending down, poised to skewer him. Just as the rain of spikes came crashing down, the sea demon chief frantically leaped to dodge them. He glared at the slimy, fleshy tentacles, muttering to himself, what on earth is this hideous thing? Do these two-legged pigs actually possess such heretical power now? Witnessing his prey slip away, Feng raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, quite a smooth dodge. Your agility is actually impressive. Xiao Ping stepped forward, casually taking off her outer coat. Father, save your strength to deal with the small fry in the back. Let me handle this tough nut. She tossed her shirt aside, her eyes flashing with excitement. He is a tough one, leave him to me. Seeing his beloved daughter stretching to warm up, Feng still could not hide his anxiety. Are you sure you can handle it? From above, Jiang Yang called down casually, you can throw your worries in the trash, uncle. Xiao Ping has been boosted with power to have an immortal body, not to mention the backup supporting her from behind. Saying that, she threw herself into the freezing water with a splash. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a mermaid brimming with wrath. The sea demon chief narrowed his eyes at Xiao Ping, his face displaying a giant question mark. The small fry behind also began to whisper and chatter. What kind of bizarre creature is that? In all my years, I have never seen anything like this. Building up momentum as he dived down, the sea demon chief swung his trident to thrust straight forward, but Xiao Ping gracefully dodged it. She immediately struck back with her claws, forcing him to clumsily bring up his weapon to block. The fiery collision between the two created a swirling explosion of bubbles in the deep. Tasting Xiao Ping's power, he gnashed his teeth and wondered, how on earth is this happening? This girl is clearly a swimmer, but her strength is on par with mine. Don't tell me those two-legged pigs have evolved into this kind of species. As Xiao Ping braced herself to block, he questioned her loudly, with such power, why do you bow down to serve those two-legged pigs? Unfortunately, to her ears, those words were nothing but the meaningless, gurgling sounds of a fish. Realizing his opponent was completely ignorant of his mother tongue, he sneered openly, Tusk, you don't even know how to speak. I thought you were something special, but you are just a wild beast. With that, the sea demon chief swung his trident with force, throwing her back a distance. Nonetheless, Xiao Ping stood tall, maintaining her stance ready for battle. He glared at her, gnashing his teeth and hissing, underwater, I absolutely forbid anyone to be stronger than me. And so, the two figures fiercely charged at each other again, cloaked in blazing murderous intent. The trident of the sea demon chief clashed loudly once more with Xiao Ping's sharp claws. That terrifying collision immediately triggered an underwater tremor deep on the seabed. She thrashed her fishtail powerfully at him, forcing him to hastily use his trident as a shield. The pace of the battle grew increasingly intense, forcing pillars of water to repeatedly erupt into the air. The crowd standing on the shore watched the surging waves with wide eyes, gossiping excitedly, thinking of jumping down to intervene. Drop that delusion of power. Before you even reach them, your internal organs would probably be crushed to pulp. Watching from afar, Chang Jia clicked his tongue in admiration. Who would have thought this girl would improve so fast? Beside him, Shengji cracked his knuckles, muttering to himself about his hands itching for a fight for 7 years, indicating his desire for a good brawl. In another development deep in the ocean, a short sea demon was shouting at the top of his lungs, instigating his comrades, "Charge in, brothers. The boss has shut down the strongest one, move forward boldly and slaughter them." The swarm of sea monsters immediately surged like a disturbed hornet's nest, fiercely clashing in a chaotic melee with the insect Swarm and Feng's fleshy tentacles. In the heat of the moment, a sea demon suddenly shot up from under the water high into the air. Chang Jia, with his keen senses, swept his eyes over in time. Just as the demon floated close, he reached out and grabbed its throat as easily as catching a chicken. With just a swift snap of his hand, the sea demon's neck cracked, sending it straight to its grave. Chang Jia let the limp corpse free fall from the rooftop, yawning as he said, "The big prey got stolen. I will just stomp on a few ants to cure my boredom." Beside him, Shengji nodded in agreement, "Yeah." From some hidden corner, a barrage of pitch-black tentacles suddenly emerged, shooting toward the sea demons like arrows. By the time the panicked monsters looked back, it was too late to defend. They were all skewered straight through their bodies by those tentacles, dying instantly. The group of civilians on the rooftop cheered in delight at the floating sea demon corpses. "Die and leave us in peace. This feels so good. Let's see who dares to talk big about ripping out whose liver now." Meanwhile, the underwater duel between Xiao Ping and the sea demon chief was still raging fiercely. His sweat began to pour like rain, and he thought to himself, who knew this wild beast would be such a tough nut to crack? Forget it, if I can't win, I should retreat. So he scanned around, plotting, slipping past this girl to turn those two-legged pigs into mincemeat is the best move. Once this beast loses its master, it will naturally stop putting on a show. Acting on his thought, the sea demon chief slipped away in another direction, leaving Xiao Ping standing there in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Jiang Yang stood calmly on the roof, looking down at a current of water splitting the waves and rushing toward him. He crossed his arms, his face cold and expressionless, showing no sign of wanting to back down. The sea demon chief burst out from beneath the water with a crash. He scanned the crowd on the shore, determined to hunt down the leader of those two-legged pigs. The target sweep began. He glanced over a few people, thinking to himself, not this guy. Then he shifted his gaze to Feng. He looks like a big boss, but it still feels wrong. And then his gaze landed on Jiang, his intuition telling him, spot on, it's this brat. The sea demon chief charged frantically, pointing his trident straight at him and knocking aside anyone who dared to block the path. But seeing Jiang remain as still as a stone statue, he frowned in confusion. Oh, not going to run? Or has this old man scared you out of your wits? Suddenly, an invisible force made him stop dead in midair. It turned out that Feng's fleshy tentacles had tightly bound him. The sea demon chief stared in bewilderment. Nonsense, how can two-legged pigs use this kind of sorcery? Determined not to be held back, he swung his trident and severed the fleshy chains with a single slash. Seeing his signature move easily countered, Feng could not help but widen his eyes. This guy used brute force to shred the simulated flesh. He truly lives up to his reputation as the enemy boss. The sea demon chief directed a cocky gaze at Jiang again, smiling smugly. No wonder you are standing there unfazed. You are relying on a protector behind you. Thinking so, he lunged forward again with his trident, roaring with delight. Too bad your protector can't protect you. With just a skillful sidestep, he easily dodged the deadly strike. The sea demon chief gaped, unable to believe reality. I clearly pushed my speed to the absolute limit. How can a two-legged pig dodge so smoothly? Before he could recover, countless long vines suddenly sprouted from the empty space ahead. The vines whipped around, weaving into a net that trapped the sea demon chief tightly. Jiang cast an indifferent glance and coldly gave the order, tighten. Instantly, a barrage of vines constricted around his body, locking down his every movement and leaving him like a fish on a chopping board. Witnessing their boss get pinned down, the chaotic sea demons began to panic. The boss is down, the sea demon warrior retorted. Open your eyes and look properly. Is that just a normal defeat? Sweat dripping, he stammered. He is being completely crushed. Only then did the sea demon chief frantically howl. Let me go, you two-legged pig. You are not a monster. What kind of freak are you anyway? Responding to his scream, Jiang only slightly extended his hand, wriggling tentacles bursting from his palm, scaring him out of his wits. Damn it, get away from me. Ignoring his pleas, the tentacles pierced straight into his skull, causing him to convulse as his eyes rolled back listlessly. After that, he slowly channeled his power to search through all the memories hidden inside the other's brain. In the sea demon chief's memories, the picture of the ocean where the monsters lived was suddenly torn apart by a giant rift. Thanks to this dimensional rift, they could swim back and forth freely to run rampant. In that dimension, the land had been entirely swallowed by the sea, and the last surviving humans had been reduced to slaves under the sea demons. Those unfortunate enough to lose their lives were transformed into soulless water ghouls, drifting aimlessly around the ruins of cities on the seabed. The system panel suddenly flashed a notification. The Disaster Collector quest is in progress. Quest objective: gather as much information as possible on the types of disasters. Collection progress: superphage virus, adaptive spore, composite protozoan, simulated insect nest, octoploid beauty progenitor. Reward: 800 points. The points currently sitting in his pocket amounted to 1,039. Back in the real world, the sea demon chief slumped onto his knees on the ground. Immediately afterward, he collapsed backward, losing consciousness, while Jiang leisurely retracted his tentacles. From beneath the crystal-clear water, Xiao Ping poked her head out. She parted the water and stepped onto the dry shore, her body quickly transforming back into her human form as she asked, "How is it, Boss Jiang? Did you extract any useful information?" Jiang nodded in confirmation. It is exactly the scenario we predicted. This ocean trash is from another world. Moreover, they possess proper intelligence, and their level of development has reached the stage of a tribal civilization. The reason they transform human corpses into water ghouls is that they carry a parasitic virus. This virus, combined with the superphage virus that once triggered the zombie outbreak in the other city, is actually closely related. Hearing this, she racked her brain to deduce, "You mean all this chaos that has been rained upon us lately escaped from the exact same world?" He blinked slightly in agreement. Spot on. A few spatial rifts suddenly cracked open, paving a way from their side to ours, turning this world into the disaster zone it is now. Yang coldly stepped on the limp body of the sea demon chief. "Thanks to this guinea pig, I have already located the coordinates of a spatial rift." Xiao Ping widened her eyes in surprise. "Leader Yang, don't tell me you plan to." Yang flatly admitted, "Yes, I intend to head over to that world and take a look." She could only murmur in resignation, "Heading to that world." He waved his hand and turned away. "All right, let's set that aside for now. Prioritize cleaning up the messy trash in front of us first." Yang grabbed the walkie-talkie and barked out the command, "Listen up, brothers. Unleash all firepower and crush them for me." Just a split second later, countless spikes of flesh erupted from the depths of the ocean, trapping all the unlucky sea demons in that area in an inescapable cage. Blocking out the entire sky were swarms of insects buzzing and diving down. The reinforcements from insect nest number 2 had arrived. A bloody battle broke out, so intense that it was suffocating. Being repeatedly bitten and torn by the insect swarm, the sea demons were immediately forced into a severe disadvantage. The sea demon who was loudly instigating his comrades earlier now had a dazed and lifeless face. "The big boss is dead. We are finished. We have to flee quickly. Staying any longer will only get us buried with him." Suddenly another demon pointed and yelled, "Hey, what are you trying to pull?" playing the deserter. But utterly ignoring his warrior pride, he still swam frantically with his tail, cursing in his head. "These brainless fools, ruin is right around the corner and they still can't see the power gap between the two sides." The guy from the Jiang tribe was absolutely right. We completely underestimated the strength of these two-legged pigs. His furious comrades screamed, "You coward! Get back here or we will sharpen our blades and slaughter you first." Just as he was fleeing headfirst, a flying insect dived straight at him. The sea demon tilted his head back in terror, screaming, "Save me." But before he could finish his sentence, he was tightly gripped by the insect and lifted high into the sky. The school of sea demons swam in disarray, their formation completely broken in the deep sea. Scattered on the water's surface were the drifting corpses of some sea demons alongside a multitude of dead insects. Next, the sea demon, who was barely 1.5 meters tall, was thrown crashing onto the dry ground by the insect, landing face first with his rear in the air right under the noses of the 3 of them. Jiang pointed his hand at that sea demon and remarked, "Well, this one looks quite different." Yang narrowed his eyes to inspect it closely and said, "Previously, when I went to raid the sea demon lair, I encountered this mutant species. They have a knack for sweet-talking human traitors." The other nodded as if understanding the whole picture, then its ears can probably process both languages of the two races. Without another word, he pointed his hand directly at the sea demon, and 2 tentacles instantly shot out from his fingertips, aiming straight at the target. The sea demon took the hit right in the forehead, only managing to let out a whimpering groan. He slowly slumped to the ground and took his last breath, his body turning stiff. Yang dusted his hands and retracted his skill, glancing at the corpse and clicking his tongue. What a bizarre language system. The group began to disperse. Wang Yang brandished the dagger in his hand and reported to him, "My buddies and I will head out there to clean up the battlefield and salvage the corpses first." Yang remained standing in place and called out after them, "That big guy is still breathing. Lock him up. This pawn still has its uses." He nodded obediently, "Understood, boss." A while later, in the quiet dungeon, the sea demon chief was still lying completely motionless. He slowly opened his glassy eyes, then widened his pupils as he realized something was wrong. What met his eyes was the image of the young man standing tall outside the door, staring deeply at him. The sea demon chief jumped up in startle, frantically retreating into the corner and taking a defensive stance. He stared at Jiang Yang and opened his mouth, screaming hysterically. With a cool demeanor, he delivered his warning in the demon's own tongue. "Drop that foolish attitude. My patience has clear boundaries." The sea demon chief was so shocked that he stammered, "You know how to speak the tongue of the sea race." Jiang Yang smirked. "Your grammar may be messy and wild, but it is not enough to trouble me." He reached out and tapped his temple suggestively. "I have already implanted a spore sprout into your brain, if I feel like sending you to your grave." Jiang Yang finished the sentence. "It will only take the blink of an eye." Sure enough, the chief clutched his head and rolled around in agonizing pain, crying out in plea, "Please spare my life. I am willing to submit to you wholeheartedly." He looked down condescendingly at the sea demon chief and concluded, "Good boy. I don't care how you lived in the past or what archaic customs you had, but from this moment on, I expect to never see humans being enslaved as livestock by your sea demons again. Do you hear me?" He nodded frantically. "Understood, this humble servant will do his best to manage them, but unfortunately, not every tribe will obey submissively, even though my Jukeo tribe is the most dominant among the sea race." Jiang Yang shrugged and offered a suggestion. "The parasitic spore inside your head is a diplomatic transceiver. My insects will back you up to flatten any other stubborn tribe." The sea demon chief bowed and knelt respectfully, promising, "By your command, this humble servant understands. I swear to make the entire sea race submit to you from now on." A moment later, the sea demon chief was released back into the bosom of the ocean. On the sandy shore, Wang Yang clenched his fists, grumbling in annoyance. We are just letting him go that easily." He calmly crossed his arms over his chest, offering a cheerful smile to clear things up. "There are countless sea demon factions scattered across this sea. Who has the time to destroy each nest one by one? Isn't it much easier to dump that trouble onto this guy to handle?" The chaotic gang on the shore watched the figure of the sea demon chief swim further away. He asked anxiously, "What if he goes back on his word and stabs us in the back?" Jiang Yang reassured him, "Rest assured, I granted him an addictive power. If he obeys submissively, he gets to be the king of the sea race. If he rebels, he will instantly turn to ash. He is more than capable of weighing the cost of his choices." 6 months passed quickly. Still at that familiar beach, a ship slowly dropped anchor and docked. Strewn across the deck were wooden crates packed to the brim with insect cocoons. Chest after chest of cocoons was continuously unloaded and neatly stacked on the ship's deck. Wang Yang stood with crossed arms, grumbling with a scowl. "Why do we still have to provide food for those beasts? Have you forgotten how they used to hunt our brothers down?" Jiang clicked his tongue and retorted, "Check your attitude. If not for boss Jiang Yang making that guy the king of the sea demons, there is no way we would have such peaceful and quiet days out at sea now." The old man suddenly remembered. Right, now that you mention it, it seems like leader Jiang Yang and the others haven't visited this place in ages. I wonder how the inland areas are faring these days." The scene shifts toward the town. He looked up at the lush green canopy, happily bragging to Ping, "It's surreal, our food reserve now far exceeds the appetite of the entire population." She nodded in agreement. "That's a given. The consumption of those settlement zones is nothing compared to the energy devoured by the insect swarm and the sea of flesh. It is just a tiny fraction." Not far away, Li Hongli stood talking to Li Cheng. "Recently we have rescued quite a lot of survivors. By merging with several neighboring areas, we have brought in so many prominent experts from all kinds of fields." The other guy smiled warmly and nodded in evaluation. "Spot on. Thanks to this elite force joining us, the Zhaifeng steel plant has smoothly run 2 production lines, and our devastated industry is also starting to revive." Jiang Yang was visibly pleased upon hearing this. "Approved, very well done." Waddling over from behind, Zhang Kai reported excitedly, "Brother Jiang Yang, we have successfully conquered the apocalypse now, right?" He spun around, coldly putting out the joy. "Victory is still far from sight." Hearing the splash of cold water, the guy asked with a long face, This achievement is still not up to standard." Jiang Yang analyzed thoroughly. "The upcoming plan is for our brothers to erect a series of giant radio stations to broadcast signals calling on distant survivors to join us. Unfortunately, this project is an exhausting, long-term marathon before we reap the fruits." At this point, he cast a steel gaze toward the open sea, his hand clenching with determination. I must guarantee the safety of us all, not allowing any hidden thorn to have the chance to backstab us. Jiang Kai still asked with a blank look. Gosh, with our current firepower, what threat would still dare to make a move or threaten us? Jiang Ziaoyang let out a deep, meaningful sigh. There is, and the painful part is that the information we have on that faction is far too scarce. The system screen flashed again, officially activating a new story chapter titled Marching Against the Tide. The quest objective is to travel to the outer world dimension and find a way to shut down their expansion. The current progress is a flat 0. Deep down in the abyss of the seabed, a faint speck of light suddenly flickered. As the spatial rift split open, the entire force of the Land Clan sea demons and the water insect army, already stationed there, were all in a state of combat readiness, because the alarm for an invading alien creature had gone off. From that pitch-black hole, an unfamiliar army of sea demon warriors scrambled out. One sea demon from the land faction spoke up threateningly, "Halt right there. If you know what's good for you, turn back to your pen quickly." Seeing their path blocked, a sea demon warrior from the other side aggressively tilted his chin up and questioned, "What corner-dwelling faction are you to dare interfere with our steps?" The Land Clan sea demons found this irritating, so they exchanged looks, signaling that talking was a waste of breath and they should just unleash their skills directly. Without hesitating for another half-second, the Land Clan sea demon army charged forward into a fierce close-quarter melee. Witnessing the bodies of their comrades fall one after another, the sea demon warriors on the other side grew red-eyed with rage. "You bastards, are you tired of living?" One roared savagely, "Slaughter them all," and then the entire swarm frantically lunged into the fray. Though hot-blooded, their strength was merely like small fry, having absolutely no chance of matching the Land Clan faction. Some were skewered to death by our sea demons, while the unlucky ones were torn apart by the insect swarm. Each limp corpse tumbled back down, sinking back into that spatial rift. Their bodies were shredded into hundreds of fragments and kicked back into the rift. Realizing the rookie level of the newcomers, the Land Clan sea demons sneered in mockery. "Indeed, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well who don't know their own limits. Taste the high-grade weapons of our Land Clan to open your eyes." Just as the mocking words ended, someone from afar reported in a panic, "Greetings, Land King," making the whole crowd turn their heads in surprise. The person appearing was none other than Jiang Ziaoyang along with his close brothers, who had now taken their place on the throne of the Land Clan King. A sea demon lackey quickly bowed deeply, sweat dripping profusely as he asked timidly, "Respected Lord Land King, may I ask what brings you to this place, and if there are any orders?" Pointing his hand directly at that deep abyss, he spoke in a low voice, "The other end of this rift, I have never slept peacefully because of it." Saying that, Jiang Ziaoyang shifted his gaze to scrutinize the lackey, smirking, "Your face looks quite familiar." Paranoid and dripping with sweat, the lackey pointed to his chest and stammered, "Report. This humble servant was the very first sea race soldier who foolishly fought close quarters with you." Hearing this, Jiang Ziaoyang blinked and let out an "Oh, I remember now, the navigator who guided us." He then smiled warmly and continued, "How fortunate. Well, polish up your expert navigating skills again. I have reserved a ticket for you on this trip." Jiang Ziaoyang fixed his eyes on the pitch-black void of the rift, declaring solemnly, "Follow me, let's charge straight into that world of yours."